Before I was even born, I awakened the strongest constitution. But my father wanted to abandon me because my mother had congenital weaknesses. He believed that after I was born, I would definitely be a useless child, and people would laugh at me. After all, the Luo family was the first family of the ancient times. When my mother fled back to her family, I activated the system and merged with the ancient saint body. I began cultivating in my mother's womb, determined to prove myself for my mother. Soon, I broke through to the 9th level of blood transformation. This shocked me, as I never expected that the ancient saint body would allow such fast progress. How strong would I be once I was born? Due to the flow of spiritual energy, my mother also sensed my cultivation, and she was both reassured and shocked. Back at home, my uncle Jiang Lisan looked at my mother being kicked out, deeply saddened but helpless, because the Luo family was too powerful. After some conversation, we learned that my grandfather and grandmother went to the Medicine God Valley to let a sage inspect the fetus in my mother's womb. The next day, my grandparents brought one of the 3 great valley masters of the Medicine God Valley, the Miao Saint, to the Jiang family. Upon seeing them, Bai Qianqian, holding her child, asked the saint to examine the bones. All the onlookers were drawn to the scene. Jiang Lisan's face changed. What was going on? Was he not aware of the situation? Was this an examination for my little sister? He quickly signaled to his wife, but Bai Qianqian bit her lip and remained unmoved. Her brother and sister-in-law were also parents. Since the saint had come, there was no harm in letting her take a look. It wouldn't waste much time and wouldn't delay the examination. Jiang Xixin, understanding and kind-hearted, spoke gently, and Bai Yu immediately cast a grateful glance at her. Miao Saint, seeing this, sighed at the harmony within the family. Alright, bone issues are difficult to fix, so I'll take a quick look at this child, it won't be a waste of time. Miao Saint then opened her spiritual eyes, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. This child has decent talent, with an innate fire spirit pulse. When he grows up, he can enter my chaotic immortal palace. When this was said, everyone was extremely excited, as the chaotic immortal palace was one of the top sects of the ancient immortal realm, with the Medicine God Valley as one of its affiliated forces. It had countless immortal kings and emperors as protectors, as well as saints and saint kings. Even being a regular disciple was already considered an extraordinary fate. Afterward, the Miao Saint entered the main hall to examine Jiang Xixin while instructing others to wait outside. At this time, the Miao Saint placed her hand on my mother's pulse, and a gentle energy flowed from her fingers, moving through my mother's meridians to explore my condition. Since she was a saint, and my mother had agreed, I had no intention of resisting. I released my aura openly. It was the aura of the ancient saint body, a trace of spiritual energy from the heavenly realm that I had cultivated even in the womb. Suddenly, while examining, Miao Saint trembled, her finger shaking as if shocked, and withdrew her hand. Her flawless face froze in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief. What happened, Saint? Jiang Xixin, unsure of the situation, worried that the fetus might be in worse condition than expected. She quickly asked, "Is everything alright?" "I'm fine," Miao Saint replied. "Maybe I've been in seclusion for too long. Let me check again." She placed her hand back, and this time, she sensed a terrifying aura from the depths of the ancient wilderness, a kind of constitution that hadn't appeared in the ancient immortal realm for 100,000 years. It was a constitution that only existed in legends. Even with her saint-level cultivation, which was close to that of a saint king, she felt a hint of fear. That aura was coming from me, from the fetus within Jiang Xixin. Miao Saint couldn't believe it, even though she had sensed it. She doubted her own medical skills and decided to double-check. After a moment, she took a deep breath and slowly asked, "Are you sure your child is congenital and weak? Does he have ordinary bones?" "Yes," Jiang Xixin nodded uneasily. "When I was at the Luo family, their doctors diagnosed him like this. That's when the Luo family started pressuring me to abort the child. Those quack doctors have harmed many," Miao Saint replied. "If it weren't for me confirming it, your Jiang family would have lost an extraordinary genius." "What?" Jiang Xixin couldn't believe her ears. She had been told that her child was weak and had ordinary bones. The Luo family had been ashamed of it, so how could this child now be an extraordinary genius? I couldn't help but smile silently at the injustice done to me by the Luo family. The ancient saint body had only just been merged today. I didn't want to hide it. I wanted to make my mother happy and make everyone who cared about me proud. They had sacrificed without regret just to give me a chance to be born, so how could I let them down? More importantly, only by showing my absolute talent and crushing all obstacles with my saint body could I obtain the best resources for growth. And this beautiful Miao Saint in front of me was the best resource I could encounter right now. Seeing Jiang Xixin's disbelief, Miao Saint didn't want to keep the entire Jiang family in suspense, so she raised her hand. A spiritual crane opened its mouth and released a beautiful blue sword. "This is the Xiantian sword," Miao Saint said. "It can reveal the true nature of all things. It is one of my personal spiritual treasures. Since you can't tell how your child's bones are, I'll use this sword to reveal it. Everyone in the Jiang family, take a look." "Thank you, Saint," Jiang Xixin nodded in agreement. What could she say at this moment? She was filled with hidden excitement and joy. When a saint spoke, there was no joking involved. Jiang Xixin was curious about the kind of surprise this little one would bring her. She walked out of the side hall with Miao Saint. When the others outside saw the two of them, their expressions stiffened. Had everything been decided so quickly? Jiang Jianming, who was impatient by nature, immediately asked. They had expected a lengthy process to treat and diagnose the bones, but since it was done so quickly, the only explanation seemed to be that the grandson couldn't be saved, and even the saint couldn't help. Jiang Jianming was extremely anxious. The proud patriarch of a clan was so desperate that he nearly knelt down, begging the wise sage to think of another way, and Jiang Lisan and his wife were just as anxious and restless. But just when everyone wanted to gather around, the wise sage waved his hand, and a beam of precious light shot out, making the Xintian treasure mirror in the void become enormous, illuminating a vast sky. Don't overthink it, the fetus in her womb is not only unharmed but has extraordinary potential. If it truly is as I just explored, then I might just be fortunate enough to witness it. The wise sage's words left everyone puzzled. Wasn't it said that my grandson was lacking in innate talent? How could he suddenly become extraordinary? Jiang Jianming was bewildered. Dad, the sage wouldn't be joking with us, right? When he just assessed Ear's fire spirit pulse, he didn't make such exaggerated claims. You two, shut up. Jiang Wang heard his grandmother's scolding, and immediately the silence fell over his grandpa and his cheap uncle outside. It seems that after going out, he had to first please his grandmother. She was the real authority in charge. Jiang Wang thought to himself, suddenly feeling a beam of clear light shining down on him, and then many images appeared in the external Xintian treasure mirror. Everyone was nervously watching the treasure mirror. Although the wise sage said reassuring words, suddenly transforming from an inherently inadequate waste into a stunning genius, how could they dare to believe it? Even the wise sage himself, at this moment, was staring intently at the images in the treasure mirror, and after thousands of years of calm, ripples began to rise in his heart. Alright, since everyone wants to see, I'll simply reveal a bit. Jiang Wang thought to himself, then his whole being no longer concealed even a tiny bit of energy. A terrifying aura from the Chaos Era suddenly spread out from the reflection of the Xintian treasure mirror, and everyone changed their expressions when sensing this aura. Then, the images before their eyes began to change. Under the blood-dyed sky, ancient mountains stood for eternity, and a terrifying nine-headed demon dragon of the Heaven Emperor realm dragged a massive bronze coffin. That giant coffin was wrapped in countless thick chains, as if it contained a being capable of overturning the entire universe. Cloud seas surged, brilliant rays of light shone, and a mix of holy and chaotic energies intertwined, resembling the world in its primordial form. The Jiang clan members were all stunned. Such images, are they even able to reach? How grand, how terrifying. Let's not even mention anything else, just one finger from any one of those 9 demon dragons would be enough to crush the entire Jiang clan. And who could be the one in the bronze coffin? It couldn't be. The Jiang clan members gradually realized, their expressions overwhelmingly shocked. They looked at the images and couldn't help but turn back to look at the pregnant woman's belly. When the 9 dragons pulled the bronze giant coffin close to the foreground of the image, everyone finally saw clearly that there was indeed a figure faintly lying inside the coffin. It looked like a young boy, appearing youthful, but even just a hint of aura radiating from him was enough to make the 9-headed demon dragons bow in submission. It seemed like he breathed alongside the heavens and shared the same fate, a solitary peak in the ancient world, standing above all else. And looking a bit closer, everyone also discovered that this boy bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Xixin. It really is, the ancient holy body. The Jiang clan is going to produce a heaven emperor in the future. The wise sage's beautiful eyes sparkled, whispering in astonishment. When the Xintian treasure mirror had not shown any images, she had still harbored some doubts about her exploration results. But when the image of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin appeared, even if the master of the heavenly creation palace showed up, they would have to acknowledge that the so-called insufficient innate talent fetus of the Luo clan was a naturally gifted ancient holy body. In the Chaos Era, the most accomplished among the 9 sacred bodies. Even cultivating haphazardly would allow someone with such a monstrous physique to challenge an emperor. What? At that moment, Jiang Jianming heard the wise sage's words, his face filled with disbelief. My grandson is an ancient holy body? Saint, this can't be a joke. Is this really true? The people of the Jiang clan were extremely excited. They saw the wise saint smile and nod. Jiang Jianming's eyes were filled with tears, and he hugged his wife, crying. Heaven knows how much they had worried about their daughter, just so their unborn grandson could have a less tragic life. But now, they no longer had to worry. In fact, their grandson was a genius beyond compare. Great. Heaven bless my Jiang clan, the Luo clan drove my daughter away and didn't want my grandson, and now he's born with a holy body. Ha ha ha. From now on, when they cry, I can finally walk proudly as the uncle. Good child, really make your mother proud. Jiang Xixin's eyes were red as she gently patted Jiang Wang's back. And inside her womb, Jiang Wang could feel the joyful atmosphere of the entire Jiang clan. Of course, most of all, it was the respect for her and her son. Even her sharp-tongued sister-in-law, like Shanshan, came to her side, offering to wipe her tears with a handkerchief. My little sister has finally made it through, with the help of her son's power, making the Luo clan regret their actions. Hey, when my little nephew is born, make sure our ear looks after him, let him play with him. In the world of fantasy, power is the highest priority, and even between families, there are various emotions. Jiang Wang knew well that if she only had a slightly better physique, she would probably be envied and hated, as it's only natural for people to feel that way. But she had the holy body, an ancient holy body that only appears once every 10,000 years. When your talent is enough to make everyone look up to you, all you get are flattery and ingratiation. At this moment. A gentle and elegant voice suddenly called out to Jiang Xixin. Jiang girl. Everyone looked over as they saw that it was the wise saint speaking. What does the saint wish? I am not good with words, so I'll speak plainly. Have you considered having your child join my celestial creation palace? In the past, due to my lack of qualifications, I have never taken on a disciple, but now that my cultivation has reached a certain level, I wish to. When the wise saint spoke, the crowd was shocked into silence. Jiang Jianming and his wife looked at each other, both seeing the shock and excitement in each other's eyes. The disciples of the celestial creation palace's saint, what kind of prestige does that even need to be explained? Even imperial clan heirs would fight to the death for a single direct disciple spot. Earlier, their grandson Jiang Yi had a fire spirit body, but the wise saint had only said that he could join the celestial creation palace after he came of age. But now, what about Jiang Wang? The wise saint, a stunningly talented fairy, could not help but want to make an exception and take her in as a disciple, even reserving a spot for the first disciple while still in the womb. In the future, the entire Jiang clan would be able to boast of being under the protection of the celestial creation palace, with the saint's blessing. Such favor from the saint, Xixin is of course willing. My Jiang clan is naturally willing. Jiang Xixin said excitedly. Today's experience, to her, felt like a dream. The Luo clan had driven them out, her child's foundation was broken, and she had lost all hope, but in just one day, everything had turned upside down. Not only had her child become a direct disciple of the saint, but also a great holy body from ancient times, was she about to become the mother of the heavenly emperor in the future? Little one, you also wish to become the saint's first disciple, right? Jiang Xixin playfully patted her stomach. Jiang Wang had been observing the outside and didn't even react when suddenly, her mother had already sold her off to the beautiful aunt. Although the wise saint was indeed very kind, beautiful, and gentle, and didn't act above the Jiang clan, it was clear that she was still benefiting from this. In fact, the wise saint was quite fortunate. She was thankful that she had taken pity and, just a few days ago, visited the Medicine God Valley and came to the Jiang clan, otherwise, she might have missed such a terrifying genius. With a disciple with the ancient holy body, after 100 years, at the Celestial Palace competition, no one will dare say that my lineage is weak. The wise saint secretly had her own hidden thoughts in her heart. At this moment, a line of golden small words suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Wang's eyes, and the system task came again. At the age of 300, you finally broke through your inner demon and made the first difficult step in cultivation. But it will only bring suffering, and progress will be slow. Cultivation requires resources and background. This year, you fully realized this, so you decided to find a sect to join. Task: find a sect of 3rd rank or above to become a disciple. Reward: unknown martial arts technique. The stronger the sect master, the higher the quality of the martial arts. Chapter 5. Seeing this sudden system task, Jiang Wan was extremely excited in his heart. The highly skilled wise saint had already opened her mouth to accept him as a disciple. The Palace of Creation, being a top-level force, perfectly met the system's requirements, and getting the reward martial arts technique was already a done deal. Sure enough, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst in front of his eyes, like a shooting star across the sky, leaving a line of dazzling golden small words. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of finding a master. Special reward: super martial arts technique, heaven-devouring demon art. Heaven-devouring demon art. Just hearing the name alone made one imagine a grand scene of devouring heaven and earth, with demon power overwhelming the world. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel an unprecedented excitement and longing in his heart. He knew that this martial art was the key to reaching the supreme realm. Jiang Wang's character was always decisive. After obtaining this long-desired super martial art, he immediately threw himself wholeheartedly into the practice of the heaven-devouring demon art. As his thoughts moved, that profound and mysterious heaven-devouring demon art surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Each word, each sentence contained endless mysteries and power. He seemed to be in an immense and boundless universe, surrounded by brilliant stars, and he was the supreme strong person about to devour everything and achieve the supreme demon path. As a deep and ancient power slowly awakened within his small body, the heaven-devouring demon art, the super martial art, quietly began to operate unconsciously, as if it had been connected to his bloodline since ancient times. In an instant, the faint spiritual energy that had been dormant around him seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, wildly gathering, pouring into the small space around Jiang Wang. The surging spiritual power, when it touched Jiang Wang's abdomen, miraculously calmed its wildness, gently merging into the warm area, gradually forming a brilliant and dazzling vortex of spiritual energy. The vortex spun fast and steadily, emitting a soft and dazzling light, illuminating the entire great hall with a dreamlike glow. Watching this magnificent scene in front of him, Jiang Wang's mother, Jiang Xixin, was full of disbelief and shock in her eyes. Her hands trembled as she gently touched her abdomen, feeling the resonance from deep within her bloodline, her heart surging with indescribable excitement and pride. Her older brother, Jiang Lisan, and sister-in-law, Bai Qianqian, looked at each other with astonished expressions, both with disbelief in their eyes. "This is my nephew? Cultivating even before birth, how is this possible?" They couldn't imagine that an unborn baby could be so extraordinary, not only starting the cultivation journey ahead of time but also able to draw in the world's spiritual energy, forming such a magnificent vortex of spiritual power. And Jiang Wang's grandfather, Jiang Jianming, and grandmother, two elderly people who had weathered the storms of life, were now in tears. Those were tears of happiness and joy for the future, full of hope. They had often worried about their daughter Jiang Xixin's congenital deficiencies, fearing that this regret would pass on to the next generation. But this scene before them was undoubtedly the greatest comfort to them. At this very moment, all their worries and unease vanished, leaving only endless expectations and love for the soon-to-be-born little life. Even the wise saint, with profound cultivation, was stunned. A smile that was hard to hide appeared on the corner of her mouth. She never expected that her moment of kindness would unexpectedly uncover the innate ancient holy body, a legendary physique that was rarely seen in 100,000 years. At this moment, looking at the whirlpool of spiritual power in Jiang Xi's abdomen, the heart of the wonderful saint was filled with unprecedented confidence and hope. Her lineage was weak within the sect, and the emergence of Jiang Wang, this innate ancient holy body, undoubtedly brought a turning point for their lineage. Originally, she hoped that Jiang Wang could bring glory and respect to their lineage in the next sect competition. But now, it seemed that with Jiang Wang's astonishing cultivation speed, he might win glory for their lineage in the next sect competition in 7 or 8 years. The wonderful saint was eagerly looking forward to that day's arrival. To take a disciple, one must have a meeting gift. I will give this little one a treasure as a gift. In her joy, the wonderful saint decided to give Jiang Wang one of her life treasures as a meeting gift. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, a treasure glowing with an interweaving light of cold and heat, the Qiankuan cold fire hood slowly floated in the air. Then, the Qiankuan cold fire hood slowly entered Jiang Xi's abdomen without a sound, arriving in front of Jiang Wang. Faced with this sudden great gift, Jiang Wang took a deep breath, and his internal spiritual power surged like a rushing river, instantly wrapping the Qiankuan cold fire hood. Recognizing a master was usually troublesome, but with the pressure of the sky-eating devil art and the ancient holy body, it seemed that the treasure sensed Jiang Wang's sincerity and strength. The surface light gradually softened, finally transforming into a warm glow that gently merged into his body, easily completing the master recognition ceremony. At that moment, Jiang Wang seemed to establish a bloodline connection with the Qiankuan cold fire hood, and his power experienced a qualitative leap as a result. Seeing Jiang Wang complete the master recognition ceremony of the life treasure so easily, Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with pride and comfort. Her hands were tightly clasped, and her eyes slightly reddened, as if she were overwhelmed with excitement for her son's achievement before he was even born. Jiang Wang's grandparents, uncle, and aunt were all astonished and amazed, having never seen such a heart-shocking scene, nor had they ever thought that their descendant could gain such great fortune. Originally intending to help Jiang Wang merge with the treasure, the wonderful saint was pleasantly surprised after witnessing everything, feeling extremely happy. She smiled and said, "To protect Jiang Wang's safety, I will wait here for a month. After I leave, I will leave my mount, the spirit crane, to continue protecting Jiang Wang. When Jiang Wang grows up, I will personally come to guide him into our sect and lead him to explore the vast world of cultivation." With the wonderful saint's words, Jiang Wang was destined for an extraordinary future. Not to mention far into the future, even the spirit crane's true form has the cultivation level of an immortal emperor, almost on par with the ancestor of the Jiang family. As Jiang Wang brought a series of surprises to his entire family and the wonderful saint, morning had already arrived. Just then, a boisterous shout shattered the morning tranquility. A group of strangers dressed in luxurious armor and exuding a fierce aura suddenly burst into the main hall, their figures like dark clouds blocking the sun, instantly enveloping the entire Jiang family. Once these uninvited guests broke into the Jiang family, they shouted loudly, "We are from the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, and those who can speak for the Jiang family, come out quickly." Upon hearing the familiar words, Great Xia Divine Dynasty, Jiang Xi's expression changed instantly. Because Jiang Wang was born earlier than the children of the official wife of the Luo family, Jiang Wang unconsciously became the eldest son of Luo Zhantian. Although he was a branch, he was indeed the eldest son of the entire Luo clan's generation. Decades ago, the leader of the Luo tribe made a marriage agreement between the eldest son of the Luo tribe and the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. With the birth of Jiang Wang, this marriage naturally belongs to Jiang Wang. Jiang Xi had a premonition in her heart. Since the people of the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty came to the Zhang family at this time, it must be because they learned about the news of her and her son's disownment from the Luo family. Only then did they come in a hurry to annul the marriage. Chapter 6. The group of people wearing luxurious armor stormed into the Great Hall, then split into two rows standing in the middle of the hall. Each face solemn, their aura powerful, a faint killing intent spread throughout the hall. The armor they wore had mysterious runes faintly glowing, looking incredibly luxurious and sturdy. The mysterious saint sat high above, her eyes as clear as autumn water, showing no ripples of emotion. However, the faces of the Zhang family members in the hall were far from good. Zhang Jianming suppressed his anger and smiled apologetically at the mysterious saint. "I apologize for making you laugh, mysterious saint. Please take a rest in the back hall, I need to handle some private matters of my clan." "All right." The mysterious saint nodded without hesitation, then stood up to leave. Although she was Zhang Wan's master, she did not want to interfere too much in the Zhang family's trivial matters. After the mysterious saint left, Zhang Jianming's face darkened completely. "You stormed into my Zhang family's great hall, what is the meaning of this? Are you Zhang Jianming, the current head of the Zhang family?" A rough voice came from outside the hall, and a tall, burly figure clad in black armor slowly approached from outside the hall. Once he entered the hall, everyone could clearly see his appearance. This man was tall and strong, with a rough face and a twisted, hideous scar across his face. This scar almost split his face in half, making people feel a chill in their hearts. "I am General Wu Qi of the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty, here to inform you, Zhang clan, that the marriage agreement we had is no longer valid." Although she was prepared, when Zhang Xi heard this in person, a flicker of dimness crossed her eyes, but it was soon replaced by relief. Because they only knew they had been kicked out of the Luo clan, but they did not know that their child was born with an ancient sacred body and had already become a disciple of the Saint of Creation Immortal Palace. Even so, to publicly annul the engagement, and with Wu Qi giving no face to the Zhang family, inevitably made the faces of the Zhang family members uncomfortable. Zhang Jianming was furious, his spiritual energy began to stir, and a pressure started to spread out. "It was your Great Xiao Divine Dynasty that proactively sought marriage back then, and now you come to annul it. This is too dismissive of my Zhang clan." "Humph." Feeling the pressure radiating from Zhang Jianming, Wu Qi snorted coldly and took a step forward. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, and a pressure no less than Zhang Jianming's emanated from Wu Qi, directly countering the former's pressure. "Zhang clan head, do not be ungrateful. My Great Xiao Divine Dynasty arranged a marriage with the legitimate son of the Luo clan. Now your good daughter has been kicked out by the Luo clan, so the child in her womb is naturally no longer the legitimate son of the Luo clan. Do you think your insignificant Zhang family is worthy of an alliance with my Great Xiao Divine Dynasty? Impudent! What great audacity!" Hearing Wu Qi's unabashed mockery, the Zhang family members in the Great Hall instantly erupted in rage. Even if their Zhang family was not as powerful as the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty or the Luo clan, they could not allow anyone to treat them with such disdain. In an instant, everyone's teeth gritted, their eyes glaring at Wu Qi in the hall. Zhang Li's face turned ashen, pointing at Wu Qi and saying, "It was your Great Xiao Divine Dynasty's prince who proposed marriage to our Zhang clan back then, even if we are to annul the engagement. Let that prince come too." Hearing Zhang Lisan's words, Wu Qi's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Back then, our royal prince came for the legitimate son of the Luo family, but now, well, there's no need to mention unrealistic things." After saying this, Wu Qi turned his gaze to Zhang Jianming. "Please, Zhang family head, give a nod. It will help me to report back and avoid making it look bad." Now, everything happening in the Grand Hall was seen by Zhang Wang. I have learned about another minor power." At this moment, Zhang Wan was still in his mother's womb, unable to know about the events and power distributions in the world. Currently known minor sects or families included the Luo family. Just now, another was added, the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty. In fact, it was not that the Zhang family had to cling to the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty. Although the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty was far stronger than the Zhang family, they were only on par with the Luo family at most. They weren't so shameless as to cling to them without reason. But ultimately, this matter was not merely about a broken engagement, it was about the face of a large family. Originally, Zhang Xixing being kicked out had already made many people laugh. Now, with the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty coming to annul the engagement, where would the Zhang family's face go? Wouldn't that make them the laughing stock? Seeing that Zhang Jianming remained silent, Wu Qi frowned again. "I advise everyone to maintain some dignity. With the strength of our dynasty, why should we inform you, a small family of no consequence? Today I can set foot in your Zhang family because of our kind emperor. Otherwise, you would just be waiting outside the Golden Hall to receive an edict. Are you trying to say there's no one in the Zhang family? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. What Great Xiao Divine Dynasty, if you want to cancel the engagement, just do it. The Zhang family doesn't care. Throw him out." Wu Qi's words were like a powder keg, igniting the emotions of the Zhang family members in the hall. Several hot-tempered elders directly began to curse. Wu Qi laughed heartily, folding his arms, and continued with interest. Yes, this is how it should be. This is good for both our families. Although our princess has not yet been born, with our emperor's noble bloodline, it ensures that our little princess will be extraordinary. Don't let your Zhang family's common-born son misunderstand. As soon as Wu Qi finished speaking, the spiritual energy in the grand hall suddenly became chaotic. Zhang Jianming's eyes darkened, his robes stirred without wind. With a fierce glare, he spoke to Wu Qi. If you dare to speak rudely in my Zhang family and slander my grandson, I will activate the family protection array to kill you. Even if my Zhang family gets hurt, we will still tear a piece of flesh from the great Xia dynasty. You're doing well, aren't you? Zhang Jianming glanced at the speaker, took a deep breath, and then spoke indifferently. Li Mixiang, now that my Zhang family has lost the support of the Luo family, are you here to break off the engagement? Oh, Zhang clan leader, what are you saying? How could I, Li Mixiang, be someone who clings to power and wealth? Li Mixiang paused for a moment, then continued. However, the purpose of my visit today is indeed to call off the engagement. As for the reason, Li Mixiang put on a troubled expression. After much thought, I fear that with my little girl's limited talent, she may never reach the blood transformation realm. She truly isn't worthy of your son. So, let's just end the marriage alliance here. Pa! Before Li Mixiang could finish, Zhang Wang's aunt, Bai Qianqian, could no longer hold back. To claim she couldn't reach the blood transformation realm, how absurd. How many people in the ancient immortal domain can easily attain blood transformation? And she's just a young girl. The Li family is really so lazy, they can't even come up with a decent excuse. She pointed at Li Mixiang and shouted angrily. You're only looking down on our Zhang family now that we've lost the Luo family connection. Forget the Luo family, just look at my son, Zhang Yi. How could he not be worthy of your daughter? It's clear that your Li family has a wolf's heart and dog's lungs, shameless. Bai Qianqian's scolding was merciless, and it immediately made the faces of the Li family members darken. Li Mixiang's smile completely disappeared at this moment, and he sneered coldly. If this were in the past, I might have been somewhat wary of your Zhang family. But now? Li Mixiang sneered again, suddenly his eyes turned cold, and his foot stumped the ground as his body turned into a streak of light, charging it Bai Qianqian. Now, do you still think you're from the Luo family? Zhang Jianming, let me give your Zhang family a little lesson. Qianqian. Sister-in-law. Zhang Xixin and the Zhang family members present were all shocked. Li Mixiang's strength was on par with Zhang Jianming's, and Bai Qianqian would certainly not be able to withstand his attack. And Li Mixiang's strike was ruthless, with no intention of holding back. Li Mixiang, are you declaring war on my Zhang family? Clang. With Zhang Jianming's cold voice ringing out, a sharp sound of a sword hum echoed through the hall. A sword beam several meters long appeared out of thin air, carrying fierce winds as it attacked Li Mixiang. The sword beam was incredibly sharp, and wherever it passed, even the void seemed to be slightly torn. If Li Mixiang didn't stop now, this sword beam would likely chop off his head in an instant. Li Mixiang frowned, suddenly turned around, and slapped his palm towards the fierce sword beam. Boom! The violent surge of spiritual power spread out, knocking over all the ornaments in the hall. Zhang Jianming slowly withdrew his sword finger and sternly shouted. Zhang family, prepare for battle. Activate the family defense formation. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will be crushed. Yes. With Zhang Jianming's command, the elders of the Zhang family in the hall responded immediately. Each of them took out a sword seal from their robes. The sword seals were thrown into the air, and beams of light shot out from them, intertwining with each other. In an instant, the entire Zhang family was enveloped by a huge light curtain. A bird flying in the sky didn't manage to dodge and slammed straight into the light curtain. In an instant, the previously calm light curtain surged with killing intent. The bird was immediately hit by countless sword beams and was instantly shredded into a mist of blood. Li Mixiang saw the Zhang family members in the hall, each exuding a murderous aura. He couldn't help but smile slightly at Zhang Jianming and then laughed. Why so serious? I haven't seen Brother Jianming in a long time, and I was just itching to exchange a few moves with him. Did you enjoy it? If not, I can spar with you for a few more rounds. I enjoyed it, I really did. Li Mixiang waved his hand, then returned to the Li family's group. Wu Qi looked at the scene with a cold smile, not saying a word, just feeling very gleeful about the Zhang family's current predicament. He actually hoped to see more people come to have the Zhang clan break off the engagement. There was no other reason, this was also his first visit to the Zhang clan. It was just that Zhang Jianming's threat earlier had left him quite unhappy. Zhang Xixin hurried to the pale-faced Bai Qianqian, checking her up and down, and after confirming she was not injured, he felt a bit relieved. Once she came to her senses, Bai Qianqian glared at Li Nitian and seemed to want to say something. But she was stopped by Jiang Lisan, who grabbed her arm. Jiang Xixin pursed her lips and pondered for a moment before asking Bai Qianqian. "Sister-in-law, how about we just agree to their request?" Bai Qianqian snorted coldly, biting her teeth as she looked toward the Li clan's direction and said, "It's fine for the Great Summer Divine Dynasty to break off the engagement, but the Li clan has already accepted my family's betrothal gifts, and now they come empty-handed. How can it be so easy to retreat?" Jiang Lisan silently nodded and then explained something to Jiang Xixin. It turned out that Jiang Xixin was raised in the Luo clan. She did not know the relationship between the Li clan and the Jiang clan. Since Jiang Xixin married into the Luo clan, the entire Jiang clan also benefited from it. Many prominent families came to propose marriages, hoping to establish connections with the Jiang clan for their own benefit. The Li clan was one of them. The overall strength of the Li clan was indeed quite inferior to the Jiang clan, but since they had already formed a marital alliance, the Jiang clan had given them substantial support out of goodwill. They had provided the Li clan with plenty of resources, including rare items like spirit treasures and martial arts techniques. Over the years, the Li clan had rapidly developed thanks to the resources given by the Jiang clan, which was why they could reach an equal standing with the Jiang clan. Having taken advantages and accepted the betrothal gifts, now they want to break off the engagement? It's simply shameless. Bai Qianqian spat again at the group from the Li clan, glaring at them. However, the people of the Li clan chose to ignore it, as if those insults were not aimed at them at all. A woman beside Li Nitian suddenly spoke to him in a low voice. Looking at their armor, they should be from the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Nitian finally took notice. Seeing that the people from the Great Summer Divine Dynasty had come to the Jiang family to break off the engagement, Li Nitian became even more certain that this was the right choice. After a long silence, Wu Qi chuckled and stepped forward to speak to Jiang Jianming. "Jiang family head, what is your intention with this action? Since the Luo clan has no more ties, why continue to act strong? Why be so undignified?" Hearing Wu Qi's unabashed mockery, the people of the Jiang family felt immense anger and humiliation. Even Jiang Lisan at this moment clenched her fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Compared to the anger and humiliation of the Jiang family, Jiang Jianming's expression had already calmed down as he looked at Wu Qi. "I have no objections to my grandson breaking off the engagement with your Great Summer Divine Dynasty princess." After saying this, he turned to Jiang Xixin. "Xixin, what do you think?" "I have no objections." Jiang Xixin did not want to entangle too much with the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, she only hoped for her child to be safe and happy. She would definitely nod in agreement to breaking off the engagement. Hearing that the Jiang family finally agreed to the breakoff, Wu Qi laughed heartily. "That's right, this is the dignified way to do it. With this, I can report back as well." Even after achieving his goal, Wu Qi did not leave, instead, he stood by as if it was only natural. It seemed he still wanted to watch a good show. Jiang Jianming ignored Wu Qi and turned to Li Nitian. "As for Jiang Yi's marriage, our Jiang clan can also agree to break the engagement." "That's wonderful. They say the Jiang family head." Li Nitian, seeing Jiang Jianming relent, was instantly overjoyed and was just about to offer some compliments. But he was interrupted by Jiang Jianming's voice. "However, the betrothal gifts for my grandson Jiang Yi must be returned in full by your Li clan. The resources that were given to your Li clan can be considered as having been fed to the dogs by my Jiang clan." Upon hearing Jiang Jianming demand the return of the betrothal gifts, the smile on Li Nitian's face gradually faded. The betrothal gifts must indeed be returned, but as you know, the Jiang clan master, my Li clan is currently in a critical period of recovery, and we have many places needing funds. Those betrothal gifts have already been used up. I really want to vomit. Jiang Wan, who had been watching the situation outside, could no longer hold back. Everything that the Li clan had done made him feel sick. Especially this scoundrel named Li Nitian, who truly faced no shame under heaven. If it weren't for the timing not being right, Jiang Wang would have dearly liked to slap him to death. It seems that the Li clan is also not good people. After all, what kind of good family would have Li Nitian as their clan leader? In Jiang Wang's heart, he had already categorized the Li clan, the Luo clan, and the Great Xia Divine Dynasty together. Watching Li Nitian casually say these words, the Jiang clan's members felt a deep hatred gnawing at their teeth. Jiang Jianming snorted coldly, seemingly already knowing that the latter would not return the betrothal gifts so easily. "So, you mean to play the rogue?" Jiang Jianming sat calmly at the top, his expression indifferent. But his right hand had already extended, and his two fingers were forming a sword gesture at that moment. Faintly, the clear sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed through the great hall. Li Nitian also noticed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the hall. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to gather his spiritual power. Waking up to find someone spreading chaos in my Jiang family. At that moment, just as the atmosphere in the great hall became tense, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the void. The space twisted, and a stooped old man wearing gray linen emerged from the void. With the appearance of the old man, the spiritual energy in the entire great hall seemed to be suppressed. Ah, it's the ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. Upon seeing the old man in gray, the Jiang clan members revealed expressions of surprise. Including Jiang Jianming, members of the Jiang family all knelt down in worship. This gray-clothed old man was indeed the Jiang clan's ancestor, Jiang Tao. Just as Jiang Xixin was about to kneel, a gentle breeze lifted her back up. Jiang Tao's murky eyes looked at Jiang Xixin, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of her. Since you are already pregnant, there's no need for these tedious rituals. Saying this, Jiang Tao's gaze turned to Jiang Xixin's rounded belly, a hint of tenderness appearing in his eyes. Ha ha, little one, I'm really looking forward to meeting you. He is the Jiang clan's ancestor? He must be several hundred years old. Jiang Wang curiously observed the Jiang family's ancestor in front of him. From Jiang Wang's perception, the ancestor had not yet broken through to the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Even after many years of closed-door training, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. After looking at Jiang Xixin for a while, Jiang Tao slowly walked to the front of the Jiang family members. Ancestor, you have exited seclusion? Jiang Jianming hurried forward, eager to support Jiang Tao. Get away, you little brat, you really are worthless, allowing people to barge into our home, even shitting on our backs, and you still have the face to address me as ancestor? Jiang Tao's face changed when facing Jiang Jianming, his anger causing him to huff and puff. The latter, after all, was now the clan leader, and in the face of Jiang Tao's reprimand, he showed a look of embarrassment. Step back and stand behind. Jiang Tao snorted coldly, then waved his hand. He then turned to the members of the Li clan and spoke. You little brats dare to act wildly here, no use saying anything else, tell that old ghostly, the old man who refuses to die, to bring our Jiang clan's betrothal gifts and come to demand people. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tao directly extended his dry, withered hand and reached towards Li Nitian. At the same time, the overwhelming pressure of the fivefold celestial emperor instantly spread out, rendering the latter unable to move at all. The ancestor is mighty. Jiang Wang praised the fierce and few-spoken ancestor. Looking at the hand descending towards him, Li Nitian's face was very ugly, but he did not show any signs of panic or fear. He forcefully endured the pressure and shouted loudly. Elder Xin Ming, why don't you make your move? Ah, old ghost Jiang, at such an old age, your temper is still so fiery. Let's have the two of us accompany you for some practice. Space twisted and squirmed, two dry arms directly reached out from the cracks in space, colliding against Jiang Tao's hand. Bang! The low sound of the collision echoed, and the violent spiritual energy shattered all the doors and windows within the main hall. Humph, hiding little mice, come out. After the failed strike, Jiang Tao coldly snorted, his fingers extending out with sword light swirling around, accompanied by the crisp sound of sword chants. A beam of intent-laden sword light shot from his fingers into the crack in space. Bang! A dull crashing sound rang out again, accompanied by a muffled groan. Hee hee, old ghost Jiang, your sword technique is indeed well deserved of its fame. As the voice fell, two old men in light blue robes emerged from the crack in the void. The two looked like they were carved from the same mold, both with white hair and beard, hooked noses, triangular eyes, filled with a sinister glint, their mouths curling into a wicked smile. So it's you two old ghosts. Seeing these two people, Jiang Tao coldly snorted and revealed their identities. I forgot to introduce you all, the two elders Xin Ming are already guest elders of my Li family. Li Nitian laughed loudly upon seeing the two appear, filled with pride. Chapter 9. Xin Tian and Ming Tian, also known as the Xin Ming Two Elders. Both are of the strength of fourfold celestial emperors, and being biological brothers, they cooperate with unparalleled tacit understanding, making them extremely difficult to deal with. They have always been doing the dirty business of taking people's money to remove their troubles, but it is said they were once suppressed by an incredible figure early on, and have since been wandering everywhere. Their reputation is notorious and stinks to high heaven. Hee hee, actually being able to invite the Xin Ming Two Elders as guest elders, I have to thank your Jiang family's gifts. Seeing Li Nitian's proud face, even the usually gentle Jiang Lisan could no longer hold back and stepped forward, cursing at him. Indeed, you scoundrel, accepting my Jiang family's gifts to invite these two people to back your Li family, it's simply a rat and a snake, colluding together. Humph, who gave you the right to speak? Before Li Nitian could refute, the gaze of the Xin Ming Two Elders instantly locked onto Jiang Lisan. At the same time, the Celestial Emperor's pressure was completely unleashed without reservation. Jiang Lisan suddenly felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. With a painful expression, his teeth clenched, making creaking sounds, and his legs trembled continually. This Celestial Emperor's pressure was something he simply could not bear. It was clear that the Xin Ming Two Elders wanted Jiang Lisan to kneel down directly. You two really think I, an old man, am heir? Jiang Tao's expression instantly turned cold, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Stepping out, his entire aura transformed instantly. if earlier Jiang Tao seemed like a withered old man. At this moment, Jiang Tao was like a long-sealed treasure sword unsheathed. The spiritual energy around him was sharp as sword blades, even the void vaguely showed signs of being cut open. But at that moment, an inexplicable and unfamiliar wave of spiritual energy appeared in the main hall. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone. In the center of the main hall, the void shattered, and a pitch-black, deep vortex appeared from within. Rather than a black whirlpool, it is more accurate to say it is a slowly rotating black hole. The black hole spins slowly, emitting a devouring power that can even swallow the turbulence of space. This black hole seems capable of devouring light itself. Indeed, this black hole is the work of Zhang Wang. You like to bully others, huh? Don't forget, there's still me. Zhang Wang formed seals with his hands in his belly, and his eyes turned an extremely pure black. Swallow. As Zhang Wang changed his hand seals, the black hole in the hall began to spin faster. In an instant, everyone felt the loss of spiritual energy in this land begin to accelerate rapidly. The pressure released by the two old men of Xianying was directly absorbed by the strange black hole. For a moment, it was so quiet that even a needle drop could be heard. Everyone present was filled with shock. Even Jiang Tao squinted, looking confused at the strange black hole. Among all, only Jiang Xixin understood what was happening. Because she had already felt the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth starting to fill her veins. Child. Jiang Xixin gently touched her belly, feeling immense shock. Let's act together. The two old men of Xianying exchanged glances, and then instantly reversed their spiritual energy. The power of the fourth level of the immortal emperor burst forth completely. They slapped their hands towards the strange black hole. But before their palms could land on the black hole, a treasure gleaming with radiant dual colors appeared out of thin air. Its brilliance flowed, slightly tilting in the face of the fierce gale of their palm strikes. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura burst forth from that treasure. A light blue glow blossomed, forming a spiritual energy torrent that rushed down towards the two men. Not good, this thing is strange. The fierce, domineering wind of their palm strikes was instantly swept away by the icy torrent. Though the torrent was weakened, what remained still poured down towards the two men. The people in the hall felt the temperature drop sharply, causing them to shiver involuntarily. The Jiang family members, upon seeing this spiritual treasure, already knew who was making a move. They couldn't help but feel immense shock. My big nephew can't possibly be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, right? Even before he is born, he knows how to beat up bad guys. The two old men of Xianying were in utter dismay, caught off guard by the cold fire cover. This icy aura was so tyrannical it could even freeze spiritual power. They had to use more spiritual power to counter it. Who dares to come out? Hiding like a coward is no skill. Shen Tian gritted his teeth and yelled into the void, seemingly trying to provoke the so-called hidden person. Jiang Tao let out a sarcastic cold snort at this. Zhang Wang couldn't help but chuckle. These two old fools, aren't they talking about themselves? Just as Zhang Wang was about to urge the spiritual treasure again for a fiery treatment, a voice, as clear and pleasant as the ringing of silver bells, echoed in the hall. This spiritual treasure belongs to me. Is there a problem? As this voice fell, a person in snow-white robes, with a noble and cold demeanor, appeared in the hall like a celestial being. The celestial being lightly raised her lotus-like arm, her fair and delicate fingers gently beckoning. The previously imposing cold fire cover instantly flew to her side, circling around her like a child called by its mother. The two old men of Xianying squinted their eyes, realizing they couldn't see through this celestial-like beauty. They were no fools, even though the celestial being was extremely alluring, her strength was something they couldn't gauge, so they dared not speak carelessly. Shen Tian pondered for a moment, just about to speak, but saw the celestial being gently wave her hand, her red lips slightly parting. Today, I am a guest at the Zhang clan and do not wish to shed blood here. You all will return the wedding gifts to the Zhang clan, and this matter will be over. The voice of the Miao sage was calm and light, but the undeniable authority it contained instilled fear in everyone. The two old men of Shenming furrowed their brows. Your Excellency is being too put. Before Ming Tian could finish his words, the Miao sage pointed a jade finger. The former's body instantly flew back, like a kite with a broken string, spewing blood wildly. Silence, a deadly silence. The Miao sage's single finger obliterated all voices of doubt. Shen Tian was startled and hurriedly apologized to the Miao sage, then fled into the void with the now unconscious Ming Tian. Can the wedding gifts be returned now? The Miao sage did not pay attention to the fleeing Xianming elders, but cast a cold gaze at Li Nitian. The latter nearly wet his pants under that gaze. Who dared to say no now? In a panic, he took out a bag and presented it with both hands to the Miao sage. Hey, here's the money. Jiang Wang activated his spiritual power the moment the bag appeared, sending it into Jiang Jianming's hands. Jiang Tao snorted coldly. Why haven't you rolled out yet? Alright, we will leave now. Chapter 10. Watching the Li clan's people leave in embarrassment, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The appearance of the Miao Sage was a dimensional crushing defeat for the people of the Li clan. As for Wu Qi at this moment, since the Miao Sage appeared, he had put away his smile. What a joke, such terrifying strength. If he took off his armor now, one could see his back soaked with cold sweat. When he noticed that the Miao Sage's gaze turned towards him, he immediately greeted her respectfully. Great Xia Divine Dynasty, General Wu Qi, pays respects to the sage. The Miao Sage's beautiful eyes were like a calm ancient well, still maintaining that cold demeanor. Miao Sage, your arrival at the Jiang family is a great fortune for us. I feel ashamed to trouble you, an old man. Jiang Tao spoke boldly to the Miao Sage. It's nothing, after all, I am a guest at the Jiang family, it's a small effort. A rare smile appeared on the Miao Sage's cold and beautiful face, captivating like a transcendent being from a painting. As for Wu Qi, he first got defeated by the Jiang clan today, then saw the Miao Sage's attitude towards them, and his heart couldn't help but pound. What a joke, no matter how arrogant he was, with the sage present, even if he practiced for a few more hundred years, he wouldn't dare to act up. So, feeling apprehensive, he cupped his hands to the Miao Sage and reluctantly took his leave with his people. Farewell. He now felt a wave of afterthought. Thinking about it, his actions today were like lighting a lantern in a latrine looking for shit. Once Wu Qi and the people of the Li clan left, the people of the Jiang clan inside the hall finally let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Jiang Wang and the Miao Sage today, the Jiang clan would have truly been nailed to the pillar of shame. Jiang Tao's somewhat murky eyes glanced at Jiang Xixin, then turned to the Miao Sage. Miao Sage, today's matter, we owe it to you for saving us. It's nothing, since I have accepted Jiang Wang as my disciple, your Jiang family's matters are somewhat related to me. With these words from the Miao Sage, the eyes of all the Jiang family members brightened. The weight of the Miao Sage's words was extraordinary. Although they were driven out by the Luo clan, with Jiang Wang, the Jiang clan gained another Miao Sage as their support. And the Miao Sage was backed not only by Yaoshan Valley, but also by the Creation Immortal Palace, which, even in the ancient immortal realms, stands at the top of the pyramid. How many clans yearn and seek this but cannot obtain it? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy, so he waved his hand to the Jiang family. You all can leave now, I have something to discuss with the Miao Sage. Yes. After everyone left, Jiang Tao finally bowed and asked the Master Miaoshan. May I ask, Master Miaoshan, what kind of physique does that little fellow have, and how is he able to control spiritual treasures while still in the womb? Hearing Jiang Tao's question, Master Miaoshan furrowed his brows slightly. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke up. Your Jiang family is truly blessed, that little fellow has the ancient sacred body. What? Even an old monster like Jiang Tao was startled, his pupils shaking when he heard the 4 words ancient sacred body. His face was filled with shock and joy. Incredibly, he confirmed with Master Miaoshan. Is it the legendary sacred body that can? That's right, the ancient sacred body. Once the sacred body is perfected, it can challenge ancient emperors. Master Miaoshan paused for a moment and then spoke again slowly. As for why it can control spiritual treasures in the womb, I am not certain. The last known appearance of the ancient sacred body was hundreds of thousands of years ago. It could also be due to the unique power of the ancient sacred body. Moreover, not only that, but that little fellow is still cultivating. I can sense that his aura is becoming increasingly strong. I truly wonder how powerful he will be when he comes into the world. After Master Miaoshan finished speaking, Jiang Tao's old, wrinkled face was filled with pride and joy. Wonderful! My Jiang family has given birth to a prodigy. On the other side, Jiang Xixin was helped back to her room by Bai Qianqian and Zhang Lisan. Bai Qianqian wore a joyful expression, her tone also full of undeniable pride. My dear nephew is so extraordinary, it looks like our Jiang family is bound to rise. Hearing Bai Qianqian's words, Jiang Xixin couldn't help but feel content inside. She reached out to touch her belly, marveling at how capable her child was today. Zhang Lisan also nodded with a smile. Yes, Zhang Yi is lucky to have such a younger brother. Indeed, that ancient Luo clan really can't recognize greatness, they'll regret it later. Listening to all this from inside the womb, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel emotional. This world truly respects strength. The beautiful ant just made a slight move, and that's already their limit. Jiang Wang made up his mind to work even harder. Not only to win from the starting line, but also to win while still in the womb. Determined, Jiang Wang formed hand seals. He began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and his originally strong aura grew even more powerful at this moment. The next day, in the morning, Jiang Xixin arrived at the back mountain courtyard where Jiang Tao often secluded himself. Jiang Tao stepped out of the void, looking at Jiang Xixin with a kind smile. I've paid my respects to the ancestor. Ha, no need for that. Jiang Tao waved his hand with a smile and then motioned for Jiang Xixin to sit down. I've already heard from Master Miaoshan that this little fellow is the ancient sacred body. Although I've never seen this sacred body, I've learned some things from Master Miaoshan in ancient books. This sacred body is incredibly strong, but the resources it requires are immense. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xixin's expression couldn't help but show a hint of gloom. Perhaps my granddaughter can go to the Luo clan. No way. As soon as the Luo clan was mentioned, Jiang Tao immediately felt angry, standing up from his chair and cursing. This child has no ties to the Luo clan anymore. Who told them to be so heartless? Jiang Tao paused, then his tone softened a little as he comforted Jiang Xixin. Don't worry, I've made up my mind. Once this little fellow is born, I will give all my resources to him. This absolutely won't do. Jiang Tao smiled and waved his hand, indicating Jiang Xixin to stay calm, then spoke seriously. I know my own situation better than anyone. Breaking through to the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor is no longer possible. Since that's the case, why should I block the way for others without contributing? So, no need for further discussion, I've already decided. Moreover, this child is the future of my Jiang family, he deserves this. Jiang Xixin opened her mouth, her heart full of touching words, but in the end, it turned into just one sentence. I thank the ancestor on behalf of Wanger. In the belly, Jiang Wang also opened his eyes, fully aware of what was happening outside. He too felt the love from Jiang Tao. Chapter 11. At this moment, the familiar small letters of the system began to appear in front of Jiang Wang. Even though you were born with deficiencies, your Jiang family ancestor still cares for you greatly, showing no bias and patiently guiding you. After being bullied, he would even stand up for you. Now, your Jiang family ancestor has little time left. You decide to work hard for a month to make your ancestor feel comforted. Mission: work hard for 1 month to shock the ancestor. Reward: fusion of Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone. Jiang Wan looked at the reward for this mission, almost drooling. He understood very well what Supreme Bone meant. Jiang Wan didn't dare to think any further. He couldn't imagine how strong he would be after fusing with Supreme Bone. If in 300 years, with his garbage constitution, even practicing for a month would hardly astonish the ancestor, let alone a year. But for now, practicing for a month to shock the ancestor was very simple. Without delay, Jiang Wang withdrew his consciousness, forming hand seals to begin practicing. At the same time, he activated the Swallowing Sky Demon skill to accelerate his training. Currently, Jiang Wang was already at the 3rd level of the Transformation God Realm, and he completely concealed his aura, preparing for a breathtaking breakthrough in a month. In this way, the entire Jiang clan, without anyone noticing, began to look forward to an event. That is, everyone was eagerly anticipating the birth of the Jiang family's Qilin child. Inside the main hall of the Jiang family, Jiang Tao sat at the top, with Jiang Jianming and other clan elders below him. From now on, I, the old man, will no longer be in seclusion and will personally guard the Jiang clan. While sipping spiritual tea, Jiang Tao casually spoke to the crowd. Hearing this, Jiang Jianming frowned, his tone filled with concern. Ancestor, you are at a critical period of breaking through to the 6th heaven, why not? Why not what? How can I trust the Jiang clan to you rotten garlic heads enough to stay in seclusion? Back then, I thought you worked hard enough, but who knew all these years later, you still have such little strength? Can you do it? Jiang Tao scolded Jiang Jianming harshly. The latter immediately blushed, even though he was now the clan leader and a grandfather. In front of Jiang Tao, he was still considered a junior. Seeing Jiang Jianming's ashamed expression, Jiang Tao gave a cold snort. Then he shared the decision made yesterday with everyone. But this time, no one spoke out against it. Because everyone in the hall were core figures of the Jiang clan. They understood the extraordinary potential of Jiang Wang, and under pressure from the ancestor Jiang Tao, no one dared to voice their objections. In the hall, Jiang Tao also asked Jiang Jianming and Jiang Lisin to take good care of Jiang Xixin. Once everything was announced, Jiang Tao took a sip of spiritual tea and spoke to everyone. Don't think I am biased, to say something unpleasant, our entire Jiang clan, including this old bone of mine, cannot compare to that little guy. What more do I need to say about the current Jiang clan? Even the filthy lot of the Li clan dares to spit on our heads, don't you feel ashamed? The current efforts all have meaning, the little guy's future will shine brilliantly. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, their whole family rises. He is the future of our Jiang clan. Jiang Tao's words were profound and filled with truth. Once he finished speaking, everyone in the main hall of the Jiang family stood up together. They bowed to Jiang Tao with cupped hands. Ancestor is wise. A month later, Jiang Xixin had now moved to a quiet, beautiful courtyard. In order to better nurture the fetus. Inside the separate residence, Jiang Xixin sat in front of the mirror, while behind her, Xiaolan was happily dressing her up. Xiaolan, there's no need for all this trouble. I am in this separate residence, not stepping out of the door, so there's no need to make it so exquisite. That won't do. Miss, you are now the hero of the entire Jiang family. Xiaolan benefits from you and must make you look beautiful. Jiang Xixin smiled and nodded. She looked at her gradually growing belly, her face filled with affection. Actually, I want my child to grow up happily and live a full life. The higher the status, the more tiring it becomes. At that moment, Jiang Xixin suddenly froze. Because she suddenly felt a wave of heat coming from her abdomen. That was a sign of an enormous amount of spiritual energy flowing into her meridians. What's wrong, miss? Seeing Jiang Xixin's expression, Xiaolan was confused and thought something was wrong, her face paling. In an instant, the space rippled, and a figure in white, resembling a fallen celestial being, appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, the space twisted, and the anxious Jiang Tao stepped out from the crack in space. What happened? Both Jiang Tao and the celestial being had been closely monitoring the separate residence, fearing that something might happen to the gem of their clan or their disciple. At the same time, Jiang Wang in the abdomen slowly opened his eyes. The 9th level of spirit transformation, that should be enough. Then, Jiang Wang instantly released all the aura he had been suppressing for a month. A powerful aura surged uncontrollably from Jiang Wang's body, forming a visible ripple of golden spiritual energy. Feeling the steadily rising aura of Jiang Wang within Jiang Xixin, both the celestial being and Jiang Tao were taken aback. Especially the latter. In that moment, his eyes were filled with shock. Even his lips were trembling incessantly. This aura, is this the 9th level of spirit transformation? Exactly, and it's just a hair's breadth away from the perfect state of spirit transformation. The celestial being added. At the same time, the celestial being started calculating in his heart. This little guy is surprisingly clever, suppressing his own aura all this time, even fooling me. I am increasingly looking forward to when this little one will shine for our lineage. The celestial being smiled broadly, looking at Jiang Tao and speaking softly. Congratulations, Jiang Senior. From now on, your Jiang family will have an additional innate supreme being. That's great, an innate supreme being sounds wonderful. With too much joy, Jiang Tao's old face was now radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum. At this moment, Jiang Wang in the abdomen was also very happy. Because the system notifications appeared again before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, reward fusion of the supreme bone. Instantly, Jiang Wang felt a peculiar bone appear in front of his chest. This peculiar bone seemed like the most exquisite jade carved in the world. Countless mysterious runes shimmered on it, intertwining with supreme Tao principles. Jiang Wang's heart raced with excitement. With the heaven-swallowing demon technique combined with the supreme bone, he was one step closer to the so-called supreme Tao. Chapter 12. The Supreme Bone. Throughout history, only a very small number of innate supreme beings are born with this bone. Looking back from the ancient times to the present, those who are born with the supreme bone are always the top talents and sages of their era, with countless great saints, including ancient emperors. In simple terms, not every top expert possesses the supreme bone, but everyone who has the supreme bone is a top expert. This supreme bone can also be regarded as a form of evolution of a great divine ability. Depending on each person's physical constitution, the divine ability contained within the supreme bone varies. Jiang Wang gazed at the supreme bone on his chest. The bone, seemingly carved from white jade, emitted boundless golden light, slowly merging with Jiang Wang's body. I still don't know what kind of power the supreme bone inside me will manifest. Jiang Wang thoughtfully looked at the exquisitely beautiful supreme bone. Forget it, it seems that it will take some time to completely merge with the supreme bone. Jiang Wang looked at the progress bar that appeared before him. He estimated that when the supreme bone was fully integrated, it would almost be time for him to be born. I should cultivate first, I cannot be lazy. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang closed his eyes again to begin his training, waiting for the day of his birth to come. The next morning, the entire Jiang clan gathered in the square. The wonderful sage smiled as he spoke to Jiang Tao. Jiang Senior, I will take my leave now. When Jiang Wang comes of age, I will come to guide him to my creation immortal palace. Good. We have really received a lot of protection from the wonderful sage during these days. Yes, I also thank the wonderful sage for the protection of my unborn child. Jiang Xixin also stepped forward, speaking sincerely to him. The wonderful sage nodded slightly. Then he extended his delicate arm and gently stroked the top of the crane's head beside him. You must protect my disciple well, do you understand? The crane beside him nodded in understanding. Seeing this, the wonderful sage did not intend to stay any longer. With a shift in the space, the wonderful sage's delicate figure vanished from the spot. Once the wonderful sage left, the crane raised its long neck, as if searching for someone among the Jiang clan. Soon, the crane's gaze locked on Jiang Xixin. The crane emitted a clear and crisp call. Then it flew to Jiang Xixin's side, affectionately rubbing its head against her palm. It seemed to have already recognized Jiang Xixin. Or rather, it had recognized Jiang Wang in Jiang Xixin's womb. Jiang Tao's old face was filled with joy. Although the wonderful sage left, their crane remained here. This crane had already reached the immortal emperor realm. This meant that their Jiang clan had gained another strong immortal emperor out of thin air. Now, with the Qilin Sun and another powerful figure in their midst, Jiang Tao felt nothing but joy every day. The crane elder shall become the supreme elder of my Jiang clan, all offerings and treatment must not be less. Yes. After instructing the Jiang family members, Jiang Tao hummed a little tune as he left, and the members of the Jiang family dispersed. Jiang Jianming stepped forward, clasping his fists respectfully to the crane, and spoke. Crane elder, how about following me to the supreme elder's residence? The crane shook its head directly, then glanced at Jiang Xixin. The meaning was already very clear. Let the crane elder stay at my house. Jiang Xixin smiled and said to Jiang Jianming. Seeing this, the latter could only nod. At the same time, Jiang Wang's grandmother grabbed Jiang Xixin's hand, speaking lovingly to her. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell your mother and father, okay? Don't worry, mother, I lack nothing. Jiang Wang's grandmother nodded, then looked at Jiang Xixin's already prominently bulging belly. Counting the days, isn't it about time to give birth? Jiang Xixin nodded, placing her hand on her belly, and a hint of expectation flickered on her face. Yes, in a few months it should be ready. Should we have the ancestors set up some barriers for our Jiang clan? Father has been reading ancient texts these days, saying that some powerful physiques will bring about extraordinary phenomena upon birth. Jiang Jianming spoke with concern to Jiang Xixin. However, this idea was immediately rejected by Jiang Wang's grandmother. Why hide? Doesn't our Jiang clan's Qilin Sun deserve to be showcased? Let's blow it up and let the whole ancient immortal domain know. Seeing her mother like this, Jiang Xi felt a helpless smile. Her mother was not someone who sought fame and success, she did things quietly and disliked being extravagant. But now it was different. It was all because she was angry that Jiang Xi had been driven out by the Luo family. Alright, go back and rest, the closer you get to giving birth, the more you must not let your guard down. Understood, Dad. After bidding farewell to Jiang Jianming, Xiaolan helped Jiang Xi back to her own courtyard. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Xi felt the bond with the little one in her belly. Even if this child was not acknowledged by the Luo family. But she was already very content now. And inside Jiang Xi's belly was Jiang Wang. At this moment, Jiang Wang radiated a dazzling golden light all over. This was the unique golden blood energy of the ancient sacred body. It was said that this blood energy could drive away disasters and evil, unable to be invaded by any law. Right now, Jiang Wang's aura had already broken through the transformation god realm and entered the supreme realm, and the aura continued to rise, becoming even more powerful. Thus, days passed by. Months flew by in the blink of an eye. The entire Jiang family began to stir, it seemed everyone started to get busy. Because Jiang Xi of the Jiang family was recently showing signs of giving birth. On this day, the Jiang Wang in her belly opened his tightly closed eyes for months. In an instant, his eyes were filled with pure golden light. The supreme bone on his chest also burst forth with dazzling golden light, surrounded by purple runes, filled with the mysteries of the great Tao. Supreme bone fusion progress, completed. It's done. Jiang Wang clenched his little fist. Feeling the overwhelming power filling his body, he felt that he could easily crush a small mountain now. And Jiang Wang could also sense that today was the day he would enter the world. At the same time, the sky above the Jiang family suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by rolling dark clouds as if shrouded by a night curtain. At the same time, above the sky covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if the heavens were furious. Caw! A crisp and loud call of a crane echoed through the world. The figure of the celestial crane appeared alongside Jiang Tao outside the Jiang family. Jiang Tao looked up at the rolling thunder in the sky, a grave expression appearing in his eyes. He could clearly feel the power contained in the heavens above. Could it be that this little guy will face a thunder tribulation upon birth? The celestial crane nearby shook his head, signaling Jiang Tao to calm down. At the same time, Jiang Xi was lying on the bed in the courtyard, drenched in sweat. Continuously yelling and straining. Surrounding her were Jiang Wang's grandparents and the Jiang Li family. Bai Chanxian held Jiang Yi, her face full of worry and anxiety as she spoke. Push, Cixin, just endure it. Everyone in the room was filled with worry and anxiety, fearing that something unexpected would happen to Jiang Xi at this moment. Not only were they anxious. Even Jiang Wang inside her was very anxious. He couldn't break through directly, so he could only place all his hope on his mother. Come on, Mom. At this moment, Jiang Xi was extremely weak, but she gathered her last strength and let out a painful cry. Ah! With Jiang Xi's final strong push. Boom! In an instant, the entire courtyard was enveloped in overwhelming golden light. The dazzling golden light forced everyone to shut their eyes, only hearing a loud bang. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Jiang Wang, like a golden light cocoon, soaring into the sky, breaking through the roof of the hall and flying out. At the same time, Jiang Wang's aura uncontrollably erupted completely. This. Supreme Realm 7th Layer. Supreme Realm 8th Layer. Supreme Realm Great Perfection. Everyone in the room widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. That incredibly powerful aura spread wantonly through the Jiang clan. However, the shock Jiang Wang brought them was far from over. Golden blood energy erupted from the top of Jiang Wang's head. It was as if a golden sun appeared in the sky, turning even the dark clouds into gold. This aura, is this the Supreme Realm perfected? My God, a naturally born Supreme Realm perfected. Look! Before the crowd could finish their astonishment, the power in this world was instantly devoured as if by a whale. The golden light slowly formed a golden ocean, with golden lotuses rising one by one from within. The golden lotuses swayed in the wind, as if they contained the secrets of the universe's creation. At this moment, the Jiang clan was already in an uproar. Not only that, countless powerful figures nearby also felt the tremor. They appeared in the sky, watching Jiang Wang's emergence together. At the same time, everyone present suddenly felt a chilling aura rapidly approaching from the horizon. This aura was extremely powerful. The immortal crane reacted first, spreading its wings and unleashing the strength of a 5-layered immortal emperor. Roar! In an instant, a loud dragon roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The aura of the immortal crane was instantly suppressed. At the same time, everyone saw a golden giant dragon, shining brilliantly, sweeping in from the horizon. As this giant dragon approached the Jiang clan, the golden light flickered and gradually transformed into a figure. This figure was tall and upright, wearing a golden dragon robe, with sharp, defined features and an extremely powerful aura that made one want to worship it. This is the Emperor of the Great Xia. Indeed, it's the Emperor of the Great Xia. No wonder he has come, the commotion from the Jiang family is too great. The powerful figures standing in the heavens whispered among themselves. The Emperor stood in the air, ignoring the others, gazing in shock at the scene before him with his golden eyes. This phenomenon, it's the golden lotus from the Sea of Suffering, this. The Emperor wanted to ask Jiang Tao a question, but at that moment, before he could say it, another strange phenomenon suddenly occurred in the world. A scroll unexpectedly flew out from the golden ocean, shaking as boundless golden light burst forth, depicting mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts, containing countless paths of saints. Beautiful rivers and mountains. Many powerful figures exclaimed in astonishment at the reappearing phenomenon. Before the Emperor could express his shock again, the next scene completely left him speechless. He saw countless stars emerge in the sky, each star more brilliant than the sun. It seemed like they would burn the world, heavy as mountains, dazzling beyond measure. The stars shine upon the vast sky. In the next moment, the void shook as a massive painting slowly appeared in the air. This painting was black and white, with the black and white intertwining yet incompatible. Yin embraced Yang, Yang embraced Yin, life and death standing side by side. The diagram of Yin and Yang and life and death has appeared. My God, how many wonders does this Jiang family's genius possess? Finally, the spiritual energy of this world completely went berserk. As Jiang Wang changed his hand seals above the heavens, all phenomena in the sky vanished at that moment, replaced by an outpouring of golden blood energy bursting from Jiang Wang's head. Then it gradually condensed into 9 vague figures in the heavens. At the same time, a massive figure appeared behind Jiang Wang, sitting on a throne. This golden figure was indistinct, its form manifesting as another Jiang Wang. Seated high above, surrounded by golden and yellow energy, overlooking the world as if a celestial king descended into the mortal realm. These 9 figures all faced Jiang Wang's direction, slowly bowing. The Emperor's eyes were wildly shaking, looking at the scene before him in utter amazement. This is the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens. Jiang Jianming stared blankly at Jiang Wang, suspended in the sky, tears streaming down his face. He murmured, my grandson possesses the bearing of an emperor. At this moment, Jiang Wang felt a wave of comfort and finally opened his mouth. He began to inhale the strange phenomenon into his body. The figure seated behind Jiang Wang actually stretched out his hand, grabbing a wisp of purple energy from the void. This purple energy was incredibly pure and rich, far beyond the mere spirit energy. As this wisp of purple energy was swallowed by Jiang Wang, the aura of the Supreme Realm actually stirred again. The Emperor let out a long breath at this scene, unable to hide his shock in his voice. This little guy has absorbed a wisp of newborn purple energy, it seems he will become a true immortal. Hiss. Many powerful figures present couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this, their faces showing a trace of envy. Bai Qianqian curiously asked Zhang Lisan beside her, "What is this newborn purple energy?" Zhang Lisan's face also showed deep emotion. The newborn purple energy is a special aura born when the entire world was created. It is the purest energy in existence. Just a strand the size of a hair can cause top experts to fight. Zhang Tao's smile hadn't left his face, now he felt a faint pain in his cheeks. He foolishly watched Jiang Wang in the sky. Great! Great! True immortal. Look at that blind Lu Zhantian, who only talked big at the first level of the Supreme Realm at adulthood, haha. Don't come seek me in the future. Chapter 14. Jiang Wang never disappoints. After absorbing that wisp of newborn purple energy, he instantly felt the shackles between the Supreme Realm and true immortal realm completely shatter. Endless pure spiritual power filled Jiang Wang's meridians and every bone in his body. He looked up at the dark clouds still shrouding the Jiang family's sky. Frowning, he said, "Why is it still cloudy? With me here, there won't be any more cloudy days for the Jiang family." After speaking, Jiang Wang took a deep breath and roared to the sky. Retreat! Golden blood energy erupted from Jiang Wang's mouth, like a wide golden flood. At the same time, the strength of the true immortal realm instantly radiated out. It directly dispersed the dark clouds gathering above the heavens. As the dark clouds dissipated, the heavens and earth returned to clarity. This majestic and rich golden blood energy. It must be the ancient sacred body. Indeed, it has been so many years, and the ancient sacred body has appeared again. It is said that a fully realized sacred body can rival the ancient emperors. The Jiang family truly has great fortune. Watching Jiang Wang's actions, many powerful figures below couldn't help but discuss among themselves. At this moment, the emperor was standing not far away, also observing Jiang Wang carefully. The shock in his golden eyes hadn't completely faded. The emperor sighed, his emotions complex. The ancient sacred body of the true immortal realm. Why isn't this child born in my great Xia divine dynasty? If the great Xia divine dynasty had such a figure, it would surely rival the creation immortal palace, lasting for hundreds of thousands of years. To be honest, the great Xia emperor felt a bit envious of the small Jiang family. Moreover, compared to envy, what he felt more was regret. Deep regret. He originally thought that since the woman named Jiang Xixin was expelled by the Luo family, her child lost political value. He believed his daughter could never marry a direct descendant of a small Jiang family. So when there was advice about this, he readily agreed. Such a miscalculation. And looking at the Li family. Seeing such a grand scene, Li Mitian immediately led the powerful figures of his family to come and investigate. This look was enough to astonish anyone. In an instant, he regretted it deeply. With such a prodigy in the Jiang clan, how could the Jiang clan not prosper? But more than regret, Li Mitian felt a greater fear. After all, this Jiang Wang had such extraordinary abilities at birth, once he grew up. If he wanted to destroy the Li clan, wouldn't it be as simple as squashing an ant? Meanwhile, underneath the imperial robe, the hands of the great Summer's emperor kept rubbing together, as if he was weighing something. Just as the emperor was contemplating whether to lower his pride and revisit the idea of a marriage alliance. A loud laugh echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Ha ha, the prehistoric sacred body of the innate true immortal realm, even in ancient times, it would be a rare gem. Accompanied by this hearty laughter, an elderly figure appeared in everyone's sight. The old man was wearing a patched, tattered red robe, with a mysterious flame totem engraved on it. As this figure appeared, everyone felt the temperature in the environment rising. This is the Burning Heaven Saint from the Fire Virtue sect. Incredible, even the Burning Heaven Saint has arrived. The Burning Heaven Saint first glanced at Jiang Wang, who was tilting his head in the air looking at him. Then, after a satisfied nod. In the next instant, the crowd saw flashes of fire. In the blink of an eye, the Burning Heaven Saint appeared before Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao was taken aback. Just as he was about to bow and greet, he was stopped by a wave of the Burning Heaven Saint's hand. No need for formalities, haha, I happened to pass by here and saw the unusual phenomenon, I came to check it out, and I didn't expect to encounter the birth of a noble clan's Qilin prince. This must be a wonderful event. I see, but you. Jiang Tao couldn't quite understand the meaning of the Burning Heaven Saint. Haha, it's nothing special, I just happened to want to ask, does this little guy have a marriage contract? Ah. At that moment, everyone finally reacted. It turned out that the Burning Heaven Saint was after this idea. Hee hee, Burning Heaven old ghost, this kid can't marry those fiery women from your Fire Virtue sect. As this teasing remark fell, the space rippled. An elderly man in a deep blue robe appeared in everyone's sight. This old man's robe was the same as that of the Burning Heaven Saint but had different mysterious and unique flame symbols on it. Wow, today's a real eye-opener. Not only has the great Summer Emperor come, but also the two saints from the Fire Virtue sect and Water Virtue sect have descended. Yes, and I hear from Saint Tinghai that it seems like they have come for the Jiang clan's prehistoric sacred body. That's right, after all, it's a prehistoric sacred body, everyone wants to bring it under their wing. Upon seeing the Saint Tinghai, the burning heaven saint, who had been smiling, instantly withdrew his pleasant expression. Humph, you old ghost haven't died yet, why are you here at the Jiang clan? If you're not dead, how could I bear to die? After retorting, Saint Tinghai smiled at Jiang Tao and spoke. Why don't you let this child marry my water virtue sex saintess? Our water virtue sex women are all gentle as water, extremely beautiful, and furthermore, I can guarantee that as long as your Jiang clan marries into my water virtue sect, my sect will certainly nurture this child with all our efforts. In the sky, Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. The water virtue sect seems pretty good. But he didn't want to think about all that now, after all, this body was only 1 year old, not even a full year yet. With this thought, Jiang Wang directly leaped downwards. He plunged into Jiang Cixin's embrace. Although Jiang Wang retained the memories of his past life, this bond through blood was something he couldn't sever. The moment he saw his mother, he knew she was the closest person to him in this world. As for that cheap old man, he should just stay far away. Oh, look, this is my big nephew. He's really good looking. At this moment, Jiang Wang had just been born, but he already looked like a half-year-old child. His skin seemed to be sculpted from beautiful jade, perfect and flawless. A pair of big, watery eyes sparkled with golden light and spirit, making him very adorable. At first glance, one couldn't help but want to hold him in their arms and play with him. Jiang Xi looked at Jiang Wang's bouncy little face with tender affection in her eyes. Little sister, don't worry. In the future, with me, Jiang Lisan around, no ancient clan will dare to touch a hair on my big nephew's head. As a first-time uncle, Jiang Lisan felt soft-hearted seeing his little nephew. You've made it, Bai Qianqian rolled her eyes and held the barely knee-high Jiang Yi, shaking her fists. Child, this is your cousin Jiang Wang. Thanks to him, you have the chance to enter the Creation Immortal Palace. Mom will tell you this, if you bully your brother in the future, you'll have to eat a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Bai Qianqian usually spoiled Jiang Yi, but now, her words showed that she genuinely cared for this little nephew of hers. The Jiang family members couldn't help but smile at each other. Even Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He could sense that their smiles came from the heart. With such a remarkable little child from the Jiang family, the Luo clan must be regretting it deeply. Seemingly influenced by the Jiang family's happiness, a strong man below clicked his tongue in annoyance. I'm not so sure. Although this Jiang family child does have extraordinary talent, the rare treasures behind the ancient Luo clan are not few. Don't forget, at the main house, there's also a child, another person chimed in. The main house child referred to Mo Yun's son. How can abilities smashed out of heavenly materials and earthly treasures compare with the realm brought out from the womb? However, with the ancient Luo clan's power, if they really set their eyes on this Jiang family child, they'll definitely want to take him by force before he matures. Then, the Jiang family will face another bloody storm. Hearing this, Jiang Wang's brow furrowed. But it made sense. So-called prestigious ancient clans are nothing more than huge arenas of fame and fortune. At that time, they had disregarded their dignity and expelled their savior. What wouldn't they dare to do in the future to flatten the Jiang clan for their own desires? Recalling the humiliation and cold words his mother endured a while ago, a cold killing intent radiated from Jiang Wang. The Luo clan, before he matures? Ha ha. It won't take long. Before he reaches adulthood, he will actively return to the Luo clan. He will have a good chat with those old fellows. Chapter 15. Spring comes and autumn goes, flowers fall and bloom. The trees in the dense forest outside the Jiang clan have grown a little taller again, with 5 more rings added to their trunks. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, within the Jiang clan, in Jiang Tao's retreat, a young figure sat cross-legged on a golden lotus platform. This figure had an extraordinary aura, enveloped in dazzling golden light, appearing like a spirit. His flowing long hair was casually tied back, with 2 strands falling between his brows. His skin was fair and delicate, like beautiful jade. This figure was none other than Jiang Wang. At that moment, space twisted, and Jiang's figure appeared in this realm. As Jiang Tao appeared, Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes, golden light flickering in his gaze, the golden light enveloping him also dissipating. Ancestor. Jiang Wang smiled and greeted Jiang Tao. The latter chuckled, looking Jiang Wang up and down, unable to hide his astonishment. TSK, the new generation surpasses the old. You're only a little over 5 years old, yet you've already reached the peak of Immortal King. In a few more years, even I, this old man, won't be your match. Listening to Jiang Tao's emotion, Jiang Wang's fair and delicate. Some chubby little faces also became rosy. Since the moment he was born, Jiang Tao gifted all his own cultivation resources to him. Countless spirit stones were used for cultivation, and there were also various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. With a mountain of resources and Jiang Wang's extraordinary talent, he reached the peak of the immortal king at the age of 5. Having consumed so many resources, you must achieve some results. There's no need to bear too much pressure. Old man and Jiang clan can only provide you this. From now on, your needs will only increase exponentially. At this point, Jiang Tao could not help but snort coldly. It's just because of that low-eyed Luo clan. If you were born into the Luo clan, you would probably. Jiang Tao's words were not finished, but Jiang Wang already understood what he wanted to express. It was nothing more than feeling a bit ashamed and resentful. If he had been born in the Luo clan, with their resources, he would have surely broken through to the immortal king by now. Jiang Wang grinned. Don't worry, ancestor. Just give me some more time. When I become stronger, the Jiang family will definitely stand at the top of the entire continent. Also, I won't care about the Luo clan. When I come of age, I will go to the Creation Immortal Palace to cultivate. That place is much better than the worthless Luo clan. Right. We don't care about that worthless Luo clan. Jiang Tao was very fond of this great-grandson who matched his temperament, and most importantly, he had never gone through a rebellious phase since childhood and was respectful and polite to everyone. Even in private, when dealing with the servants of the Jiang family, Jiang Wang was very considerate and never gave orders harshly. Jiang Tao stroked his beard and said to Jiang Wang, "You have been cultivating here for several months, it's time to go back and see your mother. She's been missing you dearly." "Sure." Jiang Wang nodded, and then his figure turned into a streak of golden light and flew away. He returned to the separate residence where Jiang Xixin had stayed during her pregnancy. Originally, the Jiang clan planned to build a palace just for Jiang Wang after his birth. But Jiang Wang felt it would waste manpower and resources and was meaningless. In his view, a magnificent palace was far less preferable than this quiet residence. As soon as he landed, he saw Jiang Xixin coming out of the kitchen with 2 plates of food. She placed them on the stone table in the separate residence. "Mother, why not let the chef cook?" Jiang Wang chuckled as he sat at the stone table, feeling a wave of happiness as he looked at the food. Jiang Xixin, with a face full of affection, patted Jiang Wang's head and said, "Didn't you say you liked the dishes I make? Just in time, your aunt sent some spirit bamboo, which helps with your cultivation. These low-level spirit foods are no longer much use to me, better to save them for my cousin." Sigh, what a pity. Before Jiang Xixin could finish her sentence, Jiang Wang waved his hand to interrupt. "Mother, are you going to say, if only we were in the Luo clan again?" Looking at Jiang Xixin's wry smile, Jiang Wang seemed very helpless, and while he swept the food in his bowl clean, he said, "All right, mother, you have never wronged me. I said before I come of age, I will definitely go to the Luo clan to seek justice for you and the Jiang clan." Jiang Xixin stroked Jiang Wang's head and smiled, saying, "Mother doesn't want you to seek any justice. As long as you can grow up safely, I will be very happy." After finishing the meal, Jiang Wang continued to sit cross-legged on the stone by the small pond in the courtyard to cultivate. The swallowing sky magic method operated, and a black vortex appeared above Jiang Wang's head, constantly engulfing the spiritual power between heaven and earth. But at that moment, Jiang Wang suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. His figure transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting into the sky and flying towards the back mountain of the Jiang clan. While he was cultivating, he suddenly sensed a strange and evil aura. This aura made one feel an inexplicable aversion. His own ancient sacred body was also extremely resistant. Thus, Jiang Wang continuously followed that faint aura. He traveled all the way to the back mountain of the Jiang clan, a forbidden area. It wasn't too far from where he usually practiced. Jiang Wang landed on the ground, looking at the dense forest ahead. After a brief contemplation, he stepped inside. After all, he still had some confidence in his current strength. Moreover, this was still within the territory of the Jiang clan, so he was not afraid of anything uncontrollable happening. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang leisurely entered that dense forest. However, as soon as he stepped in, he frowned. The place felt extremely strange to him. This was likely due to his ancient sacred body. But there was no doubt that this place had something unusual. Jiang Wang delved deeper into the forest, following the increasingly rich aura. Finally, a massive cave appeared ahead. That aura was emanating from within this cave. The disgusting feeling intensified, even causing his ancient sacred body to unconsciously activate. Golden blood energy surged skyward, seemingly confronting that evil aura. Jiang Wang slowly took 2 steps back. Because he sensed that something formidable existed within the cave. At least for now, he was not a match. At this moment, Jiang Wang carefully examined the cave before him. He saw an enormous formation encasing it. The formation was extraordinarily mysterious and strange, with intertwining mysterious runes emitting soft light that completely sealed off the entrance. Chapter 16. Is this a formation? But, which expert in the Zhang family could set up such a high-level formation? Could it be that there's a hidden master in the Zhang family? Jiang Wang gazed at the mysterious formation before him and fell into deep thought. At that moment, a shadow suddenly charged out from the depths of the cave, moving at incredible speed and exuding a strong aura. It rushed straight towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's expression changed instantly, immediately mobilizing all his spiritual energy, his small body like a taut bowstring, ready to respond with full force. But just then, the formation sealing the cave entrance emitted a gentle white light. It directly repelled the shadow. That white light appeared soft and steady, but upon contact with the shadow, it began to corrode away, like remnant snow in early spring meeting the blazing sun. In an instant, large areas began to dissolve away. Dimly, Jiang Wang seemed to hear piercing screams. These screams were inhuman, like some animal's agonizing howl. The shadow seemed intent on breaking free, and thus began to counterattack. A vast expanse of black mist surged forth, seemingly forming a pitch-black ocean. It ruthlessly crashed towards the formation. Jiang Wang furrowed his brows, watching the scene unfold. Though he couldn't see clearly what lay beneath the shadow, he could feel that the shadow harbored endless evil and resentment, as if all wickedness in the world was contained within it. Suddenly, Jiang Wang's consciousness began to blur. In a daze, Fortunately, there is this great formation, otherwise. Just as Jiang Wang was relieved to have this mysterious great formation, a terrifying scene appeared before him. He saw that the eerie black shadow was crashing against the great formation, and the runes on the formation began to fade, until they were completely gone. Jiang Wang quickly scanned the entire formation up and down. In just a short while, hundreds of runes on this formation had vanished. This is bad, the power of this formation is weakening. With his brow tightly knit, Jiang Wang dared not linger any longer and immediately transformed into a golden light, flying away. He needed to solve this problem quickly. Once the creature inside that cave came out, the Zhang family would undoubtedly face total destruction. Jiang Wang flew and soon found Jiang Tao, who was leisurely drinking in a pavilion. From Jiang Tao's carefree expression, it was clear that he had no idea how serious the situation was now. Seeing him, Jiang Tao was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to stay with your mother?" "Ancestor, is there something existing in our Jiang family's rear mountain?" Jiang Wang hesitantly asked, revealing a secret known to very few in the Jiang clan. Hearing this, Jiang Tao's expression changed. "You actually sensed it?" "That's true, the ancient sacred body is naturally sensitive to these evil entities, so it's normal that you can sense it." Jiang Wang didn't rush to speak, but sat down and waited for Jiang Tao to finish. It turned out that the ancestor of the Jiang family, during his training outside, encountered a horrifying evil being. However, for some unknown reason, he couldn't kill it, so he had to use an ancient formation to suppress and seal it. That rear mountain became the place to seal the evil being. The Jiang family chose this location to better suppress that evil being. Normally, that evil being shouldn't be able to break the seal, so there's no need to worry too much. Seeing Jiang Wan's serious expression, Jiang Tao smiled and spoke to comfort him. But Jiang Tao suddenly seemed to remember something and said to him again, "By the way, even I don't really know what is sealed there, nor do I know its actual strength, so it's best not to get close to the rear mountain to avoid any accidents. When you little guy fully develop your sacred body and step into the saint realm in the future, you might be able to slay it." "Don't worry, ancestor, I just couldn't contain my curiosity, that's why I came to ask." Jiang Wang smiled and nodded, then left without lingering, transforming into a streak of golden light and flying away. Jiang Wang returned directly to his courtyard. He sat cross-legged on a stone, but this time he did not practice. Instead, he kept pondering how to respond. Looking at the rate the formation was weakening, it wouldn't be long before the evil being within would definitely break free, and it seemed that the ancestor had no resistance left. At that time, the scenes he saw in the illusion would likely come true for the Jiang clan. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but worry. The ancestor of the Jiang clan failed to resolve that evil being back then, and now the current Jiang clan had even less capability. Even if Jiang Tao and the immortal Crane teamed up, they still couldn't resolve it. Could it be that I have to take action myself? Jiang Wang kept contemplating strategies, wondering if his strength could help the Jiang clan overcome this crisis. However, after thinking for a moment, he shook his head helplessly. Even though the ancient sacred body naturally restrains these evil beings, his own strength was still lacking, and he definitely couldn't deal with that evil being now. What about seeking help from my beautiful master? But the next moment, Jiang Wang denied this idea. Because the palace of creation was far from the Jiang clan, and the amazing saint had other matters to attend to, staying away for too long could lead to unforeseen circumstances, and it would be too late to cry if something happened. I still have to find a way to solve this myself. I wonder what great power lies within this supreme bone of mine. Can we severely injure that evil spirit and then gather the entire Jiang family's strength to eliminate it? Jiang Wang stretched out his hand to touch the supreme bone on his chest. But at that moment, a few lines of golden small characters suddenly appeared before Jiang Wan's eyes. 300 years later, you wish to seek a chance that belongs to you, so you find the most basic secret realm, where you obtain a mixed spirit pill. From then on, you have a longing for training in secret realms, eager to get more opportunities. Task: find a secret realm and obtain an opportunity from it. Reward: directly grant the host with spiritual energy and cultivation, depending on the level of the secret realm. Wow, what a good system, may it bring peace for a lifetime. Chapter 17. Jiang Wang laughed heartily, feeling that someone was truly bringing a pillow when he was feeling sleepy. Just a moment ago, he was worried about how to deal with that evil spirit suppressed on the back mountain. Now, the system's task was directly given. Moreover, the task reward was the simplest and most violent method of infusing spiritual power. With this, his cultivation could easily break through to the immortal king and enter the realm of the immortal emperor. 300 years later, he only found the most basic secret realm. But right now, he didn't have to worry. As long as it wasn't a forbidden secret realm left by an ancient emperor, he could freely explore. With the system as a safety net, Jiang Wang felt less anxious. Leisurely lying on the back of the celestial crane, he looked at the clouds drifting across the sky and slowly spoke. It seems that I'm finally going to leave the novice village and enter the first dungeon. The next day, in the morning, Jiang Wang got up early because he had to attend the monthly family meeting. Although Jiang Wan was only 5 years old now. After breaking through to the immortal king realm, he was qualified to attend family meetings. However, Jiang Wang had never participated before. What was there to talk about with a bunch of old men? It was boring to listen to, and with that time, it was better to practice or tease Sister Lan, right? Jiang family, in the grand hall. The Jiang family management was all present at this moment. Among them, Jiang Jianming and Jiang Wang's grandmother sat at the first position, while Jiang Tao sat in the main seat in the center. Just as Jiang Jianming was about to speak, Jiang Tao lightly exclaimed. Everyone's gaze turned to the entrance. They saw Jiang Wang step into the hall, smiling as he looked at everyone. Everyone was a bit surprised by Jiang Wan's arrival. Grandson, why did you come here? Where is your mother? Jiang Jianming asked Jiang Wang curiously. I came by myself, mother is in another courtyard. After saying that, Jiang Wang bowed to each elder in the hall. He showed no airs of being the Jiang clan's promising child. Good, my Jiang clan's promising child is not only a genius but also humble and polite. Precious, truly precious. The elders of the Jiang family all nodded in praise towards Jiang Wang. Almost everyone in the Jiang family liked Jiang Wang and was very satisfied with him. Jiang Tao smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Come, bring a chair for Jiang Wang. Jiang Tao pointed to the position beside him, not asking Jiang Wan why he came. Jiang Wang sat beside Jiang Tao. He began to listen to what everyone was discussing. Basically, it was about some allocations, the first house needing more spirit stones today, and the second house needing more spirit stones today. As far as Jiang Wang could see, it wasn't much of a serious matter. He struggled to suppress the impulse to sleep and stayed for the entire meeting. When the meeting finally ended, Jiang Tao called out to everyone who was about to leave. Since this little fellow rarely comes out, let's take this opportunity while everyone is here to let him speak. Jiang Tao looked at Jiang Wang, unable to help but smile as he spoke. Jiang Wang's small thoughts had been exposed. So, he shyly smiled and clasped his hands to the elders and uncles of the Jiang family, saying, Respected elders and uncles, a few months ago, I have already reached the peak of the immortal king realm. But he has always been hindered by a layer of shackles from advancing, so I thought about leaving the clan to venture outside. Jiang Wang said this, while at the same time, the spiritual power in his entire body began to operate. Golden blood energy surged into the sky. The peak strength of the immortal king realm was fully unleashed, causing all but a few relatives in the Jiang family to widen their eyes in surprise. Hiss. Incredible, in just a few short years, Wang Er has already reached the peak of the immortal king. But, is it too risky to let Wang Er leave the clan? As the Jiang family members marveled and were shocked, some offered different opinions. They believed that it was a bit too dangerous for Jiang Wang to go out alone. Jiang Li Xian also frowned and spoke to him. I also think it's a bit risky to let Wang Er go out alone. After all, Wang Er is too dazzling, and I'm afraid he'll meet someone with ill intentions. Jiang Wan's grandmother also felt the same. She came to Jiang Wang's side and lovingly stroked his head. Why don't we ask Jin Ming to buy a fairy breaking pill? It might save my grandson from adventure. Okay. Jiang Jianming also nodded. While Jiang Wang felt helpless, he also sensed the love from his family. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Tao spoke first. Alright, look at you all, Wang Heir is already at the peak of the immortal king realm, isn't he stronger than most of you? He could branch out and establish his own sect outside, it's not as frightening as you say. Jiang Tao's words made everyone present feel embarrassed and silent. Indeed, although Jiang Wang was only 5 years old, his strength was already among the top 3 in the entire Jiang clan. With Jiang Tao speaking, no one else opposed. So how long do you plan to be out there, little guy? Fast as 10 days, slow as a month. Jiang Wang pondered for a moment and then answered. Alright, then go back and tell your mother, and you can set off with Elder Xianhe. Okay. With a chorus of reminders, Jiang Wang left the main hall, heading back to his courtyard to explain the situation to Jiang Xixin. As soon as Jiang Xixin heard that Jiang Wang was leaving, a look of worry and anxiety immediately appeared on her face. You're so young and want to go out to train, how can your mother be at ease? An *% asterisk and %u and %#u and #at. Finally, under Jiang Wang's persuasive words, Jiang Xixin reluctantly agreed, mainly because Elder Xianhe would accompany and look after him. In the reluctant gaze of the latter, Jiang Wang sat cross-legged on the back of the Xianhe and flew out of the Jiang clan, heading rapidly toward the distance. Thus, the Xianhe carried Jiang Wang forward until evening when it slowly descended. This place was a rich primeval forest. Now the night had fallen. Countless birds, beasts, insects, and ants revived at this moment. Hearing a series of mysterious spirit beast roars coming from the forest, Jiang Wang couldn't help but take stock of this forest. Xianhe, where is this place? The Xianhe shook its head. Seeing the Xianhe shaking its head, Jiang Wang felt a bit confused. I want to find a secret realm, why did you bring me to this godforsaken place? The Xianhe gave Jiang Wang a human-like eye roll. Then, a thought emerged. How would I know where there's a secret realm? Jiang Wang was speechless. Yes, he couldn't blame anyone else, he had to blame himself. Because he also didn't know where there was a secret realm. What should I do? Jiang Wang squatted on the ground, a hint of gloom appearing on his cute little face, which looked like porcelain. He was so focused on completing the task that he forgot he didn't even know where the secret realm was. At this moment, the Xianhe sent out another thought. Someone's coming? Jiang Wang turned his head to look and saw the sound of footsteps gradually approaching from the dense forest ahead. Please, it better not be someone without eyes, after all, I'm currently lost venturing out on my own, and the fire is really big. Jiang Wang stared at the dense forest ahead and murmured softly. Chapter 18. Jiang Wang sat on a stone, not moving from his spot. With his current strength, there weren't many people here that he feared. In fact, since he was born, he had never fought with anyone, and he really wanted to test the power of the ancient sacred body. Soon, 2 figures walked out from the dense forest, a man and a woman. The man was tall and muscular, with his bare upper body covered in several hideous scars. The woman looked to be just over 20, not exceptionally beautiful but still quite pretty. However, her skin seemed a bit rough, likely due to spending too much time in the sun and wind. Jiang Wang slightly sensed the auras of the two. He found that the man only had the strength of the 3rd or 4th level of the cave heaven realm, while the woman was even weaker. Realizing their strength, Jiang Wang completely relaxed. To him, these two were like ants, easily squashed with a mere flick of his finger. Song Manling and Wu Yong also saw Jiang Wang sitting on the stone, looking troubled. Both of them were taken aback. Hey, how come there's a little kid? So cute. Song Manling's eyes lit up, realizing Jiang Wang was very cute. Unable to resist, she ran over. She squatted down right in front of Jiang Wang and pinched his little face. So cute. What's your name? How did you end up here? Jiang Wang. Hey, there's also a bird here. Wu Yong now noticed the crane beside Jiang Wang. But obviously, he didn't recognize it, he simply called it a bird. Caw. As soon as the crane heard Wu Yong's words, it fluffed up and angrily shouted at him. Ha, this bird has quite the temper. Little kid, is this bird yours? Wu Yong laughed heartily and then turned to Jiang Wang to ask. Yes, it's mine. Jiang Wang nodded and deliberately blinked his watery eyes at the two. Brother and sister, I came out by myself but got lost. As he spoke, his eyes, which were quite soulful, seemed to glisten with tears. It was enough to break anyone's heart. Song Manling's maternal instincts surged, and she immediately picked Jiang Wang up. Yong, let's take this little guy with us. Look how pitiful he is. This. Hearing Song Manling wanted to take Jiang Wang, Wu Yong's face showed a trace of hesitation. But then he turned and looked at the delicately carved Jiang Wang. He nodded. Alright, what can a child do? Let's go. Hee hee, little guy, would you like to come back to the camp with sister? Song Manling seemed very happy, reaching out to pinch Jiang Wang's little face while asking. Okay. Jiang Wang also smiled sweetly and was carried back towards the camp. In her arms, Jiang Wang couldn't help but glance at the crane that was rolling its eyes. Then, feeling the faint scent of a girl wafting in his nose, he couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, I don't know how long this special treatment will last. Well, let's just enjoy it while we can. What Jiang Wang referred to as special treatment was, of course, his identity as a child combined with adult thoughts. In this way, Jiang Wang was carried back to the camp. In this camp, there were more than 10 people, both men and women. The camp was stacked with a lot of goods. From the looks of it, this group of people should be a merchant caravan. Jiang Wang's eyes quickly scanned the entire camp. He discovered that the overall strength of the people in the camp was quite low, with even a few having only faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. The strongest person was Wu Yong. Upon seeing Song Manling carrying a child, the others in the camp were a bit surprised. Manling, where did you find a child in the middle of nowhere? So, how long has it been since you and brother Wu went out to scout? You've already brought back such a big child. Ha ha ha. Hearing the teasing laughter from everyone in the camp, Song Manling couldn't help but feel her small face flush, shyly lowering her head with a soft puff of displeasure. Wu Yong also scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh? Jiang Wang discreetly glanced at the two, realizing they had a situation. Once the teasing subsided, Wu Yong and Song Manling began to tell everyone in the camp about Jiang Wang's background. After they finished sharing, a woman stepped out of the camp. This woman appeared to be older than Song Manling. Her attitude towards Jiang Wang was very kind. After all, Jiang Wang was indeed a lovely little boy. Little one, where did you come from? Where is your home? After a brief thinking, Jiang Wang immediately replied. My last name is Jiang, and this is my first time going out. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's answer, Zhao Qing looked somewhat troubled. Ah, what are we going to do? We can't keep bringing this child along. Zhao Qing spoke to Wu Yong and Song Manling. But there's no choice, this child is lost, we can't just ignore him, or a spirit beast might take him away. Zhao Qing thought for a moment, then spoke to Jiang Wang. How about this, little one? We're going to Yen City next. Once we get there, we will leave you at Yen City, and then we'll find someone to take you back home, okay? Okay, thank you, beautiful sister. Jiang Wang, being very sensible, thanked Zhao Qing. With that innocent voice and adorable appearance, Jiang Wang easily received smiles from Zhao Qing and the others. Then you stay here and play with your bird, don't wander off. We will be busy for a bit, and when the food is ready, we'll call you. Wu Yong chuckled, reaching out his large hand to gently pat Jiang Wang's head. Then he returned to the center of the camp to become busy. After the crowd left, the crane sent out a thought. Are you planning to go to Yen City? Anyway, I don't know where to go, might as well go to Yen City with them. Once I get there, I can get a map or something. Well, traveling and seeing the sights counts as training, I'll consider it completing a mission. After hearing Jiang Wang's plan, the crane said no more. It closed its eyes to rest by itself. To be honest, Jiang Wang wanted to take this time for cultivation, but he also feared attracting attention and causing troubles. Helpless, Jiang Wang could only close his eyes to rest. Soon, the food was ready. Song Manling held Jiang Wang and everyone gathered around the campfire. She handed Jiang Wang a small bowl and a spoon, smiling as she said. You can eat by yourself, right? You don't need anyone to feed you? Jiang Wang nodded sensibly, accepting the bowl of food. Just when he wanted to lower his head to eat, he found. The bowl was filled with corn and jerky. These things had no trace of spirit power, just meant to fill the stomach. This was somewhat tough for Jiang Wang, who had grown up in luxury. Chapter 19. Due to Jiang Wang's special status in the Jiang family, basically all good things were used by Jiang Wang first. 3 meals a day were spirit food, and all he drank was spirit tea. Even on the day Jiang Wang turned 3. Jiang Tao personally led a team to hunt a spirit beast at the level of an immortal emperor, resulting in Jiang Tao getting some injuries. As the saying goes, there's no harm without comparison. Now, looking at the food in his bowl, Jiang Wang was at a loss for how to start eating. Though he could already skip meals at this point. But Jiang Wang still had the memories of his previous life, and he needed to satisfy his taste buds from time to time. At that moment, a slender hand reached over, taking the bowl from Jiang Wang's hand. Then, another bowl of milk was placed in Jiang Wang's hands. Jiang Wang looked up. He saw Zhao Qing smiling warmly at him. It's clear you can't get used to our food. This is the milk of the tiger land beast, warmed up for you. Drink it quickly. Thank you, Sister Qing. Jiang Wang took the milk and gently blew on it before bringing it to his lips. Zhao Qing squatted on the ground, her face filled with smiles as she watched Jiang Wang. Looking at your clothes, you don't seem to be from a small town. You're not from some big family or sect, are you? Jiang Wang just smiled and did not answer. At this moment, the lovely and relaxed atmosphere of the camp was suddenly shattered by a loud, mocking shout. Damn it, how can I run into a bunch of country bumpkins in this dump? Everyone frowned upon hearing this voice and turned to look in its direction. They saw more than 10 people slowly walking out from the nearby jungle. The leader appeared to be just over a teenager, with a face full of arrogance and tyranny. His disdain for Wu Yong and the others was clear in his eyes. Zhao Chang frowned at the leader and, after a moment of thought, spoke up. May I ask, young master, are you? Before Zhao Qing could finish, the leader snorted coldly. He stomped his foot on the ground. The aura of a cultivator at the early stage of the transformation realm burst forth, directly forcing Zhao Chang back. Get lost. Who gave you the guts to talk to me? Let me tell you, I am Li Changqing, a direct descendant of the Li family. Hurry up and get your people out of here, this place belongs to my Li family. The tone of Li Changqing infuriated the merchant team. However, fearing his status and power, they did not dare to retaliate. Zhao Qing's face turned pale, both from fear and being hurt by the aura. Even so, she forced a smile and spoke to Jiang Wang. Let's change places. Jiang Wang glanced at Li Changqing. Then his gaze locked onto an old man in gray behind him. Among this group, the old man in black appeared to have the strongest power, seemingly at the first or second level of the Immortal King realm. After weighing it for a moment, Jiang Wang only furrowed his brows, wanting to see what these Li family people were up to. Sigh, I just hope there won't be any cliché plot developments, please don't come provoke me later. Ah. Before Jiang Wang's internal monologue could finish, someone screamed. He saw Song Manling's slender wrist was now firmly grasped in Li Changqing's hand. Hey, I didn't expect to stumble upon such a wildflower. Not bad. Let me go. Song Manling's face was filled with terror as she struggled to break free from Li Changqing's grip. Let her go. Seeing this scene, Wu Yong instantly turned red with anger. With a flip of his hand, a long knife appeared in his grasp. He charged furiously toward Li Changqing. Ha ha, a bunch of ants. Li Changqing and the followers behind him erupted in loud laughter at the sight of the furious Wu Yong. Get lost. Li Changqing waved his sleeve, and a crude burst of spiritual energy swatted Wu Yong away. PFF. Wu Yong fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. His eyes were filled with blood and hatred as he looked at Li Changqing. Brother Yong. De Yong, are you okay? Are you all right? Get up quickly. The people in the camp rushed over, fearing for his life. Li Changqing looked at the crowd with a sneer. Don't worry, I'll take this little girl. Borrowing her for a night will pay off better than what you can. Brother Wu, there's no need to do this. As Jiang Wang's tender palm pressed onto Wu Yong's shoulder, the violent spiritual energy within Wu Yong's body began to gradually calm down. Wu Yong could feel a powerful yet gentle spiritual energy entering his meridians, starting to suppress the wild spiritual energy. And the spiritual energy within his body trembled in fear, like a mouse seeing a cat, unable to do anything but shiver in its presence. You? Wu Yong looked up in shock at Jiang Wang. Zhao Chang and the others also looked on, their faces filled with disbelief. Leave it to me. Jiang Wang smiled slightly, and then his figure turned into a streak of golden light, instantly disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, Li Changqing suddenly felt his hairs stand on end. He sensed a strong killing intent locking onto him. Not good, young master, quickly hide. The gray-robed elder beside Li Changqing, Li Yuntian, changed color wildly, but before he could finish his words, everyone present simultaneously saw a dazzling golden light appear in the sky. This golden light seemed like the blazing sun descending to the earth, blinding them to the point they couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, a deafening roar echoed. Boom! In an instant, trees within a radius of several miles collapsed and broke. The ground also collapsed at that moment. When the crowd finally opened their eyes, all they saw was a sky full of yellow sand. There's a master! Li Yuntian shouted angrily, and then he suddenly shook his arms and sleeves. He blew away the dust in front of him. The people of the Li clan were terrified as they saw a huge palm print appear in front of them. This palm print had sunk in the land beneath it. In the center of the palm print was a pile of crushed flesh. From the remaining fabric of clothing, aside from Li Changqing, who else could it be? At this moment, his limbs had turned into a cloud of blood mist, leaving only this pile of broken meat. Ah! The people of the Li clan screamed in terror. May I ask, why did you attack us? Li Yuntian's face was grim, his muscles tensed, and his spiritual energy rapidly circulated as he scanned for the figure of the one who had attacked. Old fool, stop looking, I'm here. A youthful voice echoed out, and Jiang Wang, wearing white, was slowly descending from the sky, holding the already terrified Song Manling in his hand. After comforting her a few words, he walked forward, a harmless little child with a smile on his face as he looked at Li Yuntian. Chapter 20. Jiang Wang walked slowly out, and at the same time, the spiritual energy within him began to move. The dazzling golden light enveloped him completely. The powerful and domineering spiritual energy wave immediately spread outward. This. Li Yuntian was greatly shocked, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Jiang Wang. He never expected that this child, who looked to be only a few years old, was actually at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Sir, we are from the Li clan. Still dare to mention the Li clan? Then you might as well die quickly. Before Li Yuntian could finish his words, Jiang Wang coldly sneered. Then, his foot stomped the ground, and his figure shot forward like a golden arrow, heading straight toward Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian saw this and his eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He didn't understand why mentioning the Li clan would provoke such rage from Jiang Wang. But at this moment, Jiang Wang was already right in front of him, leaving him no time to think further. Li Yuntian could only grit his teeth and try to block. His entire body's spiritual energy was now fully mobilized. Primordial Palm. TCH, a trivial skill. A look of disdain appeared on Jiang Wang's small face. He also slapped out with his palm, which collided violently with Li Yuntian's palm. Bang! The two palms collided, and immediately, visible ripples spread outward from the two of them. At that moment, the space itself seemed to tremble, vibrating in waves as if it might collapse at any moment. Crack, crack. The surrounding trees broke in half at the waist. Ah! A scream rang out, and Li Yuntian's right arm was twisted into a contorted shape. His palm hung limp and powerless. With just one strike, Li Yuntian's entire arm had been destroyed. High and low are distinctly judged. What a powerful body! Li Yuntian's face was filled with horror. Although the two had some difference in realm, it was impossible for him to lose his right arm from just one palm strike. Who on earth is this little kid? No, is this really a little kid? Quick, retreat! Li Yuntian shouted loudly to the people of the Li clan. Then he was the first to transform into a flash of bright light, flying towards the direction of the Li clan. Jiang Wang looked at the fleeing Li clan members and couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Run, can you really escape? After saying this, Jiang Wang's gaze sharpened. Sword technique, 98,000 swords. Jiang Wang's hand sign suddenly changed, and the sounds of crisp sword chants instantly resonated throughout the world. In the void behind Jiang Wang, golden swords emerged one after another. Each sword seemed like a supreme weapon, the shimmering metallic sheen making one feel terrified just by looking at it. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of swords rushed towards the Li clan members who were fleeing in a panic. Screams echoed in the heavens and the earth. With each scream, a Li clan member fell into a pool of blood, losing their breath. In the sky, Li Yuntian's eyes widened at the sight below. Sword technique. It's actually the sword technique of the Jiang clan, but when did the Jiang clan? Li Yuntian suddenly recalled that a major event had happened in the Jiang clan a few years prior. Could it be that kid has come out? His speed of growth. No, I must rush back and report to the clan head. Along with his fear, he couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Wang's rapid cultivation. In just 5 short years, he had reached such a level. At that moment, Li Yuntian suddenly noticed that something seemed to envelop him in shadow from above. He looked up, and in the next instant, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Jiang Wang was leisurely hovering above him. Go in peace. Jiang Wang smiled as he spoke, his lips lightly touching. Then, with one palm strike, golden blood energy soared into the sky, and that tender hand suddenly transformed into a giant golden hand in midair. It was like a great emperor from ancient times striking down across the river of time, seemingly able to suppress the universe. Ah! The merchants below only heard a chilling scream from above. Then they saw a small black dot rapidly descending from the sky. As it lowered, they finally saw that it was Li Yuntian. But at this moment, he was. His chest caved in, his whole body limp. It was as if all his bones had been shattered. Boom! Li Yuntian's body heavily crashed down towards the ground, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, devoid of life. At the same time, Jiang Wang also landed on the ground. Looking at the corpses of the Li clan everywhere, there was not a single ripple in Jiang Wang's eyes. He reached out, and the Qiankuan bag from one of the corpses was drawn into his hand. Little, sir. Zhao Chang and the others looked at Jiang Wang in a daze, their titles changed at this moment. How foolish they had been to think they had saved a little kid. This power. Just a wiggle of a finger could annihilate the entire merchant convoy. What had they been so pleased with before? I don't know if you. Zhao Qing was about to speak, her tone filled with a respect she didn't even realize. Even though he was just a little kid, that strength was enough to show him the world. Such a child was either born with talent or backed by powerful relatives. Whichever one it was, they had stirred up a being beyond their reach. A heavy chinkuan bag was suddenly stuffed into his arms. Here, share the spoils, this is for you. Jiang Wang raised his fair little face, and the earlier bloodiness hadn't stained him even a bit. His tone was as cute as if he were sharing candy he was sick of eating. Only the remaining crowd on the scene knew just how terrifying this knee-high little kid truly was. That was the Li clan. What a joke. They had a plan to escape at the faintest sound of wind. He was killed by Jiang Wang as easily as squashing an ant. The key point is that this kid didn't even get his hands dirty. Is this even fair? This is a spirit stone. Zhao Qing nearly cried out after realizing the weight of the items in the bag. What kind of divine child is this, helping in fights and giving spirit stones as a reward? To know, if their merchant team wanted to hire someone with such strength, they would have to spend their entire year's income just to get them to show up. Jiang Wang nodded his little head, politely cupping his hands, then, goodbye everyone. Then he mounted the celestial crane and sped away. After he left, Zhao Qiang and the others finally came back to their senses, feeling stunned. When they opened the bag and saw the quality of the spirit stones inside, they gasped in shock. Damn! This quality! They just gave it to us? This can't be just a dying fantasy, right? So unreal, escaping from the hands of the Li clan, and even snagging such high-quality spirit stones. If I told someone, they would think I'm bragging. The people in the merchant team exclaimed in surprise. From today onwards. Zhao Qing interrupted the others, then became serious and bowed in the direction Jiang Wang had left. If I have the fate to meet little Lord Jiang Wang again, I will definitely help with all my strength, no matter life or death. Zhao Cheng is a businessman, and profit is his priority. The fact he offers to help with his life shows how much weight Jiang Wang holds in his heart. The remaining members of the merchant team exchanged glances and also became serious. After all, if it weren't for Jiang Wang, they would likely have turned into blood mist today. Then, they all faced the blazing sun above, cupped their hands, and spoke solemnly in unison. If we have the fate to meet little Lord Jiang Wang again, we will give our all to help, no matter life or death. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Jiang Wang sat casually on the back of the celestial crane, completely unaware of the vows made in the forest below. He hurried along, but discovered some good things. Inside the bag, there were only spirit stones and some low-level techniques. Low-level techniques need not be mentioned too much, those spirit stones are common in the Jiang clan, making it easy to do a little good deed. However, beneath the techniques was a worn-out leather map. On the map, there was an area marked with a red dot. Beside it, small letters were scribbled. Saint's Secret Realm. Jiang Wang squinted his eyes. How wonderful it is to find something without any effort. Though it's just one location, it was so easy to obtain it. After communicating with the celestial crane, he flew straight towards the marked location. So, Jiang Wang and the celestial crane sped along. They reached the edge of this secret realm. This place was amidst vast mountains, and the outskirts were already crowded with people. From the looks of it, this secret realm should still be sealed. The crane landed on the ground with Jiang Wang. He began to survey the entrance of the secret realm not far ahead. It was a massive cave, and at this moment, the position of the cave's entrance was faintly radiating with powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. Jiang Wang then turned his gaze towards the crowd waiting outside. He noticed that various sect members were all accompanied by a child of around 10 years old. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel puzzled. So, he randomly grabbed someone and asked, "Big brother, is this the Saint's secret realm?" The person being pulled suddenly showed an impatient expression, but upon seeing Jiang Wang's calm and profound aura along with his fine clothes, he assumed he was from some noble family, and his anger dissipated significantly. "Indeed, this is the Saint's secret realm. Which family or sect are you from?" Just a small wild sect, but why is it that all these sects are bringing a child?" Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, the person's face clearly showed displeasure. That's because the secret realm is monopolized by the great Xia divine dynasty and the powerful families and sects like the Luo clan, only allowing children under 18 to enter, for the so-called training purpose. We, the loose cultivators, are absolutely not allowed in. Chapter 21. So that's how it is. No wonder the power is revered in the fantasy world. In the eyes of these loose cultivators, a great opportunity is actually just a trial ground for someone's child. Several powerful sects and families united. They directly turned the secret realm into their territory, driving away anyone over the specified age. At this moment, the sky suddenly lit up with lightning and thunder. It drew everyone's attention. What appeared was a golden divine vessel, seeming to be cast from pure gold, breaking through the clouds above. The divine vessel was covered in intricate and mysterious runes. On the deck stood 2 rows of tall figures wearing golden armor, with a large flag standing proud atop the vessel. Xia. With the appearance of this golden divine vessel, this land seemed to be engulfed in darkness. Wow, is this the traveling divine vessel of the Xia divine dynasty? I've heard it's quite a high-level magical treasure. A magical treasure? This is quite extravagant. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, feeling admiration for the Xia divine dynasty's presence. I wonder who will come. Just as Jiang Wang's thought landed, several rays of light flew down from the divine vessel, revealing their forms before everyone. The one in the lead was a young girl dressed in snowy white, with an extraordinary appearance, looking no more than 14 or 15 years old. Her body was pure and flawless, as if she were a snow lotus born from the Tian Shan mountains. With a fairy-like grace, she was tall and slender. A head of flowing hair fell down, cascading down her slim waist and curvy hips. Incredible, incredible. This Xia divine dynasty's Xia Mengqian has grown so beautifully now. Who would say otherwise? She looks like a celestial being. This girl was indeed Xia Mengqian of the Xia divine dynasty, now 16 years old, here to attend the secret trial. Beside Xia Mengqian stood two generals in battle armor. Their aura was at the level of heavenly emperors, appearing incredibly powerful. Xia Yuan scanned the crowd and then smiled at Xia Mengqian, saying, "It seems the quality of the younger generation is really lacking. This time, the greatest opportunity in this secret realm must belong to you, princess." Xia Mengqian slowly shook her head. Let's not speak too soon. The current younger generation is much stronger than the last. Not to mention those ancient families and super sects, just consider the son of the former clan leader of the Luo family, who has yet to pass away. It is said there were strange phenomena at his birth, and he is still being carefully nurtured by the Luo family, quite mysterious. When the words strange phenomena were mentioned, several people, including Xia Mengqian, paused as if they all thought of something. Xia Mengqian slightly parted her red lips and sighed softly. So don't underestimate anyone. Haven't you learned your lesson from my cousin's matter? Losing the Jiang family's Qilin son is a huge loss for our Xia divine dynasty. Hearing Xia Mengqian's words, the expressions of the two generals became somewhat bitter. On that day, the Emperor of Humans returned from the Jiang family in a fury. Because of the snobbishness of some in the Xia divine dynasty, they lost a natural first-grade immortal and a heavenly son of an ancient sacred body. It would be a lie to say there was no regret, it was just that the Emperor could not lower himself to apologize for a child's talent, so he could only vent his anger on them. Forget it, you two generals are my strongest support. Just learn from this lesson. The two generals exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yes. Jiang Wang looked at the fairy-like Xia Mengqian and couldn't help but smack his lips. Damn, she's really beautiful. Before he could contemplate more, the sky suddenly flashed with lightning. Thick bolts of heavenly thunder roared and howled within the clouds. Boom! With thunder and light bursting forth, ancient war chariots covered in countless thunder patterns rushed towards them from the horizon. These chariots were also engraved with a mysterious symbol. Seeing this symbol, Jiang Wang squinted his eyes, a trace of coldness flashing in them. This symbol, no, it should be called a clan mark, he recognized it. It is the air combat vehicle of the Luo clan. The people of the Luo clan have come, does this mean the secret realm is about to open? Jiang Wang let out a long breath, his gaze narrowing. Could it be my good brother who has come? Just as he was thinking this, several bright rays shot down from the leading ancient chariot, landing on the ground and kicking up a large cloud of dust. When the dust settled, two figures appeared in front of everyone. One old, one young. The former was a hunchbacked old woman, leaning on a luxurious cane, her head full of white hair. She looked frail, as if she were just hanging on to life. But everyone present did not dare to underestimate this old woman. For this person was one of the few ancestors of the Luo clan, Luo Wanqiu. Next to Luo Wanqiu stood a young man. He was Luo Dong, a standout among the younger generation of the Luo clan. Luo Dong had chiseled features, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, and fair skin. He looked handsome and elegant. But the slight curve at the corner of his mouth held a hint of mockery, making people uncomfortable. He, so it is the two generals from the line of the crown princess. Luo Wanqiu chuckled and looked in the direction of Xia Mengqian, speaking to her. Hearing Luo Wanqiu's name, the chill in Jiang Wang's eyes intensified. This Luo Wanqiu was one of the ancestors of the Luo family who had advocated expelling his mother back then. So it is Senior Wanqiu, since you have arrived, let's work together to open this secret realm. All right. Luo Wanqiu nodded in agreement, and then the three of them acted together. Instantly, the spirit energy in this realm became violent. Countless spiritual powers were absorbed by the three, and then they struck together. Boom! Three immensely powerful streams of spiritual energy shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, crashing against the seal of the secret realm. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled, and cracks began to appear in the seal of the secret realm. Even the tomb of a saint, subjected to the erosion of years and the joint force of three immortal emperors, could not withstand it. Soon, cracks covered the entire seal. Crack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the realm. At that moment, the seal of the secret realm shattered. Countless young people began to swarm inside, seeking their own chances. Donger, go ahead, don't disgrace our Luo clan. Yes. Then I will go in too. Xiao Mengqian said to the two generals beside her and then moved like a graceful shadow, rushing inside. Seeing the seal break, Jiang Wang glanced one more time at Luo Wanqiu and Luo Dong. He turned to the immortal crane, speaking. Wait for me outside, I will go in first, to collect some interest for the events of that year. After saying this, Jiang Wang turned into a streak of golden light and rushed into the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, Jiang Wang looked back once more. Unexpectedly, he locked eyes with Luo Wanqiu. Jiang Wang's lips curled into a mysterious smile, then he no longer hesitated and charged in. Chapter 22. Luo Wanqiu frowned, she didn't know why, but upon seeing that boy just now, an uneasy feeling arose in her heart. Who is this child? Luo Wanqiu did not know Jiang Wang, but she keenly noticed the coldness in his eyes. This child's brows and eyes resemble that woman a bit. Luo Wanqiu frowned in thought. Could it be that abandoned child from back then? Luo Wanqiu was shocked, calculating the time, that abandoned child of the Luo clan should be around this age now. If this boy really is my Luo clan's abandoned child, how could he come out alone to experience life? A trace of coldness flashed in Luo Wanqiu's eyes, a killing intent spreading. She had already made a decision in her heart. Over the years, she had heard some whispers about the Jiang clan regarding that abandoned child. Now, she would rather kill wrongly than let go. Once Jiang Wang emerged from the secret realm, Luo Wanqiu planned to strike and eliminate him immediately. Let's talk about Jiang Wang. Since flying into the secret realm, Jiang Wang felt somewhat surprised. Because this secret realm, from the outside, looks like a cave. But inside, it transforms into a complete space on its own. The sage buried here actually used great powers to turn the entire secret realm into a primitive forest. Jiang Wang landed on the ground and began to look around at the scene. It really... Roar! Just as he was about to speak, a furious roar suddenly burst out from the jungle ahead. A spirit beast, covered in black fur, jumped out, opening its bloody mouth to pounce on Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang raised his brow, not only showing no sign of dodging but also directly extending his arm, as if he wanted to offer himself to the spirit beast. Crack! A sound of shattering rang out. Of course, it was not Jiang Wang's arm that shattered, but the spirit beast's teeth. What a joke! If the ancient sacred body could be bitten off by a mere blood realm monster, he wouldn't need to continue playing. Oh whoa! The spirit beast's eyes showed a trace of human-like fear. After a painful whimper, it wanted to escape. You've already bitten, so don't run away. With that, Jiang Wang directly punched the spirit beast's head. Bang! A muffled sound came out, but the imagined scene of the spirit beast turning into a mist of blood did not occur. The spirit beast's body was directly shattered by Jiang Wang's punch, transforming into a cloud of spirit energy light spots, which then slowly entered Jiang Wang's body. Interesting, the spirit beasts in this secret realm are actually illusions. Jiang Wang sighed, then shook his head with some regret. What a pity, it has no effect on me. I should find a place to collect the rewards. These spirit energy light spots had an almost negligible improvement for Jiang Wang. In other words, the entire secret realm did not attract Jiang Wang much. He came here just to complete a task. After saying that, Jiang Wang's figure turned into a flash of golden light and soared into the sky. While flying rapidly through the air, Jiang Wang saw many people below hunting the spirit beasts formed from spirit energy. Moreover, many so-called great clan prodigies were fighting fiercely over the heavenly materials and earth treasures within this secret realm, competing with each other. Jiang Wang ignored them and searched for a more hidden cave. He moved a large rock to block the cave entrance. Then he embedded several luminous pearls in the cave and finally brought out the golden lotus for cultivation. After completing these tasks, Jiang Wang clapped his hands. Everything is ready. After saying that, he directly sat cross-legged on the golden lotus, and his divine sense began to communicate with the system. Congratulations, host, task completed. Reward, detected sage-level secret realm, reward 100 years of diligent cultivation spirit energy infusion. As the small words slowly disappeared, Jiang Wang instantly felt an extremely pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth rushing into his limbs and bones. This system rewards spirit energy does not need refining, it can be absorbed and used directly. Ah, refreshing. Jiang Wang let out a comfortable murmur. Then, a vast and thick golden blood energy erupted from the crown of Jiang Wang's head. It illuminated the entire cave brightly. The shackles that had blocked Jiang Wang's advancement were instantly broken. At this moment, the ground shook and the mountains trembled, and everyone in the secret realm felt the earth quaking. Rocks rolled down from the towering cliffs, startling the birds and beasts in the forest to scatter in all directions. At this time, Jiang Wang's aura had reached the second level of the immortal emperor, bathed in dazzling golden light, as if a celestial god had descended to the world. However, at this moment, Jiang Wang's aura was still surging, showing no signs of stopping. Feeling the continuously strengthening power, it was about to boil and overflow within him. Jiang Wang slightly opened his eyes and looked up at the stone wall above his head. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a curve. Come on, let's see what 100 years of hard training can achieve. After saying that, Jiang Wang continued to close his eyes and began to absorb the overwhelming spiritual energy. Thus, the energy absorption continued into the deep night, and at this moment, Jiang Wang had no aura at all. Not a single ripple of spiritual energy could be detected on his body. At first glance, one might think he was just an ordinary person sitting here on the golden lotus. But just then, Jiang Wang's whole body trembled, and his tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, two beams of golden light shooting out from his eyes and directly shattering the giant stone blocking the cave entrance. His figure instantly transformed into a streak of golden light, leaping out. Ah! Jiang Wang stretched his body. His entire skeleton crackled like firecrackers with popping sounds. Feeling the immense power within him, Jiang Wang let out a roar towards the sky. In an instant, a golden blood energy, heavy and surging like the ocean, erupted forth, striking towards the heavens. It shattered the clouds above the entire secret realm into pieces. Ah! Damn! The crowd in the secret realm saw golden light rising into the sky from the direction of Jiang Wang, as if the heavens were breaking apart. What is that? I don't know, why is there such a huge commotion? Could it be a rare treasure has appeared? Such a level of treasure might have already become an everlasting elixir. Let's go, let's take a look. The people in the secret realm immediately paired up and rushed towards Jiang Wang's location, planning to explore. But just as they were about to enter this area, a sudden deafening roar exploded from the heavens above. Boom! Instantly, dark clouds rolled in the sky, blocking out the sun and moon, as if apocalypse had descended. The entire secret realm was shrouded in dark clouds, and within the clouds, rolling thunder crackled. Jiang Wang stood atop the heavens, and at this moment, his aura began to rise steadily, climbing to the 9th level of the Immortal Emperor. After the Immortal King comes the Immortal Emperor, and every ascent of the Immortal Emperor requires the trial of thunder tribulations. If he endures, he can freely roam across the 9 provinces and 10 lands. If he cannot endure, he will die, turning to dust and scattering with the wind. In the process of absorbing spiritual energy, Jiang Wang briefly blocked the heavenly secrets to solidify his realm, so he did not invoke the thunder tribulation. But now, all the spiritual energy was absorbed by Jiang Wang, he could no longer suppress his aura. So now, the thunder tribulation descends. Moreover, it is the 9th layer of thunder tribulation stacked together. Chapter 23. Endless thunder began to gather above the secret realm's sky. The sound of thunder roared, as if the heavens were furious, wanting to turn the world into a vast realm of thunder. At this moment, thick bolts of lightning began to gather and coalesce above the sky, as thick as an adult's torso. In the flickering lightning, this vast thunder gradually formed into a palace made of thunder. This palace had white walls and blue tiles, stunningly beautiful, with carved beams and painted rafters, and upturned eaves. It seemed as if a temple from the 9 heavens had appeared here. The lightning intertwined and shone brightly, resonating thunder that illuminated the entire secret realm as if it were daylight. Even 100 miles away, people could see this thunder palace clearly. At this moment, Xiao Mengqian was leading several teenagers of similar age, having just finished a fierce battle against a monster. They had finally defeated the peak of the transformation stage, the sky-piercing python. As the enormous and fierce snake head collapsed limply to the ground, its massive body transformed into a multitude of spiritual energy light points. Xiao Mengqian waved her sleeve, collecting the myriad of spiritual energy light points into her sleeve, then dividing them into different sizes to distribute to those beside her. One child spoke up. Sister Qian, you put in the most effort, you should take a bit more. Yes, Sister Qian, with your strength, you really don't need to team up with us, we're uneasy taking this spiritual energy. Xiao Mengqian's red lips parted slightly, smiling as she shook her head. You all have done a lot as well, so take it with confidence, and... Boom! Before Xiao Mengqian could finish her sentence, a loud roar echoed through the air. Immediately, dazzling lightning appeared in the sky, and the magnificent thunder palace came into view. Hiss! As the palace emerged, everyone gasped in shock, exhaling cold breaths. Oh my god, is this heavenly thunder? Why would there be heavenly thunder appearing in this secret realm? Could the immortal medicine have appeared in the world? Hearing the whispers around her, Xiao Mengqian's mouth slightly opened, feeling some shock. This kind of heavenly thunder was something she was seeing for the first time. Qianer, how about we form a team and go together? This commotion most likely means some extraordinary treasure has appeared. If you and I work together, we will surely seize it. Everyone's gaze turned towards the direction from which the voice came. They saw Luo Dong walking over slowly, a slight smile on his face. Seeing Luo Dong approaching, Xiao Mengqian's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. But she still smiled and spoke to him. So it's young Master Luo. There's no need for such courtesy, young lady Qian'er. Our Luo family and the great Xia divine dynasty have always had friendly ties, with countless alliances. We should not be strangers. Xia Mengqian only gave a polite smile, then turned her gaze back to the palace in the sky. Seeing her attitude, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Luo Dong's eyes, and his breath quickened, but he quickly concealed it. He continued, since young lady Qian'er is so interested, let's go together. If it really is some precious treasure, I will obtain it and gift it to you. Ah, then I thank young Master Luo in advance. Xia Mengqian neither actively accepted nor rejected, just performing a slight bow to Luo Dong, her movements like a gentle breeze, refreshing and heartening. This scene left Luo Dong momentarily stunned. After a long while, he came back to his senses. Immediately, he extended his arm towards her with a smile. Young lady Qian'er, please. All right. Saying this, Xia Mengqian led a few people towards the direction of the palace. Luo Dong stood in place, watching her back as she flew away. His gaze focused on Xia Mengqian's slender waist, greed flickering in his eyes, a smirk appearing on the corner of his mouth. Xia Mengqian, daughter of the emperor, you must be mine. At the same time. At this moment, Jiang Wang was bathed in golden blood energy, his robe swirling, golden hair waving, looking like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Jiang Wang looked up at the palace in the sky, smiled slightly, then shouted towards it. Come. A deep, powerful golden spiritual energy sprayed from his mouth, hitting the palace directly. Boom. Angry thunder exploded as if it was greatly provoked. Then, the palace forged from thunder began to emit streaks of lightning. There seemed to be shadows moving within it. Countless bolts of thunder gathered towards the palace. At this moment, it felt like time had stopped, and the flickering lightning among the clouds faded away. Only the Thunder Palace began to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, billions of bolts of thunder fell from the sky. All life within miles was completely destroyed, turned to ashes. Of course, Jiang Wang at the center could not escape, countless heavenly thunders hit his body. Even his clothes turned to ashes. Jiang Wang felt a numbing sensation all over and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Is this all you've got? Is there something stronger? Golden blood energy surged upwards, and at the same time, Jiang Wang changed his hand seal. A black hole appeared behind him. The rapid spinning began. The devouring sky demon technique operated, and Jiang Wang's eyes displayed one gold and one black color, looking extraordinarily mysterious. This black hole started to devour the rich power of thunder, returning it to Jiang Wang's veins and the bones and flesh of his entire body. At this moment, Jiang Wang felt as if his whole body was electrified, clearly sensing the furious power of thunder flowing through his veins. Moreover, Jiang Wang's previous roar seemed to have angered the deity residing within the palace. Thunder light flickered, and hundreds of thunder figures appeared from the palace. These figures were all formed of thunder. An armor could be clearly seen on their bodies, as if they were mighty warriors clad in thunderous armor. These warriors shouted in unison. Thunder spears appeared in their hands, and then they threw them together towards the laughing Jiang Wang below. Bring it on! Jiang Wang charged forward instead of retreating, straight towards the countless thunder spears. Carrying endless golden blood energy, he met them head-on. Booming! Endless heavenly thunder roared, and this place had seemingly turned into a thunder realm, where even a casual bolt could shed the skin of a supreme power. Now, this area was crowded with people, as almost everyone in the secret realm had been drawn here. They were all watching this rare spectacle that would not be seen in 100 years. This is truly outrageous. What on earth has emerged to attract such terrifying thunder? I don't know, even my ancestor didn't have something this absurd during his transcending of the immortal emperor's tribulation. Oh, wait, why do I feel like this isn't some rare treasure? Why do you say that? Look up there in the sky, doesn't that look like a human figure? No one could have imagined that in this secret realm with restricted bone age, there could actually be an immortal emperor transcending tribulation? 18 years old, the previous immortal emperor? Chapter 24. A figure. I really have to say, there's indeed a figure inside. Is that true? Everyone looked towards the horrific and ferocious thunder abyss ahead. They truly discovered a small figure sitting in midair, allowing countless heavenly thunders to strike down, yet still standing tall like an unshakable iron pillar. Once it was confirmed that there was indeed someone inside, everyone was shocked, exchanging incredulous glances. Even Xia Mengqian, who had seen great scenes, gasped in surprise. Luo Dong was the same, frowning, his eyes fixed on the vague figure inside. Who on earth is this? Could it be that he is transcending the thunder tribulation here? But isn't this a secret realm with restricted bone age? This is serious. This thunder tribulation might only be capable of being attracted by a saint. As the crowd learned that there was such a powerful existence within the secret realm, they all appeared somewhat anxious. Suddenly, many of them began to huddle together in small groups. At this moment, Jiang Wang felt the power of the thunder tribulation slowly weakening. The attacks were no longer as fierce as before. He knew that this thunder tribulation would soon come to an end. While he was deep in thought, a figure slowly walked out from the thunder palace above. This figure wore an imperial crown and a long robe, resembling a king who commanded the thunder. As this figure appeared, everyone present felt the spiritual energy of this world beginning to stir. All the thunder calmed down at this moment, as if they were worshipping their king. This figure slowly raised its arm, pointing towards Jiang Wang. Buzzing. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world was trembling, and a small bolt of lightning, like a snake, shot out from its fingertip. Yet this lightning contained a power greater than all the previous bolts. Faintly, it seemed to be mixed with colors of 7 hues. Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed slightly. For the first time, he felt a sense of danger. He could clearly feel the world-destroying power contained within that thunderbolt, enough to injure him. Thus, Jiang Wang no longer acted recklessly and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. With both hands forming a marvelous seal, at this moment, all his spiritual power was mobilized. Jiang Wang curled his right hand into a sword finger, slowly rising with power. Sword technique, sword light shining through the 9 heavens. Zheng. The clear sound of the sword echoed through the heavens and the earth. At the same time, a gigantic golden sword, thousands of feet long, slowly appeared behind Jiang Wang. Where the blade passed, even the void was cut open. This was the most powerful ancestral divine ability of the Jiang family, the sword technique, in its strongest form. Jiang Wang's cultivation and physique were at the top level, but he struggled without a divine ability that matched his strength. However, the strongest move of the sword technique was sufficient to be put to use. Slash! Jiang Wang pointed the sword finger towards the thunder. The giant sword behind him instantly vanished, and when it reappeared, it was already before the thunder. Boom! At the moment of collision between the giant sword and the thunder, the surrounding space was instantly torn apart by powerful force. Countless spatial turbulent flows appeared, shattering the trees and boulders within several miles. Wow! This is incredible! I'm out of here. At this rate, this secret realm will be destroyed. Quick, get away from here! The powerful spiritual power shock affected the crowd watching from the periphery. These people were all agape, feeling an unparalleled shock. Some were even ready to retreat. Xianer, do not be afraid. Luo Dong stepped forward, and overwhelming spiritual power waves radiated out. In front of several people, it turned into a layer of spiritual shield, protecting everyone within. Thank you. Xia Mengqian smiled and nodded to Luo Dong. This made Luo Dong extremely pleased. As everyone relied on their means to resist the shock, the thunder prison ahead slowly dissipated, and the thunder palace in the sky also faded into the world. Just when everyone wanted to see what kind of divine being this was, the crowd was shocked to discover that in the thunder prison, there was only a ground full of wounds left. There was not a single person, nor even a strand of hair. At this moment, the protagonist Jiang Wang was already in existence they were not even worthy of seeing, having left this place ahead of time. Jiang Wang hid in a sparsely populated area, and then took out a set of clothes from his bag and put them on. After all, he could not always be a naked child. Although this body was that of a 5-year-old child, he had a mature mind nonetheless. After changing his clothes, Jiang Wang pondered for a moment and then decided to return to the scene of the incident. Thus, 2 hours later, Jiang Wang returned to the previous place again as an observer, listening to the whispers of the crowd around. By now, many people had spontaneously formed a team. Not only to hunt these spiritual beasts together but also to jointly guard against the mysterious powerful being crossing tribulation here. Xianer, how about teaming up with me? Luo Dong smiled as he spoke to Xia Mengqian. No, I have already formed a team with some friends. Young Master Luo, your strength is great, but it would be a loss to be with us. Xia Mengqian almost did not hesitate at all and directly refused him. This made Luo Dong's smile freeze on his face. However, Xia Mengqian seemed to ignore it, politely performed a bow, and then lifted her long, fair neck like a swan and was about to brush past him. At this moment, Luo Dong's face was as dark as if he had eaten excrement. Unable to suppress his emotions, he glared at Xia Mengqian's exquisite figure, and his wrist slightly turned, as if something was brewing in his sleeve. Just at that moment, Xia Mengqian's gaze was abruptly caught by a person dressed in white, who had a cute appearance. The beautiful child attracted attention. Hey, whose child is this? So good looking. Yeah, so cute. I want to pinch him. The several boys and girls besides Xia Mengqian also noticed Jiang Wang, who was standing there in a daze. They couldn't help but praise him. At this moment, Jiang Wang was staring at the thunder domain he had just created. He was mainly reflecting on himself. Now, both his physical body and spiritual strength were very strong, enough to deal with most troubles. But after advancing to the 9th layer of the Immortal Emperor, the Jiang family sword technique in his hands was starting to feel insufficient. Looks like it's time to look for some powerful martial arts and divine powers. Just as Jiang Wang was thinking, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned around and found that it was Xia Mengqian, who was looking down at him with a bright smile. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be soaked in warm spring water, so captivating that one couldn't look away. Ha! Due to the height difference, Jiang Wang unexpectedly got close to Xia Mengqian's fair and delicate skin. He could even vaguely smell the faint fragrance coming from her, making his heart race. Seeing Jiang Wang like this, Xia Mengqian covered her red lips with her delicate hand and pretended to be angry. Am I really that scary, little brother? Ah, no. Jiang Wang quickly adapted to the role, smiling as he said, "It's just that you're too beautiful, sister. I've never seen someone so good-looking." Chapter 25. Jiang Wang quickly reacted and switched to the innocent and sweet-talking mode of a 5-year-old child. Xia Mengqian had been complimented before. In fact, she heard praises from those who admired her beauty every day from morning until night. But surprisingly, she felt quite flattered hearing such words come from the mouth of this little child. Her eyes turned into crescent moons as she giggled. "Little brother, you look about 4 or 5 years old." 5 years old. Jiang Wang nodded seriously, unknowingly acting like a little adult in Xia Mengqian's eyes, melting her heart. "You're so young and you dare to come to the secret realm, you really are bold. There's no choice, in my family, I'm the only one who can cultivate spiritual energy, so of course, I have to come and seek opportunities myself." Jiang Wang spread his small hands, purposely showing a pitiful face. "Poor thing, would you like to follow your sister in this secret realm? It's not safe for you to be here alone, your sister can take you back to the great Xia divine dynasty after we go out." Xia Mengqian reached out her jade-like finger and pinched Jiang Wang's bouncy little face. She wants to take me away. If I can live in the great Xia divine dynasty with you, that's not a bad idea. Of course, this was something Jiang Wang could only say in his heart, secretly enjoying it as a powerless little child. Jiang Wang initially wanted to find a reason to refuse, but suddenly he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and then revealed a very charming smile. Okay, wow, sister, you're from the great Xia divine dynasty? So amazing. Then let's go. Saying this, Xia Mengqian directly took Jiang Wang's little hand and left with a few people behind her. As for why Jiang Wang suddenly changed his mind, the reason was simple. It was because Jiang Wang had just noticed the sullen-faced Luo Dong standing nearby. Jiang Wang instantly understood what was going on. 99% likely this Luo Dong was coveting Xia Mengqian's beauty but had been rejected. Now, could Jiang Wang refuse something that could make a Luo clan member unhappy? Of course not. Moreover, Jiang Wang originally planned to find an opportunity to deal with Luo Dong directly and then leave this secret realm. Taking a direct descendant of the Luo clan as interest seemed quite reasonable. He intended to kill, but he did not refuse to first strike at the heart before killing. And so, as Jiang Wang followed Xia Mengqian, he intentionally turned his head to take a glance back. Then he even pulled a face at the people behind him. Luo Dong stood still. Looking at their departing figures, his expression darkened to a somewhat terrifying degree. The expressions in his eyes continuously changed. The raging anger twisted his originally handsome face into something unsettling. "Good boy, you chose to look for death with them, don't blame me." Luo Dong gritted his teeth and said, then he didn't linger, his figure vanished from the spot. Jiang Wang had been following Xia Mengqian and others, hunting spirit beasts everywhere. Bang! In the jungle, Jiang Wang punched a spirit beast in front of him, turning it into a sky full of flying spirit power light spots. He then handed it over to Xia Mengqian. "Wow, little brother, not bad. You're only 5 years old, and your body is so strong. You aren't from the North Sea Dragon Catching Hall, are you?" The people in Xia Mengqian's team gaped, surprised and with slightly open lips upon seeing this. Though she had seen many top-notch individuals who could crush spirit beasts with a single punch. But Jiang Wang was only 5 years old, isn't this a bit too amazing? As for the sect Xia Mengqian mentioned, Jiang Wang had heard of it. It was a sect that specialized in training the physical body. Jiang Wang chuckled and shook his head in denial. Thus, Xia Mengqian was once again shocked by the little milk dumpling in front of her. He was actually not from the Dragon Catching Hall. Doesn't that prove that his super strong body was trained with innate ability? This was even more outrageous than being a disciple of the Dragon Catching Hall. Impressive, little brother, I really can't see it. You flatter me. Jiang Wang humbly replied. After killing enough spirit beasts, everyone found an open area to rest. Gathered around the campfire, they began to distribute today's harvest. Xia Mengqian handed a golden pill to Jiang Wang. "Here, this is yours." Jiang Wang thought for a moment but didn't refuse. After all, he didn't want to reveal himself yet. So he smiled and accepted it. In the next moment, a breath intruded into Jiang Wang's consciousness. His current strength allowed his consciousness to extend to dozens of miles around. So since the breath appeared, Jiang Wang had been locking onto its direction. The owner of this breath was none other than Luo Dong. He had chased them but had not shown himself. This suggested that he likely harbored some plot or scheme. If so, that would be even better. Originally, Jiang Wang regretted that Luo Dong didn't team up with them. Now, he had delivered himself right to the door. Over here. Luo Dong's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. His gaze fixed firmly on Xiao Mengqian in front of him. His eyes were full of greed. Xiao Mengqian, I came to this secret realm just for you, you definitely can't escape. After saying that, Luo Dong raised his hand. A delicate red bead appeared in his palm, slowly rotating. The red bead was covered in dense, mysterious symbols, and a special power was emanating from it. Just looking at it made one feel their internal spirit power stagnate. This immortal trapping pearl was personally forged by ancestor Luo Wanqiu, and it contains the power to confine immortal emperors. I don't believe you can escape from my grasp. Luo Dong came with purpose. He had long coveted Xiao Mengqian. Even though his talent was not weak, and he was born into the Luo clan, both handsome and extraordinary. Even within the Luo clan he had numerous admirers. But Xiao Mengqian was not interested in him, always maintaining a lukewarm attitude towards him. Regular means definitely wouldn't work. So Luo Dong had developed this crooked thought. At that time, he would directly forcefully claim her, and even if the rice was already cooked, it was hard to change it back. He was also certain that the great Xia divine dynasty would never go to war with the Luo clan over a youngster's affair, to the death. After all, the event had already occurred, and the Luo clan was quite powerful. By then, even if the emperor of the great Xia divine dynasty was domineering, facing this marriage proposal, they would have to recognize it reluctantly. Thinking of this, Luo Dong began to tremble with excitement. The greed in his eyes grew even more intense, and there was even a hint of madness appearing. Ha, Xiao Mengqian, you are mine, ha, the 9 Lingyan body, you are also mine, ha. At the same time, by the campfire, Jiang Wang lazily leaned against a dark giant rock. Listening to the howling sounds around him, he found it somewhat amusing. This Luo Dong, not even retracting his divine thought, is practically running into the bank with an empty bag to announce that he is here to rob. Still that saying, what could be more interesting than killing and breaking hearts? Is there anything? No. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang directly scooted over to Xiao Mengqian's side. With a grin, he said, Sister Xia. What's wrong? You are really beautiful, hee. If we camp tonight, I am a bit scared, can I sleep with you? Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, a blush resembling the evening glow instantly appeared on Xiao Mengqian's delicate little face. She reached out and pinched Jiang Wang's little cheek. You are only 5 years old, and you have learned to tease people? Looking at you, it seems you will also be a handsome guy in the future. I wonder how many little girls you will charm when you grow up. Chapter 26. Jiang Wang chuckled and blinked his big, spirited eyes. Hee, I am speaking the truth, sister. Ha, do you really think so? Of course, sister, do you have a partner? Jiang Wang finally asked the question he truly wanted to ask. In fact, the reason he intentionally chatted with Xiao Mengqian was also this. He just wanted to inquire about Xiao Mengqian's single status. Moreover, he wanted to probe into the situation to understand why Luo Dong was so persistently attached. To say that Xiao Mengqian, no matter her figure, looks, or identity, was top-notch. But that Luo Dong was not a fool, he wouldn't dare risk offending the great Xia divine dynasty just because of her beauty. Therefore, Jiang Wang felt there must be some other secret involved. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, a hint of loneliness flashed in Xiao Mengqian's eyes, and she shrugged her fragrant shoulders, shaking her head. No. Jiang Wang pretended to be surprised. How is that possible? Sister Xia is so beautiful and is the eldest princess of the great Xia divine dynasty, how could no one be pursuing you? There are quite a few men around, but these people all have impure intentions, they come with specific objectives. What objectives? Xiao Mengqian turned her head to look at Jiang Wang, seemingly hesitating. But when she saw his clear gaze, she relaxed. Her red lips parted slightly, and she sighed lightly. With a bitter smile, she asked Jiang Wang, do you know about the 9 Lingyan body? Upon hearing this, the doubts in Jiang Wang's heart were instantly resolved. So it turns out Xiao Mengqian is the 9 Lingyan body. No wonder Luo Dong would risk offending the great Xia divine dynasty to have ulterior motives towards Xiao Mengqian. The so-called 9 Lingyan body is one of the many miraculous physiques in this world. However, this physique does not provide particularly significant feedback to the holder, at most, it just speeds up cultivation of it. But this physique offers significant benefits to its partner. Yin and Yang embrace, drawing Yin to supplement Yang, with many benefits. Jiang Wang had seen it in a book. Before, some evil sects specifically collected women with this physique from all over the world to use them as furnace cauldrons for cultivation. To say it wasn't a very respectable physique would not be an exaggeration. At this point, Xiao Mengqian hugged her legs with her lotus arms, and a slightly lonely expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. She looked extremely pitiful. Jiang Wang also sighed. Then he slowly stood up, feeling it was about time, and spoke. Ah, Sister Xia, I think I lost something important, so I will go back to look for it. As soon as Xiao Mengqian heard Jiang Wang wanted to go back, she immediately stood up. Why don't we return together tomorrow morning? The spiritual beasts in the secret realm come out to hunt at night. There might be some high-level spiritual beasts. No, that thing is a bit important to me. Jiang Wang gently waved his hand. Then he plunged straight into the woods. Just when Jiang Wang wanted to spread his divine sense to search for Luodong, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Wang. Ah! Sister Xia, why are you here? At this moment, Xiao Mengqian's delicate little face had a hint of anger and helplessness. Hey, you little rascal, how could I let you go out alone? I really don't know which family's child you are, being so stubborn. Saying this, Xiao Mengqian reached out and pinched Jiang Wang's little face. Jiang Wang was at a loss for words. He actually didn't want Xiao Mengqian to come alone. He was thinking, since he already knew Luodong's intentions, he would just take action to eliminate him and slip away. But now it couldn't be helped, since Xiao Mengqian had followed, he might as well go with it. Saying this, Jiang Wang took the initiative to hold Xiao Mengqian's soft, boneless jade hand to further provoke Luodong. Meanwhile, in a part of the forest on a tree trunk, Luodong, who had been observing the two figures below, one tall and one short, had a look that was somewhat frightening. Bloodshot veins crawled up in his eyes. You little brat, since you're looking for death, don't blame me. Luodong's gaze hardened, and his spiritual energy surged forth. Kid. Poof. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy erupting from not far behind, Jiang Wang's mouth curled into a smile. He knew Luodong had taken the bait. Luodong leaped from the tree, surrounded by flashes of lightning. The violent spiritual energy directly attacked Jiang Wang and Xiao Mengqian. Jiang Wang remained expressionless, showing no intention to fight back. However, Xiao Mengqian beside him furrowed her brows, her slender arms extended, and her jade hands formed a seal. The wide sleeves, carrying a fragrant breeze, deflected the incoming spiritual energy. Young Master Luo, what do you intend to do? What do I want to do? You'll know soon. Saying this, Luodong flipped his palm, and a red Kunshan pearl appeared in his hand. The Kunshan pearl slowly rotated, and peculiar waves of spiritual energy began to spread out. Go! Luodong revealed a wicked smile, then flicked his fingers, and the Kunshan pearl instantly appeared above Jiang Wang and Xiao Mengqian's heads. A faint red peculiar light enveloped them, directly suppressing both of them within it. You dare! Xiao Mengqian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, she felt completely powerless, her internal spiritual energy began to flow slowly and sluggishly. Xiao Mengqian bit her silver teeth and flipped her palm. A jade token engraved with the character Xia appeared in her hand. Luodong, today's matter will not be easily resolved by me, Xiao Mengqian, or the Great Xia. If you don't want to receive my Great Xia's declaration of war, release us quickly. Seeing the jade token in Xiao Mengqian's hand, Luodong's face showed no surprise. Instead, he disdainfully shrugged. Feel free. Crack. Seeing Luodong's attitude, Xiao Mengqian could no longer care about anything else. Gritting her teeth, she directly crushed the jade token in her hand. The token shattered, sending out a wave of divine sense, wanting to tear through space and escape. But this divine sense darted around within this space, unable to tear through it. How could this happen? A trace of disbelief flashed in Xiao Mengqian's beautiful eyes. Ah, don't waste your effort. This Kunshan pearl was personally crafted by old ancestor Wan Xiu, who has a profound understanding of spatial matters. How can it be compared to you mere warriors who only know how to kill? Hearing Luodong's mocking words, Xiao Mengqian's face also turned ugly at this moment. Turning to Jiang Wang, as if determined to do something, she quietly said, I will use a method to send you out of this secret realm. After you get out, call for people from my Great Xia Divine Dynasty to come and rescue me. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows slightly, without saying a word. Just then, Luodong looked at Jiang Wang again, his tone full of mockery. And you, damn brat, you're the abandoned child of my Luo clan from 5 years ago, aren't you? Ah. Luodong's words caused Xiao Mengqian to be taken aback. Her red lips parted slightly, looking at Jiang Wang in surprise. The latter smiled faintly, looking at Luodong with a calm expression, and slowly extended 2 fingers. First, don't associate me with your damn Luo clan. My surname is Jiang, my name is Jiang Wang. Second, do you think you've already won? Ha, still talking tough when death is near, can't you see who's going to win and who's going to lose? Luodong wore a mocking expression, and the curve at the corner of his mouth grew even more repulsive. Don't rush. No need to seek death so soon. Your life, I'll take it for the Luo clan, but before that, I still want to enjoy my 9 Lingyan body. You shameless beast. Xia Mengqian was now drenched in sweat due to the suppression of the immortal trapping pearl. A slight flush appeared on her beautiful face. Her eyes were filled with intense disgust as she looked at Luo Dong. Jiang, little brother, soon this thing will lose its effect, and then I'll try my best to hold him off. You go out and find someone. Xia Mengqian struggled to rise, speaking to Jiang Wang. But at this moment, Jiang Wang was already floating in midair, his delicate, fair hand pressing on her fragrant shoulder, shaking his head gently. Rest well, I have a simpler solution. Jiang Wang had a confident smile on his face, and then his entire body began to emit a faint golden light. At the same time, golden blood energy surged into the sky, scattering the clouds above. What? Luodong's mouth opened wide, his pupils shaking violently. You can still use spiritual energy under the effect of the immortal trapping pearl? Jiang Wang feigned confusion. Oh? Immortal trapping pearl? You mean this broken pearl? Saying that, Jiang Wang directly extended his hand, his 5 fingers curling, pulling the immortal trapping pearl above them into his hand. Finally, in front of Luodong, whose expression was like he had seen a ghost, Jiang Wang pinched it between 2 fingers and crushed it into dust. You. I don't like you speaking to me while you're looking down, change your posture first. Before Luodong's shocked words could be spoken, Jiang Wang's figure instantly vanished from his position and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. A finger slowly extended, tapping on Luodong's forehead. PFF. In an instant, Luodong felt an irresistible force invade his meridians with brute force. His entire body's meridians were shattered by this force, and his spiritual energy completely dissipated at this moment. All the years of hard cultivation turned into bubbles. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. His body was like a kite with its string cut, crashing backward. He crashed through dozens of trees before finally landing on the ground. Ah! Luodong's face was filled with disbelief, wanting to struggle to get up but realizing he couldn't. The force from earlier not only destroyed his meridians but also shattered all the bones in his body. You actually. PFF. Luodong tried to speak, but another mouthful of blood came out. He started bleeding from his 7 orifices, his life hanging by a thread. Ah, you. Seeing the scene, Xia Mengqian was beyond shocked. Her jade hand gently covered her red lips, and the pupils in her beautiful eyes were constantly shaking. Jiang Wang chuckled, then waved his hand. The space around them distorted. In Xia Mengqian's vision, everything in front of her blurred, and then they appeared right in front of Luodong. At this moment, Luodong was struggling to lift his head, seemingly wanting to raise his hand. But he was already unable to do so. Jiang Wang smiled and spoke to him. So, how is it? Are you satisfied with the strength of this abandoned child of the Luo clan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luodong's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear and shock. Don't kill me, I beg you, I will absolutely not tell anyone about what happened today. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and smiled at Luodong. What do you mean you won't tell anyone about today? Do you really think I fear the Luo clan knowing? Jiang Wang's gaze gradually turned icy, and a hint of killing intent began to seep into his tone. No worries, let me tell you, I, Jiang Wang, will definitely visit your Luo clan before I come of age, but for now, I'll just collect some interest from you. Saying this, Jiang Wang stretched out his hand, pinching with his thumb and index finger. The spiritual energy in this world began to be frantically compressed and absorbed by Jiang Wang. A golden round pill appeared between Jiang Wang's fingers. Go! Jiang Wang casually flicked his finger, sending the golden pill directly into Luodong's body. What have you done to me? Luodong's face was full of terror as he tried to sense the golden pill inside him. But he forgot that his spiritual energy had already been crippled by Jiang Wang, so he naturally couldn't feel it. Jiang Wang smiled slightly, patted the other person's shoulder, and said to him, I, Jiang Wang, am not a ruthless killer. My mother is Jiang Xixin, who has taught me to be kind since I was little. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, the golden pill I put in your body can give you temporary power, but it will also blow you to ashes. Jiang Wang paused for a moment. Continuing with a smile, he said. Now run quickly. If you're fast enough, you might be able to get your ancestor to help you remove the golden pill. Okay. Luodong hurriedly nodded, not daring to delay any further, and directly stood up, suppressing the resentment in his eyes as he ran wildly towards the exit of the secret realm. After Luodong left, Xia Mengqian frowned and said to Jiang Wang, Little Jiang Wang, if you just let him go like this, it might bring trouble to you and the Jiang family. Xia Mengqian's tone was filled with worry. Jiang Wang chuckled and waved his hand at Xia Mengqian. Don't worry. What? As the focus shifted to Luodong, he was seen fleeing rapidly through the jungle. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was filled with deep resentment. Jiang Wang, you wait for me. Once I return to my clan, I will make all the ancestors of the Luo clan flatten your Jiang family, and your Jiang family will be drenched in blood. I will personally smash all your bones into dust. At that moment, Jiang Wang extended 3 fingers. He began to count down loudly. 3, 2, 1. As Jiang Wang lowered his last finger, the countdown ended. Clap. A crisp sound echoed in the world. At the same time. Boom. A huge explosion roared in this secret realm, as if the entire place trembled at that moment. Countless birds and beasts were startled and fled in all directions. At the center of the explosion was Luo Dong, who had a face full of resentment. At this moment, he had turned to ashes, leaving only a Qiankuan bag on the ground. Jiang Wang smiled, looking at the utterly shocked expression on Xiao Mengqian's face. Hee, I was joking, I actually rarely listen to my mom, and even if you run fast, you would still end up as ashes. Chapter 28. Jiang Wang waved his sleeve and appeared with Xiao Mengqian at the spot where the huge explosion sound had come from. Xiao Mengqian saw that the originally flat land had become charred black and there was a deep pit about 10 feet wide. Jiang Wang bent his hand. The Qiankuan bag on the ground was grabbed into his hand. Then, without effort, he wiped away the spiritual seal on it. Putting away the Qiankuan bag, Jiang Wang looked at Xiao Mengqian and smiled slightly at her. She was still a bit dazed, staring at the ground turned to scorched earth, unsure of what to say. After a long while, she finally came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Wang with a complex expression. You are actually the Jiang family's divine son from 5 years ago. What divine son? It's just that my realm was a bit high at birth, and, plus the commotion was a bit too loud. Jiang Wang waved his hand. Humble response. When Xiao Mengqian heard Jiang Wang's incredibly arrogant words, her red lips slightly curled. Then tell me the truth, was it also you, this little rascal, who caused that thunderstorm, disturbing the entire secret realm? Jiang Wang's face turned red as he heard this, and then he cleared his throat. Sigh, I didn't expect that just a simple crossing of the thunder tribulation at the peak of the immortal emperor realm would create such a big stir. It's just that heaven is jealous of extraordinary talent. Listening to Jiang Wang say those pretentious words in the calmest tone, Xiao Mengqian could only helplessly cover her forehead and smile bitterly. At the same time, Xiao Mengqian felt a sense of shock. It turns out that the Jiang family's godson, Jiang Wang, had already reached the peak of the immortal emperor realm. According to Jiang Wang's current realm, he could already assume the position of a supreme elder in most sects. Even in some super sects and ancient aristocratic families, he would be a core figure. Most importantly, Jiang Wang was only 5 years old now. Xiao Mengqian couldn't even bear to imagine. If Jiang Wang continued to develop at this promotion rate, would he directly attain the status of an emperor by adulthood? An 18-year-old emperor. As Xiao Mengqian thought of this, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Wang's youthful face. Delicate features, 3-dimensional facial features, extraordinary temperament, radiating a unique charm, as if he's a true celestial being descending to this world. Upon thinking of this, Xiao Mengqian couldn't help but start to imagine Jiang Wang as an adult. What kind of celestial grace would he possess? Just like that, Xiao Mengqian's charming face began to show a faint blush. Huh? What's wrong, Sister Xia? Jiang Wang asked, confused, as he looked at Xiao Mengqian who was staring blankly at him. It's nothing, since everything has been settled, let's go. Okay. After saying that, the two people soared towards the direction of the campsite. In the air, Jiang Wang blinked and then glanced at the calm-faced Xiao Mengqian. He let out a bitter laugh and asked, Sister Xia, will you be angry? Huh? What's up? When you came to find me, I could have sent you back, but later I thought, having you around would better provoke Luodong, so you used me as bait, right? Jiang Wang fell silent and didn't deny it. Because he was indeed thinking that way at the time, Xiao Mengqian was essentially a bait role. Seeing Jiang Wang's expression, Xiao Mengqian lightly covered her mouth and laughed softly. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Jiang Wang chuckled. So that means you're not angry, right? Not only am I not angry, but I also want to thank you for helping me resolve a hidden danger. Hee, that's good. After learning that Xiao Mengqian wasn't angry because he used her, Jiang Wang also felt relieved. Then, he said no more, keeping pace with Xiao Mengqian. Meanwhile, the complex emotions flickered in Xiao Mengqian's beautiful eyes. Looking deeply at Jiang Wang, she couldn't help but sigh internally. It is said that Jiang family's Qilin child might be a reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Now, it seems there's indeed some truth to it. Not to mention that extraordinary talent, but just this degree of cunning and eloquence, how many among the younger generation can reach his level? Just like that, after nearly a quarter of an hour of journeying, Jiang Wang and Xiao Mengqian returned to the campsite. At this time, everyone else still in the campsite had anxious expressions on their faces. When they saw Jiang Wang and Xia Mengqian return, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xia, there was a huge explosion just now, and we were all very worried about you too. Yeah, it's a good thing you two are alright. Xia Mengqian first comforted everyone, then she helplessly glanced at Jiang Wang, who was innocently pretending to be naive. Jiang Wang smiled at Xia Mengqian and then ignored everyone else. He directly sat cross-legged on a rock, starting to meditate and adjust his breathing. Although he had already broken through to the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm, he still needed time to adapt to the surging spiritual power. In fact, there was a way to quickly complete this process. That was to have a thrilling battle with someone else. He truly craved this kind of battle, but unfortunately, with his current strength, not to mention amongst his peers, even among the strongest at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm, he could not find anyone who could make him use his full power. Sigh, being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. Just then, Jiang Wang suddenly felt a fragrant breeze coming. He opened his eyes, and what greeted him was the delicate and beautiful face of Xia Mengqian. At this moment, she was squatting on the ground, resting her cheeks on her hands, looking at Jiang Wang with a helpless expression. The moonlight poured down, like a winding, delicate veil falling from the heavens, draping over Xia Mengqian's body. Even her hair, blown by the gentle wind, was covered in moonlight, appearing incredibly crystal clear and beautiful. Her hands were like soft willows, her skin like frozen fat, her neck like a swan, her teeth like carved ivory, and her brows like moth's wings, as if she were the most beautiful being in the world. Jiang Wang couldn't help but be slightly taken aback at this scene in front of him. In the Jiang clan, there were also many beauties, perhaps due to the spiritual energy nourishing this world, there were basically no ugly people to be seen. But Xia Mengqian was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl he had ever seen since his birth. You. Seeing Jiang Wang in a daze, Xia Mengqian seemed to think of something, lowering her head slightly, with a hint of pink appearing on her cheeks. TSK. Jiang Wang finally came back to his senses, looking at Xia Mengqian and couldn't help but sigh. I don't know who is so lucky to marry Sister Xia in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, Xia Mengqian's already rosy cheeks deepened in color. You're so young and already know how to tease girls, you're asking for trouble. I still want to talk to you about serious matters. Xia Mengqian spoke to Jiang Wang with a hint of playful admonishment in her tone. The latter chuckled, hearing Xia Mengqian wanting to discuss serious matters. He quickly composed himself, preparing to listen attentively. You may have the bloodline of the Luo clan, but after growing up in the Jiang family, you might lack understanding of the Luo clan. Today, the Luo Dong you killed, although not among the top tier of the Luo clan, is still a direct descendant. At this point, Xia Mengqian paused slightly, then glanced at Jiang Wang's expression. Seeing nothing unusual, she continued. You also know that although the Luo clan is not an ancient family, it does have a long-standing heritage. The elders within the clan are extremely conservative and attach great importance to bloodlines. Yes, Jiang Wang completely agreed with Xia Mengqian's words. These old-timers have heads as thick as their braids at the back of their heads. Jiang Wang nodded, signaling for Xia Mengqian to continue. And that Luo Wanxia was even more so. Luo Dong also belongs to her lineage, and now that Luo Dong has died in the secret realm, she will definitely not let this go easily. Jiang Wang disdainfully curled his lips, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. What can she do if she is unwilling? At most, I'll go out and slap her to death. Nu. That was indeed a veritable middle-aged sage. Besides that, no one knows how many hidden old monsters are in the Luo clan. These old monsters hiding in the dark are the true trump cards that allow the Luo clan to stand firm in the ancient immortal domain. However, he didn't care too much. With the system in hand, he could handle anything that came his way. He could just swagger out of this secret realm, couldn't he? Even if he was locked onto, he had plenty of ways to escape. If that old fool Luo Wanxia just dared to lose his temper, he would slap him to death. But Xia Mengqian was absolutely right. Even if he used all his means and survived, it would definitely bring disaster to the Jiang family behind him. Just thinking about this made Jiang Wang slightly furrow his brows. It was one thing for him to be locked onto, but the others in the Jiang family couldn't withstand such pressure like he could. Otherwise, his own mother would not have been bullied like that back then. Seeing Jiang Wang lost in thought, Xia Mengqian smiled slightly, then raised her hand. A delicate jade pendant appeared in her palm. This is the spiritual treasure granted by my father, which can help you hide your aura. Even Luo Wanxia cannot detect it. After saying that, the exquisite jade pendant flew towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang reached out and caught the flying jade pendant, feeling a hint of warmth remaining on it. He blinked and looked at Xia Mengqian, wanting to say something. No need to say more, you not only helped me solve the hidden danger of Luo Dong. Xia Mengqian paused, her delicate teeth biting her red lip, as if she had something difficult to say. Moreover, my Daxia Divine Dynasty actually. Ha! As soon as Jiang Wang heard the words Daxia Divine Dynasty, his gaze went cold. He still remembered how the general named Wu Qi had been so overbearing in the Jiang family 5 years ago. Sister Xia, our friendship in this secret realm is purely personal. I, Jiang Wang, have no good feelings toward the Daxia divine dynasty, so let me make it clear, if I encounter Wu Qi from your dynasty anywhere, I will make him pay for insulting my mother and bullying my clan. Hearing Jiang Wang's resolute tone, Xia Mengqian was quite helpless. Actually, my father is also being instigated by treacherous people. Jiang Wang didn't dwell too much on this issue because, no matter what, he still liked Xia Mengqian very much. Thus, with 3 days remaining until the end of this secret realm, Jiang Wang stayed with Xia Mengqian and a few others. Since his identity was already known by Xia Mengqian, and Luo Dong had also been killed by him, Jiang Wang saw no need to continue hiding. He directly showcased his might in this secret realm. On this day, the last day of the sage's secret realm, Xia Mengqian and a few others hid behind a giant rock, watching the scene unfolding before them in fear and trepidation. Before them stood a gigantic ape, towering like a mountain, howling at the sky. The massive, powerful arms hammered against its chest, producing thunderous roars. The terrifying and violent spiritual power swept through the world, radiating with the pinnacle of the immortal king's realm without reservation, enough to make anyone's heart race with fear. Beneath this giant ape stood a small figure in white clothes. This tiny figure was even thinner than the giant ape's toe. But this figure remained motionless amidst the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power. Jiang Wang looked at the ferocious and terrifying giant ape, his expression a bit displeased. He dug into his ear. "Why are you screaming so loudly?" As he spoke, a hint of a smirk appeared at the corner of Jiang Wang's mouth, and golden blood energy surged into the sky, as majestic and thick as a golden flood. His figure transformed into a streak of golden light shooting upwards, and with a single slap, he struck the head of the giant ape. Roar! The massive giant ape was directly slapped away. The massive body smashed through small mountains, half of its head completely shattered by Jiang Wang's blow, lying on the ground emitting painful wails. "Oh my god, this overwhelming aura, is this the legendary ancient saint body? I'm seeing it with my own eyes. It's worth the trip, worth the trip." This Jiang Wang, when fighting, even his aura alone is enough to make the enemy drink a whole pot. Big brother? You're 10 years older than him. So what? Whoever has the power is the big brother, that's what my dad told me. Your dad said it, and it sounds quite right. Jiang Wang stood in midair, his hair wildly dancing, his body upright like a spear, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. He stretched out his right hand, aiming at a large mountain below, and curled his 5 fingers. An astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The mountain below began to shake, then it was directly uprooted from the ground, lifted into Jiang Wang's hand. Then, it was suddenly smashed towards the giant ape below. Boom! The mountain fell, covering the giant ape, and in an instant, it was crushed into countless spiritual energy light dots. These light dots were bright and transparent, far more advanced than the previous ones. Jiang Wang waved his hand. These light dots began to transform into worthless golden pills, flying into the hands of the people who treated them like precious treasures. "Thank you so much. When I return, I will definitely tell my father. Our clan must marry into the Jiang family." "Yeah, even if I have to marry into your family, I am willing." Jiang Wang listened to the various praises in his ears and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he looked at Xia Mengqian and slowly opened his palm. Inside his hand was a golden pill emitting dazzling light. "This spiritual energy pill is specially reserved for you. With the ones you've already received, it should be enough to help you break through to the 8th level of the transformation realm." Looking at the pill in Jiang Wang's hand, Xia Mengqian's face turned slightly red, but she really did need this pill. So, she reached out to take it. "Thank." Before Xia Mengqian could finish her second thank you, Jiang Wang waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. If it weren't for the crowd, I would have directly pushed through the whole secret realm. All the spiritual pills would be yours, all of yours." At this moment, waves of spatial fluctuations began to appear in the secret realm. Space cracks appeared before everyone's eyes. The secret realm is ending. Xia Mengqian turned to look at Jiang Wang, biting her red lip lightly, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Jiang Wang, when you grow up, come to the Great Xia Divine Dynasty to find your sister, okay?" Jiang Wang was stunned for a moment, then he grinned and scratched his head, pretending to be clueless. "Why would I look for you, Sister Xia? When you come, I'll tell you then." Xia Mengqian's delicate and beautiful face first flushed red, then she playfully blinked her large, clear eyes before speaking to him. "Then I'll go out first. You wait for the right moment to leave. Remember to use the treasure I gave you, don't expose your aura and cause unnecessary trouble." "Don't worry." Jiang Wang nodded, then watched as Xia Mengqian and the others left. Everyone was immensely grateful to Jiang Wang. These past few days, following Jiang Wang was like picking up scraps, but it was quite satisfying. Finally, just before Xia Mengqian stepped into the space crack, she turned around and looked at Jiang Wang. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, 2 strands of hair fluttering gently. Even though his face was still youthful, as long as Jiang Wang stood there, it made people feel that he was the true ruler of this world. Take care. After giving Jiang Wang one last piece of advice, Xiao Mengqian reluctantly turned and left. When Xiao Mengqian and the others had completely left, Jiang Wang's mind moved, and the space around him twisted. His figure instantly appeared several hundred miles away. He brought his two fingers together and directly sliced a space crack in front of him. Then, he plunged into it. Inside the space crack, Jiang Wang took out the spiritual treasure that Xiao Mengqian had given him to conceal his aura. The jade pendant, under Jiang Wang's spiritual power, began to emit a gentle glow, surrounding Jiang Wang within it. With this, even that old monster Luo Wanqiu won't be able to find me. After saying this, Jiang Wang wasted no more time and directly maxed out his speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the space passage, leaving only a golden afterimage. When Jiang Wang reappeared, he was already outside the secret realm. He immediately spotted Luo Wanqiu, leaning on a cane. A trace of killing intent emerged in his eyes. But Jiang Wang restrained himself and let out a cold snort. Humph, old thick hair, I'll settle the score with you and the Luo clan in the future. After saying that, Jiang Wang directly mounted the celestial crane and soared away. The celestial crane flapped its wings, and Jiang Wang's figure disappeared from this world. At that moment, Luo Wanqiu was standing with two war generals of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. The former's gaze continuously swept over the young boys and girls emerging from the secret realm. His divine sense also expanded, trying to find Jiang Wang's figure. He had already made up his mind. Once the secret realm was over, he would directly strike to kill Jiang Wang. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find Jiang Wang's figure. Could it be that he died inside? Forget it. Luo Wanqiu hadn't taken Jiang Wang too seriously in the first place. If he couldn't block him, he wouldn't force it. In Luo Wanqiu's eyes, Jiang Wang was no different from an ant. Both could be wiped out with just a flick of a finger. Moreover, one of the two war generals from the Great Xia Divine Dynasty furrowed his brow, looking at the stream of young boys and girls continuously emerging from the secret realm, and said with concern, "Why hasn't the Long Princess come out? Could something have happened?" The other war general simply shook his head calmly. Absolutely not, the Long Princess carries the spirit treasure bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. Even facing a powerful being at the immortal Emperor level, she won't be helpless. Upon hearing this, Luo Wanqiu's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was quickly hidden away. Then he smiled and said, "Both generals need not worry, my proud disciple Luo Dong is also in there, he will definitely ensure the Long Princess is safe." I've heard of young Master Luo Dong's name long ago. Just then, as the three were talking, the graceful figure of Xiao Mengqian appeared here. The two war generals, upon seeing her, immediately showed joyful expressions and rushed over to check. "Long Princess, are you injured?" Xiao Mengqian smiled slightly and shook her head slowly. "Not only am I uninjured, but I also gained many benefits in this secret realm, enough to complete my breakthrough." "That's wonderful." Both war generals were visibly delighted upon hearing this. At that moment, Luo Wanqiu smiled at Xiao Mengqian and said, "Your Highness the Long Princess, Luo Dong has not yet appeared. Could it be that he has obtained the greatest inheritance and is digesting it within the secret realm?" What Luo Wanqiu did not expect was that Xiao Mengqian completely ignored him and directly spoke to the two war generals. "Let's return to the capital." After saying that, her figure turned into a streak of light and vanished from the spot. Xiao Mengqian's action left the two war generals a bit baffled, but since the former had spoken, they smiled slightly at Luo Wanqiu and took their leave. Once the people from the Great Xia Divine Dynasty left, the smile on Luo Wanqiu's old face slowly faded, and after a cold snort, he continued to wait for Luo Dong's appearance. Just like this, waiting for a long time, many people from the secret realm had already left, yet Luo Dong still hadn't shown up. At that moment, Luo Wanqiu began to feel that something was wrong. Just as he was about to find someone to inquire, a divine sense descended from the horizon. "Luo Wanqiu." Before Luo Wanqiu could finish his sentence, a vague figure appeared before him. "How did you?" The immortal emperor spoke with anger in his tone. "Can you not take care of even a junior? How could an accident happen in such a place?" Hearing this, Luo Wanqiu's face changed dramatically. "What do you mean?" "Humph, you still don't know, Luo Dong's soul lamp has gone out, he has been killed." "What?" Luo Wanqiu was stunned for a moment, then instantly erupted in furious rage. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world began to turn violent at this moment. Thunder roared from within the clouds out of nowhere. With a cold snort, Luo Wanqiu extended her dry palm, directly tearing a rift in the space before her, and her figure plunged into it. Chapter 31. In the next moment, her figure appeared in the shattered secret realm, her murky eyes scanning continuously. "I don't believe anyone dares to kill a member of the Luo clan. Today I will see the living, and if dead, I will see the corpse." After saying this, Luo Wanxiu soared into the air, her divine consciousness rapidly expanding, beginning to search for Luo Dong's aura. After a while, she appeared in the deep pit where Luo Dong had died. Feeling a trace of Luo Dong's remaining aura, her expression gradually became sinister and twisted. Who? Outside the secret realm, some scattered cultivators remained, wanting to sneak in and pick up scraps. But at this moment, all the scattered cultivators heard a furious roar. Then they heard thunder rolling within the secret realm, as if the heavens were enraged. Boom! Another loud sound echoed, and the secret realm began to collapse. The cave that once stood in the forest turned into a pile of rubble, preventing any further entry. As the crowd was shocked, Luo Wanxiu's figure appeared in this space. Her cold gaze swept across the people present, suddenly bringing to mind Jiang Wang's face and those cold eyes. Could it really be that kid? The moment this thought appeared, Luo Wanxiu denied it. Absolutely impossible, even within the Luo clan, Luo Dong is outstanding, how could he be killed by an unknown little brat? In the next moment, he negated this idea. What a joke, although Luo Dong is not a direct descendant of the Luo clan, he is certainly not someone who can be humiliated. Thinking of this, Luo Wanxiu's gaze suddenly turned towards the direction where several members of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty had left. At this moment, the divine ship hanging in the sky had long since vanished without a trace. Luo Wanxiu's expression changed repeatedly. She now felt that Luo Dong's death must be related to Xia Mengqian. It could even be that Luo Dong was killed by her. After all, Luo Dong was a member of her lineage and had a very close relationship with her. She was fully aware of what kind of character her clan member was. For Luo Dong's feelings towards Xia Mengqian, she also knew a thing or two. After all, the immortal trapping pearl in her hand had come from her. Humph, no matter the reason, even if it's the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, they cannot kill my Luo clan's juniors without cause. Thinking of this, Luo Wanxiu coldly snorted and chose not to take the Luo clan's war chariot. Instead, she increased her own speed to chase after the Great Xia Divine ship. As mentioned earlier, Luo Wanxiu had a deep understanding of the path of space, appearing thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, Xia Mengqian was standing at the very front of the divine ship, the vast sea of clouds drifting past her. Xia Mengqian gently brushed her hair with her jade hand, her mind filled with the last image of Jiang Wang standing with his hands behind his back. It seemed this figure had been imprinted in her mind, lingering and hard to forget. Xia Meng and Xia Yun exchanged glances. Then the former took a step forward, hesitating for a long while before speaking. Long Princess, it seems your emotions after coming out of the secret realm are a bit off. What happened in that secret realm? Xia Mengqian gently shook her head, not explaining anything to the two. Just at that moment, the sky above the divine ship of Daxia was suddenly shrouded by thunderclouds, and for a moment, the sun and moon lost their light, as thunder rolled ominously. Crack! A mighty thunder erupted from nowhere, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, attacking the divine ship of Daxia. Bold! The two war generals, Xia Meng and Xia Yun, saw this scene and immediately furrowed their brows. They both shouted loudly. The former soared into the sky, flipping his palm, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. War God Spear! The spear in Xia Meng's hand surged like a raging dragon, charging towards the lightning. Boom! A violent surge of spiritual power spread out. After shattering the bolt of lightning, Xia Meng cast a cold glance towards the void ahead. In the next moment, Luo Wanxiu's figure appeared within the void ahead. Then she landed on the divine ship of Daxia. Elder Luo? Xia Meng and Xia Yun both revealed a hint of confusion upon seeing Luo Wanxiu's figure. But soon, a displeased expression surfaced on their faces. Elder Luo, what do you mean by this? My dynasty has been on good terms with your Luo clan for generations. Why do you attack our divine ship of Daxia without reason today? Luo Wanxiu, having missed her strike, bent down slightly. Although she came to demand an explanation, the reputation of the Daxia divine dynasty was strong, and she had to show some respect. Thus, she spoke in a restrained tone, her expression difficult to discern. Please do not take offense. It is just that my Luo clan's Luo Dong was killed by someone in the secret realm, which led to this offense. What? Upon hearing the news of Luo Dong's death, both of them were incredibly shocked. Firstly, they were astonished that someone could kill Luo Dong in the secret realm. Secondly, they were shocked that someone dared to attack a member of the Luo clan. Compared to their shock, Xia Mengqian's expression was surprisingly calm. Seeing the previous expression, Luo Wanxiu immediately became certain. Even if Luo Dong's death was unrelated to Xia Mengqian, the latter indeed knew something about it. Thus, Luo Wanxiu looked at Xia Mengqian, forcing a smile, and asked, May I ask, Princess Chang, who killed my clan's Luo Dong? I do not know. Xia Mengqian showed no respect to Luo Wanxiu, directly shaking her head to indicate her ignorance. How can you not know? Luo Dong has always admired you. He must have sought you out after entering the secret realm. How can you not know? Hearing Luo Wanqiu's words, Xiao Mengqian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Then, she ignored the latter and turned her head to continue observing the thick sea of clouds ahead. Seeing this scene, Luo Wanqiu's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. She tried to reach out to grab Xiao Mengqian. Humph! A cold snort escaped, and her dry palm suddenly stiffened mid-air. Slowly turning her head, she saw that Xiao Meng and Xia Yun's expressions had completely turned cold. The looks in their eyes towards Luo Wanqiu also began to turn unfriendly. Powerful spiritual energy started to shake continuously, and the spears in both their hands pointed at her. Elder Luo, we respect you as the elder of the Luo clan, but do not forget, our Princess Chang is the eldest daughter of the human emperor. We are commanded to protect the princess. Xia Yun slowly spoke as well. Moreover, we have received orders that if anyone threatens the safety of the princess, they are to be killed on the spot. No matter who it is. As they spoke, both released their celestial emperor aura, ready to attack at any moment. At the same time, numerous golden-armored warriors rushed out from the cabin of the ship. Watching Luo Wanqiu, their expressions were all unfriendly. Luo Wanqiu showed an embarrassed look, although the two were individually weaker than her. Together, they would definitely not yield anything beneficial from this situation. Moreover, it was said that this divine ship of Daxia was also a treasure of the Daxia divine dynasty. No one knew what powers it possessed. If a fight broke out, Luo Wanqiu might not only fail to obtain an explanation but might also find herself trapped here. Chapter 32. After much contemplation, Luo Wanqiu decided once again to abandon her plan to fight here, awkwardly letting out a dry laugh. He, the older getting rusty. His temper has been getting stranger and stranger. I mean no harm, Princess Mo, please do not blame me. Xiao Mengqian's expression remained unchanged as she turned to look at Luo Wanqiu, her red lips slightly parted. Fortunately, Senior Luo did not act on impulse just now. Otherwise, your Luo clan can expect a declaration of war from our Daxia divine dynasty. Xiao Mengqian paused her words. And since when has the Luo clan become so overbearing and unreasonable? A disagreement leads straight to a fight. No wonder Luo Dong met such an end. Hearing the sarcastic words from Xiao Mengqian's mouth, Luo Wanqiu's face darkened completely. He now dared to confirm that Xiao Mengqian and Luo Dong must have met in the secret realm. She must be connected to Luo Dong's death. Fortunately, Luo Wanqiu no longer disguised himself and said with a chilling tone. Princess Xia, I will ask one last time, how did our Luo Dong meet his end? He is, after all, a direct descendant of the Luo clan. If he was killed by someone, who was it? If you do not speak now, I fear that our sage will ride the heavenly battle chariot and come to Daxia for an explanation. Xiao Mengqian let out a cold hum, her eyes reflecting a hint of icy disdain. The current Luo clan truly made her feel disgusted. Then you can try to see if you can represent the Luo clan and wage war against Daxia. Your Luo clan is truly impressive, actually bullying us in Daxia. You rely on your strength and bully the weak, blind to your own ignorance, mistaking a precious gem for a common stone. Now you still dare to speak so boldly. I will tell you clearly that I know who is responsible for Luo Dong's death, but I will absolutely not tell you, two generals. Here. See him off. As soon as Xiao Mengqian's words fell, Generals Xiao Meng and Xia Yun burst out with powerful fluctuations of spiritual power. They looked at Luo Wanqiu with cold eyes and spoke. Please. Xiao Mengqian's series of accusations had turned Luo Wanqiu's face as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Now faced with the two poised generals, even though he felt unwilling in his heart, he could only let out a cold snort and wave his sleeves to leave. This matter will definitely not end here, I will remember today's shame. After speaking, Luo Wanqiu's figure disappeared amidst the fluctuations of space around him. Once Luo Wanqiu left, Generals Xiao Meng and Xia Yun slowly calmed their stirring spiritual power. The former let out a cold snort and looked in the direction Luo Wanqiu had left. What a thing, actually daring to disrespect the princess on the divine ship. The princess's words just now were truly pearls of wisdom. The Luo clan has become increasingly excessive in recent years, really taking themselves for the overlords of the ancient fairy realm. Xia Yun nodded in agreement. In recent years, the sages in the Luo clan have not revealed themselves, all under the command of old ancestors like Luo Wanqiu. And now both the clan leader and the young clan leader are from his lineage, growing accustomed to their arrogance. After they spoke, they both exchanged a glance with Xiao Mengqian. They hadn't expected that Xiao Mengqian would actually be related to Luo Dong's death. Xiao Meng hesitated for a long time before quietly asking. Princess, did you kill Luo Dong? Xiao Mengqian shook her head, and the image of Jiang Wang appeared in her mind. A smile appeared on her delicate face, and she turned to the two and spoke softly. Luo Dong was killed by Jiang Wang. Upon hearing this name, the two were taken aback. Jiang Wang? The Jiang family? But does the younger generation of the Jiang family have such power? As they spoke, suddenly, it seemed they both remembered something and their faces showed shock as they said in unison. 5 years ago. At this moment, the two recalled the divine child born in the Jiang family 5 years ago, their eyes filled with deep shock. That Jiang family divine child was said to be an innate true immortal at birth, isn't he now? They exchanged looks, their hearts filled with shock that they couldn't utter. Xia Mengqian turned to the two, speaking softly. That Jiang Wang is far stronger than you both imagine. Hurry up. In case the Nalu people are cornered, they might act recklessly. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the speed of the great Xia divine ship suddenly accelerated. With a rumble, it vanished directly into the sky above. Now, let's go back to Jiang Wang. At this moment, Jiang Wang had returned to the Jiang clan riding a fairy crane. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he deliberately spread his peak immortal emperor aura, attracting everyone's attention. The young clan leader is back. Oh my god, I'm not seeing things, the young clan leader has actually reached this level. The people of the Jiang family looked at Jiang Wang, who had been away for less than half a month, and after sensing his aura, they were all dumbfounded. Jiang Tao appeared, his old face filled with shock. Little guy, it's only been half a month, and you are already stronger than this old man, truly a genius. Jiang Wang chuckled, then turned his gaze towards the direction of the back mountain. He could sense that the strange aura from the back mountain had worsened a lot during these half a month. It seemed that the day that thing breaks its seal would come sooner than he had expected. Not daring to delay any longer, he spoke to Jiang Tao. Grandpa, help me gather the senior members of our Jiang family, I have something to say. Okay. Jiang Tao nodded without any hesitation. After all, Jiang Wang's strength was now the greatest in the entire Jiang family. Even if Jiang Wang wanted to take over the Jiang family now, Jiang Tao would gladly agree. Soon, people including Jiang Jianming and Jiang Lisan were summoned to the Jiang family's conference hall. They looked at Jiang Wang, who sat on the main seat beside Jiang Tao, waiting for him to speak. Jiang Wang pondered for a moment, then spoke to everyone. Elders, I gathered you here today for a crucial matter. Initially, due to the urgency of the situation, I didn't make it clear. In fact, my departure from the clan was also for this matter. Jiang Jianming frowned and asked, Grandson, what is this matter that even you are not sure about? Jiang Wang nodded. Before leaving the clan, I had no confidence at all. Even now, I only have a 60% chance of being right, but time waits for no one. Even with just this level of assurance, I need to explain it to you all now. That is, the evil entity that our Jiang family's ancestor suppressed in the back mountain is about to break its seal. Jiang Wang's latter statement plunged the conference hall into a brief silence. Then, a heated debate began. Many of the older elders shook their heads in objection. Absolutely impossible. That seal was carved by our Jiang family ancestor at the cost of his own lifespan. Not to mention that evil entity, even a sage cannot break the seal. I think the young clan leader's claim is credible, he wouldn't joke about such matters. Jiang Tao frowned, looking at Jiang Wang. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Jiang Wang, this matter cannot be a joke. Did you really sense the evil entity is about to break free? Jiang Wang sighed, stood up, and spoke to everyone. Elders, I do not dare to speak carelessly about the matter of evil entities. My ancient holy body has a unique sensitivity to these evil spirits, which is why I can detect this evil entity's movements. Jiang Wang paused for a moment, then continued. Alright, let's go check it out together. That's good. Hearing this, the Jiang clan members exchanged glances, then stood up together, following Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao to the back mountain with uncertainty. In the Luo clan, inside the Wanqiu hall. Luo Wanquan sat upon the throne at the top of the palace, his expression grim. At this moment, two figures shrouded in black robes appeared from the shadows in the hall. They knelt on one knee before Luo Wanquan. Luo Wanquan slowly sat up, his murky eyes looking at the two, asking. How did you investigate? One of the black-robed individuals thought for a moment then replied. There is no news of young Master Luo having enmity with anyone, but... Reporting to the ancestor, when we investigated the eastern part of the ancient immortal domain. I heard something strange. After hearing the words of the two, Luo Wanqiu's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. The eastern part of the ancient immortal domain? Isn't that the territory of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty? What strange thing happened? According to rumors, 5 years ago, many strange phenomena appeared in the eastern region in a single day, and... Luo Wanqiu furrowed her brows, her tone growing impatient as she shouted at the two. What's wrong with you two? Stop stuttering and tell me what happened. Yes. Moreover, the place where these phenomena appeared is the Jiang family. It is said that 5 years ago, a godly child was born in the Jiang family. On the day of birth, countless phenomena manifested, like the golden lotus emerging from the sea of bitterness, the map of mountains and rivers, and even the phenomenon of the immortal king descending from the heavens. What? Luo Wanqiu's figure instantly vanished from the throne and appeared before the two. In her murky eyes, shock was all that could be seen. The immortal king descending from the heavens can only be condensed by the ancient holy body. Could it be that? Exactly, that Zhang family's godly child is indeed the ancient holy body, and on the day of birth, they were a true immortal from birth. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Wanqiu felt darkness engulf her vision. Thankfully, the two caught her just in time, otherwise, she would have collapsed to the ground. Suspicion, shock, and a moment of uncontrollable regret. Luo Wanqiu was almost on the verge of tears. An ancient holy body at the true immortal stage. Even if they do not become a great emperor, they would at least be a peak holy king. If this child was born in the Luo family, wouldn't the Luo family flourish? Wouldn't another ancient family be added to the continent? But just like that, it was driven away by her. Now she wanted to slap herself hard a few times. Luo Wanqiu sighed deeply and, after careful thought, waved her sleeve. She made the two people before her disappear from the great hall. Luo family, battle heavenly palace. Luo Zhantian, tall and handsome, sat on a chair, looking at a document. Suddenly, his eyes moved, focusing on the center of the hall. The space distorted, and three figures stepped out from a spatial crack. It was Luo Wanqiu and the two people dressed in black robes. Ancestral master? Please, take a seat. What brings you here? Seeing the arrival, Luo Zhantian was a bit surprised. He stood up to help Luo Wanqiu to her seat. As the young patriarch of the Luo family, his status and strength were above Luo Wanqiu. However, from a generational perspective, she was still his ancestral master. So, Luo Zhantian usually treated Luo Wanqiu with great respect. But Luo Wanqiu waved her hand. I won't sit. You two, recount everything you just told me without missing a word. Luo Wanqiu turned to look at the two behind her. The two then recounted their earlier words again. At first, upon hearing about the Zhang family, Luo Zhantian showed some interest, but the more he listened, the tighter his brows became. By the end, even Luo Zhantian's mouth hung open, face full of disbelief. Impossible. I personally investigated. Zhang Xixin's child has no fluctuations of spiritual power, and their foundation is damaged. They may not even have the potential to transform into a deity, let alone achieve the true immortal status, not to mention being an ancient holy body. Luo Zhantian exclaimed in shock, then turned his gaze to the two, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Poof. First came a cold snort, and instantly, the pressure of the immortal emperor at the ninth layer exploded, pressing the two directly to the ground. Do you two know the consequences of speaking nonsense in front of me? Young patriarch, we wouldn't dare speak nonsense. Yes, young patriarch, everything we said is true, you can investigate personally. Luo Zhantian's expression grew serious, his gaze beginning to waver, a hint of regret flickering by. At that moment, a light hum came from the back of the hall. A stunning beauty, dressed in a light purple silk dress, with a slender figure and graceful demeanor, walked into the hall. So, it is Mo Yun who has come. I have seen the ancestor. Mo Yun bowed to Luo Wanqiu, then looked at Luo Zhantian and said. The two of them only heard rumors. It is also possible that the Zhang clan is simply trying to regain face by fabricating lies. Luo Zhantian sighed deeply and slowly said. If it's a lie, then fine, but what if it's true? Hearing Luo Zhantian's words, a flicker of displeasure flashed in Mo Yun's eyes, but suddenly her gaze shifted. She stepped forward, took Luo Zhantian's arm, and softly said. Zhantian, I know you still feel guilty towards Cixin. If not, then we should send someone to bring her and her child back to the Luo clan. After all, that child also carries the bloodline of our Luo clan, isn't it right to recognize our roots? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhantian's eyes lit up instantly, then he turned his gaze towards Luo Wanqiu. Ancestor, Yun'er's idea is feasible. But to his surprise, Luo Wanqiu directly waved his hand. You are thinking too simply, not to mention whether that child wishes to return. Zhang Cixin will probably not let go so easily. The small Zhang clan, bringing back my Luo clan's maid is giving them face. If they are unwilling, then we shall flatten them. Mo Yun scoffed, her tone extremely disdainful. In her eyes, the Zhang clan was like ants. The Zhang clan is surely not to be feared, but think about where the Zhang clan is located. The eastern part of the ancient immortal domain, the Great Xia dynasty. That's right, if this matter is true, the emperor of the Great Xia will certainly be aware, and at that time, he will inevitably try to win that child over and stand against us. After hearing Luo Wanqiu's words, both fell into deep thought. Indeed, a small Jiang clan was nothing, leaving behind ruins wherever their war chariots passed. But Jiang Wang was a true treasure, and it was inevitable that the emperor would have the intention to win him over. If the Luo clan did use unconventional methods, it would mean pushing Jiang Wang out. That would be a losing proposition. Chapter 34. Seeing Luo Zhantian's troubled expression, Mo Yun also felt a bit displeased, but quickly concealed it. She stepped forward, took Luo Zhantian's arm, and said, Zhantian, even if that child is unwilling to come back, I think we need not worry. With Xing'er and our our clan will surely thrive immensely. When Luo Zhantian heard this name, the sorrow on his face faded somewhat. Luo Wanqiu beside them also nodded in agreement with a smile. Indeed, on the day Xing'er was born, there was also a manifestation of extraordinary signs, and Xing'er's physique. Father, mother, ancestor. A voice with a hint of childishness came through. Then they saw a dazzling ray of starlight descending from the clouds outside the hall. It went directly into the hall. The starlight gradually converged and dissipated, revealing a child dressed in blue, handsome, and with an extraordinary aura appearing in the hall. The child's skin was fair and delicate, with sharp brows and starry eyes. His aura was ethereal, as if enveloped in a layer of dazzling starlight. Most astonishingly, the child's eyes were deep and mysterious, like an endless starry sky, with stars shimmering and flickering within. Xing'er has returned? When Luo Zhantian saw this child, he immediately showed a smile, his eyes filled with affection. This child is our Jiang Wang's half-brother, Luo clan's direct descendant, Luo Xing. Luo Zhantian patted Luo Xing's head and then said, Next month, the Immortal Palace Grand Competition will be held, and father will personally accompany you to participate. Luo Xing smiled slightly upon hearing this. Okay. You should go back and cultivate now. Cultivation is like rowing upstream, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. You must not be lazy. Your father and mother still have some matters to discuss with the ancestor. Luo Xing nodded and then bowed to Luo Wanqiu. Ancestor, Xing'er takes his leave. Go on, go on. Having said that, Luo Xing directly left. After Luo Xing left, Luo Wanqiu nodded with satisfaction. Not arrogant or impetuous, humble and courteous, Star will surely reach the peak of martial arts in the future. Mo Yun, upon hearing Luo Wanqiu's evaluation, also nodded happily, a proud look appearing on her face. Then she looked at Luo Zhantian and spoke. Zhantian, are you really going to personally attend the Immortal Palace Grand Competition next month? Luo Zhantian nodded at the words. The Immortal Palace Grand Competition is a grand event in this ancient immortal realm. The Creation Immortal Palace recruits disciples widely and selects the best. I believe the child will participate, to accompany Star to compete, and also to see that child. Alright, Zhantian, how to proceed still needs you and your wife to decide. After all, it is your family matter, I just remind you. Luo Wanqiu said to the former, then waved his robe and took the two directly away. Once Luo Wanqiu left, Mo Yun's expression changed, and she spoke unhappily. You actually still think about Zhang Xixin. The moment you hear that the discarded child has outstanding talent, you immediately become interested, wanting to bring them back? Luo Zhantian sighed, helplessly replying. After all, he is also my child, Luo Zhantian, flowing with the blood of the Luo clan. If he really has outstanding talent and an extraordinary physique, if I can use a little kindness to bring him back, it would also be a good thing for our Luo clan. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun's expression turned even more displeased. She directly turned around and, in annoyance, said, I don't believe he can be better than our Star. Actually, I also have doubts. After all, not only did the holy doctor of medicine God Valley say it, but I also personally investigated that it was just a root bone damage. How could? Forget it, we will know next month. In the ancient immortal realm in the east, the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. The territory of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty spreads across the entire eastern region of the ancient immortal realm. It covers a vast area and has a large population. The founding emperor of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty once directly transported a piece of a fragmented continent with great supernatural power, as the foundation for the entire dynasty to develop. On the ground sits a vast and grand giant city. Inside the city, crowds are bustling, and people are coming and going. But above this city, there is a whole imperial city hidden in the clouds. Inside the imperial city, divine light flows, and countless guards dressed in golden armor patrol in the air. Boom! Outside the imperial city, people only heard a buzzing sound. The next moment, a huge and luxurious divine ship appeared before everyone's eyes. The divine ship, the princess has returned, right? No need to guess, with our princess's ability, she must surely be the leader of this secret realm. Actually, it's hard to say. I heard that there is a person from the Luo clan named Luo Dong who also participated in this secret realm. With some people's whispers, the divine ship smoothly landed in the square of the inner city. Xia Mengqian, Xia Meng, and Xia Yun flew down from the divine ship. Generals, I will go report to father. Okay. After Xia Meng and Xia Yun left, Xia Mengqian whistled. A completely golden phoenix flew from the horizon and landed beside Xia Mengqian. The huge bird's head affectionately rubbed against her palm. Let's go, to meet father. Xia Mengqian gently stroked the bird's head, then turned around and mounted it. The golden phoenix let out a crisp call before flapping its broad wings, taking Xia Mengqian toward the emperor's divine hall. Inside the hall, the sturdy-faced emperor was sitting on the dragon throne, resting one hand on his head, and his eyes slightly closed, seemingly resting. Surrounded by dazzling golden light, there was even a small golden dragon circling around, making a series of dragon roars. This was the protective dragon aura of the Great Xia Emperor, a unique supernatural power of the Great Xia divine dynasty. Even in sleep, this dragon aura would be the most loyal guard, protecting the safety of the emperors through the ages. At that moment, the small dragon let out a peculiar dragon roar. At this moment, the Emperor of Humanity also opened his unique golden eyes and looked outside the shrine. Xia Mengqian was already standing below the shrine, with a golden phoenix resting beside her. Seeing the Emperor open his eyes, Xia Mengqian bowed to him. "Greetings, Father." The Emperor waved his hand calmly, straightened his body, and then casually asked, "Xian'er, how were the gains from the secret realm journey?" Hearing the Emperor's question, Xia Mengqian recounted everything that happened in the secret realm in detail to him. However, she only talked about the first half, and did not mention Jiang Wang for now. Because Xia Mengqian was organizing her words, thinking about how to inform the Emperor. After hearing the entire story, especially about Luo Dong's actions against Xia Mengqian, the Emperor immediately flew into a rage. How dare the Luo clan act so boldly? The Emperor stood up, and a tremendous dragon's roar echoed within the palace. It instantly shattered the table in front of him. Anger filled his eyes. At that moment, "Your Majesty!" A sweet voice entered the hall. A beautiful woman dressed in a pink gown, wearing luxurious jewels, with a charming figure and noble demeanor walked into the hall. This woman had smooth, fair skin, like crystal white jade, with a shapely and ample figure. Her small mouth resembled a cherry, and her high-bridged nose highlighted her own beauty. Moreover, she had slightly elongated eyes, adding to her alluring charm. This was the favored concubine of the Emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, Ru Hua. Ru Hua gracefully approached the Emperor, extending her hand to lightly caress his heaving chest caused by anger. "Your Majesty, why are you so angry?" "Humph, the Luo clan is too arrogant, they dare to attack my daughter, as if they do not value me and the Great Xia dynasty at all. How is this different from declaring war?" The Emperor was furious, his eyes colder than before. "Come, someone, draft an order. I must have the Luo clan give an explanation." "Your Majesty." "Father." Ru Hua and Xia Mengqian spoke at the same time. Ru Hua said, "Your Majesty, you must not act impulsively. Although the Luo clan is not an ancient family, their foundation is deep, and they have a long history. If war breaks out, it will not be good for our Great Xia dynasty." "Humph, does our Great Xia dynasty fear the Luo clan?" Xia Mengqian also took a step forward, trying to comfort him. "Father, please calm down. You are unmatched in bravery, our Great Xia dynasty has many soldiers and generals. We are not afraid of the Luo clan. However, once war begins, the entire ancient immortal domain will be thrown into chaos. I do not want to see a scene of devastation." After hearing Xia Mengqian's words, the Emperor gradually calmed down. He sat back on the dragon throne and began to think carefully. Both Ru Hua and Xia Mengqian were correct, there was actually no hierarchy between the Great Xia dynasty and the Luo clan. Both had a long history and deep foundations. If a full-scale war broke out, both sides would reveal their trump cards. Even if one side could destroy the other, the surviving families would also face destruction. It is important to know that there were not only these two powerful clans in the entire ancient immortal domain. The entire ancient immortal domain was divided into 4 major regions: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. The Great Xia dynasty resided in the east, while the Luo clan was in the north. The remaining 2 directions of southwest were divided by 2 other powerful clans or sections. Once the 2 sides went to war, the remaining 2 would naturally watch from the sidelines and then come in, completely wiping out and dividing the remaining side. Thinking of this, the Emperor let out a long sigh. His expression changed, but he eventually spoke. "Even so, I cannot swallow this anger. Draft my imperial decree, hold the Luo clan accountable, and demand they hand over Luo Dong for this matter. Otherwise, I will not let this go." Xia Mengqian was just about to speak. But Ru Hua was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, our 2 clans have maintained good relations for generations. Why stir trouble with the Luo clan over such a small matter?" Ru Hua's words made Xia Mengqian frown below. "Small matter? Of course it's a small matter. Luo Dong merely admires you a bit. In my opinion, Your Majesty, why not let Mengqian marry Luo Dong directly? This action would not only strengthen the relationship between the Luo clan and our dynasty but also directly resolve Mengqian's marriage matters. After all, she is about of age now." The Emperor frowned. "What are you saying? You want me to marry Mengqian to that kind of scoundrel? A person who seeks beauty and acts unscrupulously can achieve nothing great, absolutely not." A trace of displeasure appeared on the Emperor's face, and without a second thought, he directly rejected her. It's not about admiring Luodong. After all, Luodong is from the direct line of the Luo clan and will inevitably become a power holder within his clan in the future. Women are meant to marry anyway, and what we care about is his position in the Luo clan. Ru Hua said this in a very calm tone, as if Meng Qian's lifelong matters were of no consequence to her. The emperor frowned again but hadn't uttered a word yet. Meng Qian's calm voice then came from her lips. If you, Lady Hua, have eyes for Luodong, you might be disappointed. Meng Qian paused and continued. Because he is already dead. What? Ru Hua and the emperor exclaimed in unison. How did you kill him? As far as I know, although Luodong is not the best among the younger generation of the Luo clan, he is still excellent among them, right? Meng Qian smiled slightly, the figure of Jiang Wang again surfacing in her mind. It was Jiang Wang who saved me. Jiang Wang? The emperor looked at Meng Qian with confusion, as if pondering something, and then suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming. Could it be that godson of the Jiang family from 5 years ago? Exactly, it's him. The emperor suddenly realized and quickly asked. If he made a move, then it's normal for Luodong to die at his hands. Since the day he was born, he has been a natural true immortal. With that exceptional physique, has he already reached the immortal king realm? Meng Qian is not sure about his previous cultivation level, only knowing that he triggered an extremely powerful lightning tribulation in the secret realm. By the time he appeared, he was already at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. Ah! Both the emperor and Ru Hua were startled by Meng Qian's words. Even as the emperor, his pupils trembled, and his face was filled with disbelief. Meng Qian, do you know that Jiang Wang, by the timeline, is only 5 years old this year? Yes, I know. He is indeed still a child. Upon hearing Meng Qian's confirmation, the emperor's shock deepened. I cannot believe it. At this moment, Ru Hua muttered softly. This sentence completely enraged the emperor, and his gaze toward her was filled with fury. Humph, it was you who advised me to break off the marriage with the Jiang clan. I was unwilling to take such a step, yet you forced the issue and sent your cousin to show off in the Jiang clan. Now, you have caused my great Xia divine dynasty to lose such a jade, what sin should you bear? The emperor roared angrily, his dragon robe fluttering without wind, and the surrounding space began to twist in that moment, as if there were echoes of dragon roars resounding throughout the great hall. Your Majesty! Seeing the emperor like this, Ru Hua understood that he was truly angry now. So she dared not act recklessly and immediately knelt down, her face pale, filled with fear. Where is Wu Qi? Let him come to me. The emperor's roar echoed throughout the entire heavenly palace. Soon, Wu Qi entered the great hall with a terrified expression. Your Majesty. Come to death. Before Wu Qi could finish a sentence, the emperor, filled with rage, made a move, slapping out. The space shattered, the great hall trembled, and the huge palm print transformed into a golden giant dragon. Opening its ferocious mouth, it bit Wu Qi into a mist of blood in the sky. Ah! Ru Hua's face instantly turned pale, her legs softened, and she directly collapsed to the ground. Wu Qi was a powerful immortal emperor of the great Xia divine dynasty. Just because he listened to her temptation to break off the engagement. On this day, the emperor of the great Xia struck down with a single palm, turning Wu Qi into a mist of blood, his soul completely extinguished. Chapter 36. Wu Qi's body and soul were extinguished by the emperor's palm, and the sky was filled with blood mist falling down. It stained the bright floor of the grand hall, exceptionally glaring. Your Majesty. Ru Hua's face turned pale, her soft body collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Fearing that the emperor's anger was not yet quelled, she felt she might also become part of that blood mist. The emperor let out a cold snort, then looked down at Ru Hua and said to her. You should also go back and reflect well, without my order, you are not to leave the palace. Yes. Hearing that the emperor wanted her to stay in solitary reflection, Ru Hua was unwilling, but did not dare to say more, afraid of provoking the emperor's anger again. As the emperor's words fell, 2 guards in golden armor took Ru Hua away. Although it was an order from the emperor, the 2 guards did not dare to show even the slightest disrespect. Rather than saying they took her away, it was more accurate to say they respectfully escorted her out. In this way, the 2 guards followed Ru Hua back to a vast and luxurious palace. Your Highness, forgive us for any offense. The 2 guards clasped their fists in apology, then stood like statues at the entrance of the hall, not saying another word. Humph. Unexpectedly, Ru Hua turned her face and scoffed, her eyes flashing with resentment, then angrily returned to the palace. Inside the palace, 2 maidservants were stunned upon seeing Ru Hua like this, and immediately stepped forward to support her. Your Highness, what happened to you? Who made you so angry? Who in the court dares to provoke you? The 2 maidservants helped Ru Hua sit down, then began to ask her. Ru Hua let out a cold snort. The emperor actually made me reflect in the palace for such a small matter, how can I not be angry? What? The emperor actually made you reflect? The two maidservants were a little shocked when they heard this news. Ever since you gave birth to the little princess, the emperor has been obedient to you in everything. Why this time? Before the maidservant could finish, Ru Hua grew angrier the more she thought about it and impatiently waved her hand. Alright, where is Yaoer? The little princess. Before the two maidservants could mention her whereabouts, a crisp and pleasant voice, like silver bells, suddenly sounded from outside the hall. Why are you two standing here? Ru Hua's expression brightened upon hearing this voice. Yaoer, come in. As her words fell, a small figure dashed into the hall from outside. This figure was a charming little girl, looking only about 5 or 6 years old, with bare little feet lightly touching the air, her body floating gracefully. She was petite, graceful, with long, dark hair tied in twin ponytails that danced with her every movement. Looking at her face. She had long eyelashes, spirited eyes, a delicate nose, and lips like ripe cherries. It was as if she was a little sprite naturally born from this world, both mischievous and wise. Once she entered the hall, she immediately spotted Ru Hua. Then, her little face broke into a sweet smile. When she smiled, her little tiger teeth were exposed, and 2 dimples appeared on her face, making her extremely cute and lovable. This sprite-like girl was the daughter of Ru Hua and the emperor, and also the one who had broken off her engagement with Jiang Wang, the youngest princess of the great Xia divine dynasty, Xia Mengyao. It was rumored that on the day she was born, a purple aura came from the east and stretched for miles. Mother. Xia Mengyao pounced into Ru Hua's arms, her sparkling eyes blinking, and asked. Mother, why did our guards change? Why aren't they the same two from before? Upon hearing this, Ru Hua sighed softly, stroked her little head, and began to explain the situation. Mother, I will go to find father and plead on your behalf, he will definitely listen to me. Ru Hua thought for a moment but still shook her head. Forget it, your father is indeed very angry this time, mother just cannot go out, there's no need for you to plead. At this point, Ru Hua snorted coldly. There's no need to mention your elder sister, she has long been a thorn in my side. This time, it's all that damned kid's fault. Which kid? Is it because of him that mother got punished? I will help you teach him a lesson. Xia Mengyao sat in Ru Hua's lap, clenching her small pink fist, her little face full of anger. At this moment, Ru Hua's eyes kept flickering. She still believed that she would be punished by the human emperor. It was because the human emperor was angry about losing a talented gem. Seeing Ru Hua lower her head in silence, Xia Mengyao couldn't help but snort coldly. Mother, why don't you say anything? Is he stronger than your daughter? At least from what I've heard from others, it seems so. Xia Mengyao's eyes flashed with disdain. I don't believe it. Who is he? Is it that illegitimate son of the Luo clan? It's indeed related to the Luo clan, however, he is just an unacknowledged wild child. After saying this, Ru Hua sighed lightly and told Xia Mengyao about Jiang Wang. Upon hearing this, Xia Mengyao's mouth opened slightly, and her eyes showed some shock. He is actually an ancient sacred body? Who knows? You can't blame me, it's the Luo clan that was foolish enough to drive him away, that's why. Before Ru Hua could finish, Xia Mengyao chuckled and raised her small pink fist. Don't worry, mother, even if that guy has good talent, I will still get revenge for you. Looking at Xia Mengyao's delicate little face, which seemed like a porcelain doll, Ru Hua's anger dissipated a lot. That's right, our Yao Yao is also a natural spirit body, whether he is a sacred body, is still unclear. Yes. Father has said that I share the same physique as an unparalleled emperor of our human race. Pride appeared on Ru Hua's face as well. A mother gains respect through her child, holding her child made her the most noble woman in Daiyu. For any of her requests, the human emperor would basically satisfy them unconditionally. The matter of the broken engagement was due to her belief that an ordinary little clan disciple was unworthy of her daughter, which is why she unilaterally sent Wu Qi to intervene. Although the human emperor was somewhat displeased upon learning of this, she was still pregnant at the time. He turned a blind eye to this matter. But today's punishment was the first since she became pregnant. Thinking of this, Ru Hua suddenly spoke. Yao Yao, you need to practice hard recently, next month is the grand selection of the Creation Immortal Palace. You must enter the Creation Immortal Palace, only then can you truly step into the world of the strong and bring honor to your mother. Xia Mengyao nodded. Don't worry, mother, if I run into that kid at the grand selection of the Immortal Palace, I will definitely beat him up to avenge you. Chapter 37. Inside the Human Emperor's Temple. At this moment, the Human Emperor was no longer as furious as before. But he still sat on the dragon throne, his expression somewhat gloomy and unpredictable. His eyes constantly flickered with light, as if he were weighing something in thought. After a while, the human emperor slowly called out to Xia Mengqian below. Qianer. Father. From your perspective, is that kid worth me personally going to the Jiang clan to apologize? Upon hearing this, Xia Mengqian was first taken aback. She never expected that her usually strong-willed father would ask her this question. Xia Mengqian quickly thought for a moment and then firmly said, "Absolutely worth it. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that it could earn Jiang Wang's goodwill is definitely worth it. Father, you haven't seen him, he's not only exceptionally strong, but his mind is also 1 in a million. At just 5 years old, he can." At first, the emperor was still listening carefully, but later, his expression gradually became a bit strange. He slowly shifted his gaze to the faces of the people below. At this moment, Xia Mengqian not only showed no concealment in her words of praise. Even her beautiful eyes, like autumn water, were sparkling with a different kind of brilliance. The emperor raised an eyebrow, then looked at Xia Mengqian with great interest. And Xia Mengqian, realizing the emperor's gaze. In the next instant, she was like a girl secretly dating behind her parents' backs when they found out. 2 flushes appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Her shy expression was endearing. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, the emperor laughed heartily, then waved his sleeve. "Tell me, how does that boy look now? After all, the last time I saw him was 5 years ago when he was still in swaddling clothes." But at that time you weren't very old either." Hearing the emperor's words, Xia Mengqian almost instantly understood what he meant. Her already rosy face now looked like a ripe apple. "Father. Alright, since he can make my daughter so fascinated, he must be good. I believe in your eyes. In a fantasy world, strength is respected. It is natural for women to admire the strong, and with lifespans reaching tens of thousands of years, what does a few years' age difference matter? Oh dear, father, look at you." At this moment, Xia Mengqian was extremely shy, as if looking for some words to defend herself. Xia Mengqian gently bit her red lip and slowly spoke. "Jiang Wang, whether in temperament, talent, or strength, is a rare gem. The great competition of the Dao Palace will be next month. I believe that by then, he will surely make a name for himself throughout the desolate valley, and winning the top spot isn't impossible." "Oh? The 5-year-old champion of the Dao Palace competition?" The emperor was somewhat shocked by Xia Mengqian's evaluation of Jiang Wang. "Isn't that evaluation a bit high? Let's not talk about that mysterious godson of the Luo tribe. Just your sister, Yair, with her innate spiritual body, I don't think she's much worse than that boy." In response to the emperor's words, Xia Mengqian only smiled slightly. "I have confidence in him." Well, now I'm a bit looking forward to it." In the back mountain of the Jiang clan. At this moment, Jiang Wang had already led everyone to the back mountain. Now, in Jiang Wang's sight, the back mountain was completely shrouded in a strange black mist. The unpleasant and unsettling aura had intensified greatly. Jiang Wang led the Jiang family to the place before the seal. That extremely mysterious great formation had now been corroded beyond recognition by the strange black gas. The runes on it had dimmed a lot. The scattering black gas in this valley of the back mountain was drifting out from this seal. The Jiang family looked at the scene before them, and even if they were foolish, they now understood the situation. This evil creature has actually recovered to this extent? How could this be? Why does this evil creature have the power to break the seal? Jiang Tao's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with shock and fear. This is not good. If this evil creature breaks out, our Jiang family might. Jiang Tao's words trailed off, but everyone present knew what he meant. Since the establishment of the Jiang family, before Jiang Wang had grown up completely, without a doubt, the ancestor of the Jiang family was the strongest in the history of the Jiang family. The great formation he arranged with the expenditure of lifespan couldn't even contain this evil creature. If it emerged now, the fate of the entire Jiang family could be imagined. Just then, Jiang Tao seemed to think of something. "Where are Jiang Yuan and Jiang Zhuang?" As his words fell, 2 boys dressed in white burst out from the depths of the forest in the back mountain. "He came before everyone. I have seen the ancestor." The 2 young boys bowed to Jiang Tao. However, at this moment, Jiang Wang frowned upon seeing the 2 boys. "Young boys?" Jiang Tao nodded and replied to Jiang Wang. "These 2 boys are the ones I intentionally left behind here to prevent any unexpected changes in the seal." Jiang Wang was somewhat speechless. "Left behind for what? The dark energy is already clouding our eyes, yet there's been no report." Moreover, Jiang Wang was quite puzzled. According to Jiang Tao, these 2 boys had been guarding this place for a long time. So why didn't I see them the last time I came to investigate? Jiang Tao turned and spoke to the 2 boys. "You 2 have been stationed here all along, why didn't you report any anomalies?" At that moment, Jiang Wang suddenly felt a chill spreading and his pupils shrank sharply. "Ancestor, be careful." At the same time, the expressions of the 2 boys suddenly changed wildly, and immense dark energy surged around them. Their eyes turned blood red, and their mouths split open, stretching to their ears. They lunged at Jiang Tao, carrying the overwhelming dark energy. Boom! The sky was filled with dark energy, and a deafening noise erupted from it. Ancestor! Seeing this scene, the Jiang family members instantly felt their hearts race and shouted loudly toward the front. Jiang Wang frowned deeply, leading the Jiang family members to a safe area. Then he looked at the vast expanse of dark mist before him. Humph! With a cold grunt, Jiang Wang's golden blood energy surged into the sky, scattering the dark energy completely. As the dark energy gradually dispersed, everyone saw the two boys glaring at them. Before the two boys was a deep pit created by a huge fist mark. Fortunately, there was no sign of Jiang Tao in the pit. The two had just displayed the strength of the eighth heaven of the immortal emperor. If Jiang Tao had been hit by them, he would certainly be in great danger. The space twisted, and a clear, resonant sword chant echoed across this realm. An ancient long sword flew out, transforming in the air into Jiang Tao's figure. At this moment, his face was serious, and he formed sword fingers with both hands, ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 38. Fortunately, Wanger reminded me in time, otherwise, my old bones would have suffered today. Jiang Wang gently waved at the worried crowd below, signaling he was fine. At this time, when the two boys saw the golden blood energy capable of dispelling the dark energy, a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Ha ha ha. A strange and eerie laughter echoed from within the cave. It's actually the ancient holy body, this Jiang family bloodline aura is still so detestable. As this strange and eerie voice fell, the two boys in front of the crowd began to tremble as if they received a command. Endless dark energy started to seep out from their 7 openings. Not good, quickly. Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed, and his hands were about to form seals. Then everyone heard a deafening boom. The sound was ear-splitting, as if the earth was trembling at that moment. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the great array sealing the cave began to fracture. Crack! Finally, there was a loud crack. Ha ha ha, I have finally come out, Jiang Rujuan, you have still lost to me. As the great array completely shattered, countless bizarre and evil dark energies surged out from the cave. This dark energy blotted out the sky, instantly covering the entire firmament. At this moment, the sun and moon lost their light, and within the dark energy, there were chilling cries, screams, and howls echoing. At this moment, the Jiang family's back mountain seemed to turn into a hell on earth. In the boundless dark energy, a pair of giant scarlet eyes appeared, like 2 lanterns. These eyes revealed endless resentment and evil. Kikik, I never expected that when I broke the seal, I would encounter the ancient saint body. Truly, this is good luck. Jiang Wang's face was serious, his body bathed in golden blood energy, blocking the evil and strange black mist outside. At this moment, the people of the Jiang family were all behind Jiang Wang, many of them with pale faces. The demonic aura, shrouded in black mist, was incredibly strong, having reached the peak of the immortal emperor level, even nearing perfection. It was only a hair's breadth away from stepping into the saint realm. So it was them inside the seal. Jiang Tao looked at the demonic figure before them, his gaze solemn and his face ugly. Them? Jiang Wang looked at the man in confusion. Jiang Tao seemed to know exactly what this thing was. He shook his head, a resolute expression appearing in his eyes, and after a deep look at Jiang Wang, he spoke to him. Wanger, you are the future of the Jiang family. As long as you are here, the Jiang family will never disappear. Jiang Wang froze. He never expected that the thing sealed away would be so terrifying. His ancestor, upon just seeing it, had already made the worst assumption. Wanger, now go with Elder Xianhe and take your mother away. Go seek refuge with the Luo family or the Daxia divine dynasty. With your talent, they will definitely treat you and your mother well. After Jiang Wang finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to the Jiang family members below. Everyone, the demon has broken the seal. Our Jiang family sons must use their bodies to defend against this demon. Yes. The senior members of the Jiang family below all spoke in unison. At this moment, the Jiang family had already fallen into chaos. The evil aura from the back mountain had been sensed by everyone. The members of the Jiang family looked at the strange and evil black mist in the sky. In their eyes, a trace of despair flashed uncontrollably. Kikik, a group of ants dares to stop me? You answer nothing but my blood food. With the words falling, a red glow instantly shot out from the enormous crimson eyes. The two boys, already collapsed on the ground, were immediately swept into the black mist. At the same time, the sound of chewing echoed from the black mist. Bones were ground, creaking as they were turned into blood food and devoured by the demon. Ah, such delicious flesh and blood. Today, all of you Jiang family will be turned into nourishment for me. After the demon took over the bodies of the two boys, it let out an earth-shattering laugh. Then, the vast black mist began to contract, gradually forming into a figure that appeared in front of everyone's sight. The figure was wearing a black robe, with sunken eyes. Its body was thin and skeletal, and its colorless face had strange patterns spreading across it. Kikik, I am the protector of Beachwan. Ants, prepare to welcome death. Bichuan grinned, revealing its black teeth, its eyes filled with a vicious and crazy glare as it looked at everyone. Attack together. Jiang Tao saw the demon reveal its true form, and without hesitation, he instantly mobilized his spiritual power. With a swing of his arms, he shouted. Sword art, 98,000 swords. Swords manifested from the air, appearing endless. Sword art, 98,000 swords. The members of the Jiang family below also formed hand seals, channeling their spiritual energy, and attacked the demon. Humph, a group of ants dares to resist me. Bichuan saw the endless rain of swords coming towards it, a cold smile curling on its lips. Then, its hands began to form an eerie seal. Devour. With a loud shout, a strange black mist burst from its mouth, like a massive black curtain covering the sky. It instantly blocked the entire sword rain, and then, to everyone's shock, it swallowed it all back. Clang, clang, clang. Sounds of metal clashing echoed from Bichuan's stomach. But Bichuan showed no sign of pain, instead, it had a look of enjoyment on its face. It grinned at the crowd and said, "Ha ha, the power of ants will eventually become nourishment, regurgitated back to me." Zhang Wang, seeing this scene, was stunned. Suddenly, his expression became a bit strange. Because he seemed to sense a particularly familiar feeling from this ethereal energy of Michuan. But this feeling vanished as soon as it appeared. Suddenly, Michuan looked at Zhang Wang and smiled widely. "And you, this undeveloped ancient holy body, if I devour you, I will definitely step directly into the saint realm." Greed filled Michuan's eyes, like a hungry wolf that had waited too long seeing the most succulent rabbit in the world. Saliva dripped from his mouth onto the ground, corroding the grass and trees beneath. Zhang Wang let out a cold laugh. "If you want to eat me, you'll have to see if your teeth are strong enough, don't end up breaking them." Hee, what a sharp-tongued brat, don't worry, once I devour your Jiang family, I will savor you properly. Big words, prepare to die. Jiang Tao furrowed his brows and stood tall, his white hair dancing wildly in the wind. All of his spiritual power gathered at this moment, and a clear sword chant resounded throughout the world. Sword technique, sword light shining 9 heavens. Knowing the strength of this evil being, Jiang Tao directly unleashed the strongest move from his sword technique. A massive ancient sword slowly appeared from a tear in space, radiating an incredibly sharp aura. Slice. Jiang Tao pointed, and the enormous sword trembled, vanishing instantly. The next moment, the great sword emerged right in front of Michuan, aiming directly at the latter's head. Humph. Michuan let out a cold snort, retreating explosively, swirling black energy around him, trying to block the giant sword like before. But the giant sword was like a divine metal forged countless times, its blade light swirling, constantly shattering the corrosive black energy. Seeing this, Michuan's brow furrowed, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. With both hands forming seals, a strange black energy erupted from his body, accompanied by chilling, pitiful screams that echoed across the heavens and earth. Nature of all things, evil invades the world. At that moment, countless spiritual powers spread from Michuan's body, erupting black energy filled the sky. Slowly, it transformed behind him into a terrifying, sinister skull. As the giant skull opened and closed its massive mouth, endless black energy sprayed from within. It seemed as if even the void could not withstand this strange black energy, beginning to melt away in large chunks. The enormous, menacing skull collided directly with the giant sword. A violent, terrifying ripple of spiritual power visibly spread, destroying everything in its path. Zhang Wang stretched out his palm, summoning the Qinkuan cold fire shield into his hand. 2 color streams of light flickered, soaring into the air. The 2 types of spiritual power cascaded down like a waterfall, forming a protective shield that isolated the Jiang family. Then, Zhang Wang transformed into a streak of golden light and dove into the swirling black energy. Grandson. Wang Er. As Jiang Wang plunged into the black energy, the Jiang family felt a wave of panic. Fearing something might happen to Jiang Wang. Upon entering, Jiang Wang immediately spotted Jiang Tao, who was struggling against the black energy. Why did you come in? Quickly leave. Jiang Tao's brow was tightly knitted, unable to stop himself from scolding Jiang Wang. Don't worry, ancestor, I have a plan, I'll get you out first. After saying that, Jiang Wang's youthful voice rang out as he grabbed hold of Jiang Tao's arm. At the same time, the ancient holy body was pushed to its limits, golden blood energy shining like a guiding light on a vast sea, incredibly bright. The golden blood energy enveloped both Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao. When this strange black energy encountered the golden blood energy, it melted away as if late winter snow met blazing sun. Truly a remarkable ancient holy body, such rich and strong blood energy, I really want to savor it. The strange black energy filled the sky. Michuan's figure appeared among them. His face held nothing but endless greed and ferocity. Jiang Wang calmed Jiang Tao, who had been trying to get him to leave. He slowly opened his mouth. Don't worry, ancestor, I just mentioned that I have a way to deal with him. Arrogant and ignorant junior, what can you possibly do? Facing Jiang Wang, Michuan did not hide his mockery, bursting into arrogant laughter. But Jiang Wang remained calm, slowly closing his eyes and then taking a long breath. Who? As a breath of turbid air was exhaled, everyone instantly felt the spiritual power in this world begin to surge violently. Jiang Wang slowly formed seals with his hands. Golden blood energy surged upwards, dispersing all the dark clouds that covered the sky. He looked like a glaring sun, radiating endless brilliance. The ancient saint body was pushed to its limits by Jiang Wang. At the same time, his peak immortal emperor's strength erupted completely, causing the surrounding space to tremble restlessly. Heaven's calamity light. Jiang Wang suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shooting from them, his whole being became solemn and dignified, sacred and inviolable. A dazzling golden light gradually blossomed from his chest. The spiritual energy in the world began to boil completely, as if welcoming the arrival of something. Jiang Wang spread his arms wide, the golden light on his chest growing stronger, as if embracing the blazing sun in the sky inside his chest. Across from Jiang Wang, Michuan's eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, he felt an incredibly strong deathly aura from Jiang Wang. How is this possible? Kid, let's talk it out, hey. I'll leave your Jiang family. Jiang Wang ignored Michuan and continued forming seals with his hands, madly mobilizing the spiritual power within him, fiercely filling the supreme bone on his chest. That's right, what Jiang Wang was about to use was the supreme bone. Since obtaining the supreme bone, it was Jiang Wang's first time using it. Those previous enemies were not worthy to witness this scene. Moreover, not knowing is one thing, but using it is shocking. If it weren't for the ancient saint body, I really couldn't unleash my talent skill, Heaven's calamity light today. Jiang Wang looked up at Michuan across from him and softly spoke. This supreme bone on my chest possesses the power to overshadow the sun, moon, and stars. It can look down on the heavens and the earth. You will be buried under my Heaven's calamity light today. Consider it a reward for your years in my Jiang family. Having said that, Jiang Wang raised his hand and lightly tapped. Annihilate the demons. A dazzling ray of light, like it was forged from gold, shot out from Jiang Wang's chest. This golden light was like the most terrifying punishment in the world, impossible to describe. Even the space along the way was shattered by this golden light. It was like an unstoppable golden angry dragon, rushing towards Michuan. No, I don't want to die. Michuan roared to the sky, his eyes filled with fear and despair. He spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood, seemingly trying to make a final resistance. But he found that the golden light was like a decree from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming aura of destruction, directly appearing before Michuan's eyes. A golden light spot emerged in his pupils, rapidly enlarging. No! Before the piercing scream could escape, Michuan was completely engulfed by the dazzling golden light. Along with him, the hundreds of miles of forests and mountains behind him were all destroyed. Looking down, Jiang Wang's Heaven's calamity light had completely penetrated the entire rear mountain, forming a bare dividing line. The glaring golden light slowly dissipated. The Jiang family members' vision was restored. They saw that at the spot where Michuan once stood, only a wisp of black dust floated by, nothing more remained. Did little Wang really destroy him? Everyone looked at this scene in shock, turning their eyes to Jiang Wang. At this moment, he had also landed on the ground. Aside from a pale face from excessive exhaustion, not a speck of dust clung to his clothes. Jiang Wang looked at Jiang Wang, who had his mouth wide open, and laughed. Old ancestor, now that the evil spirit is dealt with, can you tell me what that actually was? Ah, it's resolved, that's good. Jiang Tao replied hesitantly, as if he hadn't yet recovered from his shock. In an instant, the entire Jiang clan erupted in a frenzy of cheers. Little Wang is powerful. With one move, he vanquished the demon. Truly worthy of being the future young clan leader. He's only 5 years old. I really can't imagine how much he will grow in the future. Chapter 40. Listening to the deafening cheers echoing through the Jiang clan. The high-ranking officials at the center of it all were all wide-eyed. The once fierce and arrogant evil spirit was just wiped out by Jiang Wang with a single move. Bai Qianqian covered her mouth, afraid she might shout out from sheer excitement. After a moment, she dazedly spoke. My little nephew is truly a prodigy. That divine ability would surely peel the skin off even a sage. Saying this, she turned to her husband, Jiang Lisan. At that moment, the latter's mouth was agape, staring blankly at the clear boundary line not far ahead. What's wrong with you? Did you hear what I said? Jiang Lisan slowly closed his mouth, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How would I know? I've never seen a sage battle. Bai Qianqian thought this made sense. There are too many shocks today. I wish we could watch a sage battle again. Nonsense, if two sages were to battle here, wouldn't they just destroy our Jiang clan? The one speaking was Jiang Jianming. At that moment, Jiang Jianming had a calm expression, as if he had anticipated it all. Seeing this, Zhang Lisan couldn't help but ask curiously. Father, aren't you even a little shocked? Zhang Jianming pretended to ponder as he stroked his beard. It's fine. After all, he's my own grandson, nothing surprising about it. My grandson has long had the demeanor of an emperor. At this moment, Zhang Jianming's gaze was profound, and his expression calm. If not for his almost betraying upward curve of his lips, others would truly believe he was a wise man. Zhang Tao bit his lip, looking at Jiang Wang, as if wanting to say something but couldn't find the words. After a long while, he simply gave Jiang Wang a thumbs up. At this time, thousands of miles away from the Jiang clan. On a mountain peak, a white-haired beauty was sitting cross-legged, her alluring red lips drawing endless worldly spiritual energy in and out. At the very moment Jiang Wang completely annihilated Michuan. This beauty, who had been sitting quietly for an unknown length of time, suddenly trembled slightly. Her eyes opened wide, gazing into the distance toward the Jiang clan, 1,000 miles away. Is that the aura of the demon of heaven? The beauty slowly stood up, revealing her graceful and enchanting figure. This beauty was dressed in a tight black dress, her 3,000 silver strands cascading naturally, dancing with the wind. Below her proud bosom was a slim waist, perfectly wrapped by the hem of her dress, so delicate it could be held in one hand. Her long legs were pure white like jade, astonishingly beautiful. Her jade feet lightly touched the void, barefoot with every toe smooth and glistening, like exquisite jade carefully carved. Finally, there was the stunning face hidden beneath her 3,000 silver strands. Her brows like a crescent moon, eyes holding autumn waters, and lips cherry red, perfectly harmonious, as if crafted by the world itself, a true beauty beyond compare. On her utterly beautiful face, there was a hint of unrivaled arrogance and laziness. The sight of her filled one with an overwhelming desire to conquer. Surely no man would refuse to try and win over such a captivating beauty. It's definitely the demon of heaven. This breathtaking woman murmured softly to herself. Then, the space around her twisted, and her figure vanished from the spot. At the same time, Jiang Wang adjusted himself, and the depleted spiritual energy within him transformed back into abundance. He then turned to Zhang Tao and asked, Great-grandpa, do you know who this guy is? Zhang Tao pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Roughly correct. After saying this, seeing the curious gazes of Jiang Wang and the other members of the Jiang clan, Zhang Tao shared everything he knew. Thousands of years ago, there was a demon sect that dominated the time, called the Heavenly Demon Gate. The ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Gate was known as the Heavenly Demon Saint, whose demonic skills were extraordinary and unmatched. It is said he directly led a group of disciples to annihilate a once-declined ancient family. And he directly seized their territory for himself. After this incident, many self-proclaimed righteous people and sects waged war against the Heavenly Demon Gate. Of course, they claimed it was to eliminate a calamity for the common people. But in reality, they wanted to swallow the territory of the ancient family. It is said that battle shattered the heavens and split the earth. The Heavenly Demon Saint fought against 4 great holy kings and remained undefeated. In the end, he even used a mysterious power to turn one slightly weaker holy king into a dry corpse on the spot. The 4 could do nothing against the Heavenly Demon Saint, and now one was lost. So they could only flee in disgrace. After this battle, the fame of the Heavenly Demon Gate instantly spread across the continent. It leaped to become the peak of the demon path. It was subtly on the verge of rivaling the ancient family. To make matters worse, the Heavenly Demon Saint, in order to cultivate his demonic skills, sent his followers to search for talented young boys and girls throughout the land. In an instant, the entire continent was plunged into fear. Everyone was afraid their children would be taken by the Heavenly Demon Gate. Previously, if a family had a genius, they would announce it to the world, afraid someone might not know. But at that time, nearly an entire generation of children were of mediocre talent, at least that was the public claim. Little did they know, the Heavenly Demon Gate became increasingly rampant. They even directly harmed a little princess of an ancient family. Now that was a serious matter. It is said that on the day the news broke, the ancestor of that ancient family broke through his seclusion and charged towards the Heavenly Demon Gate. At that moment, everyone thought it would be another earth-shattering battle, but little did they know. That ancestor didn't say a word and directly revived his family's supreme imperial weapon. Supreme imperial weapons are the symbols of ultimate power. In this age where no emperors were showing themselves, supreme imperial weapons were the embodiments of emperors. The ancestor completely revived the supreme imperial weapon, and the entire Heavenly Demon Gate was reduced to ashes. Thus, with the appearance of the supreme imperial weapon, the era of the Heavenly Demon Gate came to an end. After listening to this story about the Heavenly Demon Gate, Jiang Wang's mouth dropped open. Wow, this ancestor is truly domineering, able to revive the supreme imperial weapon. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Zhang Tao shook his head. Actually, he only activated the supreme imperial weapon. It's impossible for just that ancestor to completely revive it, and the fully revived Supreme Imperial weapon would not just destroy one heavenly demon gate, but would annihilate that entire celestial domain? Yes. Jiang Wang couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. He truly wanted to see the power of the fully revived Supreme Imperial weapon. Just as Jiang Wang was contemplating this, he suddenly raised his brow. His arm shot out, and the space in front was instantly ripped apart. When Jiang Wang withdrew his arm and opened his palm, everyone could finally see a transparent little figure radiating extremely weak fluctuations in his hand. What is this? The remnant thought of that evil spirit. The transparent little figure in Jiang Wang's hand had an extremely faint aura, as if a strong wind could blow it out. Jiang Wang nodded, and then with a flip of his hand, he directly suppressed this wisp of remnant consciousness. At the same time, Jiang Wang frowned as he looked at the remnant in front of him. He opened his mouth towards Jiang Tao. Elder, wasn't it said that the heavenly demon sect has already been destroyed by the Emperor's ultimate weapon? Then what is this? Jiang Tao nodded. Indeed, there are few who can survive under the Emperor's ultimate weapon, but that heavenly demon master has extraordinary means, so it cannot be ruled out that there are ways to survive. Furthermore, since then, the heavenly demon sect has completely disappeared from the river of history, but every once in a while, there are whispers on the continent saying that the heavenly demon sect has reappeared. This evil being is perhaps a remnant or a successor of the heavenly demon sect. Hearing Jiang Tao's explanation, Jiang Wang nodded. It was actually quite understandable. The heavenly demon sect was destroyed by the Emperor's ultimate weapon, but it had not been completely eradicated. The heavenly demon master used some unknown means to hide away with some remnants, living in seclusion. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang remembered the familiar fluctuation he sensed earlier. So, he turned to everyone and spoke. Elders, I will be going back first. I will take this wisp of remnant consciousness to see if I can dig out some secrets from back then. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, Jiang Tao frowned and spoke. Wanger, the people of the heavenly demon sect have strange means. If you want to refine this divine thought, it may be dangerous. Jiang Wang chuckled and waved his hand. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will be careful. I'm off now. After saying this, Jiang Wang rode on the celestial crane and flew away. Watching Jiang Wang's figure shrinking in the sky, Jiang Jianming nodded with satisfaction and stroked his beard, saying, as expected of my grandson, so full of personality, at only 5 years old he wants to refine the divine soul of the remnants of the heavenly demon sect. The other elders of the Jiang family looked at Jiang Jianming, feeling somewhat speechless and envious. Speechless that this kid is really not humble at all. But even more envious to have such a grandson. Thus, Jiang Wang rode the celestial crane straight back to his courtyard. As soon as he landed, Jiang Xixin rushed over with a worried face. She kept patting Jiang Wang's body all over. Child, are you hurt? There was such a big commotion just now, and I saw it all. Jiang Wang chuckled and, in order not to worry his mother, deliberately turned around several times. When Jiang Xixin finally saw that Jiang Wang had no injuries, she let out a sigh of relief. She stroked Jiang Wang's head and said, You were too reckless, Wanger. Who told you to dive right in? What Jiang Xixin was referring to was of course Jiang Wang's earlier action of saving Jiang Tao. Seeing the worried yet slightly blaming look in her eyes, Jiang Wang felt warmth in his heart. He immediately scratched his head and said, It's fine, mother. As a member of the Jiang family, I cannot just watch the elder die. Grandpa has always been so good to us. Jiang Xixin seemed to want to say something, but when she thought of Jiang Wang's status and strength in the Jiang clan, she sighed again. Seeing this, Jiang Wang chuckled. Don't worry, mother. I promise I will protect myself. Now, I will go cultivate. After saying this, Jiang Wang suddenly appeared on the stone platform in the courtyard used for cultivation. The lotus platform that had served him previously no longer had much use for Jiang Wang, so he handed it to Jiang Xixin to give to Jiang Yi. After Jiang Xixin went out, Jiang Wang then waved his hand. Golden spiritual energy formed a circle of barrier, directly enveloping the courtyard. Then, he formed a hand seal. A vast and magnificent spiritual power gushed out from his palms. In front of Jiang Wang, the empty space transformed into a golden giant cauldron. Flames soared within the cauldron, and even the void began to twist. Jiang Wang flipped his palm, and the wisp of remnant soul appeared, which he then directly threw into the giant cauldron. Ah! In an instant, haunting screams filled the air from within the cauldron. The crackling of flames burning the soul mingled with those screams, echoing throughout this world. Jiang Wang's expression remained calm, his eyes deep and profound. He isolated the cries filled with endless pain and hatred, continuously raising the temperature within the cauldron. Just like this, almost a quarter of an hour passed before the screams inside the cauldron finally faded away completely. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wang nodded slightly, then summoned with his palm. A wisp of light flew from the cauldron into his hand. As the spiritual fire completely erased the lingering consciousness, this wisp remained only as pure soul power. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wang activated the sky-eating demon art, directly absorbing it. In an instant, a plethora of information flooded into Jiang Wang's mind. But after all, it was just a remnant, the information was sporadic and broken. Indeed, it was as Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao had guessed. This each one joined the Sky Demon sect after it went into hiding, becoming a protector, committing all sorts of evil until finally being suppressed by the ancestor of the Jiang family in the back mountains. The remaining memory information was fragmented, lacking coherence, and held little significance. However, Jiang Wang managed to find what he was looking for. Why did Jiang Wang catch a whiff of a familiar aura? It was precisely because this each one and the Sky Demon sect practiced the sky-eating demon art. But it could not be said to be complete. Not only was it incomplete, but it also lacked many crucial parts, making it a low-tier version of the sky-eating demon art. It seems that the so-called heavenly demon sage practices this low-tier sky-eating demon art. No wonder he constantly seeks gifted boys and girls. The goal is to devour their essence. No, it seems this method cannot extract the essence, it can only absorb flesh and blood. Moreover, this sky-eating demon art is incomplete, making it impossible to digest the essence contained within the body without side effects, which is why it has turned into a bloodthirsty fiend. The genuine sky-eating demon art's greatest strength is its ability to infinitely devour others' essence to supplement oneself, without any side effects. But Jiang Wang hasn't used it yet, as the enemies he encountered were not worth absorbing. They were all just garbage. Just as Jiang Wang was thinking this, a loud roar suddenly echoed from outside the clan. Ha! Jiang Wang looked up in confusion. He saw that the protective array of the Jiang clan had been shattered. This is bad. Jiang Wang's brow furrowed, and he transformed into a streak of golden light, flying towards the source of the sound. In the sky, a tremendous sound erupted. This shocked all the people of the Jiang family, who looked up in terror. They saw a slender, graceful figure slowly approaching from outside the Jiang clan. Her jade-like feet lightly touched the void, her indifferent eyes gazing down at the Jiang family below. 3,000 silver strands naturally fell, swaying gently in the breeze. This graceful figure was the white-haired woman from the mountain peak earlier. Chapter 42. The white-haired woman stood in mid-air, her eyes sweeping over the astonished Jiang family members below. Is this for real? Did our Jiang clan's protective array really get shattered by her single palm? The person beside her swallowed hard. It seems so. The white-haired woman suddenly looked towards the back mountain. Then, with a flicker of her gaze, her figure vanished instantaneously. When she reappeared, she had already arrived at the back mountain of the Jiang clan. She glanced at the distinct boundary line on the ground, her brows slightly furrowing. Excuse me, madam, may I ask what brings you to our Jiang clan? Jiang Tao looked at the stunning woman with a solemn face, unable to sense any fluctuation of spiritual power from her. There are only 3 possibilities for this situation. First, the other party is an ordinary person without any spiritual power. Second, the other party possesses a treasure that conceals her aura. Third, the other party's strength is far beyond his own. The white-haired woman, her hair cascading down to her slender waist, first glanced at Jiang Tao up and down, then slightly parted her red lips. Looking for someone. The voice of the white-haired woman was as pleasant to hear as a gentle breeze brushing against wind chimes, but filled with coldness and arrogance. It was as if a divine being, seated high above the heavens, looked down upon the ants building nests on the ground. Upon hearing the woman's purpose, everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. Looking for someone? Who would believe that? Is this how one finds someone? Nevertheless, Jiang Lisan pondered for a moment, then tentatively spoke up on behalf of his father. Dare I ask, my lady, who you are looking for? Our Jiang family, while not as grand as the major clans, can still lend you some assistance. The white-haired woman shook her head. The person I'm looking for is right here. There was a slight pause in her words. Or rather, was here before. You are looking for Mikan, aren't you? A youthful yet calm voice echoed from afar. A golden light tore through space and instantly appeared before everyone, transforming into a young figure. Wang Er, don't mess around, go back. Jiang Tao's expression was extremely serious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This woman's power gave him an even greater sense of pressure than Mikan had earlier. How could he let Jiang Wang come out and take risks? Jiang Wang merely shook his head and looked towards the stunning woman before him. Upon seeing Jiang Wang, the white-haired woman's eyebrows actually raised. This overwhelming blood energy, you are the ancient sacred body? The tone of the white-haired woman finally showed a ripple of emotion. Jiang Wang did not give a clear answer but spoke to her. If you are looking for Mikan, then please leave, Mikan is already dead. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of surprise finally flashed in the white-haired woman's eyes. Her gaze swept across the crowd once more. Then, a hint of an enticing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In the entire square mile, you are the only one with considerable strength. You killed Mikan? Before Jiang Wang could respond, Jiang Tao stepped forward, blocking Jiang Wang, and said, I killed him. Poof. The white-haired woman did not take Jiang Tao's words seriously at all. Instead, her gaze passed over Jiang Wang with great interest. After a moment, the white-haired woman slowly spoke. I don't care who killed Mikan, he's dead, so hand over what you have. What item? Jiang Tao frowned in confusion. That item is of no use to you, hand it over obediently. At this moment, the white-haired woman's tone was indifferent, yet a threat of killing intent had emerged within. It was clear that this white-haired woman didn't seem to have much patience. What exactly do you want? Jiang Wang asked. The devouring heavenly demon technique. Jiang Wan's heart sank upon hearing this name. As expected, this person had come for this technique. But at the same time, Jiang Wang instantly understood some things. First, this low-level version of the devouring heavenly demon technique, called the devouring heavenly demon method, was an extremely important technique within the heavenly demon sect. The person before him was incredibly powerful. Even now, Jiang Wang felt a faint, almost imperceptible danger. Second, since this woman had come to the Jiang family looking for this technique, it meant that she either didn't possess it or didn't have the complete version. So, the question arose, from Mikan's memories, it was known that he joined the heavenly demon sect later on. But why did he possess the complete method to practice the devouring heavenly demon technique while this woman, who seemed to have a higher status and strength than him, did not have the complete practice method? This implies that something unexpected had happened within the heavenly demon sect. The greatest possibility is that Mikan had stolen this devouring heavenly demon technique but, for some unknown reason, failed to fully cultivate it, and was too arrogant to be suppressed by the ancestor of the Jiang family. And this woman before him was sent out by the heavenly demon sect to search for Mikan. Jiang Tao furrowed his brows upon hearing the words of the former. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. My lord, we do not know what you are talking about. Seeing Jiang Tao's denial, the white-haired woman still kept a calm expression. Fine. The white-haired woman waved her hand with some annoyance, and a faint hint of killing intent appeared in her eyes. Since you answer unwilling to speak the truth, I don't want to waste more words. I'll just kill you all, and then search each soul one by one. This woman spoke the most chilling words in the most ordinary tone. As her voice fell, her autumn-like eyes slowly turned pitch black, making both pairs of eyes turn inky black at that moment. An extremely strong wave of spiritual power radiated out, causing the entire Jiang clan to feel breathless, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on everyone. This aura. The people of the Jiang clan looked up at the enchanting figure in the sky with fear on their faces. Their eyes were filled with shock. The aura radiating from this mysterious white-haired woman directly surpassed the realm of saints. It's over. Could it be that the Saint King has personally descended? Why is our Jiang clan so unlucky today? Whoa, no. Feeling this terrifying aura, almost everyone's face showed a touch of despair. It was too incomprehensible. In this age where emperors do not emerge, the Saint King represented the strongest existence on the entire continent. Don't mention a small Jiang clan. Even if the current human emperor and the head of the Luo clan came, they would still end in regret. In the next moment after this aura was released, a hint of determination flashed in Jiang Tao's eyes. In an instant, his hand seal changed, and his body transformed into an ancient longsword, rushing violently towards the white-haired woman. A trace of disdain flashed in the woman's eyes, and she lightly tapped the void before her with her jade finger. A pure black light shot out from her fingertips, directly striking the body of the ancient longsword transformed from Jiang Tao. Clang! The crisp sound of impact rang out, and the sword body trembled continuously before finally merging back into Jiang Tao's form. At this moment, Jiang Tao's face was pale, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, his spiritual power wilting to the extreme. Humph. Chapter 43. Just one strike left Jiang Tao gravely injured. But at this moment, the black light still surged towards Jiang Tao. Like the sharpest arrow in the world, it could destroy everything in its path. With Jiang Tao in his current state, if he were hit, he would definitely die on the spot. Jiang Wang let out a cold snort, and then his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, directly appearing in front of Jiang Tao. Wanger, run! Jiang Tao gritted his teeth against his internal injuries and shouted at Jiang Wang. We definitely can't escape. After saying this, Jiang Wang's gaze sharpened, and he formed a hand seal. A majestic wave of golden blood energy surged from the sky, enveloping Jiang Wang, like the blazing sun hanging high above the heavens. He raised his hands high above his head, releasing his entire spiritual power. A giant mountain appeared in his palms, then he slammed it down towards the black light with all his might. Boom! The collision between the giant mountain and the black light. It was like a battle between an ant and an elephant. It seemed without suspense, but in reality, the giant mountain and the black light were consuming each other's power, with the former visibly shrinking. and the latter also became less pure than before. Crack! With a sound of shattering echoing through the heavens and earth, the golden giant mountain turned into countless points of spiritual light, dissipating in the universe. And the black light continued to charge towards Zhang Wang at a uniform speed. Biting his teeth, Zhang Wang formed a mysterious hand seal. Then, he slammed out a palm strike from afar. Sky-blocking palm. The sky-blocking palm, this was a divine ability that Zhang Wang obtained from the Luo family's Qiankuan pouch, and even among the Luo clan, it was considered a top-tier divine ability. It is said that reaching great perfection can crush mountains and dominate with unmatched strength. As Zhang Wang's entire spiritual power erupted, a massive golden hand slowly appeared in the sky above. The patterns on the hand were clearly visible, resembling a real hand. Carrying immense power, it pressed down toward the dark beam of light. Boom! At that moment, the heavens and earth trembled, even the void surged with waves. It seemed as if it would shatter under the terrifying force at any moment. Fortunately, under the might of this hand that covered the sky, it held back the spiritual light released casually by the white-haired woman. She raised her brow, and the space around her rippled, instantly appearing not far in front of Zhang Wang. With great interest, she spoke to him. Such pure blood energy, truly worthy of the ancient sacred body. Not bad, you can withstand my strike, let's see how you deal with this. The white-haired woman's lips curled into a teasing smile. It was as if she was toying with an ant that she could crush at any moment. Then, with a delicate lift of her hand, overwhelming black spiritual energy erupted from her palm. It slowly gathered into a black eye. Devouring heaven demon light. The white-haired woman lightly parted her red lips. The eye in her palm began to tremble violently, blood vessels crawling over it. Her gaze turned incredibly vengeful and violent. Whoosh! A pure black beam shot out from that eye. The black light moved slowly through the air, deep and pure. As soon as the black light appeared, everyone felt the world grow dim. It seemed as if even light could be swallowed by it. Zhang Wang watched the demon light shooting toward him, slowly exhaling a breath of foul air. He could clearly sense the deathly aura carried within that demon light. Let alone himself, even the entire Zhang family would turn to ashes under this demon light. Zhang Wang cursed quietly, his expression cold, then clenched his teeth as his hand seals began to change rapidly. Damn it, it's tough, the gap with the sacred king's realm is still too big. Looks like I really have to fight for my life. At this moment, the ancient sacred body was pushed to its limits, shining with golden light on his chest. Indeed, Zhang Wang was about to use the divine power carried by the Supreme Bone once again. Within a single day, he would unleash the Supreme Bone twice. Spiritual power surged into his chest as if it were free of charge, faster than the speed of a pump in Zhang Wang's previous life. Even Zhang Wang, at this moment, turned pale, feeling a bit dizzy. The members of the Zhang family watching this scene all had red-rimmed eyes. Zhang Cixin, at this moment, desperately wanted to rush forward, instinctively wanting to protect Zhang Wang as a mother. But she was firmly held back by Zhang Jianming and by Qianqian beside her. You going will only bring trouble to my grandson, don't go. No, that's the sacred king, I can't let Wang Er go to his death. Zhang Jianming's eyes also glimmered with tears, gritting his teeth as he spoke to her. Don't worry, I won't let my grandson die. After saying that, he rushed into the sky, and his spiritual power began to grow violent. Isn't that our clan leader? That's going to self-destruct. Oh my god, who has the Zhang family provoked? The members of the Zhang family looked at Zhang Jianming's figure in the sky, unable to hold back their tears. They spoke with utmost despair. Zhang Lisan turned to grab by Qianqian's hand, his eyes also full of tears. He spoke to her. Qianqian, take good care of Er and live on. Having said that, he let out a great roar, rushing toward the sky, also stirring his internal spiritual energy. Li Xin. Bai Qianqian cried her heart out, collapsing to the ground, reaching out as if trying to grasp Zhang Lisan in the sky. Everyone could feel the deathly aura emanating from the devouring heaven light. Despair. Now, the word despair hung heavily over the hearts of everyone in the Zhang family. Zhang Wang let out a roar. The golden light on the chest grew increasingly dazzling, and blood vessels crept up within the eyes. A golden phantom slowly emerged behind. It was the celestial king descending from the 9 heavens. Just as Zhang Wang and the Zhang family members were about to fight desperately, a voice that sounded like a celestial melody resounded throughout this world. One thought blooms, 10,000 laws cease to exist. In an instant, it felt as if a massive hand had pressed down on this world. Everyone felt their spiritual power within start to stagnate. The violent spiritual force within Zhang Jianming and Zhang Lisan also calmed down at this moment. The spiritual power that Zhang Wang had been ready to unleash also returned to his body. Looking again, vibrant and delicate flowers bloomed everywhere, transforming this world into a paradise. Strangle. The voice rang out again, and every flower in this world shed a petal, which then gathered towards the sky above. Radiant light danced, with petals of various colors gathering in the sky, gradually changing into a colorful flower petal. On the petal, colorful light flowed, and mysterious patterns covered it, as if containing the secrets of heaven and earth. The flowers slowly moved towards the collision with the black light. Buzz. The imagined loud sound did not come out, under the collision. It shattered the space within several miles into fragments, and the chaotic flow of space swallowed even the sound. The onlookers could not see what was happening inside but could only feel an incomparably strong wave coming from the shattered void. The white-haired woman frowned slightly, tilting her head in confusion. Come out. The white-haired woman's gaze fixed on a point in the void. Caw. The next moment, a loud and penetrating crane cry echoed through this world, while that celestial voice rang out again. Lushi, as a remnant of the celestial demon sect, you do not hide or repent, but dare to act under the broad daylight, attempting to slaughter and annihilate your clan. When Jiang Wang heard this voice, he instantly felt relieved. Because he knew it was stable, he wouldn't have to fight desperately today. This voice was immensely familiar to him, it was his not-so-great master, the beautiful lady, the Miao Saint. Chapter 44. Space trembled, and flowers paid their respects. Melodious celestial sounds accompanied countless brilliant flowers appearing in this world. A celestial crane flew in from outside the Jiang family, on which stood a stunning figure. This figure wore a white dress, with a graceful figure and an ethereal temperament, as if a fallen celestial from the 9 heavens had come to the mortal realm. Even surrounded by countless flowers, her beauty could not be concealed. That cool and extraordinarily beautiful face belonged to Jiang Wang's master, the Miao Saint. The Miao Saint stepped down from the back of the crane, her jade feet lightly touching the void, as if a delicate butterfly danced upon the surface of a clear lake, causing ripples to spread. Each step she took bloomed with lotus flowers, making her appear like the flower goddess of this world. Lushi, since you are so rampant, today I shall capture you and bring you back to the sect. The Miao Saint spoke with a voice as light as orchids, every movement seeming to harmonize with the laws of nature. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. At this moment, the aura surrounding the Miao Saint faintly blended with the heavens and earth. It seems my master has surpassed the saint level. Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh at the strength of Miao Saint's talent. In the past, she was gentle and kind, and everyone had underestimated the strength of the beautiful lady. In just 5 short years, she had jumped from the Saint realm to the Saint King realm. This absolutely indicated that she had many hidden trump cards. At this moment, the white-haired woman, Lushi, upon seeing the Miao Saint, relaxed her brow. Her eyes were filled with amusement as she spoke. Miao Hualing, you truly are a haunting spirit. 10 years ago you could do nothing to me, what do you plan today? After saying this, endless black spiritual power surged out from within Lushi. A dark vortex condensed faintly behind her. As the vortex spun, even the void couldn't withstand its power, showing signs of breaking apart. The mysterious saint remained expressionless and spoke softly to it. 10 years ago, I was careless and let you, this evil spirit, escape. Today, it won't happen again. Then come and try. Lushi said, and in that instant, struck down with a powerful palm. This palm, compared to the previous attacks, was like heaven and earth apart. The earlier attacks were mostly playful. But now, this palm struck out, causing the void to completely collapse, carrying endless dark air as it descended upon the mysterious saint. The mysterious saint's expression remained unchanged, even in the face of this formidable blow. He merely raised his hand slightly. With the same gentle palm, he struck out. That beautifully jade-like hand brushed through the void, colliding with the black palm imprint. Boom! In an instant, a large area of the void centered around the two collapsed entirely. Visible ripples of spiritual power spread out, destroying countless mountains within several miles. It's going to be deadly. Jiang Wang was instantly shocked by the scene and jumped up, forming hand seals with both hands. Golden, dazzling spiritual power spread out, forming a barrier to protect the Jiang clan members within. At this moment, dust was flying outside, and the void was shattering. Terrifying spatial turbulence constantly sliced against Jiang Wang's barrier, making creaking sounds that pierced his ears. Jiang Wang wanted to see what it was like for the two Saint Kings to battle each other. So he waved his small sleeves, directly blowing away the dust in the sky. In front, the two graceful figures collided and separated continuously. Each collision caused the ground to split and the void to break. Originally, there was a forest stretching hundreds of miles in the back of the Jiang clan's mountain. Now, countless mountains were flattened to the ground. One side was covered in black light, while the other sparkled with flowing light. Lushi's eyes were pitch black, like two black holes. The vortex behind her spun slowly, swallowing up the spiritual power in this heaven and earth, which then flowed within her limbs as pure spiritual power. No wonder it's the supreme celestial scripture, simply achieving completion will bring me infinitely closer to the heavens, absorbing spiritual power at a speed that is not even inferior to me. The mysterious saint didn't speak but slowly closed his eyes and extended his arms. At this moment, it felt as if time had stopped. Jiang Wang could clearly feel an energy that did not belong to the realm of spiritual power descending upon this world. This energy seemed real and illusory, holy and solemn, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. The mysterious saint, dressed in snow-white clothing, his skirt fluttering, and his black hair waving, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and solemn, as if he were about to ascend and return to the fairy realm at any moment. Looking at Lu Shi, he gently spoke. Heaven Demon Sect Saintess Lu Shi, if you surrender now, I will only abolish your demonic powers and suppress you in my celestial palace for 100 years. If you refuse to. A transparent long spear appeared in the hands of the mysterious sage, its surface shimmering like a drop of moonlight. In this moment, the killing intent filled the air. The mysterious sage held the long spear, pointing it diagonally towards Lu Shi on the opposite side. Kill. At the moment of the strike, the long spear in the mysterious sage's hand flew out instantly, carrying a spiritual power like the Milky Way, smashing down towards Lu Shi in anger. Boom! In this instant, it seemed as if the heavens and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Countless voids collapsed and shattered, and the ground cracked open with deep, abyss-like crevices. Jiang Wang was shocked and increased his magical power to maintain the barrier protecting his clan members. The terrifying spiritual power collided violently against the barrier, as if a great bell was buzzing. The golden barrier was covered with cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. Damn it, this is just the aftermath of the battle. I can't imagine what that white-haired one is like now, Jiang Wang muttered, staring at all before him. Beside him, Jiang Tao nodded in agreement. No one can survive that kind of attack. Even the Holy King? It seems like... As the Jiang clan members lamented the power of the two, a soft clapping sound reached everyone's ears. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the world seemed to fall into a deafening silence, and the clapping sound was incredibly clear. Listening closely, the sound came from the deep ravine formed by the cracked ground ahead. Chapter 45. What? That witch is actually not dead. The Jiang clan members were all incredibly shocked at this scene, their eyes nearly popping out. Jiang Wang also stared tightly at the deep ravine ahead. Lu Shi's white hair fluttered, and her hands formed a mysterious seal, with a swirling energy vibrating behind her. At this moment, Lu Shi's gorgeous face also showed a hint of paleness. The mysterious sage's previous strike was not something anyone could easily endure, even she was no exception. Now appearing before everyone like this also came at a price. Lu Shi's lips curled into a slight smile as she spoke to the mysterious sage. Coming to the eastern part of the ancient fairy realm today has indeed been quite rewarding. Finishing her words, she shifted her gaze to Jiang Wang. And you, little one, actually managed to maintain the barrier to this extent, which makes me look at you with new eyes. Many can lay down a barrier, but to exert such a powerful force is truly rare. What surprised her even more was that this person was just a half-grown child. Truly a hidden talent. The mysterious sage also followed her gaze and looked at Jiang Wang. Then her eyes moved to the golden barrier that he maintained. She was slightly taken aback. Not bad. A 5-year-old at the peak of the immortal emperor, it seems you have not been idle in your cultivation these years. She knew of Jiang Wang's monstrous talent. But his current growth speed truly exceeded her expectations. Lu Shi took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Alright, we have wasted a lot of time today, it's time to end this. Pausing for a moment, she looked at the mysterious sage with a somewhat playful expression. Mysterious flowerling, today I will let you see what is truly the trump card of my heavenly demon sect. Saying this, Lu Shi formed a seal with one hand, while her right hand reached out, her jade-like fingertip lightly tracing across her brow. A drop of deep red appeared on her forehead. Devouring heavenly demon spell, devour heaven. A low voice came from Lu Shi's mouth. The swirling energy behind her appeared in front of her, and then the drop of blood on her brow flew into the whirlpool. Lu Shi's eyes were as black as ink, revealing no expression. The mysterious sage furrowed her brow tightly, also forming hand seals, as countless rays of light appeared behind her. She fought against the boundless black curtain that shrouded them. The rays of light swirled as vibrant flowers bloomed from the void but quickly withered away. The enormous black hole inhaled and exhaled. It absorbed the spiritual power of this world, even the life force. The mysterious sage frowned. She had to resist the constantly invading strange forces while controlling her internal spiritual power to fend off the demonic technique that sought to devour her energy. Over time, the struggle between the mysterious sage and Lu Shi began to tip in favor of the latter. In the clash of black and radiant light, the former began to overshadow the latter. Jiang Wang looked at the black area before him, his expression somewhat odd. Is this the so-called hidden card? The devouring demon technique? Jiang Wang could clearly sense the peculiar fluctuations in aura contained within this so-called devouring demon technique. Tracing its origin, the hint of aura within was remarkably similar to his own devouring heavenly demon technique. It was merely a downgraded version of a technique. As he maintained the operation of the barrier, Jiang Wang formed hand seals with one hand. A flash of black light flickered in his eyes. The black hole within the sea of spirit began to slowly rotate and devour. A unique wave of energy was released. As this wave was unleashed, the massive black vortex controlled by Lu Shi trembled at that moment. Lu Shi furrowed her brows slightly. It seemed she felt her technique was suppressed by something. Though confused, facing the mysterious sage, she dared not be distracted, thinking it was just her illusion. She continued to pour her spiritual power into the giant vortex. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wang suddenly realized. His devouring heavenly demon technique could truly suppress that pirated devouring demon technique. No, it shouldn't be called pirated. It should be said to be a side technique derived from the devouring heavenly demon technique. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang's eyes sparkled. With a slight wave of his robe, he strengthened the barrier and then turned into a flash of golden light, rushing forward. Seeing the air ripple with an overwhelming force, the mysterious sage's expression grew increasingly serious. This technique from the demon gate was extremely bizarre. It could not only erode internal spiritual power but also spread to influence this realm. If she wanted to subdue this demon girl today, it would not be possible without a cost. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she was about to continue using her methods. A streak of golden light swept forward, arriving in front of the mysterious sage. As the golden light faded, a small figure appeared before everyone. It was Jiang Wang. Wang Air. Jiang Xixi nearly passed out upon seeing this, fortunately being quickly supported by Jiang Jianming beside her. Little guy, what are you doing? Hurry and run, this is no joke now. The mysterious sage also revealed a hint of shock upon seeing Jiang Wang, her brow furrowed as she spoke. Jiang Wang turned his head and smiled. Don't worry, master. After saying this, his figure soared into the sky, standing in the void. His eyes slowly closed. Then, his hands began to form mysterious and peculiar seals. A strange wave emanated from his body, rippling through this world. Devouring heavenly demon technique. An ancient, weathered voice resonated throughout this realm, as if it were the whisper of ancient deities. A black hole appeared behind Jiang Wang, slowly rotating. The moment this black hole emerged, it felt as if the air became silent. Lu Shi's previously playful expression vanished upon seeing the black hole behind Jiang Wang, replaced by a face full of fear. Are you kidding? The devouring heavenly demon technique? Just a little kid? As the space in front twisted larger, Lu Shi became increasingly anxious, her heart racing like a drum. This. Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes had also turned pitch black. It seemed like two exquisite black jewels were embedded within it. Swallow it. Jiang Wang pointed his finger at the opposite Lu Shi. The black hole behind him instantly flew toward the massive black vortex ahead. One big and one small, the two black holes confronted each other. At this moment, the larger black hole was like a spiritual beast that had encountered a divine beast. The huge black hole was forced to retreat by Jiang Wang's delicate, small black hole, and it trembled continuously. Lu Shi was stunned by the scene unfolding before her. She was very familiar with the incantation of devouring-type magic. The sense of unease was instantly magnified 1,000 times. Before she could react, Lu Shi suddenly changed her hand seals and began forcibly urging her magic. Jiang Wang also changed his hand seals at this moment. The small black hole slowly began to operate. As the black hole inhaled and exhaled, a strange wave spread out, instantly shattering the black curtain that enveloped the Jiang clan. In an instant, sunlight once again descended upon the land of the Jiang clan's rear mountains. Chapter 46. Seeing this, the wonderful saint couldn't help but feel excited, and her eyes lit up. She soared into the air, her sleeve robe fluttering, and in this moment, the flowers of the world gathered toward her. Strangle! Countless flowers converged into a giant blade and angrily slashed downward toward Lu Shi below. Swallow! Lu Shi's face changed drastically at this moment, her hand seals changing violently. She forcibly urged the black hole, attempting to devour all the flowers in the sky. But Jiang Wang would never let her have her way. His hand seals also changed, and from within the small black hole, a black light shot out, directly suppressing the devouring force that erupted from the giant black hole. Boom! A dull sound echoed, and the black hole was instantly shattered. Lu Shi, standing behind it, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, her face turning pale in an instant. At the same time, her eyes were filled with intense shock. How could this be? She was confident in her own strength, yet no matter how much she racked her brain, she couldn't figure out where the mistake had occurred that allowed Jiang Wang to appear halfway through. What was most terrifying was that he was still so young. If he grows up. Put. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and her body heavily crashed to the ground. What an opportunity! Jiang Wang naturally wouldn't miss the chance to strike when the enemy was down. Seizing the moment, he gathered all the spiritual power in his body. He stomped down from the air. Golden blood energy surged into the sky, carrying tremendous spiritual power as it heavily stomped down. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though the earth was shaking, and the dust in the air was sent flying. A giant footprint appeared on the ground, but Lu Shi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Ha! Don't bother looking. Lu Shi knows a strange evasion technique. She's already escaped. This battle consumed quite a bit of my energy, and I have no strength left to chase her. Just as Jiang Wan was confused, the wonderful saint spoke softly to him. As soon as the wonderful saint's words fell, a weak but still forceful voice rang in everyone's ears. Wonderful flowerling, I, Lu Shi, will remember this. Wait for me. By the way, don't forget about you, little holy body. Jiang Wang is always waiting for you. Jiang Wang shouted loudly into the void. Yes, that's right, Jiang Wang would always wait for Lu Shi to come back and seek revenge on him. But he would be waiting for her at the Creation Immortal Palace. If you're strong enough, come to the Creation Immortal Palace and kill me. After Jiang Wang's voice echoed out, there was no response. He couldn't tell if Lu Shi had heard his words. Turning around, he found that the wonderful saint was looking at him from not far away. Jiang Wang grinned at her. Then he spoke. Master. The wonderful saint nodded, and her eyes, as clear as autumn water, were filled with satisfaction. Looking at Jiang Wang, she spoke. Little one, we can be considered to have officially met. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. Jiang Wang blushed and scratched his head, speaking to her. Thank you, Master, for your praise. Over the years, I have not slacked off. The wonderful sage nodded and smiled. Courageous and wise, decisive in action, not only protecting your Jiang clan, but also suppressing that evil being at a critical moment. The wonderful sage paused slightly, then looked up and down at his disciple whom he had accepted 5 years ago. Although Jiang Wang had now shed his golden blood aura, the overwhelming momentum still resided within him. Just standing there gave people a sense of invincibility. In fact, the wonderful sage was deeply shocked by Jiang Wang's growth over the years. At such a young age, he had reached this realm, and it shocked her that he had just helped protect the Jiang family and subdued Lu Shi. Originally, the wonderful sage simply thought that Jiang Wang's primal ancient holy body was rare, a gem not easy to find. But today, upon seeing Jiang Wang again, she continuously thanked her past self from 5 years ago in her heart. However, now due to her identity, she could only maintain the demeanor of a master. At this moment, the members of the Jiang family were all staring with their mouths open, still unable to fully comprehend what had just happened. If Jiang Wang's first strike had wiped out that Michuan was shocking, then what just happened thoroughly frightened the entire Jiang clan. What were they afraid of? Of course, they were afraid of Jiang Wang's current strength. Or rather, it should be called reverence. That Nichuan was just an immortal emperor, but Lu Shi was different. In this era where no emperors showed themselves, the Holy King was the being that surpassed all. Today's battle between the wonderful sage and Lu Shi likely had some hesitations on both sides, not going all out. As mentioned before, the battle of the Heavenly Devil Saint and others shattered an entire continent. If the two of them unleashed their full power inside the Jiang clan today, it would be a ruin not just for the Jiang family but for the entire eastern region of the ancient immortal domain. And Jiang Wang, at the most critical moment, had boldly stepped in to suppress Lu Shi. Jiang Lisan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, there is my great-nephew, otherwise, today we would truly have faced destruction. Bah! The death of a strong person is called destruction, you simply sent yourself to your death. After Jiang Lisan finished speaking, he was immediately pinched on the ear by Qianqian, scolded with mock anger. It was clear that she was blaming Jiang Lisan for his previous reckless actions. The latter could only respond with a bitter smile. I just wanted to save you, after all. Fool, why are you always so foolish? Before Jiang Lisan could finish, Qianqian rushed into his embrace, unable to control her tears, they flowed out uncontrollably. Looking at this warm scene, Jiang Xixin also showed a smile. But soon after, as if recalling something, a trace of desolation flashed in her eyes. Daughter, you still haven't let go of that scoundrel? Jiang Jianming walked over and asked Jiang Xixin, hands behind his back. As her father, he certainly understood what Jiang Xixin was thinking at this moment. Hearing Jiang Jianming's words, Jiang Xixin smiled bitterly and shook her head. No, it's just. Daughter, remember, driving you away is their Luo clan's great loss, a bunch of rabble, just wait for them to regret it. Jiang Jianming spoke angrily, but the excitement in his gaze toward Jiang Wang could not be suppressed. Chapter 47. He then turned to Jiang Wang's grandmother beside him and said, Old woman, let me tell you, a child should be like my grandson. At just 5 years old, he is at the pinnacle of immortal emperor, able to suppress the Holy King. Don't just ask about the ancient immortal domain, ask around the entire continent, who can do that? Alright, I know it's your grandson. Regarding Jiang Jianming, The grandmother responded to him with only a smile and a roll of her eyes. At this time, Jiang Tao had also recovered quite a bit after taking the medicinal pill. With a movement, he appeared beside Jiang Wang. He clasped his fists and spoke to the Miao Saint opposite him. "Thank you, Miao Saint, for your help today. If it weren't for you, the Jiang clan would probably have rivers of blood flowing today." The Miao Saint nodded slightly. That Lu Shi is the saintess of the heavenly demon sect, with extraordinary talent since childhood, cruel and bloodthirsty. Her demonic skills are extremely difficult to deal with. Over the years, she has harmed many disciples of large clans, and fortunately, I broke through to the Saint King, allowing me to sense the special fluctuations when the heavenly demon sect acted. Jiang Tao sighed. At this moment, he was still somewhat shaken by what had just happened. Since the founding of the Jiang clan by the first ancestor, up until now, he had not brought glory to the clan, and just now he had almost led to the extermination of his own family by Lu Shi. However, Jiang Tao turned to look at Jiang Wang beside him, his eyes flashing with joy. "Humph, who said that old man I has no achievements? This grandson of mine, Jiang Wang, is my greatest achievement." "What? You say Jiang Wang's birth has anything to do with me? Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Wang is my direct descendant. Without me, where would there be Jiang Jianming? And without Jiang Jianming, where would there be Jiang Wang?" In just a few moments, Jiang Tao had completed this self-elevation in his heart. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away in the western part of the ancient immortal domain, in a place among the towering mountains, atop the most treacherous peak, the space twisted. A white-haired figure, exceptionally enchanting and voluptuous, fell out from the space rift, sitting on the ground in a disheveled state, her chest heaving unstably. It was the demoness, Lu Shi. At this moment, Lu Shi forced herself to stand up, suppressing the wounds continuing to act up within her. Put. As soon as she stood up, another mouthful of crimson blood sprayed out, adding a touch of pallor to her originally fair and rosy face. Lu Shi wiped away the trace of blood from the corner of her lips, panting heavily. She could not remember how long it had been since she had felt this helpless. "I didn't expect a small Jiang clan could make me so miserable." Lu Shi bit her red lips tightly, her eyes filled with endless resentment. But at the same time, the shock in her eyes was undeniable. At this moment, she recalled the scene when the Jiang clan saint body suppressed her devouring heavenly demon technique. Lu Shi's face was filled with disbelief. That little saint body could actually use the devouring body heavenly demon technique and completely suppress my skills. Could it be that the technique stolen by Michuan was obtained by him? Thinking of this, Lu Shi furrowed her brows. Then she shook her head. "No, it hasn't been more than a day since I sensed Michuan's aura. Even if he obtained the devouring heavenly demon technique, he couldn't have cultivated it to this level. Moreover, the aura is also different." Lu Shi's gaze flickered as she turned her head to look toward the direction of the Jiang clan, surprisingly smiling strangely, slowly speaking with a hint of madness in her tone. "Saint body, you have too many secrets. Compared to this injury, I feel you are more interesting." The night was deep, the night sky shrouded above. Within the Jiang clan, flames were flickering, with countless clan members surrounding bonfires, singing and dancing. Every face was filled with happiness and joy. Although much of the Jiang clan was already reduced to ruins due to the battle, this did not affect the joy and happiness of the Jiang people in the slightest. Meanwhile, in the residence where Jiang Wang and Jiang Xixin lived, a large table was filled with people, the enchanting Miao Saint seated in the main seat. Beside her were Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao. Jiang Xixin, Jiang Jianming, and the others sat in other positions. The latter's old face was somewhat flushed, awkwardly speaking to the Miao Saint. "Miao Saint, your esteemed self should receive a warm welcome with bathing and incense lighting in advance. The highest etiquette is required to receive you. The main hall of the Jiang family has turned to ruins. I can only set up this modest feast here." You can see that Jiang Tao is very embarrassed at this moment. But the wonderful sage smiled and waved his hand in response. "No worries, I actually think this courtyard is quite nice." Hearing this, Jiang Wang chuckled. He poured the spirit wine into the cup in front of the wonderful sage and then spoke. "Since master likes it, I'll give this courtyard to you. From now on, the Jiang family will be your own home." Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, everyone at the dinner table brightened up. They couldn't help but look at Jiang Wang with approving glances. This deal is worth it, who wouldn't want to take it? Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, the wonderful sage couldn't help but smile helplessly. He patted Jiang Wang's head and said, "You, little brain, are really clever. You want all the good things for yourself, right?" Jiang Wang chuckled, scratching his head shyly. The wonderful sage glanced at Jiang Tao and Jiang Xixin and then spoke. "When I came out this time, I originally planned to visit the Jiang family to see this little guy, but unexpectedly ran into today's matter." Everyone listened carefully to the wonderful sage's words, not interrupting. "But unexpectedly, this little guy has really given me a surprise. I plan to take this little guy back to the celestial palace of creation. As soon as the wonderful sage's words fell, joy surged on the faces of those present. Wonderful sage, is this true? Jiang Jianming couldn't contain his excitement and directly asked. The wonderful sage smiled and nodded, patting Jiang Wan's little head, and spoke to the crowd. I originally planned to wait until this little guy came of age before bringing him to the celestial palace of creation, but it seems that staying in the Jiang family will only hinder his future. Following me, he can receive the best training. Indeed, although the wonderful sage's words were somewhat painful to hear, everyone in the Jiang family understood that this was indeed true. Now, even if Jiang Wang didn't follow the wonderful sage back to the celestial palace of creation, he would still need to continuously go out to seek opportunities. The Jiang family has already reached its limits in what they can provide for him. Staying in the Jiang family would only let the precious pearl gather dust. At the same time, golden text suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Wang. 300 years later, your great-grandfather took out the most precious treasure before his death, which allowed a true immortal to reluctantly accept you as a disciple. You were taken back to the sect to participate in the sect competition, but you couldn't even qualify for the lowest level of the outer disciple elimination round, and your master was very disappointed in you. Task: participate in a sect competition and obtain qualification to compete. Reward: absolutely illusory red lotus formation. What is love in the world? It only causes life and death to depend on each other. The red lotus is sentimental, the emperor is heartless, once the formation is out, the world is wounded. Chapter 48. Looking at the reward given by the system, Jiang Wang's pupils suddenly constricted. Although Jiang Wang didn't know how powerful the so-called absolutely illusory red lotus formation was. Just by looking at the system's description, he could already guess a thing or two. The system's introduction, although brief, pointed out several important things. Not only related to the heavens and the earth, but also concerning the emperor. In this world, anything touched by the word emperor must possess great power. A prime example would be the extreme Tao Emperor weapons. Extreme Tao Emperor weapons are created by the emperor collecting the world's treasures and personally refining them. In theory, as long as the spiritual power is strong enough, the extreme Tao Emperor weapons are equivalent to the emperor being present in the world. Not to mention extreme Tao Emperor weapons, even the willow branches by the roadside, if touched by the emperor, could become a supreme treasure of the ancient family. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart, and then he no longer hesitated, stood up directly, bowed to the wonderful sage, and spoke loudly. Disciple thanks master. A gentle breeze blew in. Help Jiang Wang up. The mysterious sage smiled gently and spoke to him. Although you are my disciple, you still need to participate in the grand competition of the Immortal Palace. Don't worry, you can treat it like a formality. No matter the outcome, I will still accept you as my disciple. Isn't that just perfect? Participate, I must participate. I'm just afraid you won't let me in. Jiang Wang suppressed his overwhelming joy and replied. Don't worry, master. Not only will I participate, but I will also make sure to earn a good result in that grand competition for you. Ding. As Jiang Wang's words fell, a sound of a system prompt appeared in his mind. Then, golden small words appeared in front of his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a reward, the elusive red lotus formation. In the next moment, countless pieces of information flooded into Jiang Wang's mind. This is a world surrounded by colorful clouds and rays of light. A divine unicorn treads on clouds, a phoenix soars in the sky, a true dragon swims in the sea, and a kuanping spreads its wings for thousands of miles. On the cloud, there seems to be a supreme immortal palace. Inside the palace, a figure stood with their back to all living beings. This figure is tall and straight, like a long spear that can pierce through heaven and earth. The nine-headed divine lion at the peak of the Holy King realm has turned into the size of a kitten, affectionately rubbing against this figure's pant leg. No one knows what realm this tall figure is in. All they know is that as long as he stands here, he is the symbol of power and invincibility in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Upon closer inspection, there is a pool within the immortal palace. In the pool, an enchanting red lotus quietly floats. Pulling back his gaze, a figure in a beautiful red dress appeared in Jiang Wang's mind. This figure is also a back view, but her enchanting posture and long, round, and full jade legs are enough to make countless men lose their minds and yearn for her. This figure lowers her head, covering her face with her hands, as if she is crying. The earlier tall figure stands not far away, with long black hair swaying in the wind, hands behind his back, as if nothing in this world is worth him looking back at. The illusion fades, and what comes next is the method for arranging the formation. After completely receiving the information, Jiang Wang swallowed hard. This elusive red lotus formation is not a destructive formation with great killing power. As the name suggests, this formation can trap people in an illusion. As for how strong it really is, the creator of this formation once trapped an emperor within it, causing him to enter an illusion. Of course, the emperor almost broke out in the next moment. But even so, this formation is enough to be called an ultimate formation. After all, that was an emperor. Even if he broke out in 1 second, it would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. However, the only regret Jiang Wang felt was that this formation required formation flags to be set up, and those flags are consumables. Ordinary flags won't do, as Jiang Wang can't carve out the formation patterns on them. In simple terms, this formation is a one-time use. Jiang Wang sighed and then immersed his mind in his Qian Kuan bag. Inside the Qian Kuan bag, there are hundreds of red formation flags standing tall. Each one is covered with mysterious formation patterns emitting peculiar waves, seeming true yet false, like a dream and an illusion. What a pity, only able to use it once. Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh, but soon he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes brightened. He accepted this fact and had already thought about how to use this formation to get the most out of it. The next morning, outside the Jiang clan. At this moment, regardless of age or gender, everyone in the Jiang clan gathered at the martial arts arena. A small green divine ship hovered in the arena. Jiang Wang turned to look at his tearful mother, Jiang Cixin. With a slightly helpless smile, he spoke. "Don't cry, mother, I'm not going anywhere for good." Jiang Cixin nodded and then hugged Jiang Wang. "You must listen to your master, do you understand? The mysterious sage is you, and also the benefactor of our Jiang clan. Don't worry, mother." Jiang Tao stepped forward, smiling as he patted Jiang Wang's head and said, "Good boy, from now on you will soar high and roam freely. The outside world is not like home. Control your temper, don't cause trouble, understand?" Jiang Tao paused for a moment, sighed, and continued speaking. "This parting, who knows when I will see you again. If you really run into trouble out there, just come back. As long as I am alive, I will definitely not let you be bullied." Hearing Jiang Tao's heartfelt words, Jiang Wang felt immense happiness, tears shining in his eyes. "Yes, your grandfather too, go boldly and take risks. If something happens, your grandfather will shield you." Jiang Jianming laughed loudly as he spoke to Jiang Wang. "MMM." Jiang Wang nodded heavily. Then he looked at Jiang Lisan's family of 3. "Uncle, I'm leaving. Nephew, perform well in the Fortune Immortal Palace, and strive so that your younger brother can benefit from you when he comes of age." Before Jiang Lisan could speak, Bai Chanxian stepped forward and smiled at Jiang Wang. Jiang Yi also came to Jiang Wang's side. They often played together, and now he looked up at this much taller cousin and spoke. "Wangge, I may not be able to catch up with you no matter what, but I will definitely work hard. Wait for me in the Fortune Immortal Palace." Jiang Wang smiled and pinched his younger brother's cheek. "Don't worry, brother, we are always family." Finally, Jiang Wang stepped into the void and lightly rose, cupping his hands to the Jiang clan. "Dear elders and relatives, thank you for your care over the years. I will always be a son of the Jiang clan, and you will always be my elders and family." Jiang Wang paused, taking a deep breath. "Over the years, many elders have given me their resources. I have no way to repay you, so as I leave, I will present a great gift to the Jiang clan." Chapter 49. As Jiang Wang's voice fell, he waved his hand. A series of array flags, carved with strange runes, flew out from the Qian Kuan bag. Jiang Wang closed his eyes, beginning to construct the large formation according to the patterns in his mind. These array flags started to interweave under Jiang Wang's mental guidance, resembling an incredibly complex spider web. The mysterious array patterns on the flags lit up one by one, like countless stars in the night sky. "Go!" Jiang Wang softly commanded. Hundreds of array flags flew into the Jiang clan, covering the sky as they inserted themselves into their respective positions according to the formation's operation. What level of formation is this? It actually requires so many array flags? I've never seen something like this, not even when our ancestors set up the formation against that evil being. It was never this grand. As Jiang Wang's mental energy continued to release, the myriad array flags began to connect with the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies. Faint red rays of spiritual energy started interweaving above the entire Jiang clan, gradually forming a massive protective shield. Standing on the divine ship, the mysterious sage watched the enormous formation weaving above the Jiang clan. Her eyes, as clear as spring water, shimmered with strong shock. With her current strength, she could naturally sense just how terrifying this incomplete large formation was. The mysterious sage's pupils twitched slightly, and the dazzling array patterns made her frown tightly. "I know a bit about the way of formations, but what this kid has arranged is utterly baffling. The core is hidden among countless smaller formations, not to mention the other array techniques. How deep does this apprentice's strength go?" As the last array flag fell into the Jiang clan, Jiang Wang finally opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Setting up formations and casting spells are different from activating treasures. What consumes is God's will rather than spiritual power. The millions of runes are inscribed on the formation flags. Even so, just placing the formation flags correctly has already drained Jiang Wang's mind significantly. Formation, activate. Jiang Wang flipped his palm, and a delicate red flag appeared in his hand. As a massive amount of spiritual power flowed into it, a peculiar wave spread throughout the Jiang clan. Light beams of pale red spiritual power began to entwine with each other, directly forming a barrier in the sky above him. The aura of this formation was unique, looking completely non-threatening. However, the celestial sage on the divine ship slightly opened her mouth in surprise. This peculiar grand formation had taken shape. Now, she could clearly sense the waves of pressure emanating from it. From its fluctuations, this formation is not a killing formation but should belong to some kind of illusion formation, yet it harbors a trace of pure murderous intent within. The celestial sage looked at the grand formation with a wary expression. Even with her current strength, after seeing this grand formation, she could only return empty-handed, with no confidence to venture in. After finishing all this, Jiang Wang nodded in satisfaction. Then, he handed the main flag to Jiang Tao and said to him, "Great-grandfather, with this formation, the descendants can rest assured about the family's safety." Jiang Tao took the main flag with some shock. He had no real understanding of formations but could vaguely sense the extraordinary nature of this grand formation. "Where did you get this kind of formation?" Jiang Wang smiled mysteriously. "I obtained this in a secret realm in my past. Anyway, with this formation, such incidents like Lu Shi shattering the protective formation of our clan with a slap will never happen again." Although the Jiang clan members did not know how powerful this strange grand formation was, everyone believed in him deeply. This trust had become instinctive. Jiang Wan looked at the joyful Jiang clan members and felt quite satisfied in his heart. Since yesterday, he had decided to set up this grand formation within the Jiang clan. In fact, if this grand formation remained in his hands, it would be the greatest trump card. No matter what dangerous situation he faced, he could rely on this grand formation to escape once. However, he still could not ease his worries for the relatives and elders of the Jiang clan. That is why he made the decision to set up this grand formation within the Jiang clan. With the protection of this illusory red lotus formation, Jiang Wang could finally feel free to cause trouble outside, to explore. After explaining some matters regarding the grand formation to Jiang Tao, he did not stay any longer. His figure moved, and he soared directly onto the divine ship. "Master." Jiang Wang gestured towards the celestial sage. The latter nodded, pondering for a moment before raising her finger. A green light, as transparent and white as mutton fat jade, burst forth from her finger and flew into Jiang Tao's body. Then, she spoke softly. "That Lu Shi's means are strange. The demonic energy left in your body will not cause you obvious injuries, but it will leave you with a hidden wound. This strand of spiritual power I left can help you dispel the demonic energy within." The celestial sage paused for a moment before continuing. "At the same time, this is also an opportunity. If you seize it, you can rise to a new level." The celestial sage's very plain words made Jiang Tao's old face flush with excitement. You must know that, at Jiang Tao's current age, he is already considered old even among the immortal emperor level. The path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. The younger the blood flows, the more vigorous it is, and the easier it is to train. Conversely, as one ages, their blood energy declines, while spiritual power does not decrease. Refining the spiritual power of heaven and earth becomes increasingly difficult. Since the day Jiang Wang was born, Jiang Tao stopped going into closed cultivation. Personally come out to guard the Jiang clan and Jiang Wang. Originally thought there was no hope for promotion in this life, but unexpectedly today the wondrous saint actually gave me a chance. The grace of the wondrous saint, I will never forget in this life. Jiang Tao blushed and bowed to the saint. The latter smiled and nodded, not saying anything more. This world is like this, the strong are respected. Even though Jiang Tao is much older than the wondrous saint, the latter can understandably accept his gesture. The wondrous saint then did not stay longer, directly activating the spiritual boat and taking Jiang Wang away. Two immortal cranes stood at the tail of the divine boat, leisurely pecking at their shiny feathers with their red beaks, watching the white clouds drifting above in the sky. At this moment, the Jiang clan below had shrunk to the size of dust, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, this truly counts as leaving home. Jiang Wang silently thought this in his heart. However, the trace of loneliness on his face was captured by the wondrous saint. Smiling, the saint spoke. "What's wrong, little one? Haven't even flown out of the eastern part of the ancient fairy domain and already miss home?" Jiang Wang didn't speak, just smiled slightly. "Although you are strong, you are still just a 5-year-old child. It's normal to miss home." Chapter 50. Jiang Wang nodded and then grinned. Looking at the wondrous saint, he said, "I do miss home a bit, but seeing such a beautiful master makes me feel much better. You have a sharp tongue." Looking at Jiang Wang's innocent eyes, the wondrous saint smiled slightly and playfully tapped Jiang Wang's forehead with her jade finger. Then she spoke to the person in front of her. "By the way, since that day when those two clans broke off the engagement with your Jiang clan, have they caused any more trouble?" Jiang Wang shook his head. No, they are not fools, since you have intervened, master, how could they be so blind? That's good. I originally planned to go to those two places to give them a talking to, but it seems it's unnecessary now. Wow, what is the highest realm of showing off? This is it. Saying the most high-profile words in the calmest tone. Master is powerful. Jiang Wang enthusiastically raised both hands, praising the wondrous saint. Having such an invincible and beautiful master, I instantly feel like not trying hard anymore. The wondrous saint smiled slightly, stretched out her fair palm and gently patted Jiang Wang's little head, pretending to be angry and said, "Your mother entrusted you to me. If you say such things again, I will have to discipline you. In this world, only your own strength is real. Any external things and people will eventually be washed away by the river of time. Only by reaching the highest peak can you have the right to overlook the world. Do not be complacent." Listening to the saint's teachings, Jiang Wang nodded heavily. I will follow master's teachings. Looking at Jiang Wang's serious little face, the wondrous saint couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile, pinching his smooth cheek playfully. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. Smiling at Jiang Wang, she said, "Don't say I'm strict with you, today I'll give you a reward directly." Jiang Wang blinked and curiously asked, "What reward?" "Just right, since you have no engagement now, if you can win first place in this fairy palace competition, I'll introduce you to a marriage partner, how about that?" Countless clouds and fog had clouded Jiang Wang's vision, making him a bit sleepy, but upon hearing the wondrous saint's words, he instantly perked up. His eyes brightened, and he immediately bombarded the wondrous saint with a series of questions. "Marriage partner, who is it?" "Master, actually I am not picky about such matters, as long as she is as beautiful as you, it's good enough." "So which ancient noble family's precious daughter is it?" "Although my disciple is not picky, after all, my reputation as a holy body is well known, and in the eastern part of the ancient immortal domain, I have some fame. I surely won't consider any declining ancient noble families first. Oh right, the dowry they bring should just be a few supreme imperial weapons." Listening to Jiang Wang's words, the face of the Miao Saint revealed a sense of helplessness for the first time. She gently shook her head, sighed. With a helpless look, she spoke to Jiang Wang. "You think too well for your young age. An ancient noble family's precious daughter and a dowry of a few supreme imperial weapons? If you dare to say this at the door of any ancient noble family, forget that you're my disciple. Even if you're the personal disciple of the palace master, those old monsters would slap you to death." Seeing the Miao Saint's caring yet condescending gaze, Jiang Wang finally realized. He indeed had dreamt too beautifully. Just as the Miao Saint said, if he really dared to go to their doorstep and boast, it would already be generous of them to leave him alive. Everyone knows the Luo family protects their own, and indeed, the ancient noble families are notorious for this. They stick to one dead principle: help relatives, not reason. If you hit a minor, the older will come out to deal with you, and if you deal with the old, even older ones will come out. Until the last old monster descends with supreme imperial weapons over your head, you will regret why you provoked the ancient noble families. Seeing the awkward expression on Jiang Wang's face, the Miao Saint lightly chuckled and spoke. "All right, little guy, stop thinking. Since you're my disciple, I will personally ensure your marriage affairs. While she may not be a little princess from an ancient noble family, she won't be bad either." Hearing this, Jiang Wang's interest rekindled. "Who is it, master?" "It's our current saintess of the Creation Immortal Palace. Although she is older than you by a bit, as cultivators, we shouldn't worry too much about age." "Saintess." Jiang Wang repeated, and then suddenly seemed to remember something, asking the Miao Saint. "Saintess, is she as beautiful as you, at least half as beautiful?" "If she's not even half as beautiful, then forget it." The Miao Saint realized this little guy was indeed great at joking. Moreover, his cute appearance had a protective charm that made the teased girls unable to hate him, instead feeling genuinely happy. This is a void island group built above the 9 heavens. Countless palaces and towers stand tall on the islands, surrounded by clouds and mist, with auspicious rainbows rising. Rare and precious beasts that are hard to find elsewhere can be seen everywhere here. Moreover, there are numerous flocks of cranes soaring beneath bright rainbows. Mountains, rivers, waterfalls, and strange stones are countless. Anyone who comes here for the first time would believe this is a realm of immortals, the 9 heavens immortal palace. This is the Creation Immortal Palace, located in the central part of the ancient immortal domain, the true top-tier sect of the ancient immortal domain. A blue divine boat hovers above a cloud, and below is a blue stone plaza, a gigantic fairy statue lifelike, draped in thin gauze, as if about to ascend to the 9 heavens. In the plaza, Jiang Wang saw many figures, gathering in small groups. They must have come to participate in this great competition of the Immortal Palace. The Miao Saint said to Jiang Wang, "You can go down yourself. My identity is special, so I can't accompany you, but I will send someone to assist you." Jiang Wang nodded in understanding. Then he directly leaped from the divine boat, heavily landing on the ground. The hard blue stone floor was directly crushed into pieces under Jiang Wang's feet. The dust that splashed up nearly filled the entire plaza. Two middle-aged cultivators in white robes swung their sleeves. A hurricane swept through, blowing away the dust and revealing the figure of Jiang Wang inside. The two cultivators glanced at Jiang Wang from top to bottom and then frowned. They spoke up to him. "You little guy have quite a unique way of appearing. Whose family are you from?" Jiang Wang smiled and replied. "Jiang family, Jiang Wang, here to participate in the Immortal Palace Grand Competition." The two cultivators were initially stunned, then exchanged glances. The expression of the first one became somewhat strange. "How old are you, coming alone? Can you handle it?" Before Jiang Wang could respond, a silver bell-like voice reached their ears. "What do you two understand? Get lost." Upon hearing this, the brows of the two cultivators from the Creation Immortal Palace furrowed. Then they turned to look together. Not looking was fine, but once they did, it was astounding. Jiang Wang saw the two cultivators tremble all over, and then instantly changed their expressions. "Isn't that Sister Ling Air? What brings you down this mountain today?" Following the gazes of the two, Jiang Wang looked over. He saw a girl in a light blue dress, slender and graceful, with long legs and snow-white skin, slowly walking towards him. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. When the girl approached him, he finally realized. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a lovely pink hue. With a straight nose, vibrant red lips, and pearly white teeth, she was stunning. What was most captivating was the blue mystic pattern on her forehead, making her appearance even more enchanting. As the girl reached Jiang Wang, she directly took his hand and spoke to the two cultivators. "Don't underestimate him. Do you know who this little brother is?" Hearing her question, the two cultivators appeared embarrassed, pondering for a while before tentatively asking. "He said he is Jiang Wang from the Jiang family, but there's no Jiang family among the ancient clans, right?" The other cultivator added. Upon hearing this, the girl rolled her eyes. "Who said he is from the ancient clans? Listen up, he is the innate true immortal of the ancient sacred body." "What?" After hearing this, the eyes of the two cultivators widened, and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Looking back at Jiang Wang, their gaze had turned incredibly respectful and awed. We're so sorry. The two cultivators quickly bowed and apologized to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang could only chuckle wryly and waved his hand. He said, "No worries. Why aren't you quickly stepping aside?" With the girl speaking up, the two cultivators felt a sense of relief and turned to leave. After they left, the girl slightly leaned down, her light blue eyes carefully examining Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang was taken aback by her actions, feeling a bit shy looking at her pretty face so close. Involuntarily swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he slowly turned his head to the side. His heart was racing with thoughts. What's this situation? With such a beautiful girl getting so close, do you think I should kiss her? Kiss her, and I might end up being hit or called a little rogue, ruining my reputation before the competition even begins. But if I don't kiss, what's the point of my lips? As Jiang Wang's delicate face, resembling porcelain, flushed with 2 shades of red. The girl burst into laughter, and then couldn't help but reach out her hands to rub Jiang Wang's face. "Oh my, Sister Meow was right, you're really both good-looking and cute, just so adorable." Jiang Wang's face was squished and distorted by the girl, leaving him feeling quite miserable. Just as Jiang Wang was about to endure the playful torture, the girl finally released her hands. She stomped her foot and spoke to Jiang Wang. "Look at me, I almost forgot to introduce you." The girl smiled at Jiang Wang and spoke brightly. "My name is Xin Linger, and I am the senior sister of Ling Niao Peak." "Ah, I almost forgot you have a name." This was Jiang Wang's inner monologue. "It's Sister Meow who told me to come and get you, let's go, I'll show you around." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang nodded and politely said, "I've met Sister Linger. He, so obedient." Xin Linger patted Jiang Wang's little head and then whistled. A strong, robust crane flapped its wings and flew over, landing gently in front of the two. Xin Linger led Jiang Wang onto the crane, and they soared into the sky. The crane flew them out of the square. Jiang Wang looked down at the beautiful fairyland below and couldn't help but smack his lips. Compared to this creation fairy palace, our Jiang clan isn't even comparable to a toilet. This was what Jiang Wang thought in his heart. Xin Linger smiled at Jiang Wang. There are countless servants in the creation fairy palace, and outer disciples are as numerous as the cows. The inner disciples are also over 10,000. You could say that there are immortal kings and immortal emperors everywhere, and the holy kings don't dare to claim they are the strongest. How does it feel to be here for the first time? Jiang Wang was slightly surprised by the grandeur of the creation fairy palace, and after pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. "It's really good. But, what kind of place is Ling Niao Peak that we are going to?" Listening to Jiang Wang's question, Xin Linger patiently explained. There are countless mountains in the Creation Fairy Palace, but only 7 peaks are the highest. They are Tongtian Peak, Jianyan Peak, Qingtian Peak, Lingmiao Peak, Xinlong Peak, Yantian Peak, and Fenchen Peak. These 7 peaks represent the strongest heritage of the entire Creation Fairy Palace. Each peak's highest power representative is called the Peak Master, all of whom possess the strength of holy kings. Naturally, the Miao Sage is the Peak Master of Lingmiao Peak among these 7 peaks. Below the 7 peaks, there are also 12 pavilions. The pavilion masters are also all at the level of holy beings. Not to mention that within the Creation Fairy Palace, there are various institutions directly under the legendary Palace Master, such as the Hall of Punishment, the Tower of Demon Suppression, and so on. The highest authority representatives of these institutions are also strong beings at the level of holy kings. After hearing Shenlinger's explanation of the organizational structure of the Creation Fairy Palace, even Jiang Wang couldn't help but open his mouth in awe. Goodness, the immortal kings and immortal emperors who can establish their own sects outside can't even be mentioned here. Even the strongest holy beings of a great sect can only be placed in the 4th tier. It seems the world is far bigger than I imagined. Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then he looked at Shenlinger and asked, "By the way, Sister Linger, when is the Fairy Palace Grand Competition?" "It's tomorrow." Jiang Wang nodded, then said to her, "Then please take me to the registration site." Shenlinger waved her hand, seeing how polite the little guy was, and smiled. "What registration? You've already been reserved by Sister Miao. You just need to go through the motions tomorrow. Besides, I've already submitted your name. You don't need to go to the site, there are a lot of people." Jiang Wang grinned. "Thank you, Sister Linger, but I still want to go take a look." "Aren't you going to Lingmiao Peak first? The courtyard has already been cleaned out for you." "I beg you, Sister Linger, I want to go take a look." Jiang Wang acted cute and pretended to be spoiled, grabbing Shenlinger's arm. A pair of watery big eyes was full of sincerity. Seeing this scene, Shenlinger couldn't help but tease Jiang Wang again. "Alright, I really can't do anything with this little fellow, so let's go take a look first." Using his skillful cuteness, Jiang Wang successfully convinced Shenlinger to agree to take him to the registration place. Her delicate feet lightly stepped on the back of the crane. The long crane let out a crisp and high-pitched call, then flapped its large wings and turned to fly in another direction. Underfoot, the green mountains and clear waters flowed rapidly by, and soon Shenlinger brought Jiang Wang to the sky above a white jade square. This square was countless times larger than the one Jiang Wang had landed in before. In the center of the square stood a huge statue, towering into the clouds, exquisitely carved. The statue was completely made of white jade. It depicted a handsome young man with extraordinary charisma. The man held a folding fan, his white robes sculpted to sway with the wind. He had a smile on his face, giving off an extremely friendly feeling. The most striking feature was the pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes beneath his thick brows. One couldn't help but admire the craftsman's skill, those eyes were filled with tenderness. Anyone who met his gaze seemed to be drawn into them. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and turned to Shenlinger beside him and asked, "Sister Linger, who is this person?" "This is the master of our chaotic creation immortal palace." "How do you like him? Isn't he handsome?" Jiang Wang was a little surprised, he actually had some guesses in his heart. After all, having such an impressive statue in this square must belong to someone of significant standing in the entire chaotic creation immortal palace. Now Shenlinger's words confirmed his guess, and he still felt a bit astonished. Because no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't connect the handsome young man before him with the famous strongman on the entire continent, someone at the very top of the pyramid. Jiang Wang nodded in agreement. "Well, I can say he is somewhat handsome, but only until I grow up." Shenlinger covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes filled with amusement as she spoke. The little guy really has confidence in himself. Of course. While the two were talking, the celestial crane had already descended vertically. The white jade square below was almost filled with people. Chariots, exotic beasts, and divine vessels were countless. But strangely, there were many flags standing in the square. The places where the flags were located formed a circle of empty space, within which stood only a few figures. These positions should belong to some powerful sects and families within the ancient immortal domain. Although they could not compare to the chaotic creation immortal palace, they were still the elite among the short ones. Golden light flickered in Jiang Wang's eyes as he quickly focused his gaze. He quickly locked onto a few familiar figures among the densely packed crowd below. He. Then after seeing these figures, he chuckled. "What, do you know someone?" Hearing Shenlinger's question, he nodded, not hiding anything. He spoke candidly. The Immortal Palace Grand Competition is a grand event for the entire ancient immortal domain, it's normal to see acquaintances. At this moment, in the lower Songxian Square, a clan flag bearing the emblem of the Luo clan swayed in the wind. This area had already been monopolized by the masters of the Luo clan. Luo Zhantian and Mo Yun stood in the center. Where is Xinger? Luo Zhantian scanned the entire square, then turned to Mo Yun and asked. Mo Yun was about to speak. Suddenly, the space here fluctuated. Dressed in a starry robe, Luo Xing stepped out from the rift in space. I'm back, father. Xinger just explored the chaotic creation immortal palace. Luo Zhantian nodded. This chaotic creation immortal palace is indeed the top sect in the entire ancient valley immortal domain, both in strength and environment. Mo Yun grabbed Luo Xing's arm and asked him. Xinger, did you encounter any opponents that made you wary? Luo Zhantian's gaze also turned to Luo Xing, wanting to hear how he would respond. Luo Xing pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. The chaotic creation immortal palace is open to the entire ancient valley immortal domain, and there are indeed many powerful individuals. After saying this, he turned to look in another direction. That direction, the golden dragon flag fluttered, was indeed the direction of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. In the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, there was a little princess, the shadow son of the Ghost Shadow Cave, and the little king of Xian Yi Daomen. These were all strong opponents. Luo Xing's words paused slightly, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he spoke to Luo Zhantian and his wife. But to my child, these people are just acceptable. I am confident, there is only one person I am waiting for now. Mo Yun nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, then quietly spoke to Luo Xing. Mother knows what you are thinking. Don't worry, that boy may just be a legend, perhaps merely a means for the Zhang clan to save face. The two were naturally talking about Zhang Wang. Luo Xing nodded and looked at Luo Zhantian, who had remained silent. At this moment, Luo Zhantian's expression was calm, but his eyes were continuously scanning the entire square, seemingly searching for the child he had never met. It was obvious that he wanted to find that child in this square. Mo Yun keenly noticed the scene. Although she was the official wife of Luo Zhantian and recognized as the young clan leader's wife by the entire Luo clan, as a woman, she still felt uncomfortable facing such a situation. Moreover, there were rumors outside that the ousted Zhang Xixin's son was an ancient holy body of the innate true immortal realm. For a moment, she even felt a bit scared. Scared that Luo Zhantian would give the care that belonged to her and her child to that boy named Zhang Wang. So she coldly snorted. Xinger, tell the truth to your mother, do you have the confidence to win first place in this immortal palace competition? Luo Xing only smiled slightly and said. I will do my best to bring glory to my parents and the Luo clan. Hearing Luo Xing's words, Luo Zhantian nodded in satisfaction. As long as you can win first place in the immortal palace competition, our Luo clan will pour all resources into you, and we can even use a favor from our ancestor to ask the master of the creation immortal palace, Song Xian, to accept you as a disciple. Upon hearing Luo Zhantian's words, even the experienced Mo Yun couldn't help but show a hint of excitement in her eyes. Song Xian? Is it really Elder Song Xian? Our Luo clan's ancestor could actually make Song Xian a favor? Indeed. Luo Zhantian nodded, but his words paused. However, this favor, back then, was a trivial matter. Xinger must have enough strength to have the opportunity to speak. Even so, the hint of joy on Mo Yun's face did not fade at all. Instead, she turned to Luo Xing and said. Did you hear that, Xinger? That's the master of Song Xian. He is the strongest of our ancestors' next generation. If you can become his disciple, you will be able to roam freely across this continent. Even those ancient families with extreme imperial weapons will fear your background. Luo Zhantian added. Luo Xing was puzzled by their words. Our Luo clan has a long history. Even the next generation of our ancestor has experienced thousands of years. So what realm is the holy being Song Xian in now? To his question, Luo Zhantian shook his head. No one knows about Master Song Xian's strength. He hasn't taken action for nearly 1,000 years, and his whereabouts are as elusive as a dragon's shadow. However, it is said that he has surpassed the realm above the Holy King, but no one knows if it's true. Luo Xing's pupils trembled, breathing hurriedly. Surpassing the Holy King, isn't that the Emperor? Or perhaps the existence of the Heavenly Emperor? Now let's turn to the direction of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. The human emperor sat on the dragon throne, closing his eyes to rest. The protective dragon aura surrounded him, and his dragon-like eyes sparkled with an air of authority. On each side, there sat a tall and a small figure. It was the two ladies, Xiao Mengqian and Xiao Mengyao. These two women attracted countless gazes in the entire square. Xiao Mengqian and Xiao Mengyao each had their own merits, one large and one small. The older one, with flawless white garments, had a celestial elegance and an extraordinary demeanor. Her features were stunning, like a fairy descending from the heavens. The younger one was cute and delicate, her lively eyes sparkling, exuding a clever grace, like a beautiful sprite. Their different charms made them both breathtaking beauties, already becoming a beautiful scenery in this place. Xiao Mengyao slightly pouted her small mouth, her pair of plump, fair legs swinging restlessly. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward the human emperor. A glint of mischievousness flashed in her lively eyes. Then she jumped directly down from the bench and leaped into the arms of the human emperor. At this moment, the protective dragon energy that would usually respond to any disturbance showed no signs of attack. Instead, it emitted soft murmurs. The human emperor opened his eyes, and his golden gaze flashed with affection. He hugged Xiao Mangyao and asked, "What's wrong, Yao Yao? The competition is approaching. Why aren't you observing your opponents properly but instead came to father to act cute?" "Father, I don't think those people are worth my attention." Xiao Mangyao waved her small pink fist, her face full of arrogance. "Ha ha ha ha." The human emperor laughed heartily. "Truly my daughter, but do not be careless, you must know this is a new era." Hearing the human emperor's words, Xiao Mangyao blinked her eyes and curiously asked, "Father, what is a new era?" The human emperor instinctively glanced at the mysterious statue of Tsang Xian, like a colossal jade pillar reaching the sky. He began to speak slowly. "Let's not even mention elsewhere, just in the entire primitive immortal domain, in the East alone, not only is there your innate Tao body holy fetus, but there's also an ancient holy body, not to mention the unknown offspring of the Luo clan. This is a heavenly blessing, a talent explosion. What else can be called a new era?" Xiao Mengyao nodded, somewhat understanding, seemingly still contemplating the human emperor's words. The human emperor looked down at Xiao Mengyao and said with a smile, "So, what do you want to ask your father?" Xiao Mengyao's delicate face flushed slightly as she pouted at the human emperor. "Can you not keep mother under house arrest, father? Mother is so bored in the palace, I feel so heartbroken for her." Hearing Xiao Mengyao's words, the human emperor was about to refuse. But when he looked down, he saw her wronged little face. Her big eyes, as if they could speak, were now filled with tears. "Father." "Alas, all right, I promise you, after this immortal palace selection is over, I will lift your mother's house arrest." "Thank you, father." Xiao Mengyao's face of grievance instantly vanished, replaced by full delight. Zhang Wang observed all of this from above the sky. He then shifted his gaze to the mysterious thunder flag of the Luo clan, his eyes flashing with cold light. "How about it? Go down and catch up with your friends, sister can accompany you down and boost your prestige." Xinlinger looked at Zhang Wang with some pride and said. But unexpectedly, Zhang Wang just chuckled and gradually replied to her. "Sister Linger, let's go back to Lingmiao Peak, I'm tired and want to rest." As day turned to night, the sky darkened over the world. Zhang Wang stood alone in a beautiful courtyard surrounded by clear mountains and flowing waters. At this moment, he was in the Qingshan courtyard of Lingmiao Peak, a courtyard specially prepared for him. Normally, only those with outstanding performances in the peak would be granted a personal cave residence. And such a courtyard arranged to gather spiritual energy could only be occupied by those who have made great contributions or were personally granted by the peak master. Zhang Wang gazed at the cascading waterfall from the 9 heavens, flowing endlessly like a beautiful galactic curtain. It appeared as if a beautiful painting hung against the night sky, breathtakingly exquisite. Looking up at the twinkling stars above, countless thoughts swirled in his heart. "I used to think there wouldn't be a night in this fairy palace," he murmured softly. "If there were no night, even if it were a true fairyland, wouldn't it be too dull?" Zhang Wang turned his head to look. He saw Xinlinger standing outside the courtyard, hands behind her back and a smile on her face as she looked at him. Zhang Wang smiled faintly. "Oh, it's you, senior sister Linger. Why don't you come in?" He opened the gate of the courtyard for Xinlinger. She laughed playfully and said, "Without your permission as the master of Qingshan courtyard, how could I enter at will?" Zhang Wang first grinned, then suddenly seemed to think of something. "By the way, senior sister Linger, what is your relationship with the master? This Lingmiao Peak is actually named after both of you." Upon hearing Zhang Wang's words, Xinlinger burst into laughter. "Ha ha, as expected, you think the same." He couldn't help but feel a bit confused. "This Lingmiao Peak is indeed named after Sister Miao, but it has nothing to do with me. I only benefit from the name. Sister Miao actually belongs to my ancestral master. Moreover, because of my name, I actually have an easy path in various competitions, ha ha ha." Zhang Wang nodded, then looked at Xinlinger with curiosity and asked, "By the way, senior sister Linger, is there something you want to talk to me about this late?" Xinlinger raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhang Wang with great interest. With delicate steps, she approached Zhang Wang and slightly lowered her head, smiling as she spoke to him. "Why? Can I come to find you to play if there's nothing going on?" Feeling a faint fragrance of a young girl wafting into his nostrils, Zhang Wang let out a long sigh, feeling a surge of anger in his heart. "I hate it, why do I have to face such things at the most powerless age?" Chapter 54. Xinlinger looked at Zhang Wang's awkward expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, little guy, let's talk about something serious." After saying this, Xinlinger rubbed Zhang Wang's little head and sat down beside him. Jiang Wang let out a breath, suppressing the restless flames inside him, and also sat down beside Shen Linger. What serious matter, senior sister Linger? Originally, Sister Meow was supposed to come see you, but with the upcoming Fairy Palace Grand Competition, and Sister Meow being the master of a peak, she's too busy to find time. She could only ask me to check on you. Jiang Wang grinned. Senior sister Linger, are you going to tell me something? Shen Linger didn't keep him guessing any longer and directly extended her long, fair hand. A small booklet appeared in her hand. She spoke to Jiang Wang. Take it. Jiang Wang was slightly taken aback, but he still accepted the small booklet and couldn't help but ask curiously. Senior sister Linger, what is this? Shen Linger rolled her eyes and opened her palm. Of course, it's the information about the strong opponents I found for you while you were sleeping. Jiang Wang was somewhat surprised. First, he glanced at the small booklet in his hand, then looked at the Shen Linger sitting next to him. At this moment, the expression on her face was filled with a difficult-to-hide sense of pride. Wow, Jiang Wang now understood how good the life of those with connections could be. As the grand competition approached, someone could openly help with cheating. This wasn't arranged by my master, was it? Upon hearing Jiang Wang's question, Shen Linger was first taken aback, then a blush appeared on her cheeks. It's Sister Meow. Shen Linger started to stutter, with a clear hint of panic in her tone. After a while, she sighed and looked at Jiang Wang helplessly. Sigh, just take it. Why does the little guy talk so much? Seeing Shen Linger's slightly annoyed gaze, Jiang Wang hurriedly scratched his head and explained. I'm very grateful, senior sister Linger, but I still want to rely on my own strength to complete this Fairy Palace Grand Competition. And I think Master also thinks this way. As he spoke, he handed the small booklet back to Shen Linger. Shen Linger looked at the booklet returned to her hand, momentarily stunned. Then she gazed into Jiang Wang's pure and innocent eyes. After a while, she couldn't help but smile. With a flip of her palm, she tucked the booklet away and spoke to Jiang Wang. Alright, little guy, I didn't expect you to be so principled and strong-minded. Shen Linger's eyes towards Jiang Wang grew increasingly satisfied. Jiang Wang chuckled, slowly stood up, stretched out his palm, and closed his eyes, as if basking in the bright moonlight. He slowly began to speak. Actually, it's not really about principles, I just simply feel that this level of competition doesn't need prior knowledge or analysis of the opponent. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Shen Linger raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a laugh. Little guy, I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Jiang Wang laughed heartily, turned around, and looked into Shen Linger's eyes, slowly filling with 2 beams of golden light. It's not arrogance, this is confidence. After speaking, golden blood energy burst forth from Jiang Wang's crown. The dazzling golden light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire Chengshan courtyard as if it were daytime. Jiang Wang bathed in the overwhelming blood energy, as if at that moment, he transformed into a blazing sun, or a long spear, standing tall, ready to pierce the entire sky. The next day, in the Creation Immortal Palace, at the Zhongshan Square. At this moment, Zhongshan Square was filled with many young boys and girls preparing to participate in the Immortal Palace Grand Competition. They were all waiting for this grand event of the ancient immortal domain to begin. These young boys and girls were of various ages, mostly around their teens. But there were also many who looked only 5 or 6 years old. Jiang Wang suppressed his overwhelming aura, hiding among the crowd, waiting for the competition to start. At that moment, the sky above Zhongshan Square suddenly twisted. A wave of pressure was released, capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Wang also looked up. He saw a huge spatial rift slowly opening up in the sky. A magnificent and large treasure mirror appeared in the sky. Sunlight shone on it, reflecting endless brilliance. With the appearance of this treasure mirror, the spiritual energy of this world suddenly became restless. This is the Zhongshan treasure mirror. A sacred king's treasure, said to be the innate spiritual treasure of Zhongshan Saint. That's right, truly worthy of the Creation Immortal Palace, they opened with such a high-level treasure. The Zhongshan treasure mirror gently shook above the sky, its divine light flowing, releasing waves of overwhelming pressure. The mirror's surface slightly tilted, the smooth and clear surface slowly twisted, directly becoming a vague and chaotic mirror. With the change of the Zhongshan treasure mirror, a voice filled with authority echoed throughout the world. This Zhongshan treasure mirror not only creates its own space within, but it can also split into tens of thousands of independent spaces. Initially, everyone will be assigned to one-on-one battles by the Zhongshan treasure mirror. As the voice rang out, everyone in the square looked towards the front of the square. The space twisted, and a middle-aged man in a purple robe, with a solemn expression, appeared at the front of the square. As he scanned the crowd, the middle-aged man proclaimed loudly, I am Heilong, the Sword Elder of Jianyun Peak, responsible for hosting the early stages of the Immortal Palace Grand Competition. I will now announce a few rules. First, the Immortal Palace Grand Competition will use a one-on-one battle format from today until the final round. During the battle, fists and feet have no eyes, any accidental injuries must be borne by the individual. Second, during the battle, as long as one party voluntarily surrenders, they are considered to have given up, and the other party wins. Third, once one party surrenders, the other party cannot continue to attack or harm them, otherwise, it is considered forfeiture. The arena fell into complete silence. Everyone was listening to the middle-aged cultivator in purple proclaim the rules. After finishing the rules, he spoke again. I declare, the great competition of the Immortal Palace officially begins. As soon as the words fell, he long pinched his fingers together, and a stream of spiritual power shot from his fingertips into the azure mirror in the sky. The azure mirror trembled slightly in the air, and countless rays of light shot out from its surface. These lights enveloped the awaiting crowd below, guiding them into the mirror. A beam of light enveloped Jiang Wan's body. He felt a surge of power drawing him towards the azure mirror, lifting him into the air, then his gaze locked onto the direction of the Luo clan. He snorted coldly and thought, "It's best if I don't see you in the first match, my dear brother." Chapter 55. Jiang Wang entered the azure mirror directly following the beam of light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a space resembling a gladiatorial arena. In the center, a layer of spiritual energy constructs divided the area. Opposite him, a light pillar appeared, flickering as Jiang Wang fixed his gaze on the figure stepping out from the pillar. Quickly, a teenager dressed in blue, about 11 or 12 years old, walked out. Seeing the person on the opposite side, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. What a pity, I didn't run into my dear brother in the first match. As his words fell, the barrier in the arena began to gradually fade away. The teenager opposite stared at Jiang Wang from head to toe, then spoke to him. Hey kid, how old are you? Jiang Wang rolled his eyes and replied directly. Just admit defeat, I'm in a hurry to get out. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, the teenager was taken aback, his expression instantly turning furious. Kid, you're so arrogant before you even get your hair done, I'll teach you a lesson for your parents. Saying this, his spiritual energy surged, directly unleashing his strength at the third level of the divine transformation realm. His foot stomped down, charging towards Jiang Wang. Crushing Earth Fist. With spiritual energy swirling, the teenager's fist smashed down towards Jiang Wang with a force that could shatter a massive rock. But Jiang Wang remained motionless, watching the teenager's expression with a very calm demeanor. He sighed, then simply extended his palm. Seeing Jiang Wang's expression, the teenager instantly raged, veins standing out on his forehead. He roared. Kid, you're too arrogant. His speed increased again as he charged angrily towards Jiang Wang. Boom! The teenager's fist struck Jiang Wang's palm heavily. Upon contact, the teenager displayed a smug expression. Back off. He tried to exert force to push Jiang Wang back. But the moment he did, he found he couldn't move Jiang Wang at all. Finally realizing something was wrong, the teenager's gaze towards Jiang Wang gradually turned shocked. Jiang Wang let out a helpless sigh. He slowly raised his left hand, flicking one finger, directly giving the teenager a light tap on the forehead. It looked simple, but in reality, that flick unleashed a terrifying force. Bang! The teenager was sent flying by Jiang Wang's flick, landing heavily on the ground. Ah, my head! His forehead visibly swelled red at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. He looked like a big-headed goldfish. Lying on the ground, he couldn't help but shout, rolling and wailing while holding his head. What are you trying to show off in front of me? Jiang Wang shrugged helplessly and spoke. Then he distorted. And then disappeared in the arena. As the opponent vanished from the stage, a jade plate appeared in Jiang Wang's hand, marked with a number. 1. This should be something for counting, used to calculate the battle achievements. Jiang Wang thought to himself. Just then, another wave of spiritual energy enveloped Jiang Wang. The scene before him flickered. He appeared once again in the same square as before. When Jiang Wang appeared, he discovered that countless spiritual energy screens now filled the sky over the square. All of them were arenas just like the one Jiang Wang had just been in. Figures were fighting against each other. Many people were engaged in fierce battles in these arenas. Jiang Wang quickly scanned these spiritual screens, but he surprisingly did not see Luo Xing's figure. He had already seen his half-brother earlier. Good kid, you're not slow at all. Looks like I was too sluggish, I need to be quicker tomorrow. Since Jiang Wang couldn't find the scene of Luo Xing fighting, he lost interest in everyone else. So he didn't linger and transformed into a golden light, soaring towards Lingmiao Peak. At this moment, in the direction of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, the Emperor and others looked at the screens of light above the sky. Among them, standing opposite to Xiao Mengyao was also a young boy. The boy stood tall and looked handsome, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old. This little sister, I am Yi Xingyun from the Western Yi family of the ancient immortal realm. Yi Xingyun smiled and spoke to Xiao Mengyao. The latter rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, and then replied. Yi family. I don't know them. Yi Xingyun's expression turned awkward, and he smiled again. Little girl, could you tell me your name? I would like to know you. Great Xia Divine Dynasty, Xia Mengyao. Oh, so you are the little princess of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Get lost. Before Yi Xingyun could finish speaking, Xia Mengyao suddenly flickered. She swung her hand fiercely towards him. Yi Xingyun was taken aback by her attack, but then he smiled calmly. You're too impatient, little sister. He smiled confidently and also reached out a hand, with light blossoming in his palm. Bang! The moment their hands collided, a violent wave of spiritual energy spread out. Yi Xingyun's face changed instantly. He felt the terrifying spiritual energy from the seemingly ethereal girl opposite him. The spiritual power surged like a sea, smashing Yi Xingyun's boat floating on the surface of this sea to pieces. Ah! In that moment, Yi Xingyun's entire arm twisted. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Yi Xingyun looked at the cheerful girl with fear on his face. The girl lightly tapped the ground and soared into the air. In the air, Xia Mengyao formed seals with her hands, and spiritual energy surged around her. True Dragon's Great Palm Strike. Golden spiritual power burst forth from her delicate white palm. Roar! A roar filled with anger echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A giant golden dragon appeared behind Xia Mengyao, its golden scales vibrant and alive, eyes filled with majesty and fury. It angrily struck down towards Yi Xingyun below. I concede. Feeling the pressure of the golden dragon above, Yi Xingyun hurriedly shouted out his surrender. A beam of light descended, taking Yi Xingyun away. Xia Mengyao's eyes flashed with disdain, and the golden dragon behind her slowly dissipated. Who do these random people think they are to befriend this princess? A proud look appeared on her face as she mocked Yi Xingyun without holding back. The people from the Great Xia Divine Dynasty outside also raised a thunderous cheer. Wow, the little princess is powerful. Amazing. Chapter 56. Zhang Wan looked at this scene, raising an eyebrow. He never expected that. In the past, my former fiancé was so domineering. With just one strike, she defeated the enemy in front of her. Moreover, observing Jiang Wang's divine power, it seemed that she had also practiced the Grand Heavenly Dragon Sutra of the Great Xia inheritance. Jiang Wang's gaze swept over the satisfied expression of the emperor, and he felt a bit surprised. He never expected that the emperor could pass down the Great Xia dynasty's traditional skill to that Xia Mengyao. It is said that the Grand Heavenly Dragon Sutra is fierce and overbearing, not suitable for women to cultivate. Could it be that my former fiancé is actually a man? Jiang Wang's expression was somewhat strange, unable to contain this question rising in his heart. Now let's talk about the Great Xia dynasty. At this moment, the emperor had a face full of pride, looking at his beloved daughter Xia Mengyao. With a thunderous approach, she directly defeated a contestant from the Yi family who was not weaker than the Great Xia dynasty. The emperor was very pleased and satisfied. No wonder she is my daughter, ha ha ha. Today, many high-ranking officials of the Great Xia dynasty had gathered here. Not only were there leaders and elders from the Xia Mengyao lineage, but many from the Xia Mengqian lineage also came. That day, Xia Meng and Xia Yun also arrived at the Creation Immortal Palace, along with a few unfamiliar faces, all powerful figures from the Xia Mengqian lineage. At this moment, these armored strongmen stood behind Xia Mengqian, looking at those surrounding the emperor and Xia Mengyao with displeasure in their eyes. What's there to be proud of? The Grand Princess also quickly dealt with her opponent. I really don't know what these guys are so arrogant about. Xia Meng spoke disdainfully. Xia Yun also echoed from the side. Isn't that right? Moreover, our Grand Princess hasn't cultivated the Grand Heavenly Dragon Sutra yet. If she were to. Xia Yun. Speak cautiously. Before Xia Yun could finish his words, other strongmen immediately interrupted him. Xia Yun muttered softly but didn't speak again. On the contrary, Xia Mengqian remained indifferent. Looking at the nearby Xia Yun, she said. General Xia Yun need not be like this. My younger sister has a special physique, suitable for cultivating the Grand Heavenly Dragon Sutra. If I forced myself to practice it, I wouldn't necessarily get a good outcome. The emperor found a cultivator from the Creation Immortal Palace among the crowd, then looked at a general beside him. The latter immediately nodded. The surrounding space distorted, and he vanished from his spot. When he appeared again, he was accompanied by a man in white. The latter's face held a hint of confusion, and upon seeing the emperor sitting on the dragon throne, his expression changed to one of surprise. Then, he respectfully spoke. I pay my respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Xia. The emperor nodded, addressing this cultivator. You were involved in hosting this competition at the Immortal Palace? This cultivator nodded. I am responsible for gathering the advancing participants from the eastern half. The emperor nodded in satisfaction, then asked this cultivator. Now tell me, did you see my beloved daughter succeed in her advancement? I did, both Princess Xiao Mengyao and Princess Xiao Mengqian successfully advanced. The cultivator paused, his gaze subtly sweeping towards Xiao Mengqian, then continued. Princess Xiao Mengyao's victory came a bit faster than Princess Mengqian's. You bastard, what do you mean by that? You little brat, you just had to add that, didn't you? What's your intention? The cultivator's words directly enraged Xiao Mengqian's followers, such as Xiao Mang and Xiao Yun. They all glared at this cultivator from the creation Immortal Palace with fury. The emperor calmly pressed down his palm. His gaze towards this cultivator also held a hint of displeasure. I did not ask you who was faster, I asked you, with these two daughters of mine defeating their opponents so quickly, have they secured the first and second places? Upon hearing the emperor's words, the cultivator hurriedly took out a jade token, then immersed his divine sense into it. After a moment, his expression became somewhat strange. The emperor of humans frowned upon seeing this scene. What's wrong? In response to the emperor, neither of the two princesses made it into the top 5. What? How is that possible? Hearing this from the cultivator, everyone in the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty showed expressions of disbelief. Even the emperor of humans frowned tightly and asked the cultivator. Are you sure? Meng Yao took out her opponent in just a few moments, and Meng Qian did it in under 100 breaths. How could they not even make it to the top 5? A drop of cold sweat dripped from the cultivator's forehead as he spoke with difficulty. It is indeed true. I take my leave. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, the cultivator dared not stay any longer and left immediately. After the cultivator left, the atmosphere in the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty became strange. Each person had a peculiar expression, wanting to say something but not speaking up. After a long while, the Emperor of Humans slowly spoke. It seems that there are more geniuses in this era than I had imagined. Jiang Wang had been paying attention to the direction of the Great Xiao Divine Dynasty and had also overheard the discussion between several people. Who could be in the top 5? Since this round did not disclose rankings or results, Jiang Wang did not know who the top 5 were. But he had enough confidence that he would make it into the top 5. I will go check on my little brother. Jiang Wang's figure vanished from his location and appeared in the light screen that read Luo Xing. The arena within this light screen was already empty. Only the stone pillars in the arena had all collapsed and shattered, looking as if it had experienced an intense battle. Has he finished, too? Jiang Wang frowned in confusion as he spoke. At that moment, exclamations came from the distance. Jiang Wang turned his gaze toward the direction of the sound. He saw a group of people carrying a blood-soaked youth out of the crowd. The leader's face was dark, glancing coldly at the Luo clan's direction with a snort, and then waved his sleeves to leave. Heavens, isn't that the holy son of the Tai Ching Mu sect from the southern region of the primordial immortal domain, Sinwan Luo? Yes, I've seen him in an ancient relic before, that is definitely Sinwan Luo. Who defeated him like this? It was our eastern Luo clan, Luo Xing. Luo Xing? The newly born holy son of the Luo clan? No way, how old is he? I remember he was born 5 years ago, Sinwan Luo must be 10 years older than him, right? He's been famous for a long time. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. My little brother is that formidable? Unable to contain his curiosity, he directly asked the person who had just spoken. Hey, brother, did you see the battle between Luo Xing and Sinwan Luo? The person turned around, looked at Jiang Wang, first sized him up, and then nodded. I saw it, Luo Xing was indeed incredible. At such a young age, his attacks were ruthless and showed no mercy, directly injuring that poor Sinwan Luo badly. Chapter 57. Jiang Wang nodded, feeling a little regret in his heart. Looks like I need to finish my opponent quickly tomorrow, it's a pity I can't see my brother's battle. Just as Jiang Wang wanted to turn to leave, the person from earlier suddenly brightened, looking at Jiang Wang and speaking. Hey, aren't you Jiang Wang? Do you know me? Of course. I watched your battle, with just one finger, you defeated that kid on the other side. Truly fierce. If we encounter each other, make sure to go easy on me. Jiang Wang couldn't help but find it amusing and casually replied a few words before turning to leave. He rode the crane and directly returned to Ling Miao Peak. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged on the cushion, his eyes appearing as two black holes. The heavenly devouring demon technique within him began to operate, refining the pure essence of this world into his own body. Now, Jiang Wang began to feel a bit regretful. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted so tough, just give me what I want. But since he had already acted tough, it was too late to regret, and it wasn't in his nature. Looking forward to meeting you, dear brother. He smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth, then without considering anything else, directly entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, in the palace of the great Xia divine dynasty, the emperor sat on the dragon throne, speaking to the many powerful elders below. You all have seen that this new generation who has come to the creation immortal palace is not simple. It is said that that young man from the Luo clan today directly eliminated the forest 10,000 nets of the Tai Chingmu sect, acting ruthlessly and decisively, far from an ordinary person. Hearing the emperor's words, the many martial generals and elders below exchanged glances with each other. However, the emperor paid no mind and continued speaking. I have enough confidence in my two beloved daughters, but you all know that I like to be number one in everything I do. The emperor paused and continued, the competition between the children is for them to contend, what we can do is to pave the way for them. Xia Ziyin. Yes. A general in golden battle armor, handsome in appearance and tall in stature, stepped out from the ranks. I command you to immediately return to the great Xia divine dynasty, dispatch troops, and place all the strong people within the palace at the creation immortal palace. Tomorrow, I want to clearly know who the top 5 are. Understood. Xia Ziyin clasped his fists and accepted the order, then turned and left. As Xia Ziyin departed, everyone knew that tomorrow's immortal palace competition was about to reach a peak fiery stage. As the sun and moon turned, and the tides rose and fell, the blinding sunlight tore apart the night that shrouded the sky. A beam of sunshine fell upon Jiang Wan's body. His tightly shut eyes opened at this moment. Jiang Wang stood up and stretched his limbs. His body made a crackling sound, like firecrackers going off. Half the people were eliminated yesterday, so today's competition will likely still be the same as yesterday, only today, those who lose will be allowed to become outer disciples of the creation immortal palace. With this thought, Jiang Wang no longer hesitated, he called for a celestial crane and flew toward the Songxian Square. Sure enough, today at Songxian Square, the atmosphere was even more lively than yesterday. Not only had countless people from the great Xia divine dynasty poured in, but many more people from various forces came to watch the battle. They all wanted to witness this grand event of the entire primordial immortal domain. As Jiang Wang arrived at the square, he couldn't help but feel amazed at the overwhelming energy of the crowd. At this moment, a clear and crisp sound of a sword chant echoed through the air. The world fell into silence, and everyone turned their gaze forward. There, a figure dressed in purple robes, Heilong, appeared, accompanied by a streak of swordlight. He spoke, after yesterday's. What Heilong said was exactly what Jiang Wang was thinking. However, after explaining the competition rules, Heilong cleared his throat and spoke again. After discussions among the 7 peak masters, the top 3 rewards for this immortal palace competition have been decided. Upon hearing Heilong's words, the atmosphere in the area instantly turned fiery. Many people were now breathing rapidly, their eyes revealing excitement as they stared intently at Heilong. Whatever treasures the creation immortal palace could offer would undoubtedly be the finest in the world. Looking at the fiery gazes below, Heilong slowly began to speak. The 3rd place in the Immortal Palace competition will receive not only countless high-grade spirit stones and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but also an additional reward of a saint-level treasure. Wow! Is that for real? As Heilong's voice fell, the entire square erupted with massive excitement. 3rd place gets a saint-level treasure. It's truly the creation immortal palace. Heilong continued, as for 2nd place, they will receive 20,000 rare spirit stones, a saint-breaking pill, and a saint king-level treasure. Hiss! As soon as Heilong finished speaking, a gasp of awe echoed throughout the realm. The 2nd prize is indeed the Sacred King treasure. Not only that, but there is also a broken sacred pill. You must know, the step from Immortal Emperor realm to Saint realm is a watershed. Even the most ordinary saint, when arriving at any force in this continent, would be treated as a guest of honor, even the ancient families in creation immortal palace, these super sects are no exception. Only those called saints can be considered standing at the top of this world. However, on the path of cultivation, many have washed away through great waves. Throughout history, only a few can stand at this position. Moreover, starting from the Immortal Emperor realm, each promotion will face a lightning tribulation, each stronger than the last. The lightning tribulation from Immortal Emperor realm to Saint realm is incredibly terrifying and violent. If you cannot withstand the lightning tribulation, then heavenly lightning will annihilate you, even your soul will vanish between heaven and earth. Throughout history, how many capable figures have fallen under this heavenly lightning? However, this broken sacred pill was personally refined by a sacred king expert using their origin. It can assist you in crossing that watershed at the most critical moment. If released outside, it could create a wave of bloody turmoil that sweeps through the entire immortal domain. Upon arriving at the creation immortal palace, it was directly awarded to the 2nd place winner. Everyone present was shocked beyond belief by this rich reward. Many people's eyes were bloodshot, eagerly wanting to know what the first prize was. Above, Heilong also did not intend to keep people in suspense and spoke directly. The reward for the 1st place. 100 pieces of supreme divine source, 1 drop of true dragon essence, 1 plant of immortal medicine, and the qualification to enter the first layer of the supreme hall of the creation immortal palace, where you can freely choose 1 scroll of technique or divine ability. Silence. After Hilong's voice fell, the entire plaza, with tens of thousands of people, fell into a dead silence. Eyes were wide, mouths agape, and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Each of the items mentioned by Hilong could shock people immensely, and now they were all combined and presented together. Only for first place. Chapter 58. The so-called Supreme Divine Source. It can be understood as a drop of divine source liquid condensed from tens of thousands of precious spirit stones. 1 piece of Supreme Divine Source requires thousands of drops of divine source liquid. Only a sacred king expert is deserving of using such Supreme Divine Source for cultivation. From this, one can see how precious the Supreme Divine Source is. Even so, among these rewards, the Supreme Divine Source is only the most inconspicuous. Next is that legendary immortal medicine. Throughout history, regardless of the legendary ancient emperors or peak sacred kings, what they pursued is none other than longevity. This longevity is not merely a long lifespan. Some powerful beings in the beast realm have rich blood and naturally long lifespans, with many old monsters living for tens of thousands of years. However, these do not constitute true longevity. Even the truly ancient emperors do not enjoy true immortality. True longevity can break free from the constraints of time, standing beside the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, existing throughout eternity, unaging and undying. Many seasoned powerful figures, as they age, their blood vitality begins to decline. This also means they cannot further enhance their own power, which means they cannot extend their lifespan. At this time, the value of the immortal medicine becomes evident. 1 plant of immortal medicine is enough to make a peak sacred king expert act desperately for it, just to extend their lifespan and pursue that ultimate goal. Lastly, there is the Supreme Hall in the Creation Immortal Palace. The Creation Immortal Palace has a long-standing heritage, having nurtured countless renowned powerful figures in the world. Though it cannot compare to those ancient families with a legacy lasting 10,000 years, its foundation is still incredibly deep. There are even rumors that the Zhongxin Palace Master once brought a legendary imperial weapon to serve as a trump card for the Creation Immortal Palace. Inside the Supreme Hall, countless techniques and divine abilities are collected. The first level contains many supreme divine skills that echo throughout the continent. As long as one has the ability, they can freely choose from among them. I ask, who could refuse such a reward? And in the end, the reward that shocked everyone the most was the so-called True Dragon Essence. The True Dragon no longer belongs to the category of monsters or spirit beasts. It is categorized with the True Phoenix, Qilin, and others as divine beasts. It is said that the True Dragon clan has existed since the ancient times, with each true dragon being born as a congenital saint. If there are no accidents, they will ultimately achieve the position of emperor. Although the True Dragon clan is extraordinarily powerful, they are also incredibly rare, with only a few dozen at their peak. Moreover, as time passes and the river of years flows, true dragons have gradually disappeared from this world. After the last true dragon emperor fell, the true dragon lineage completely vanished from this continent. No one knows if there are any true dragons, these divine beasts, left in this current era. And this true dragon essence is the supreme treasure refined from the bones of true dragons. Monsters that consume it can even directly change their bloodline, tracing back to their origins, breaking through the limits of their kind. Not to mention its primary effect. For cultivators, refining it can greatly enhance physical strength, making their physical blood comparable to that of spirit beasts. Most importantly, they can use the endless power and blood contained within it as a tool to break the shackles between saints and saint kings. If the previous immortal herb could stir up a bloody storm throughout the immortal domain, then if this true dragon essence appeared in the outside world, it would be enough to draw the spirit beast world into the competition. Its value even surpasses that of the immortal herb. At this moment, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. No wonder it's the Creation Immortal Palace, they actually brought out the true dragon essence. He couldn't help but be tempted. Although the ancient holy body has already elevated his physical strength and blood energy to a terrifying level. At the same rank, even if the Divine Beast clan competed with him in physical strength, they might not gain any advantage. However, after all, the true dragon essence could help him ascend to Saint King. It seems that I really need to fight for first place for this true dragon essence. After all, having a backup plan is always good. It's really not for the promise of marriage, my master maid. Jiang Wang did not forget to add this in his heart. Towards the direction of the Luo clan. Upon hearing the name True Dragon Essence, Luo Zhantian's aura actually became somewhat chaotic. Slowly standing up, the space around him began to twist. His eyes were filled with heat and greed. After thinking it over, he finally looked down at Luo Xing and spoke. Xinger, you must obtain this true dragon essence. Even the immortal herb can be given up, but this true dragon essence must be obtained. After pondering for a moment, Luo Xing nodded and then tentatively asked. Father, is it because of what you said before, about our Luo clan's legendary dragon hidden secret realm? Luo Zhantian slowly nodded and asked. Do you know why this true dragon essence can enhance one's physique and enrich blood energy? I do not know, Father. The true dragon essence is refined from the finest essence marrow within the true dragon's bones. The marrow nourishes the blood within the bones. To refine the true dragon essence, it must be placed in the bones, where your own blood repeatedly washes it. Not only can it transform your root bones and allow you to break through to same king without obstruction, but most importantly, it can also allow you to nurture a strand of true dragon blood within you. And there are two essential conditions to enter our dragon hidden secret realm. One is that you must have the bloodline of our Luo clan, and the other is that you must possess true dragon blood. Both are indispensable. Luo Zhantian gazed with burning eyes. I explained these to Luo Xing. Beside me, Mo Yun looked shocked and spoke. Zhantian, there really is a hidden treasure in our Luo clan? That's right, there are many things you do not know. Not just you, even some people from the Luo clan are also unaware. As he said this, a different emotion flashed in Luo Zhantian's eyes. Go and fight, Xinger, don't let me down. Okay. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Zhongxian square was becoming restless. Hot breaths were coming from the mouths of the contestants. Strong waves of spiritual power began to ripple through the square. Everyone was waiting for the Zhongxian mirror to summon them, eagerly anticipating the battles of the day. Seeming to anticipate the crowd's reaction, He Long said nothing more and simply waved his sleeve. Once again, the Zhongxian mirror in the sky was activated, and beams of light descended to summon the people in the square below. Go! Jiang Wang moved, entering the Zhongxian mirror once more following the power of the summon. As the scene changed, he appeared again in the arena. However, when he saw the clothes worn by the person opposite him, his expression became strange. Chapter 59. This time, Jiang Wang's opponent was wearing the clothes of the Li clan. The person was also stunned upon seeing Jiang Wang. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. How could it be you? Jiang Wang scoffed and chose not to answer his words, but directly stated. Jiang clan, Jiang Wang. After all, he could not waste any more time today, he still had to watch Luo Xing's battle. As Jiang Wang introduced himself, the spiritual power barrier in the middle slowly disappeared at that moment. The Li clan member let out a long breath upon seeing this. Li clan, Li Changxiu. At this point, Li Changxiu had calmed his emotions. As the strongest among the younger generation of the Li clan, he could be said to be their greatest talent. Having accidentally defeated his opponent yesterday, even if he was defeated now, he could still join the Creation Immortal Palace. But Jiang Wang's reputation was now resounding throughout the Eastern Ancient Immortal Domain. Li Changxiu was also ready to have a good fight with him. Jiang Wang, today I will seek your advice, and see what abilities this so-called son of the Jiang clan has. Ah! Li Changxiu shouted angrily at Jiang Wang, then stomped his foot on the ground. He charged angrily toward Jiang Wang. A fierce and powerful gust accompanied by massive spiritual power slammed down toward Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's expression remained calm as he stood unmoving in place. Bang! That mighty palm struck Jiang Wang's chest fiercely. The strike landed successfully. Instantly, a look of wild joy appeared on Li Changxiu's face. Ah, Jiang Wang, you are too careless. Before he could finish speaking, he realized something was off. He felt his palm becoming a bit hot. Looking up, he saw Jiang Wang looking at him with a strange expression. Surrounded by a rich and overwhelming golden aura of blood. You celebrated too early, your strength isn't even enough to scratch an itch, go down. Saying this, Jiang Wang clenched his right fist, delivering a simple, unadorned punch. But facing this ordinary punch, Li Changxiu's expression changed dramatically. He sensed a strong feeling of heart palpitations. Li Changxiu's eyes widened, and he stomped on the void, retreating rapidly. Spiritual power poured out from within him, forming a smooth shield in front of him. That was not all. Li Changxiu formed seals with his hands, and a small white jade shield flew out from the top of his head. The white jade shield swelled in the wind. It grew to about 10 feet in size and blocked in front of Li Changxiu. The shield was inscribed with mysterious runes. At first glance, it was a treasure of high rank. Jiang Wang merely smiled disdainfully at all this. His fist showed no sign of retreat, instead, he shouted loudly. Break for me! With one punch, all laws faded away. Jiang Wang's punch seemed to cross through space and time, directly striking that white jade shield. The runes on the shield shone brightly at that moment, but in the next moment, the white jade shield was shattered into countless pieces, as if a silver needle had pierced through tofu, having no effect whatsoever. Even the spiritual barriers set up by Li Changxiu were utterly helpless. Jiang Wang's fist smashed through the spiritual barriers unimpeded and then hit him right in the stomach. Poochie! A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. His body flew backward, slamming into a stone pillar in the arena, shattering it to pieces. Li Changxiu looked at Jiang Wang with disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? He extended a trembling finger as if wanting to say something, but he couldn't fully express it. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What is a crushing defeat? This is called a crushing defeat. The strongest person of the Li clan's generation didn't even withstand a single punch from Jiang Wang. With Li Changxiu unconscious, two beams of light descended, wrapping both of them within. Jiang Wang slowly rose, looking at the unconscious Li Changxiu, and spoke softly. You should be glad to have met me here. After he finished speaking, he moved his body and vanished from the arena. At this moment, those from the Li clan watching outside were filled with regret. Li Nitian's teeth were chattering in distress. Oh, how could I have done such a foolish thing back then? He regretted the annulment of the engagement deeply. Now Jiang Wang was only 5 years old, and he had already reached this level. He didn't even need to use spiritual power to defeat his clan's pride. Let me ask, in several years, isn't Jiang Wang most likely going to be a sage? Not only that, with Jiang Wang's terrifying rate of progress, he even felt that this child might very well achieve the position of emperor in the future. That is the position of an emperor. What kind of concept is that? Once Jiang Wang becomes emperor, the Jiang family will leap into becoming an ancient noble family. At least during Jiang Wang's 2,000 years of life, the Jiang family will surely prosper. The saying goes, when one achieves the Tao, even the chickens and dogs rise to the skies, so how could the Li clan not benefit then? Not just Li Nitian, the rest of the members of the Li clan also widened their eyes in shock. They looked at Li Changxiu, who was being teleported out, speechless. This group leader, Changxiu, is in the spirit transformation stage, and that Jiang Wang. Li Nitian sighed and weakly waved his hand. It was as if he had aged several years in that moment. He slowly spoke. That kid can shatter the 1,000 jade shield with his bare hands, and he didn't use any spiritual power throughout. We couldn't even perceive any fluctuations. This can only mean that he is now stronger than us. What? Ah? The direction of the Li clan erupted in astonished gasps. In contrast, Jiang Wang had no time to concern himself with the happenings of the Li clan. In his eyes, Li Nitian had already become no different from an ant. As long as he wished, he could flip the entire Li clan over, leaving no chicken or dog alive. But now, he clearly had lost interest. Moreover, there were more important things to do, or rather, to observe. At this moment, Jiang Wang was sitting above the clouds, suppressing his aura. He frowned, looking toward the enormous light screen ahead not far away. At this moment, two figures floated in opposition within that light screen. One figure was dressed in a starry robe, appearing as if wrapped in a layer of dazzling starlight. It was Luo Xing. At this moment, Luo Xing had a calm expression, his eyes slightly narrowed. Standing opposite him was a young boy in a red training suit, seemingly about 12 or 13 years old. On the training suit was a brilliant flame symbol. This emblem that Jiang Wang recognized was the symbol of the fire deity sect. Qin Yan's chest heaved violently, gasping for breath, his gaze towards Luo Xing extremely serious. Luo Xing's eyes swept over his body, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and then he slowly spoke. Just admit defeat, why waste time here? Qin Yan snorted coldly, anger rising in his eyes, and shouted angrily. You brat, you are too arrogant. Others fear you Luo clan's Luo Xing, but I am not afraid of you. Having said that, Qin Yan instantly formed seals with both hands, creating mysterious hand signs one after another. A crimson spiritual power burst forth from his body, like blazing flames surging. The clothes on Qin Yan's upper body turned to ashes at this moment. Crimson flame decision burning heaven. Chapter 60. This is getting exciting, the holy son of fire deity sect, Qin Yan. It is said that the crimson flame decision of fire deity sect is extremely overbearing. Today we can finally witness it. But Luo Xing is really unlucky, being matched with these opponents who are much stronger and have been famous for a long time. Listening to the murmurs of the audience around, Jiang Wang ignored them. Instead, he focused intently on the huge light screen ahead. He vaguely sensed something in his heart. This unlucky child of the fire deity sect is going to stumble against Luo Xing. At this moment in the arena, Luo Xing felt the constantly rising temperature in this world, the corners of his mouth lifting in a hint of disdain. The towering crimson flames swept towards Luo Xing like dark clouds blocking the sky. He slowly formed seals with both hands. Light purple spiritual power began to flow out from his body, spinning rapidly. At the same time, claps of thunder erupted from thin air. Crack! Oh my! I see it, the Luo clan's inherited divine art, the Nine Heavens Thunder Sutra. Thunderbolts as thick as adult thighs fell throughout the entire arena instantly. Luo Xing's eyes were filled with lightning. Suspended in midair, with arms outstretched. His expression indifferent as he watched Qin Yan below struggling to cope with the thunder. The lightning flickered like small silver snakes, continuously darting around Luo Xing. Luo Xing reached out and grasped. A purple lightning bolt appeared in his hand, radiating endless light. The violent, destructive aura spread throughout this world. Qin Yan felt this aura, his face instantly showing a hint of paleness. But then madness flashed in his eyes again, and he began to force seals, drawing the flames into his body, starting to scorch his meridians. Ha! A puff of black breath was expelled from Qin Yan's mouth. At this moment, Qin Yan's dark hair gradually turned fiery red. Spiritual power spun rapidly within him. Mystic fire, divine feather. Endless, overwhelming flames surged out from his body, accompanied by a clear phoenix cry. A fire phoenix bathed in flames soared into the sky, flying high above. The fire phoenix flapped its wings, a gorgeous phoenix feather slowly drifted down. This was a feather formed from flames, with intricate patterns clearly visible on it. The terrifying fluctuations emitted caused even the void to begin to twist at this moment. Luo Xing, come on! Qin Yan shouted loudly, and then his hand seal changed again. The phoenix feather instantly locked onto the opposite Luo Xing, drifting towards him. Stubborn and unyielding. Luo Xing's eyes turned cold, his palm clenched tightly, the lightning in his hand bursting with dazzling light, the surrounding space becoming incredibly violent at this moment. The violet aura filled with destruction slowly coalesced into a spear. It exuded a powerful, ferocious aura. Break! Luo Xing directly hurled the lightning spear from his hand, colliding with the drifting fire feather. Boom! When lightning and fire clashed, the extremely violent spiritual power fluctuations instantly spread out. The overwhelming flames spread out, as if aiming to ignite the spiritual energy in this world. Thunder scattered, shattering the surrounding void, revealing turbulent spatial currents rushing past. The battle between thunder and flame was incredibly fierce, and the exquisite patterns on the fiery plume slowly faded away, revealing its fatigue. Ah! Qin Yan roared to the sky, as if his internal energy were free-flowing, pouring into the fiery plume ahead. Luo Xing formed a seal with one hand, his gaze indifferent, a trace of disdain lingering at the corner of his mouth. You really won't give up until you see the yellow river, won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. After saying this, Luo Xing flicked his sleeve, and his internal energy burst forth violently, hands swiftly forming seals. As mystical seals appeared, the spiritual energy in the entire realm became chaotic at that moment. Luo Xing's long hair stood on end, his expression solemn, and his eyes were filled with flickering lightning. He appeared like a furious thunder god standing above the heavens. 9 heavens thunder punishment. Boom! With the deafening sound of rolling thunder, countless thunderclouds covered the sky above the arena. Thick and violent bolts of lightning flickered within them. Annihilate! Luo Xing's hand seal changed abruptly. From within the thunderclouds, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended instantly. Carrying a breath of destruction, as if to end the world, it slammed down heavily. Boom! In just a moment, the bolt of lightning shattered Qin Yan's fiery plume instantly. The magnificent flames were also drowned out by the endless thunder. In the next moment, the heavenly thunder mercilessly struck down upon Qin Yan's body. Ah! A scream echoed out. Qin Yan was directly struck into the ground by the violent thunder. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his chest charred and blackened, exposing a ghastly wound, bare bones visible to the eye. Qin Yan's complexion turned pale, lying in the pit, unsure of life or death. Hiss! Outside the arena, a collective gasp of cold air rose. That kid from the Luo clan is really ruthless. Isn't that right? At such a young age, he strikes so viciously. Poor Qin Yan, he'll be half dead if he doesn't die this time. Listening to the surrounding sounds of lament, Jiang Wang frowned and quietly spoke. What a kid, born with a villain's fate, so ruthless at such a young age. Looks like there's a chance. As an older brother, I need to teach you a good lesson. Now seeing Luo Xing's abilities, it was highly likely they would meet in the finals. As long as Jiang Wang and Luo Xing were not eliminated, there would definitely be a battle between the two. He had already made up his mind to educate Luo Xing thoroughly when they met. After all, educating a younger brother is a duty. At the same time, the strong figures of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty were transmitting sounds to each other. After determining the first place winner, a figure surged towards the main hall of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. Soon, this figure appeared in the hall. Report to your majesty, the one who ended the battle for first place is already known. The human emperor looked down at the person with some confusion and asked. It has only been a quarter of an hour since the beginning, and first place has already been decided? In fact, the battle for first place ended in less than 15 minutes, and now the second place has also concluded. It will take us some time to confirm. The human emperor was slightly shocked. It ended in a quarter of an hour? That's right. Where are there any mediocre talents left on the second day? How could it be so easy to win? Who is the first place? Is it that kid from the Luo clan? It is not, your majesty. The first place is Jiang clan, Jiang Wang. What? After speaking, even the human emperor, who had seen all sorts of grand events, was slightly taken aback. The second place is actually from the Luo clan, Lo Xing. Saying this, the person below took out a stone that captured images. With the urging of spiritual energy, the figures of Jiang Wang and Li Changxiu appeared within. The human emperor sat on the dragon throne, his gaze fixed on the battle between the two. As Jiang Wang's plain yet powerful punch ended the battle, the human emperor's golden-tinted pupils slightly narrowed. He looked at Jiang Wang's young yet somewhat resolute little face. Another trace of regret appeared on his face. This little kid knows that the Jiang family's son has profound abilities. But such a terrifying rate of growth still made him feel a chill. Then, he looked at the person below and spoke. Go and invite Jiang Wang here, I want to meet him in person. Hearing the emperor's words, the person clearly froze, opening his mouth as if to say something. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. The emperor frowned and snorted coldly. Yes. Chapter 61. In the arena above, Jiang Wang did not linger anymore. He flew directly toward Lingmiao Peak. But at that moment, he suddenly heard someone shouting at him from below. A golden light flashed in Jiang Wang's eyes as he quickly pulled his gaze. At a glance, he saw the scene on the ground below. The people of the Li clan were standing below, looking up at him. Among them, the one standing in the front was Li Nitian. What's wrong? Trying to pick a fight for Li Changxiu? Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and then landed directly on the ground. He scanned the people in front of him, unable to help but furrow his brow in confusion. Why did you only bring so few people to pick a fight? Just as he thought this, Li Nitian spoke up. His expression was complicated, his tone awkward. Jiang little brother, actually, I came here to apologize. Once these words were spoken, the experts nearby were all dumbfounded. Though the Li clan was just like that in front of a bunch of big families. But who was Li Nitian? The leader of the Li clan. It was shocking enough for the leader to take the lead in apologizing, let alone the object of the apology was a delicate-looking little kid. Suddenly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and began to wonder what this kid was all about. And Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. Apologize? What crime are you apologizing for? Li Nitian sighed and slowly spoke. In the past, I was blind and failed to recognize a mountain. On top of that, I was misled by some petty people in the clan, and went to trouble the Jiang clan. Now that I think about it, I am filled with regret. It's just... Jiang Wang was about to speak, but was directly interrupted by Li Nitian. Please, Jiang little brother, you must accept this. Saying this, Li Nitian handed over a Qiankuan bag. Inside, various precious metals and heavenly materials surged into the air like a torrent. Then they returned to the Qiankuan bag. Jiang Wang was stunned. Li clan leader, what is this? Li Nitian sighed and sincerely stated. Jiang little brother, I do not hope for your Jiang family to remarry my Li clan, but just wish for you to no longer resent my Li clan for its past mistakes. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows and, puzzled, asked as he took the Qiankuan bag. Is it that simple? You didn't put any terrible poison in these heavenly materials, did you? Hearing Jiang Wang's words, cold sweat appeared on Li Nitian's forehead. He smiled bitterly and helplessly said. How could that be? Actually. When Jiang Wang heard Li Nitian's words, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, he needed something from himself. It was highly likely that they had now seen his potential and wanted to remarry with the Jiang clan again. But before he could finish his speculations, Li Nitian spoke again. Actually, I don't care about losing face anymore. This array of heavenly materials and top-quality spirit stones is just to buy peace of mind. Do you understand, Jiang little brother? When Jiang Wang heard this, he suddenly realized. So the Li clan was afraid that he would take revenge after he fully recovered. They truly underestimated him. In fact, as his strength increased, Jiang Wang no longer had any thoughts of revenge against them. Fortunately, over the years, the Li clan had not sought any presents, otherwise Jiang Wang would have already claimed the position of decision-maker in the Li clan. I believe the leader of the Li clan should be my brother Jiang Yi from the Jiang clan. Who agrees, who disagrees? What? You disagree? Then go die. This is roughly how it went. And now, seeing Li Nitian's appearance, Jiang Wang thought he was genuinely remorseful, especially since so many heavenly materials had been offered up unconditionally. Even if he didn't want to forgive the Li family, he still had to accept these treasures, didn't he? Although these treasures didn't offer him much practical help, it was better than nothing. Most importantly, he was not afraid of any schemes or tricks the Li family might use. When one is strong enough, all schemes and tricks seem laughably ridiculous. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang chuckled and subtly accepted the Qiankuan bag, then spoke. It's alright, isn't it just that little matter from back then? So many years have passed, right? Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Li Nitian immediately lit up with joy. Yes, that's right. Brother Jiang, you are so magnanimous. Let me tell you, it was a trivial matter back then when a nobody from our Li family insisted on causing trouble, leading me to the Jiang family. Looking back now, two words come to mind: regret. Jiang Wang felt a bit awkward watching Li Nitian, who was rambling on like a stand-up comedian. Just as he was thinking of finding a reason to retreat, several streaks of golden light flew in from the horizon. The person arriving was Xia Ziyin, followed by dozens of armored guards, all exuding powerful spiritual energy, looking very impressive. Xia Ziyin looked at Jiang Wang and spoke. Jiang Wang, my lord has requested your presence. Jiang Wang was taken aback, looking left and right as if searching for something. After a while, he turned to Xia Ziyin and curiously asked. Am I the only one named Jiang Wang? Are you speaking to me? Yes. Xia Ziyin was straightforward, even a bit dull, focusing solely on martial arts. But he was utterly loyal to the great Xia divine dynasty and the emperor. He always executed the commands from the king with all his effort. His attitude made Jiang Wang feel a bit amused. I didn't see it as an invitation, rather, it seems like you're here to capture me. Think whatever you want, my lord wants to see you, so come with me. What if I refuse? Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes, his gaze gradually turning cold, with spiritual energy within him beginning to surge, ready to fight this arrogant fool anytime. But just then. Oh my, General Ziyin. Why are you flying so fast? I told you not to come first. This sharp voice came from not far away. Everyone saw a middle-aged man in a red brocade robe, pale-faced and beardless, arriving at this spot. As soon as he landed, he was panting heavily. Oh my, I'm so exhausted. I said, General Ziyin, what kind of attitude is this towards little hero Jiang? Xia Ziyin didn't speak, only snorted coldly. You. This somewhat strange middle-aged man appeared to be frustrated but then turned to Jiang Wang. With a smile plastered across his face, he spoke to Jiang Wang. Little hero Jiang, don't take it to heart, General Ziyin just has a bad temper. I'm Xia Jijin from the great Xia divine dynasty. Let me tell you, our prince greatly admires you, which is why I was sent to invite you to the main hall for a chat. Hearing Xia Jijin's words, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Unconsciously, his gaze shifted to the man's lower half. How strange, there are eunuchs in this world too. He thought to himself. Then he looked back at the man's fawning smile. As the saying goes, never strike a smiling face. Although he was a bit displeased with Xia Ziyin, he still suppressed his anger and replied. Now, that's more like a human conversation. Hee, that's right. But before Xia Jijin's smile spread completely, Jiang Wang continued. Unfortunately, I'm in a hurry to go home, so I don't have time. Goodbye. After saying this, Jiang Wang shot up into the sky like a streak of golden light, leaving the place. Seeing this, Xia Ziyin's brows furrowed, spiritual energy surging around him, his body slightly bent. He prepared to chase after Jiang Wang. If you dare to fly up, today I will let your blood spill in Sangchuan Square. Jiang Wang's cold voice echoed from the sky, reaching everyone's ears. Xia Jijin quickly grabbed Xia Ziyin's arm. He opened his mouth to speak. Look, what are you trying to do? Xia Ziyin snorted coldly. He raised his head to glance at the already vanished Jiang Wang, tightened his thumb, and then turned away with his people. Xia Jijin's face was bitter as he looked in the direction Jiang Wang had left, seeming like he wanted to chase after him. Then he turned to look at Xia Ziyin, who had not gone far yet. Finally, with a helpless sigh, he followed after him. Watching the departing crowd, Li Nitian and the people of the Li clan exchanged glances. Li Nitian clicked his tongue, speaking to the Li clan members behind him with a sentimental tone. Did you see? It's not just us, the great Xia divine dynasty was even more arrogant than us, and they still extended an olive branch to Jiang Wang. That's right, and I heard that the general who went to the Li clan to show off was directly turned into pieces by the emperor. Li Nitian grinned, regretting from his guts to his throat. The clansman didn't know, but could he not know? That General Wu could easily crush him into 8 pieces with just one finger. Such a powerful general, the emperor didn't even blink and killed him. Just thinking of it with a fingernail gives a guess as to why. Wasn't it because of the marriage annulment with Jiang Wang? Thinking of this, Li Nitian found the words at the tip of his tongue somewhat dry. Stop it, let's go back. Since Jiang Wang has accepted our things, there's no need to worry. Let's hurry back to see if we can arrange another marriage with the Jiang clan. Yes, let's hurry back. So he really didn't come? The emperor sat on his dragon throne, letting out a long sigh. Xia Ziyin snorted coldly from below. Your Majesty, Jiang Wang is ungrateful, let me just capture him back directly. The emperor waved his hand. No need. After saying this, the emperor sighed again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but remember that hateful Wu Qi. Humph. The emperor slammed his palm on the dragon throne, standing up angrily, gritting his teeth as he spoke. It's all that damned Wu Qi's fault. If it weren't for him showing off in the Jiang clan, how could we have this situation today? A roaring dragon sound filled the entire hall with anger. The emperor's protective dragon aura flickered around him. Father, where did Jiang Wang get his confidence to be so arrogant, even ignoring your summons? Xia Mangyao delicate figure appeared in the hall, coming to the emperor's side. Upon seeing Xia Mangyao, the emperor seemed to be somewhat annoyed and sat back down on the dragon throne. He looked at Xia Mangyao and spoke. After all, he has an ancient holy body, it's normal for someone so young to feel a bit proud. The emperor paused and continued speaking. Moreover, there were some unpleasant events before, which made him have a bad impression of our great Xia divine dynasty. Xia Mangyao pouted and said softly. He's really petty. Father, don't worry. If I meet him in the arena, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Xia Mangyao shook her cute little fist in anger. The emperor looked at her, his expression somewhat strange. Suddenly he remembered the scene when Jiang Wang defeated Li Changxiu earlier. That overwhelming punch directly shattered the defensive spirit treasure. Thinking of this, he glanced at his little princess, feeling a bit worried for her. The emperor silently thought in his heart. Even if he wants to deal with Jiang Wang, I hope she doesn't get hurt. Ever since Jiang Wang began to rise, the emperor admired him more and more. Especially that unstoppable momentum about him, which made him look at him differently. But appreciating was one thing. The emperor's expression was complex, as if he was weighing something. After a moment, he secretly thought in his heart. If Jiang Wang becomes someone of our great Xia divine dynasty, with his heavenly ancient holy body, and if he trains in our heavenly dragon sutra, he will surely reach the peak extreme. At the same time, on Jiang Wang's way back to Lingmiao Peak, there was no longer any hindrance. Just as she was about to close her eyes and meditate, Shenlinger pushed the door and entered. Sister Linger. Shenlinger sat down beside Jiang Wang and spoke to him. How have you been these past few days? Have you seen your younger brother? Jiang Wang nodded. I saw him. I also watched his battle with Qin Yan. He is very strong, even if I met him, I wouldn't dare to say I could definitely defeat him. Shenlinger looked contemplative. Jiang Wang nodded in agreement. That's right, he is indeed stronger than I imagined, and I feel this is not his limit. Your brother is not simple. Shenlinger said to the person in front of her. Then Jiang Wang seemed to suddenly think of something. Sister Linger, why does the Creation Immortal Palace give such great face to the Luo clan and the Daxia divine dynasty? Shenlinger was taken aback upon hearing this. Are you referring to the separate grand hall arrangements for these two sects? Yes, that's right, and I can feel that the cultivators of the Creation Immortal Palace show great respect to these two clans. He was puzzled. These two clans have fewer saints and saint kings than our Creation Immortal Palace, so why do they value them so much? After listening to Jiang Wang's words, Shenlinger glanced at him with a strange expression. How can you call yourself a member of the Luo clan and not even know this? Jiang Wang's expression became somewhat awkward. Since his birth, he could count the number of times he had left the clan on one hand. Let alone the entire continent and the primordial immortal domain, even the distribution of powers in the eastern part of the primordial immortal domain, where the Jiang clan is located, he didn't understand. Seeing his expression, Shenlinger couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Then she straightened her soft little face and began to explain. First, she spoke about the Luo clan. It is said that during the primordial era, the Luo clan was also considered a prestigious clan, the same as today's ancient families. The first ancestor of the Luo clan, Luo Shen. In that era, he was a famous emperor. Not only did he have countless saints and saint kings within the clan, but he also possessed an extreme path imperial weapon. But for some unknown reason, only Luo Shen appeared as a great emperor in the Luo clan. With the fall of the emperor, the Luo clan began to decline, and the extreme path imperial weapon also became lost. Without the protection of the emperor and the extreme path imperial weapon, the ancient family had already become a mere name. With weakened strength, they naturally lost the capital to compete with other strong clans for resources. Over time, the resources in the clan could no longer support those powerful ones. Thus, without the protection of the emperor, extreme path imperial weapon, and many strong practitioners, their former territory was gradually devoured. This is how the Luo clan became what it is today. But as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It is rumored that when the great emperor Luo Shen fell, he seemed to have hidden the extreme path imperial weapon within the clan. Although there has been no news about the extreme path imperial weapon from the Luo clan in recent years, the truth remains a mystery known only to a few. Furthermore, it is rumored that there may still be an ancient monster sleeping within the Luo clan, who followed Luo Shen. What strength that ancient monster possesses now is, of course, unknown to anyone. In summary, this is the remaining ruling power of the Luo clan today. Now, let's talk about the Daxia Divine Dynasty. Although the Daxia Divine Dynasty has not produced a great emperor since its establishment, its first human emperor, during his later years, unexpectedly obtained a broken extreme path imperial weapon, and then collected the treasures of heaven and earth, eventually sacrificing himself to repair that imperial weapon. Though it still has some distance from a true extreme path imperial weapon, its power remains terrifying. Moreover, there are still some ancient monsters sleeping within the clan. These two clans, relying on their own hidden cards, are able to gain a seat of honor within the Creation Immortal Palace. After listening to Shen Linger's explanation, Jiang Wang took a long time to close his mouth, which had opened in shock. Shen Linger shook her head helplessly and patted his shoulder. Sigh, little brother, it seems you still have a lot to learn. After saying this, Shen Linger left Jiang Wang's Chongshan villa. Watching Shen Linger leave, Jiang Wang couldn't help but smacked his lips. My gosh. It looks like I need to work harder, or I might suffer when I go to the Luo family after becoming an adult. Thinking of this, he no longer delayed and directly entered into a state of training. The competition at the Immortal Palace had reached the third day today. The number of participants was decreasing, at least half eliminated each day. Even those who won often had to withdraw due to severe injuries. Yet even so, the Zhongxian Square was still packed with people. In fact, as the competition progressed, the number kept increasing. On the fourth day, Jiang Wang finally encountered some powerful opponents. They were all well known among the younger generation in the ancient immortal domain. But without exception, they were all pushed aside by Jiang Wang, each defeated with a single punch. Every time, Jiang Wang would defeat his opponent with the fastest speed and then start running around to watch others' matches. Because his speed was always the fastest, for a moment, Jiang Wang gained some fame in the Immortal Palace. However, Jiang Wang's title of first was not always secure. There was still one person whose speed was not much different from his and even slightly faster on one occasion. This person was Luo Xing. At this moment, Luo Xing had already gained a fierce reputation. Everyone knew that this 5-year-old son of the Luo family was ruthless in battle. His opponent on the third day even surrendered before the fight started. This made the names of Luo Xing and Jiang Wang echo throughout the entire Immortal Palace. After the fourth day's competition ended, Jiang Wang happened to overhear a few people discussing him on the way back to Lingmiao Peak. Truly, one generation is stronger than the last. I've watched the battle between Luo Xing and Jiang Wang, they are both so fierce. Of course, the former is the son of the Luo family, having countless resources since childhood and exceptional talent, naturally much stronger. But I feel he's not as good as Jiang Wang, haven't you heard? Jiang Wang is said to be an ancient sacred body. Everyone was shocked. What? Ancient sacred body, that can't be right, how come we haven't seen him use it? Naturally, it's because his opponents are unworthy, don't worry, you will definitely see it. By the way, you may not know, right? Suddenly, one person spoke mysteriously to the others. Everyone curiously asked. Know what? That Jiang Wang and Luo Xing are actually brothers. Ah? I don't believe it. Jiang Wang did not stay too long here, to be honest, these things were really not secrets. After all, whether it was the Jiang family or the Luo family, there were many people, and it was inevitable that others would find out. Time quickly arrived at the fifth day. On this fifth day, there were only a little over 100 participants left. 64 golden lotus platforms appeared in the sky above Zhongxian Square. He Long's figure appeared out of thin air and looked down at the crowd, speaking. Today is already the fifth day of the Immortal Palace competition, there are 128 remaining. Today, we will select 64 true disciples for the 7 great peaks, recognizing the respective peak masters as teachers, while the other 64 can still choose to join the 12 pavilions. He Long paused for a moment. Suddenly, he looked towards the sky and loudly said. Let us welcome the masters of the 12 pavilions and the peak masters of the 7 peaks. The crowd was in an uproar, all looking towards the void ahead. They saw the void twist and 12 figures appeared in this world. These 12 figures included elderly men over 60, amiable young scholars, and beautiful women with slender figures. These 12 people were diverse in shape and appearance, yet their strong presence was similar, each one was a genuine sage-level powerhouse. At this moment, the cultivators in the Zhongxian Immortal Palace soared into the air together. Approaching these 12 figures. All 12 figures nodded, then descended to the front of the Zhongxian Square. Behind each of them, an ethereal long bench made of spirit vines appeared, but they did not take a seat, seemingly waiting for something. Sure enough, in the next moment, the spiritual energy in this world suddenly became active. The space trembled. 7 figures, each with different appearances, slowly emerged in this realm. These 7 figures were similar to the 12 hall masters from before. Among them was a white-haired elderly man, and a stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure. That stunning beauty was, of course, Jiang Wang's alluring master. The rest were mostly serious-faced, unfriendly middle-aged men. Jiang Wang looked towards the wonderful saint. The latter also felt Jiang Wang's gaze, her beautiful eyes like autumn waters looked towards him. Then she slightly nodded at him. Greetings to all the peak masters. As these 7 super strong figures appeared, whether it was the disciples of the Creation Immortal Palace or the 12 Hallmasters just now, all bowed to these 7 figures. These 7 figures represented the strongest foundation within the Creation Immortal Palace. They displayed the arrogant capital of the Creation Immortal Palace. On the field, the 7 figures stood tall in the void. Each one wielded their power, transforming into golden lotus or chairs. Then they crossed their legs in the air, looking with great interest at Jiang Wang and the others. At this time, Heilong's gaze also looked towards Jiang Wang's group. He spoke, today's competition will still be drawn by lots. Without further ado, the strengths and weaknesses will soon be known. Let the battle begin. With Heilong's final loud shout, the Zhongxian mirror in the sky shot out more than 100 rays of light, enveloping Jiang Wang and the others. Jiang Wang followed the invitation and entered the arena. However, this time, as the light dissipated in front of him, Jiang Wang's expression also turned peculiar. He saw the person across from him, wearing a pink silk dress, with fair and tender skin, and a delicate face with 2 big, watery eyes that were particularly endearing. This person was none other than Xiao Mengyao. Chapter 64. Seeing that the opponent for this match was Jiang Wang, Xiao Mengyao was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, she revealed a proud smile. She waved her small pink fist at Jiang Wang, looking as if to say, "You're in for it." However, Jiang Wang had no ripples in his heart facing Xiao Mengyao. As a once outstanding youth raised under the red flag, although he was now in a child's body, he certainly had no interest in this little girl. The spiritual barrier in between began to slowly dissipate. Xiao Mengyao and Jiang Wang both began to rise slowly into the air. Golden spiritual energy surged around Xiao Mengyao, resonating with the sounds of dragons roaring in the arena. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang's golden blood energy soared to the heavens, bathing him in golden divine light, even his hair was dyed gold by this brilliance. In the aura surrounding Jiang Wang and Xiao Mengyao, many powerful figures turned their gazes toward them. The 7 peak masters in the sky also watched this scene with great interest. An elderly man wearing a white Taoist robe, with completely white hair and a kind face, chuckled as he watched. Is this the ancient holy body? Like the ocean, surging with unique blood energy, it truly lives up to its name. This elder was the peak master of Yantian Peak among the 7 mighty figures in the Creation Immortal Palace, Yantian Taoist. It was said he could master formations to seize the creation of heaven and earth, possessing unfathomable skill. Brother Dao, your words seem to suggest you hold a favorable view of this young man named Jiang Wang? Speaking was a middle-aged man in a purple robe, with a solemn expression. He was surrounded by a depth of Dao aura, making the spiritual energy around him seem ready to collapse the void. The pupils in his eyes exhibited a unique purple hue. This is the Lord of Tongtian Peak, known as the Tongtian Great Sage, who is also the most skilled in spiritual power among the 7 peak lords. It is said that when he waves his sleeves, he can summon purple energy from the east for 80,000 miles, turning an entire area into dust. The Tongtian Great Sage's purple-hued eyes quickly scanned the two, then he pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I think that the little princess of the Daxia Divine Dynasty is slightly stronger, judging from her aura. She must have practiced the great true dragon scripture of the Daxia Divine Dynasty. It is said that this scripture is extremely domineering, crushing all enemies in the world. Hearing the words of the Tongtian Taoist, several voices of agreement came out. He, I don't believe that little guy named Jiang Wang will lose. Looking closer, they saw a strong bald man with his upper body naked, smiling as he gazed at Jiang Wang in the light curtain. This man had bronze-colored skin, and the muscles on his body entwined like strong dragons. Veins bulged, and a faint thunderous sound resonated from within him, like the sound of blood colliding in his body. He was the lord of Qinlong Peak, the Qinlong Great Sage, who specialized in physical cultivation. It is said that during a battle against a holy king, he shattered the king's life treasure with his bare hands. He could shatter the heavens with his fists and crack the earth with his feet. The Qinlong Great Sage rubbed his bald head and laughed as he spoke. Just to be clear, whether this kid wins or loses, I want him. Don't compete with me, letting such a good physique go to waste is a crime. The Tongtian Great Sage's expression remained unchanged as he slowly replied. You are being overly optimistic. Although he has the ancient saint body, he is still in his youth, and Xiao Mengyao is not an ordinary body, she possesses the innate spiritual body Dao Fetus. Innate spiritual body Dao Fetus, I remember, the former Yuan-Shi emperor also had this constitution. At that moment, a graceful young man in blue, holding a white folding fan, suddenly spoke. His long hair flowed freely. Compared to the solemnity of the Tongtian Great Sage, this man appeared more carefree and ethereal, gently waving his fan, causing gusts of wind. With a smile that seemed almost intangible, he gave a warm and friendly impression. This was the saint of Qingtian Peak. Indeed, this is why I believe that Xiao Mengyao Throughout history, countless extraordinary physiques have emerged, and the innate spiritual body Dao fetus is not unique, but there has only ever been one Yuan Shi emperor. One cannot determine everything merely by physique. When the crowd heard this voice, they were slightly startled. For the one who spoke these words was the Miao Saint. At this moment, the Miao Saint was sitting upon the back of a celestial crane, his beautiful eyes, like autumn waters, gazed intently at the light curtain. The Qingtian Saint was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, gently waving his fan, and spoke to him. It seems the Miao Saint is quite hopeful about this little guy. The Miao Saint showed no signs of hiding his thoughts, directly nodding in agreement. Ha ha ha, how rare. The proud Miao Saint holds such high hopes for this little fellow, that truly makes one expectant. Then let us wait and see. The Tongtian great sage looked deeply at the Miao Saint, then chose not to say more, planning to use the results to validate his thoughts. At this time, the people of the Daxia divine dynasty had also arrived at the Zongxian square. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, watching the two in the light curtain, feeling a bit anxious, sweating slightly. I wonder if Meng Yao can hold on. Xia Jijin seemed to sense the emperor's worries and spoke to comfort him from the side. Your Majesty need not worry, although Jiang Wang is exceptionally strong, the little princess is also extraordinarily gifted and may not necessarily lose to that Jiang family's saint body. The emperor looked at Xia Jijin, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, sighed, and helplessly asked. That little fellow from the Jiang clan has become increasingly powerful, never slacking off in his training. On the other hand, Meng Yao has been sleeping during her practice and catching birds and beasts when she should be training. It's fine to deal with some mediocre opponents, but if she encounters a true genius, do you think she will be a match for them? Hearing the emperor's words, Xia Jijin's expression turned awkward. At that moment, he recalled the scene where Xia Mengyao had made life difficult for the powerful teachers of the great Xia divine dynasty, and he found himself at a loss for words. In the light screen, the two stood in mid-air, staring at each other. Xia Mengyao gave a soft snort and spoke up. Jiang Wang, you are too stingy. It's not like the empress sent someone to your Jiang clan. She has already been punished by Father Emperor, and I haven't blamed you for it. Boom. Before Xia Mengyao could finish her words, Jiang Wang moved directly, his figure like an arrow shot from a bow, turning into a golden light that charged forward in anger. A golden palm print appeared across the sky, dazzling to the extreme, collapsing the space and producing a strong trembling sound. You! Faced with Jiang Wang's sudden attack, Xia Mengyao was completely unprepared and could only hurriedly mobilize all her spiritual power to defend herself clumsily. Smack! The overwhelming spiritual power burst forth and directly sent Xia Mengyao flying out of the entire arena. Outside, the onlookers were instantly in an uproar. Many people hadn't even figured out what exactly had happened when this battle was already over. Is this for real? I bought seeds just to see this? This is too fast. Wait. Shocked voices erupted from the crowd of spectators. The emperor let out a helpless sigh, as if he had lost all his strength. This. The seven holy kings high above also wore different expressions at this moment. The saint who supported the sky looked at this scene and let out a helpless chuckle. His gaze was faintly directed towards the grand saint, who sat on high in the sky. The latter's expression was calm, not speaking, but a hint of displeasure surfaced in his eyes. In the arena, Xia Mengyao, who had been eliminated, finally reacted. Her gaze towards Jiang Wang was filled with anger and shock as she pointed a small finger at him and shouted. Jiang Wang, you ambushed me. You are shameless. Jiang Wang shrugged and replied. Who ambushed you? Isn't it your own fault? The barrier disappeared, yet you keep dragging this out without end. Who has the time to play with you? You. Xia Mengyao was so angry that her silver teeth bit tightly together. She stammered for a long time but couldn't find the words. After holding back for a long time, she finally spoke up. I don't care. You still ambushed me. I demand a rematch. Jiang Wan laughed. The Huangwan Immortal Palace is opened by your family, I can't be bothered to deal with you. Saying that, he waved his hand, pretending to wait for the light of the Zongxian treasure mirror to descend and take him away. After a while, he slowly frowned. Because the light that was supposed to take him away had not fallen. Outside, the Miao Saint also furrowed her brows slightly upon seeing this. She suddenly turned to look at the Grand Saint. Her red lips parted slightly as she asked. What do you mean by this? The latter slowly stood up, his eyes squinted slightly as he looked at the Zongxian treasure mirror and spoke slowly. The rules do not say that going out of bounds counts as losing. The two of them should fight again. The Miao Saint suddenly smiled. Going out of bounds doesn't count as losing? That really is absurd. There's nothing absurd about it. The rules do not say that going out of bounds counts as losing. Moreover, Miao Saint, I ask you, how do you define boundary? This arena counts as a boundary, but the entire Zongxian treasure mirror also counts as a boundary. Even the whole continent counts as a boundary. Although Xia Mengyao went out of the boundary of the arena, she is still within the boundary. How can this be considered a loss? The Miao Saint furrowed her brows tightly, letting out a cold snort as she looked at the Grand Saint with unkind eyes. In a low voice, she spoke. I don't want to hear you engage in this kind of sophistry. If Grand Saint Tongtian wants to debate, it would be better to choose another day. Today, hurry up and bring that Zhang Wang out. The great sage of heaven remained expressionless, as if he had not seen the faint displeasure in the eyes of the mysterious saint. He simply spoke indifferently. I have already said, if Xia Mengyao has not lost, how can we summon Zhang Wang? Do you really want to turn right into wrong? The mysterious saint snorted coldly, her aura began to surge, and brilliant divine lights appeared in this world. Does the mysterious saint want to fight me? The great sage of heaven also let out a cold snort, his Pat's essence began to slowly swirl, and the purple light in his eyes grew stronger. No, what are you two doing? Let's talk it out. Exactly, it's a happy occasion, why make it so tense? The heavenly giants and others hurriedly spoke to mediate, fearing that the two would start fighting directly. At that moment, a peculiar divine thought suddenly descended upon the square. Those who felt this divine thought all changed their expressions. Welcome, Palace Master. At this moment, whether it was the 7 Peak Masters or the 12 Pavilion Masters, they all stood up, their faces respectful as they bowed to the sky. The crowd below also became incredibly excited. Palace Master? Songxian Palace Master is here too. Oh my, I never expected to see Songxian Palace Master in my lifetime. Calm down, it's just a divine thought. This divine thought was indeed unique, floating erratically in the sky, as if it were everywhere. A clear and bright voice resonated throughout this world, sounding as if the speaker was a young man in his 20s. Little one, the rules did not say that leaving the arena means victory. Are you willing to fight again? Zhang Wang felt very unhappy at this moment. He sensed many of the injustices he had experienced in his previous life. For instance, letting someone with intellectual disabilities be the class monitor and someone unable to walk be the sports commissioner. To his surprise, he still faced injustice here. Even though he was unwilling in every way, Zhang Wang could not directly insult the pride of this powerful being in front of tens of thousands of people. Who? He let out a breath and clasped his fists towards the sky. Since the Songxian Palace Master has appeared, I am willing to compete with Xia Mengyao once more. Haha, that's more like it, a man should have such demeanor. This attitude of Zhang Wang was seemingly appreciated by the Songxian Palace Master. After saying this, everyone sensed that the divine thought had vanished. We bid farewell to the Songxian Palace Master. However, at this time, the voice of the Songxian Palace Master appeared in Zhang Wang's mind again. Little one, I am pleased that you recognize the importance of things. The face of the great Xia divine dynasty needs some care. The path of the strong is indeed fraught with thorns, unfairness is the norm. If you feel wronged, use your fists to make everyone quiet. Go on, I have high hopes for you. After saying this, the voice of the Songxian Palace Master completely disappeared. The great sage of heaven remained with his calm expression, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. After glancing at the mysterious saint, he let out a cold laugh and sat back down on the platform. The mysterious saint gently relaxed her brows. Since the Songxian Palace Master had spoken, she would not say more, and also sat down to continue watching the match. After receiving the transmission, Zhang Wang let out a sigh of relief. The golden light that had just calmed began to grow stronger, and he looked at the smug Xia Mengyao with slightly cold eyes. The latter flew back into the arena, putting her hands on her hips and provocatively said to Zhang Wang, "Come on, this princess is ready." Regarding Xia Mengyao's provocation, Zhang Wang still did not speak but slowly formed hand seals with both hands. The spiritual energy in this world began to grow violent at that moment. Endless golden blood energy burst forth from the top of his head. The ground beneath him transformed into a golden battleground at that moment. Golden waves of spiritual power rose up thousands of feet high. Above the sea, golden lotuses bloomed, surrounded by countless strands of aura. The golden lotuses floated on their own, drifting in the golden ocean, with a strange golden mist spreading out, drifting towards Xia Mengyao on the opposite side. Remember, this is something you brought upon yourself. Chapter 66. Zhang Wang's gaze was calm, his eyes filled with golden light. He looked at Xia Mengyao and slowly spoke. At this moment, her delicate face was also filled with tension, as dragon shadows appeared around her, giving low growls of warning against the spreading golden mist. The outside world had already descended into a frenzied atmosphere. Is this the phenomenon of the ancient holy body, the golden lotus of the bitter sea? Truly incredibly powerful. If that golden mist touches you, it will undoubtedly crush you into fine powder with its immense power. I'm so envious. How can someone born with so many abilities play around? Shoo, it's going to be an exciting show. Not just these onlookers. At this moment, whether it was the 7 peak masters in the sky or the 12 pavilion masters, they were all fixated on this scene. The emperor slowly stood up, looking at Xia Mengyao in the light screen, feeling an involuntary cold sweat for her. And at this moment, there was also someone else who was staring intently at this scene. It was Luo Xing, who had already defeated his opponent. Luo Xing looked at Jiang Wang in the light screen, with a different light flashing in his eyes, pondering something. Then he looked at those golden lotuses swaying in the wind. His gaze drooped, softly murmuring, "Ancient holy body." Xia Mengyao's eyes were also covered in golden light at this moment. Powerful spiritual energy surged from her body, slowly revealing a colossal golden dragon behind her. The golden dragon soared through the void, looking lifelike, its scales standing erect, opening its fearsome mouth and letting out an enraged roar at Jiang Wang. Roar! The enormous dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth, directly charging towards the continuously spreading golden mist. Boom! The mysterious and peculiar golden mist was like an incredibly heavy golden wave, crashing against the massive body of the dragon. Dragon scales shattered, golden dragon blood splattered out. The dragon let out a mournful roar, its massive tail sweeping through the mysterious mist. That powerful momentum caused the void around to collapse entirely. Ripples of immense spiritual power spread out, causing the hard floor of the arena to crack inch by inch, and stone columns to collapse. Jiang Wang remained unmoved amidst the strong wave of spiritual power, his hands sketching in the empty space before him. Spiritual energy surged violently from his body. A black and a white pair of yin-yang fish appeared before him, intertwined, forming a yin-yang diagram. The yin and yang spun, and the two colors of spiritual energy continuously wove together. A powerful aura emanated outward, shaking the space, as if it could barely withstand this immense power. Jiang Wang shouted loudly. Two phenomena descended upon him, directly carrying the yin-yang life and death diagram towards Xia Mengyao, attacking her. Seeing Jiang Wang attacking her, Xia Mengyao's brow furrowed. Her hand seals changed continuously, and dragon roars echoed forth. On her two fair and tender arms, dragon scale phantoms began to emerge. True dragon shaking heaven seal. Xia Mengyao also exclaimed loudly. Both arms raised above her head, a massive seal appeared in her hands, contrasting sharply with her petite figure. On the giant seal, peculiar golden dragon-shaped runes flickered, densely packed, as if they carried endless pressure. I will crush you. Boom! The yin-yang life and death diagram collided with the true dragon great seal. The surrounding space instantly began to shake violently, followed by large areas collapsing down. The spiritual energy within both their bodies frantically poured into the clash. No one is willing to submit to anyone. Jiang Wang snorted coldly, and the yin-yang life and death diagram was brought out with his bare hands. Then, he stomped hard on the void, carrying a sharp force, lifting his leg and attacking Xia Mengyao. This princess has grown up in the dragon's blood since childhood. I am not afraid of your body. What nonsense, saint body. Today, I'll break your leg. Xia Mengyao shouted angrily. With one hand clenched into a fist, she angrily smashed it down at Jiang Wang. Ah! At the moment their fists and feet met, Xia Mengyao's face changed drastically, her small face filled with shock. She clearly felt the immense power coming from Jiang Wang's leg. Boom! Xia Mengyao's small body was directly kicked by Jiang Wang, flying out and then crashing heavily onto the ground. Hey! The Emperor of Humans immediately stood up, unable to hold back any longer. If it weren't for certain concerns, he would have wanted to step in and rescue Xia Mengyao right now. Please rest assured, Emperor. If the situation is wrong, I will naturally intervene. The Supreme Saint in the sky spoke. The Emperor of Humans frowned, cupped his fists towards the Supreme Saint above, and then had no choice but to sit back down. He looked at the light screen in front of him, his expression complex. At this moment, the audience watching the battle also all had their mouths agape. Wow, really wow, this Jiang Wang is a ruthless one, killing flowers with his hands at such a young age. Isn't that right? He gives no face at all. The little princess of the Daxia divine dynasty was kicked into the ground. If we didn't see it with our own eyes, who would believe it? Sigh, he really doesn't understand how to cherish a delicate woman. This guy deserves to be single for life. For this person's words, countless voices instantly opposed it. These voices came from beautiful young girls or female cultivators. Looking at Jiang Wang in the light screen, with his hair flying and wrapped in golden light, looking like a god, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. Jiang Wang is so handsome. I really want to marry him. He's both handsome and cute. And he's so strong. Is this the legendary emperor-like aura? In the arena, Jiang Wang glanced at Xia Mengyao, still struggling in the deep pit, then without hesitation. He clenched his fist with one hand, and golden blood energy erupted wildly. A fist slammed heavily on the golden dragon seal. Crack! Jiang Wang's incredibly powerful fist directly caused the dragon seal to be covered in cracks. Then, with a crack, it shattered into countless spiritual energy light spots, scattering in the air. His body quickly fell, his sleeve rolling up, and a gust of spiritual energy swept out, blowing away all the dust in the arena. Then, in everyone's gaze, he directly grabbed Xia Mengyao with one hand and asked her, "How is it? Are you convinced now? Not convinced? If you have the ability, let go of me." Xia Mengyao flailed her arms and legs in the air, desperately trying to grab Jiang Wang. For a moment, she even forgot to use any spiritual power. Jiang Wang frowned. "Not convinced, huh? Then I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father and mother. Remember, the people outside won't pamper you." Then, he slapped her again and again, each slap landing heavily on Xia Mengyao's perky little bottom. Smack! With a crisp sound, the world seemed to fall into silence. The people outside the arena, upon seeing the scene, all opened their mouths at the same time, their eyes filled with endless astonishment. The little princess of the Daxia divine dynasty was slapped on the butt by him? Oh my god, in broad daylight like this? This little guy really gives no face to Daxia at all. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed through the world, lingering for a long time. Xia Mengyao, who had been struggling just a moment ago, was now stunned. She thought she was imagining things. It wasn't until the fiery pain spread from her small bottom that she slowly realized she had been spanked. You dare slap my butt?" Xia Mengyao slowly turned her head, looking at Jiang Wang with an expression of disbelief. In an instant, Xia Mengyao's eyes slowly reddened, mist rising from them. The next moment, her cute and delicate little face instantly turned as rosy as a ripe apple. Tears could not help but flow from her eyes. At the same time, Xia Mengyao seemed to go mad, clawing towards Jiang Wang as if she had forgotten to use her spiritual power. "You Jiang Wang, my father and mother have never hit me, woo woo woo. I want to kill you, Jiang Wang." Looking at Xia Mengyao, who was like a demon in his arms, Jiang Wang felt a surge of unnamed anger rise within him. Originally, he still thought his actions were a bit abrupt, considering she was just a little girl. But now, seeing Xia Mengyao like this, he immediately decided to go all the way, since he had already started. "Still not convinced, huh? Then, fine." Saying this, Jiang Wang raised his palm again and began to slap Xia Mengyao's little bottom, one after another. "Woo woo woo, Jiang Wang, woo woo woo." Xia Mengyao felt the waves of fiery pain coming from her little bottom, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She initially wanted to keep her pride and directly fight Jiang Wang today. But after she completely ran out of strength, she sadly discovered that she could not escape Jiang Wang's grip at all. And Jiang Wang continued to slap Xia Mengyao's little bottom repeatedly. "Woo woo woo, I give up, I admit defeat." Xia Mengyao finally spoke, her delicate little face full of grievance and humiliation. As her plea for mercy came out, a beam of light immediately descended, wrapping around her and taking her away from this place. At this moment, Xia Mengyao had tears in her eyes, filled with rage. She looked at Jiang Wang with a gaze that seemed like it wanted to devour him alive. Her silver teeth clenched, she angrily said, "Jiang Wang, just you wait." "Oh?" Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, pretending to charge at her. "Father." Seeing the situation, Xia Mengyao no longer dared to stay, and immediately fled in haste. At this moment, outside, everyone looked on with peculiar expressions, their gazes somewhat ambiguous as they looked towards the direction of the great Xia Emperor. "I feel like there's going to be a good show now. The great Xia divine dynasty is always overbearing and protective, how could they let Jiang Wang go? No way, everything Jiang Wang did was within the rules, and he didn't cause any substantial harm. If the great Xia divine dynasty is going to make things difficult over this, it will seem a bit too petty. Indeed, it's within the rules, but what Jiang Wang did is no different than slapping the emperor's face." You didn't let him off either." "That's true, but after that scene, I suddenly thought about how this little princess will face Jiang Wang when she grows up." The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his expression complicated as he looked towards the figure of Jiang Wang in the light curtain, his gaze flickering. "Bastard! Your Majesty, how can the little princess be so humiliated?" "Exactly, we must take revenge for the little princess. Your Majesty, issue an order, and let me go catch this boy. Let me go, Your Majesty." Before the emperor could respond, the people of the great Xia divine dynasty behind him were all furious and clamoring for Jiang Wang to pay the price. With a slow wave of his hand, the emperor sighed and turned to the uncertain Xia Jijin beside him, asking, "So, what I said is true?" Xia Jijin awkwardly smiled, not knowing what to say at that moment. Just then, wrapped in light, Xia Mengyao ran in crying and directly jumped into the emperor's arms. "Woo woo woo, father, Jiang Wang bullied me." At this time, Xia Mengyao's eyes were swollen, and just thinking of Jiang Wang's actions made her skin feel like it was burning. As she spoke, tears poured out of her eyes, as if they had been soaked in spring water. With a pitiful voice, she called out to the emperor, "Father." The emperor, of course, knew what his beloved daughter meant, and for a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. This The Emperor of Humans was, of course, very heartbroken to see his beloved daughter being beaten. But in the end, he was simply outmatched. Especially since she lost to that Jiang Wang from the Jiang family. After a moment, the Emperor let out a long sigh. He patted the little head of Xiao Mengyao, his tone filled with helplessness as he spoke. You were lazy while training, just playing around when practicing your skills, and now you're stunned in front of a stronger opponent, right? That kid is better than you in both technique and strength by far. How about it? Did you learn your lesson this time? Hearing the Emperor's words, Xiao Mengyao was stunned. Her little mouth immediately pouted. At just 5 years old, she was incredibly smart and surely understood what the Emperor meant. It was impossible for her to ask the Emperor to help her take revenge. But Xiao Mengyao still wanted to make one last attempt, her big watery eyes filled with mist. Her delicate, fair little face was full of grievance, looking incredibly pitiful. Father. The Emperor, knowing he might not withstand his beloved daughter's ploy, simply turned his head and spoke. Ahem, don't try that with me. If you want revenge, then practice hard from now on and go find him yourself. After he finished speaking, the Emperor directly closed his eyes to rest, saying no more. Seeing this, Xiao Mengyao knew that her cuteness wouldn't work, so she could only leave with a heavy heart. Before she left, she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Wang, who had just come out. Feeling Xiao Mengyao's presence fade away, the Emperor slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head helplessly. Beside him, Xia Jijin pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked. Your Majesty, won't this hurt the little princess's feelings? Where is there a life without challenges? Mengyao has grown up amidst much pampering, never experiencing setbacks. Now letting her learn some lessons is a good thing. Right now, I can keep her safe, and there will be no danger in this competition. It is better to suffer a little now than to end up losing her life later. Yes. Hearing the Emperor's words, Xia Jijin had nothing more to say and could only nod in agreement. At this moment, the 7 holy kings in the sky had different expressions. Ha ha ha, Tongtian sage, it seems you can't favor this little princess either. The dragon capture sage laughed heartily, his voice booming like thunder as he teased the frowning Tongtian sage. This kid indeed has good strength, but he's too rough when dealing with girls. The sky strength sage stroked his chin, speaking with a half smile. As for the Tongtian sage, he directly stood up, snorted coldly, and then waved his sleeve to leave. Chapter 68. As the Tongtian sage left, the other 6 exchanged glances and then chuckled lightly. After all these years, the Tongtian sage is still the same, his pride too strong. The Yen Tian Taoist looked at the departing figure of the Tongtian sage, unable to suppress a laugh. Ha ha ha, who says it isn't? Too proud to suffer. The dragon capture sage let out another loud laugh, teasing him. Then, his expression became serious as he looked at the others and said. Hey, I warned you in advance, I'll take this kid regardless of winning or losing, so no one better compete with me. As the Tongtian sage's words fell, a calm voice suddenly emerged. That's just your one-sided wish. No one has agreed. And according to rumors, the black-clothed sword saint and the master of the Zhongxian palace were old acquaintances, following him from the very beginning. Everyone was somewhat surprised to see the sword saint speak. The dragon-seizing great sage furrowed his brow, perplexed, and asked. Ah, blind swordsman, I just don't understand what you mean. What use is Jiang Wang to you, a sword practitioner? Isn't that just leading people astray? The Jiang clan's inheritance, the divine sword art, still has some fame in the Wild Valley immortal realm. As a member of the Jiang clan, he must know that sword art. Since it's related to the sword, how could joining my sect mislead him? The black-clothed sword saint looked at the dragon-seizing great sage with his eyes covered by a black cloth. The latter grinned, his white teeth contrasting sharply with his bronze-colored skin. You say I'm being one-sided, but isn't that also being self-indulgent? Just now in the battle, you saw that he didn't even release a single sword energy. Oh right, I forgot, you probably can't see it, huh? In the face of the dragon-seizing great sage's sarcasm, the black-clothed sword saint seemed completely unfazed and replied calmly. That's just because the sword art is too low in rank, not suitable for this level of battle. With me training him, he will naturally learn high-level sword arts. Hey, it's quite rare, Brother Woming has expressed a whole year's worth of thoughts, hasn't he? The Heavenly Fire Great Sage, who had also been silent, spoke up with curiosity. The Heavenly Fire Great Sage wore a fire-red robe, his face resolute, and his long, fiery hair hung down his back. Every gesture and movement made the surrounding people feel the temperature rising in this world. There were rumors that the Heavenly Fire Great Sage had a fiery temper in his early years due to his cultivation method. To compete for a flame seed, 2 people had turned a corner of a desolate continent into ruins. The others nodded in agreement to the Heavenly Fire Great Sage's words. Because the black-clothed sword saint was usually quiet and not good at speaking, today he had actually said so much. It was clear that the black-clothed sword saint truly cherished Jiang Wang's talent. The miraculous saint and her companions merely listened to the conversation, not speaking further. She did not reveal that Jiang Wang was actually her disciple. Thus, as Jiang Wang's battle ended, the other participants also gradually split into winners and losers. From 128 people, they had divided into two groups. The 64 victors stood on the golden lotus, while the 64 who lost stood by with their heads down, enviously looking at the winners who made it through. Now it was time for the 7 peak masters and the 12 pavilion lords to choose disciples. Since each peak master was a top expert, each had a unique personality. Therefore, their requirements for disciples and the number they accepted were quite different. The 64 people each needed to have about 8 or 9 disciples accepted by each peak master. And relationships like Jiang Wang and the miraculous saint belonged to the kind of closed discipleship. Perhaps only the miraculous saint of Lingmiao Peak would take in a disciple like Jiang Wang. The other peak masters might not accept such closed disciples at all. Xiao Mangyao had already found a place to cry. Now she stood on the defeated side with a pouting mouth, her angry eyes occasionally shooting daggers at Jiang Wang. At this moment, a vast purple aura suddenly filled the sky, like a huge mass of purple clouds. The figure of the heavenly wisdom great sage appeared, then looked at everyone and spoke. A temporary decision, this year's rules have changed. This time, all 7 peak masters, including me, will wait until the first place is determined before selecting disciples. The heavenly wisdom great sage paused, his gaze landing on Jiang Wang, his purple-tinged eyes flashing with complexity. Then he suddenly turned around and called out to the sky behind him. We welcome the palace master's divine thought to descend. With the end of the heavenly wisdom great sage's words, that ethereal and mysterious divine thought once again descended upon this realm. That clear voice resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Jiang Wang, I grant you permission today to freely choose a peak master and become their disciple. With your talent, I believe no one will refuse you. As for whether you will become their core disciple, that depends on your fortune. As the voice of the Zhongxian palace master fell, everyone present was in an uproar at this moment. Goodness, Jiang Wang really has great favor. I am really envious beyond measure. The competitors beside Jiang Wang looked at him with incredulous eyes, filled with complicated admiration. The emperor slowly stood up, looking towards Jiang Wang, who stood tall beneath the heavens, filled with shock and regret in his heart. Although he had regretted his decision about Jiang Wang many times before, with the latter continuously creating miraculous feats, the emperor wished he could transcend time and directly snuff out the version of himself from the past who had turned a blind eye. Ha, little guy, your ancient holy body directly benefits your physical form. My Qianlong Peak is truly the best fit for you. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. Caves, courtyards, divine sources, sacred treasures, whatever you want, I will give you. As if feeling that his offer wasn't substantial enough, the Qianlong great sage gritted his teeth and spoke to him. Little guy, let me give you a heads up today. If you come to my Qianlong Peak, I will not only teach you the strongest body training techniques, but even the true dragon source marrow. You won't have to fight for it, I will directly give you the drop I have collected. Ah. It's hard to imagine that a Saint King is trying to win over a 5-year-old child. Chapter 69. The audience watching this scene couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The gaze directed at Jiang Wang was filled with envy. Alas, it's really unfair that heaven is not just. My family is even stronger than the Jiang clan, yet why am I not an ancient holy body? True dragon source marrow, even beneficial to a Saint King. Jiang Wang can actually make a Saint King willing to give him such a treasure. Listening to the murmurs below, the charming saintess bit her red lip, and a hint of urgency flashed in her eyes. The conditions put forth by the Qianlong great sage even caused Jiang Wang to be momentarily stunned, feeling the weight of the offer. He was just about to speak. But who would have thought that the one who had always supported Xiao Mangyao, the Tongtian great sage, would speak at this moment? Jiang Wang, you can also choose to come to my Tongtian Peak. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel amused. What was this? With the Tongtian great sage's words, even the other saints looked at him with confusion. Especially the Miao Saintess, who wore a helpless expression, her beautiful eyes looking at the Tongtian great sage as if conveying countless words, perhaps even some vulgarities. Faced with these unusual gazes, the Tongtian great sage might have felt a bit embarrassed. But having come this far, he had seen all sorts of storms and waves. So he merely cleared his throat and, without blushing, addressed Jiang Wang. The great true dragon sutra of the Daxia divine dynasty has been famous for a long time. Although the might of your ancient holy body resonates throughout the continent, you come from a small tribe, and it's been nearly a millennium since an ancient holy body has appeared. The greatness of the holy body only exists in legends. Comparing the two, I naturally favor Xiao Mengyao. Although the Tongtian great sage's words were unpleasant to hear, they were indeed solid facts. This made Jiang Wang's disdain for him diminish significantly. At least he openly admitted when he was wrong and didn't put on a condescending attitude. The Tongtian great sage pondered for a moment and then slowly continued. I know you are young and impulsive, thinking I am trying to make things difficult for you. To make it up to you, as long as you become my disciple at Tongtian Peak, I will not only take you as my core disciple. With the prideful purple energy of Allah, I will directly empower you to break through the Saint Realm. As for the so-called true dragon marrow, I indeed do not possess it, but I can offer you a legendary Qilin divine herb that I stumbled upon in the past. Hiss. A series of sharp gasps echoed through this world. Everyone was wide-eyed at this moment, their eyes burning with heat as if they would directly burst from their sockets. The Qilin divine herb, my goodness. And it's infused with the prideful purple energy, personally bestowed by the Holy King. This is an immense fortune. Exactly. If one advances to the Saint Realm with the prideful purple energy, their foundation will be extraordinarily solid. By the way, what is this prideful purple energy you all speak of about the great sage Tongtian? You don't know? The technique practiced by the great sage Tongtian is called the Allah decision, where spiritual energy is infinitely compressed and refined by a special method, thus obtaining this pure and thick prideful purple energy. I see. At this moment, the great sage Tongtian also realized he was in the wrong, so he immediately threw out a huge temptation. To be honest, Jiang Wang was very tempted when he heard the treasures presented. Well, the great sage Tongtian is impressive, taking the beatings with discipline. As for the other 5 holy kings, after hearing the generous offer from the great sage Tongtian, they couldn't help but be astonished as well. The Holy One of the Sky sighed bitterly and shook his head, looking at Jiang Wang and said, "You little one truly have good fortune, fine, I shall yield." The Holy One of the Sky simply withdrew from his invitation to Jiang Wang. The Taoist of Yen Tian and the great sage of Burning Heaven exchanged glances and also smiled wryly, shaking their heads. Although they greatly admired Jiang Wang, due to their own cultivation reasons, they could not offer him more favorable conditions. Looking at the black-clad sword saint, who sat cross-legged in the void, he slowly spoke. "The aura on you is very beneficial for practicing my sword path. Everything they can offer, I can offer too. Anything I cannot provide, I will ask Song Xian for. Moreover, I can promise you that as long as you join my sword cloud peak, once you reach the peak of the Saint Realm, the position of this peak master will be yours." Wow. The words of the black-clad sword saint instantaneously ignited heated discussions in this realm. No one expected that this heavyweight would also yield directly. And listening to his last sentence, "Anything I cannot provide, I will ask Song Xian for." A simple sentence reflected many things. Prior to this, the black-clad sword saint had already known Song Xian, yet it remained merely rumors. Although no one openly acknowledged it now, this situation revealed certain truths from the side. Most importantly, the actions of the black-clad sword saint clearly showed Jiang Wang's position in his heart. Listening to these conditions laid before him, Jiang Wang's heart was dripping with blood. He wished he could turn into 7 versions of himself, separately collecting benefits before joining each of their factions. Above the heavens, Sang Xian, the palace master, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Then his thought descended upon Jiang Wang's head and he asked him, "So, Jiang Wang, what is your choice?" Jiang Wang pursed his lips, seemingly deep in thought. At this moment, everyone was fully focused. The audience wanted to know whom he would choose, while the holy kings were worried whether they could obtain this genuine gemstone. At this time, the wonderful saintess appeared calm on the outside. But inwardly, she was already in turmoil. Due to the nature of her cultivation technique, she was already at the lower end of the power scale among the 7 holy kings. Moreover, because of her age, the cultivators of the Fortune Immortal Palace had far less respect for her compared to the other holy kings. Various factors led to her lineage being scarce in talent, and naturally, resources were also not abundant. Just as I have just broken through to the Saint King realm, I have long exhausted all my family resources. At this moment, I simply cannot offer better conditions than them. Will this little guy choose someone else? Niao Saint couldn't help but worry like this in her heart. Although she had already taken Jiang Wang as her disciple, it had always been a verbal agreement. If Jiang Wang were to suddenly go back on his word now, she would have no way to stop it. As for whether it would offend her, she believed that as long as Jiang Wang joined any side, the Saint Kings behind him would unconditionally protect him. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling a rare sense of nervousness. Below, Shenlinger opened her small mouth in shock, staring at the scene unfolding before her. She couldn't help but clench her fist and murmured, "Little guy, Miao's sister is so good to you, don't let her down." Chapter 70. Jiang Wang looked at the 7 Saint Kings in the sky. These strong figures standing atop the pyramid of the entire continent were at this moment extending olive branches toward him. No matter what world-class body training techniques, or the coveted Saint King guidance that outsiders could not obtain, or the legendary Qilin divine medicine, to be honest, Jiang Wang wanted them all. Jiang Wang let out a bitter smile, then raised his head to speak to the divine thought descending from the master of Zhangxian Palace. "Master Zhangxian, I choose Ling Miao Peak, Miao Saint." "Ha?" As Jiang Wang voiced his thoughts, everyone present was shocked. More than feeling shocked, these people felt confused. If it were them in Jiang Wang's place, they wouldn't choose Miao Saint over any other great saint. No matter how strong she was, purely in terms of resources, Ling Miao Peak fell far behind the other peaks. No way, what is Jiang Wang thinking? I can't figure it out either. I can't think of any reason to choose Black Robe Sword Saint. Sky-reaching Great Saint would do too. What is Jiang Wang thinking? They say just one drop of blood from capturing Dragon Great Saint can cause a mountain to collapse. Everyone watching couldn't understand or be shocked by Jiang Wang's choice. Even the several Saint Kings in the sky were slightly surprised by Jiang Wang's choice. The Black Robe Sword Saint pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Jiang Wang, I dislike talking in circles, I always say what I mean. I don't know why you made this choice, but I want to tell you that no matter the resources of Ling Miao Peak or the strength of Miao Saint, they do not benefit you at all. As the Black Robe Sword Saint finished speaking, the expressions of the other great saints varied. It was clear that Jiang Wang's choice was also unexpected for them. Everyone began to make their own guesses at this moment. Only the sky-reaching saint quickly scanned Jiang Wang and Miao Saint, then quietly gave Jiang Wang a thumbs up, revealing a knowing smile. Jiang Wang was once again speechless. Just as he felt frustrated, his gaze suddenly landed on Miao Saint. He saw her beautiful eyes looking at him and then unexpectedly smiled gently. That smile was like a blooming flower, turning day into night. Even the world seemed to lose its color. At that moment, Jiang Wang vaguely felt that the beautiful lady made the aura of this world become richer. Once Jiang Wang saw that smile, he immediately no longer felt regret for the things he had lost. If those things were exchanged for a beautiful master, thinking about it, it doesn't seem like a loss. Furthermore, if not for Miao Saint's kind help, how could he have completed so many system tasks to achieve what he is now? Jiang Wang thought in his heart like this. Then he straightened his expression, looking at Tong Tian Great Saint and the others, and spoke. Respected seniors, my thoughts are simple, and I have no evil intentions. The reason for choosing Miao Saint is very simple. In the early years, the marvelous sage had a favor from the Zhang clan, and even before I was born, my mother had already acknowledged the marvelous sage for me. Just a few days ago, the marvelous sage even helped my Zhang clan pass through a life and death disaster. After hearing Jiang Wang's explanation, the expressions of the several holy kings finally softened a bit. Then, the celestial sage opened his mouth and said, if that's the case, then I advise you not to worry. If you join my sect, I can offer a reward to the marvelous sage to repay this favor for you. Hearing the words of the celestial sage, the black-clad sword sage and the dragon capture sage nodded in agreement. But Jiang Wang could only smile helplessly. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I still choose the marvelous sage. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's final decision, the voice of the Tsongxian Palace Master rang out at this moment. Being loyal and grateful, even without the ancient sacred body, your future achievements will surely not be lacking. Since it's like this, is the marvelous sage willing? The marvelous sage slightly nodded her head and softly answered. A smile graced her lips, and her face was like a peach blossom. It seemed that she was very happy with Jiang Wang's decision. Alas, a self-destructive future, it's fine. The celestial sage sighed, disappointment filling his eyes as he looked at Jiang Wang, and then his figure directly vanished from the spot, leaving only wisps of purple mist drifting. The dragon capture sage also sighed in regret. What a pity, what a pity. After repeating what a pity twice, the dragon capture sage did not linger and tore apart the space before leaving. The black-clad sword sage looked at Jiang Wang with his eyes covered by black cloth, opening his mouth as if wanting to say something, but he did not speak. With a movement, he transformed into a streak of sword light and departed. As these holy kings left, the Tsongxian Palace Master's consciousness slowly dissipated at this moment. Jiang Wang, I believe in you and look forward to your upcoming matches. I will not disappoint the Palace Master's expectations. As the Tsongxian Palace Master's consciousness completely vanished from this world, the other holy kings also all departed. The marvelous sage lightly tapped her jade foot on the void, creating a visible ripple in the air. She flew down from the sky and extended her fair and slender palm towards Jiang Wang. Let's return to Ling Miao Peak with your master. Okay. Jiang Wang chuckled and then transformed into a streak of golden light, flying to her side. The two flew towards Ling Miao Peak, leaving the crowd below with expressions of astonishment. Incredible, simply incredible, I would never have thought this would be the outcome. If it were me, I would definitely choose the black-clad sword sage. But at this moment, some people held differing opinions. He never considered what benefits anyone could offer him, he is simply repaying a favor. Exactly, and does anyone doubt that Jiang Wang is genuinely capable, a person who remembers kindness for 1,000 years? But this self-destructive future is indeed a pity. What self-destructive future? With the ancient sacred body, how could anyone external affect his future? Until the figures of the marvelous sage and Jiang Wang completely disappeared from this world, the crowd in the square was still in heated discussion. The emperor sat on the dragon chair, looking in the direction Jiang Wang disappeared, filled with bitterness. His fingers continuously rubbed against each other. Suddenly, he looked at Xia Jijin beside him and asked. Xia Jijin. Here. Tell me, if I personally went to recruit Jian Wang, do you think this kid would agree? Ah. At this moment, in the direction of the Luo clan, Luo Zhantian stood with his hands behind his back, his mind filled with the tall figure of that 5-year-old boy. Looking at the familiar expression between his brows, Luo Zhantian felt a mixture of emotions arise in his heart. Not only did he feel a hint of regret, but a sense of guilt also surfaced in his heart at this moment. Alas! Luo Zhantian let out a long sigh. Beside him, Mo Yunli subtly frowned, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. She approached Luo Zhantian and, reaching out, I linked my arm with his and spoke up. Zhantian, why don't you lower your stance a bit? I will go with you to find that child. He also carries the blood of the Zhang clan and will surely agree to acknowledge his ancestry. Chapter 71. Listening to Mo Yun's words, Luo Zhantian seemed to be thinking, and after a long sigh, he spoke again. Let's talk about it later. After saying this, he turned away, filled with uncertainty. Humph. A trace of hatred flickered in Mo Yun's eyes as she let out a cold snort in anger. Jiang Wang, following the Miao Saint back to Ling Miao Peak, did not return directly to his Qingshan villa. Instead, he was led directly by the Miao Saint into the Miao Divine Hall. At this moment, many figures had already gathered in the Grand Hall. As Jiang Wang and the Miao Saint entered, these figures turned around together, their faces filled with joy, looking at the two. Among these figures, Jiang Wang also saw a few familiar faces. However, he only recognized Xinlinger. At this moment, she gave Jiang Wang a thumbs up, her eyes full of admiration. The Miao Saint's form disappeared from where he stood and reappeared on the chair above the Great Hall. His gaze swept over the figures standing in the hall, then he spoke to everyone. From now on, Jiang Wang will be my only closed-door disciple at Miao Hualing, possessing the highest authority and resources at Ling Miao Peak. Yes. Although the crowd was a bit surprised by the Miao Saint's decision, no opposing voices arose. Everyone had an understanding in their hearts, knowing the situation at Ling Miao Peak. Though it wouldn't be described as bad, after all, with a mighty figure like the Miao Saint holding things together, the necessary resources were present. It's just that due to a lack of talent, some things that needed to be contended for could not be obtained. Now that Jiang Wang had arrived, his talent and strength were enough to take Ling Miao Peak to the next level. But such things were mutual. Jiang Wang's strength and talent required a lot of resources to support him. This led to a deadlock. The talent that could bring you gains requires a large amount of resources to cultivate. Yet, you have no resources sufficient to excite people, so someone has to step forward to contribute. And that person is Jiang Wang. Thus, everyone had no objections to the Miao Saint's decision. After explaining a few things, the Miao Saint turned to Jiang Wang and said, Jiang Wang, let Xinlinger take you around Ling Miao Peak later. Since you've come here, you haven't had a proper look around yet. Jiang Wang chuckled and nodded. Indeed, ever since moving into the Qingshan villa, I've been focused on training, thinking of aiming for first place to bring glory to my master and our Ling Miao Peak. The Miao Saint smiled faintly. Just by coming here, you've already brought honor to your master. Moreover, you don't need to worry too much about the upcoming competitions. In battles with others, the first thing is to protect yourself. As for the rewards, the Miao Saint pondered for a moment, as if thinking about something, then slowly spoke. Currently, we can't find the true dragon. I can't help you hunt one to extract its essence. But perhaps I can help you obtain an immortal medicine. Ha! The Miao Saint's words shocked not only the people present but also Jiang Wang himself. Wow, how audacious. He actually intended to hunt a true dragon just to extract its essence. And the immortal medicine isn't something trivial, you can't just say you'll get one. The existing immortal medicines are well protected by ancient families or super sections. The most abundant immortal medicines are found in the demon region. Many divine beast clans possess inherited immortal medicines. Just like the divine medicine of the Qilin from earlier mentioned by the Tongtian saint. It is the inherited divine medicine of the ancient Qilin clan in the demon region. The ancient Qilin clan is also extremely powerful, and in the ancient times, it was a family of the human race, and within the clan, great emperors had also emerged. The chance of the immortal divine medicine appearing in the wild is almost zero. In this case, if the wonderful saint wants to find a piece of immortal medicine for Jiang Wang, she can only choose to buy it or rob it. Buying should be out of the question, mainly because they wouldn't sell it regardless of price, so the only option left is to rob. Just thinking of this, Jiang Wang hurriedly waved his hands. No, that immortal medicine is not a necessity, I will still work hard myself. He was really afraid that this beautiful master would do something foolish. Seeing Jiang Wang looking like this, the wonderful saint couldn't help but feel amused. Her red lips slightly lifted to reveal a perfect arc, and then she nodded and spoke. Alright, anyway, it doesn't matter if you can't get first place, as your teacher, I will still find a way to compensate you. Thank you, master. After saying this, the wonderful saint did not stay long and disappeared into the hall after giving Jiang Wang a glance. As the wonderful saint left, Jiang Wang was instantly surrounded by everyone in the hall. Jiang Wang saw these old men with graying hair, each with shining eyes, their withered hands reaching out to pinch him all over. Good, just by looking at his body we can feel this overflowing, robust blood energy. No wonder he is the ancient holy body. I am fortunate, thanks to Lord Peak Master, to see the ancient holy body today. Good, indeed. You old guys, don't scare little brother Jiang. Just when Jiang Wang was getting annoyed, Shenlinger suddenly barged in and pushed their hands away one by one. When these people saw it was Shenlinger, they immediately smiled awkwardly. Ha, Linger, we were just curious. At our age, we never expected to see the ancient holy body, so we must study it. Shenlinger snorted lightly and turned her head aside. Go away, you scared our little guy. After saying that, she turned to Jiang Wang and smiled. Jiang Wang, ignore them, let's go. With that, she directly pulled Jiang Wang and turned into two streaks of light, rushing out of the hall. The two flew all the way. Once they had completely shaken off those people, Shenlinger landed with Jiang Wang on the ground. The latter surveyed the scene and found it to be a beautiful place, rich in spiritual energy. The flying waterfall seemed to fall from the 9 heavens above. Nestled between mountains and rivers, flowers and grass blossomed everywhere. Sister Linger, where is this place? Jiang Wang curiously asked Shenlinger. She giggled and replied. This is the place I often came to when I first arrived at Miaoling Peak. Basically, there's no one else here except me. Shenlinger found a huge rock to sit on and spoke to Jiang Wang. Alright, now that you are officially a member of Ling Miao Peak, let me tell you about it. I'm all ears. With that, Shenlinger began to explain the basic structure and important figures of Ling Miao Peak to Jiang Wang. Although Ling Miao Peak is not big, it has everything. It includes a martial arts arena, a preaching hall, and a divine arts pavilion. Everything one needs is there. However, there seems to be a shortage of disciples and elder instructors here. Most disciples who come to Ling Miao Peak are usually those without better options or have transferred from their original peaks. Chapter 72. There are more than 800 disciples, over 300 elders in various positions, and more than 100 instructors in different realms, while there are only 2 elder instructors in the sage realm. The most numerous are the various servants without spiritual power, totaling over 1,000. Seeing Jiang Wang had understood everything, Shenlinger nodded with satisfaction. She stretched her arms wide, her face full of joy and satisfaction. After you came, Sister Miao doesn't have to worry every day about the resources for the Ling Miao Peak disciples. That's great. Jiang Wang grinned, sincerely nodding heavily. Don't worry, Sister Linger, I will definitely work hard and help Master and Sister Linger take Ling Miao Peak to the next level. Alright. Shenlinger smiled and nodded, looking at Jiang Wang with even more satisfaction in her eyes. Then she spoke to him again. Okay, little guy, you should go practice now. If you really mess up, with Sister Miao's temperament, she will definitely break into the ancient divine beast clan to snatch a lifeless divine medicine for you. Jiang Wang smiled helplessly but nodded in agreement. He couldn't let Miao Saint risk herself, that would be asking for trouble. Unless it's an emperor, who would dare say they can break into the ancient aristocratic family to steal lifeless divine medicine and come out unscathed? Jiang Wang didn't linger any longer. After bidding farewell to Shenlinger, he transformed into a streak of golden light and shot skyward. He went straight back to the Qingshan courtyard and continued his practice. The next morning, the Zhongxian Square was already bustling with many people early in the morning. The breathtaking battles of the past few days had ignited the passion of both the spectators and the eliminated contestants. Many people began to secretly guess who would be the winner of this extraordinary competition. I don't care, I'm betting on Jiang Wang. I admit Jiang Wang's ancient sacred body is indeed powerful, but I think Luo Xing from the Luo clan is also very strong. Indeed, Luo Xing's methods are fierce, but his talent and strength are top-notch. When he competes with Jiang Wang, it's hard to say who is stronger. As the spectators' discussions became more heated, this space gradually distorted, and a dozen figures slowly appeared. It was the 12 Pavilion Masters and the 7 Peak Masters, who took their seats in the same order as before. The Sky Pillar Saint gently waved his folding fan, his slender fingers playing with the hair that fell on his forehead. He turned to the Burning Heaven Great Saint beside him and asked. Burning Heaven, the finals are approaching, who do you think will win the first prize? The Burning Heaven Great Saint thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head. It's hard to say. He paused, then lowered his voice to speak to the Sky Pillar Saint. If that Jiang Wang had chosen the Tongtian Peak or the Qianlong Peak or the Jianyin Peak yesterday, I think his chances of winning would be great. Hearing this, the Sky Pillar Saint couldn't help but smile helplessly. The Qianlong Great Saint also spoke up from the side. Actually, I've also been paying attention to that kid from the Luo clan these days, but at such a young age, his character is ruthless and he shows no mercy. If not guided correctly, he may surely go down the wrong path. the Tongtian great saint added. He then looked toward the direction of the Daxia divine dynasty and slowly said. That Xia Mangyao from Daxia divine dynasty is talented and gifted, even has the innate spiritual body, but her luck is just too poor to have encountered Jiang Wang. Mentioning Jiang Wang, the Tongtian great saint's gaze instinctively shifted toward Miao Saint, with a hint of regret in his eyes. But Miao Saint seemed indifferent, focused solely on resting and waiting for the day's battle to begin. As time went by, the 64 from yesterday gradually gathered here, waiting for today's competition. Look, Luo Xing is coming. A sparkle appeared. Luo Xing swept across from the direction of the Luo clan, enveloped in dazzling starlight, like a shooting star. Luo Xing walked through the void, hair flying, scanning the crowd, but did not see the person he was hoping to find. Just as he was lost in thought, a shout arose from the crowd. Jiang Wang is here too. Everyone, including Luo Xing, looked up. They saw a dazzling golden light appear at the edge of the sky, as if a blazing sun were falling from the heavens. The next moment, the golden light slowly faded, and Jiang Wang's figure came into view. At that moment, Jiang Wang was bathed in golden light, a faint golden blood aura radiating from the top of his head. He seemed like a divine figure descending from the 9 heavens, with a sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, as if to judge them all. The two people's gazes intertwined and collided, each pair of eyes flashing with a hint of inexplicable meaning. The great sage slowly stood up and spoke. The remaining 64 of you are the best of the entire Wild Valley immortal domain. Today, after fighting 4 consecutive matches, with one person getting a bye, we will directly choose the top 5. Can you accept this? We obey the great sage's decree. Let the battle begin. With a wave of his sleeve, the great sage made the Zhongxian mirror tremble slightly, releasing dozens of beams of light that enveloped everyone. Jiang Wang took one last look at Luo Xing and then charged into the Zhongxian mirror, guided by the light's power. Once he entered the Zhongxian mirror, he suddenly realized that the battlefield was no longer the golden barrier-encased arena from before. It felt like another world inside the Zhongxian mirror. Strange peaks stood tall, trees burst with life, and waterfalls cascaded from remarkable heights. As he surveyed his surroundings, a beam of light descended not far away. As the light dissipated, a boy of about 11 or 12 appeared in Jiang Wang's sight. The boy wore a white brocade robe and had a handsome, elegant appearance. His long hair was tied back, and he emitted a faint divine glow. Most surprisingly, his right hand was exceptionally long and fair. It resembled a finely carved piece of exquisite white jade. Upon seeing Jiang Wang, the boy was momentarily stunned, and then a bittersweet smile rose on his face. So it's little brother Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang nodded and smiled as he spoke. So it's the Hunyuan Dao Sect's young sage, Zhou Shang. I've long admired your name. Zhou Shang smiled faintly, cupping his fists to Jiang Wang as he spoke. Please don't flatter me. Now, with the name of the holy body Jiang Wang echoing throughout the entire Wild Valley immortal domain, I am nothing compared to you. Hearing the other's flattery, Jiang Wang smiled slightly without speaking, and then his gaze turned to Zhou Shang's peculiar right hand. It seemed Zhou Shang noticed Jiang Wang's gaze too. He sighed deeply, and then bitterly smiled as he spoke. Little brother Jiang Wang, to be honest, it's exactly as they say, what you fear is what comes. In the entire Immortal Palace competition, I only lack confidence against you and Luo Xing. I thought I would have to go through several more battles first, but I didn't expect to meet you now. Chapter 73. As Zhou Shang's voice fell, his aura also began to gradually spread. His robes moved without wind, creating a chilling sound. His expression gradually became solemn as he looked at Jiang Wang and spoke. Little brother Jiang, although I am not particularly willing to meet you two here, there's no choice now, we must face reality, right? I have studied your and Luo Xing's fighting styles. I won't say I understand them completely, but perhaps I can let you enjoy a good fight. Hearing Zhou Shang's words, Jiang Wang laughed heartily, and his spiritual energy began to be mobilized. Then let me see it. In an instant, Jiang Wang's foot stomped powerfully on the ground, causing the ground to collapse beneath him. His figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow, golden blood energy soaring into the sky. He seemed to transform into a blazing sun. With one hand in a fist, golden blood energy wrapped around his fist, carrying an overwhelming force as he charged toward Zhou Shang. Come well. Zhou Shang's expression changed, stepping forward, gathering all his spiritual power at that moment. His right palm shot out suddenly, flowing light swirling around it, colliding hard with Jiang Wang's fist. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the void around them rippled at that moment. It seemed on the brink of collapsing under the weight of their power. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. He actually discovered that this punch felt like it had hit cotton, having its strength significantly reduced. Tai Chi cloud manipulation. Zhou Shang exclaimed loudly, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge towards his palm. A whirlpool slowly formed, beginning to erupt with a powerful force, trying to pull Jiang Wang right in front of it. No, this kid is strange. Humph. With a cold snort, golden blood energy surged into the sky, scattering the clouds above. The vast and magnificent golden blood energy forced Zhou Shang to let go of Jiang Wang, and he quickly retreated. "Brother Zhou Shang, didn't you say to have a thrilling battle? Why are you using these feminine tricks?" Jiang Wang grinned, his tone teasing as he spoke to Zhou Shang. "Don't worry, little brother Jiang, there's no rush, I will definitely satisfy you." The latter simply smiled lightly tapping the ground with his toes, his entire body glowing with a peculiar radiance, easily dissipating Jiang Wang's immense power. He transformed into a koi swimming in the void, agile and light as a feather. The shimmering hand unexpectedly began to change at this moment. The hand gradually became transparent, with colorful light flowing upon it, as if it transformed into a beautiful piece of colored glass, dazzling beyond compare. Glassy stupa hand. Mystical inscriptions flickered upon the palm, constantly enlarging in Jiang Wang's eyes, pressing down towards him. Jiang Wang's gaze sharpened, and all his spiritual energy surged out, flooding into the meridians of his hand. At this moment, his palm felt as if it was cast from gold, carrying boundless golden blood energy, heavily colliding with Zhou Shang's palm. Bang! The violent spiritual energy shockwave spread out, directly breaking surrounding trees in half. So strong, this little sage Zhou Shang is not living up to his name. Of course, the mixed element Dao sect is a very powerful sect in the southern part of the ancient immortal domain. Then what about Zhou Shang's palm? I don't know, it must be the ultimate skill of the mixed element Dao sect. The incredibly violent spiritual energy scattered, making both Jiang Wang and Zhou Shang's hair dance wildly. Jiang Wan's brows gradually furrowed. He actually felt a slight stagnation in the operation of his spiritual energy within his body. His spiritual energy was rapidly declining, subtly showing signs of being suppressed. There's something odd, he thought to himself silently. Then his gaze suddenly landed on the mystical inscriptions on Zhou Shang's peculiar palm. The inscriptions flickered, radiating a series of peculiar waves. As the inscriptions sparkled, even the spiritual energy in the world began to feel sluggish, as if being suppressed. Jiang Wang instantly understood the crux of the problem, and with one forceful slap, he struck down, powerful enough to flatten an entire mountain. Little brother Jiang, I admit that the blood energy of the ancient holy body is unmatched, and the physical strength is formidable, but brute force is useless against me. Zhou Shang smiled calmly, waving his sleeves, as if endless radiance burst forth around him. It suppressed all the endless spiritual energy carried by Jiang Wang. However, Jiang Wang had not planned to harm him, this strike was merely a means to withdraw. His figure instantly slipped out of Zhou Shang's proximity, standing in the void, facing the smiling Zhou Shang below. At the same time, the 7 holy kings above the heavens were also watching this scene. The celestial sage spoke with great interest. The inherited magical powers of the mixed element Dao sect are truly fascinating, they can actually suppress spiritual energy. The heavenly deity smiled faintly and began to explain. Actually, saying it suppresses is not quite correct. The magical powers inherited by the mixed element Dao sect are called the mixed element stupa technique, which was comprehended by the mixed element ancestor while observing the stupas in the western regions. Using a special method to materialize the spiritual energy as a stupa can suppress all things in the world. Upon hearing the heavenly deity's explanation, the other holy kings nodded in agreement. The dragon capturing great sage scratched his bald head and joked. So it's the stuff from those bald donkeys. No wonder it's so sinister. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Wang displayed an appreciative look as he clapped his hands and addressed Zhou Shang below. Brother Zhou, you really have put in the effort, your sinister method has truly left me at a loss. In the name of the sacred body echoing through the ages, I too have no choice but to treat this with seriousness. Zhou Shang smiled wryly, filled with helplessness. But at that moment, Jiang Wang chuckled, and his hands slowly formed a peculiar seal. Brother Zhou, since you are playing with the sinister, let's see how I do this. As Jiang Wang's words fell, Zhou Shang's expression changed, his brows furrowing, and he retreated rapidly, creating a safe distance from Jiang Wang. Because he suddenly felt the spiritual energy in the air began to surge wildly towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang slowly closed his eyes, his hands swiftly forming prints, producing a series of unique seals. Behind him, a black hole suddenly appeared, waves of strange fluctuations radiating from within it. At the same time, Jiang Wang opened his eyes, which were now entirely filled with black light. Devouring Heaven Demon Art Devour. Jiang Wang slightly parted his lips, but the voice that came out was not his own. This voice seemed to belong to an unparalleled demon emperor, transcending time, eager to devour everything in this world. Not good. As the ancient voice echoed, Zhou Shang felt an intense pull locking onto him, trying to pull him into that black hole. Chapter 74. Zhou Shang stared in terror at the black hole in front of Jiang Wang. Ancient and mysterious, it seemed even light could be devoured by this black hole. If he were to be swallowed by it, no matter how powerful he was, he would have no means of escape. Zhou Shang's legs suddenly stomped into the ground. He buried his feet deep into the ground, stabilizing himself. At the same time, he continuously changed the seals with his hands. A brilliant colorful light enveloped him, and a massive black pagoda gradually appeared behind him. Suppress! Zhou Shang shouted loudly, then spat out a mouthful of essence blood from his tongue. The pagoda behind him gradually solidified, lighting up layer by layer from the bottom to the third level. The entire pagoda radiated colorful brilliance, with mysterious inscriptions etched along its surfaces, showing glimmers of glazed flames flickering within. Wherever it passed, even the void seemed to falter. With a sudden change in his handprints, the whole pagoda shot towards Jiang Wang to suppress him. Colorful light surrounded Jiang Wang. If caught within, his entire spiritual power would be thoroughly suppressed. The immense oppressive pagoda rushed down, the glazed flames surged, able to refine even an immortal emperor to ashes. However, this all depended on being strong enough to subdue Jiang Wang. At this moment, Jiang Wang manipulated the black hole before him, unleashing an endless devouring power. The two forces clashed in the air. Jiang Wang looked up at the pagoda overshadowing him, a curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he suddenly changed his handprints. The black hole in front of him trembled slightly, expanding in size. That strange devouring power skyrocketed in an instant. To the astonishment of the onlookers, it directly swallowed the pagoda whole. The space inside the black hole was like the end of the world, filled only with endless void. No life could survive there, even ancient emperors would be crushed to death if they entered. Connected to the pagoda's consciousness, Zhou Shang's pupils constricted sharply at this moment. He felt as if he had been exiled to the edge of the world. All he saw before him was nothingness. Not even light could reach this area. Refine. Jiang Wang changed his handprints again, the black hole rotating slightly, directly crushing the pagoda inside, turning it into pure spiritual power that flowed back into Jiang Wang's body. Pucci. As the pagoda was refined by Jiang Wang, Zhou Shang spat out a mouthful of blood, his body instantly flying out from where he stood, then crashing heavily onto the ground. Bang! A dull sound rang out as the ground was smashed into a deep pit by Zhou Shang, and in that instant, dust flew into the air. Whoa! Good heavens, it's over with a single strike. What is that black hole? It's so domineering. I don't know. That pagoda, even when facing a veteran immortal emperor-level expert, still has a chance of winning, but Jiang Wang actually refined it completely? The crowd below, seeing this, fell into a heated discussion. Above the sky, besides the miraculous saint, the other holy kings all showed puzzled expressions. This little guy has so many secrets, what kind of divine ability is that? Hearing the question from the Sky Pillar Saint, the holy kings all shook their heads at this moment. Even the usually well-informed Yantian Taoist frowned slowly when he saw this scene. Looking at how it evolved, it seems a bit like the inherited demonic art of the heavenly demon sect. What? The other holy kings were all startled when they heard this. Bringing up the heavenly demon sect is no joke. If Jiang Wang is indeed involved with them, they would have to act. But fortunately, the Yantian Taoist quickly waved his hand. But it's not that demonic art. This divine ability lacks a bit of the demonic nature and has more mystery and antiquity. As for what it specifically is, I don't know either. Hearing Yantian Taoist's words, the holy kings finally calmed down. Their gazes towards Jiang Wang now carried a bit more appreciation. At this moment, Jiang Wang fell from the sky, his robe sleeves waving, dispersing the dust in the air. He pulled Zhou Shang out of the pit. Zhou Shang coughed lightly a few times, looked at Jiang Wang with a bitter smile, and said, I was too confident. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to have such a powerful cultivation of spiritual energy. That divine ability is too domineering. I am convinced. Jiang Wang chuckled and patted Zhou Shang's shoulder, while sending the pure spiritual energy he had just refined back into him. He smiled at the other and said, Don't blame me, Brother Zhou. Zhou Shang had used that last strike, draining all of his spiritual energy, and had suffered a heavy injury. Recovering his wounds would take some time. But Jiang Wang directly poured pure spiritual energy into his body, causing his dried-up spiritual sea to fill up again, and his internal injuries were quickly healing. Zhou Shang's face gradually turned rosy, and he looked at Jiang Wang with a touch of gratitude, cupping his hands and speaking. Brother Jiang, thank you. Jiang Wang's action not only helped him heal but also showed no sign of superiority from the victor. Instead, it gave him full respect. This made Zhou Shang's impression of Jiang Wang rise to a new level. It's no trouble, go rest now. Okay, I wish Brother Jiang can win the title of first place in this Immortal Palace Grand Competition. As he said this, Zhou Shang's words paused, and he looked at Jiang Wang, his expression somewhat uncertain. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. Brother Zhou, if you have something to say, feel free to. Actually, it's nothing. I just want to remind Brother Jiang, if you encounter that Luo Xing, be extra cautious. I always feel something is off with him. What he's shown so far probably isn't all of his strength. Jiang Wang nodded when he heard this and cupped his hands in return. Thank you. I'm leaving now. Be sure to be careful. With that, Zhou Shang was enveloped by the divine light descending from the sky and left the battlefield. After Zhou Shang left, Jiang Wang immediately sat down on the ground, starting to adjust the restless spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, what he most wanted to do was to watch Luo Xing's battle. But due to the tournament rules, he could only stay on the battlefield and use the time given to him to adjust his spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy within his body gradually stabilized, Jiang Wang reopened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found that the flowers and trees, which had just been destroyed by battle, had returned to their original state. Seeing the scene, Jiang Wang couldn't help but click his tongue, secretly marveling in his heart. This Tsangchuan treasure mirror is indeed a great treasure. I just wonder what it would be like when fully activated for an attack. Just as Jiang Wang was contemplating, the second opponent was also teleported in. As the light curtain dissipated, revealing the figure inside, Jiang Wang slowly stood up, clasped his fists, and spoke. Ling Miao Peak, Jiang Wang, here to seek guidance. Chapter 75. Intense battles were not only happening in Jiang Wang's battlefield. The battlefield where Luo Xing was located was equally shocking. After all, at this stage, those who could still participate had their own means. On this battlefield, dark clouds rolled, and thunder rumbled. Vicious bolts of lightning descended from the sky, forcing the figures in the field to dodge in a panic. One was caught off guard and was struck by a bolt of lightning the size of an adult's arm. Put! A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out, and that figure was charred black, its aura gradually weakening. With a terrified gaze, he looked at the young figure standing in the void, surrounded by flickering lightning. Luo Xing's long hair flowed, her eyes filled with lightning, and arcs danced around her like they were celebrating their king's imminent victory. You all are like pesky bugs, knowing full well you can't defeat me, yet still wasting my time. Luo Xing slowly descended from the sky, looking at the figure below with intense disgust in her eyes. The person below was tough, covering their chest, and managed to force a smile despite the difficulty. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you're some ancient emperor, capable of making me concede with just your words? The ancient emperor has become a thing of the past. Now is my time, Luo Xing's era. At this point, Luo Xing paused, her expression gradually turning cold, and a hint of killing intent flickered in her eyes. And now you must pay the price for wasting my time. Upon hearing this, the person's face changed dramatically, and they immediately wanted to shout towards the sky. Concede. Before the word could fully escape their lips, Luo Xing's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The next moment, the space before that person twisted, accompanied by a flash of lightning. A delicate hand reached out from the lightning, gently pressing against their chest. Thunder roar. The violent thunder erupted directly from Luo Xing's palm, instantly blasting her opponent to pieces, blood and black smoke shooting out wildly. That figure was heavily thrown. Most of those who fought against him were severely injured, and many people directly gave up when they saw him. As the grand competition heated up, the event continued for 2 full days. Not only did the audience not feel tired, but instead, they became even more excited, wanting to keep watching this fiery contest. Hey, Zhao, you didn't go back to sleep, did you? You've been watching the competition all this time? Sleep? What sleep? Who knows when we can see such an exciting match again? TSK, more and more people are coming these past 2 days. Yesterday on my way back, and today when I came, everyone was basically talking about Jiang Wang. The person, while intently watching the competition, casually replied. Of course. Look over there. Saying that, he pointed to the side. Following the direction of his finger, one could see a crowd gathered not far away, mostly women, but there were also a number of men. Some of them were holding up signs, shouting wildly towards the figure wrapped in dazzling golden light on the screen. The signs had different writings, some saying Invincible Sacred Body, and others claiming Jiang Wang the strongest. The most absurd was actually a Jiang Wang fan, whose sign read Jiang Wang the handsomest and cutest. The person looked at these fervent fans, unable to help twitching his mouth, and then suddenly seemed to remember something. He curiously asked the one who had just spoken. By the way, why aren't you going? Didn't you also have high hopes for Jiang Wang? How did you know I wasn't going? I just finished making my sign and hadn't had time to join you before you arrived. Saying that, he directly pulled out a sign from beside him, on which was written. Pride of the world, treading mountain peaks, first is Jiang Wang, then comes the sky. Jiang Wang, go for it, crush them. He waved the sign and shouted passionately, then dashed into the crowd of fans. At that moment, people suddenly saw a flash of blue light rapidly flying from the horizon. In the midst of the crowd's confused expressions, it transformed into a blue lotus. On the blue lotus, there was a graceful and slender figure. Although her face was covered with thin gauze, the crystal-clear eyes exposed were dazzling. They seemed to make heaven and earth appear dim in comparison. The woman wore a light-colored plain dress, her brows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, and a waist slender as a willow. The thin gauze concealed her face, yet the faintly discernible outline displayed almost perfect cheekbones, stirring an irresistible impulse from deep within people's hearts. That was, to reach out and tear the gauze from her face to behold her beauty that could outshine flowers and dim the world. What a beautiful woman. Indeed, I think this woman seems to surpass even the remarkable saint. Who is she? With her appearance, the beautiful woman directly captured the gazes of most people in the square. However, those present saw no softness in her crystal-clear eyes. Instead, they carried a profound and cold indifference, as if to keep everyone at bay. Who on earth is she? Did she come to watch the competition, too? I don't know, but she must be the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Shh, don't talk, she's coming over. Chapter 76. That stunning woman glided gracefully forward and slowly took a seat at the very front of the viewing platform. As everyone watched the scene, they were momentarily stunned. They didn't know why this breathtaking woman had come to watch whose competition. Several young men, who prided themselves on their decent backgrounds, walked towards her. Then, he smiled and spoke. This young lady, my name is Xiao Yuan, and I am from the southern part of the Wild Valley Immortal Domain, belonging to the Xiao family. May I have the honor of getting to know you? When Xiao Yuan said this, the pride and superiority on his face were hard to hide. The Xiao family is quite a well-known family in the southern part of the Wild Valley Immortal Domain, and being the young leader of the Xiao family has given him many advantages since he was little. Plus, his own talents and appearance are pretty good, and seeing this woman today was breathtaking, which sparked his desire to get acquainted. However, that stunning woman seemed to ignore him completely, her beautiful eyes scanning through the various light screens. Not even glancing at Xiao Yuan once. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but feel embarrassed, especially when he heard a few mocking laughs. This made him feel somewhat ashamed. But this was the palace of creation, and not knowing the identity of this stunning woman, he couldn't lash out on the spot and could only turn away in frustration. However, the defeat of Xiao Yuan did not stop others from approaching that beautiful woman, and many people tried to strike up a conversation. But without exception, the woman responded with indifference. This couldn't help but arouse great curiosity about her from everyone. Returning to Zhang Wang, in this battlefield. A gigantic golden fist mark appeared from above the sky, carrying overwhelming might, smashing down towards a figure below. The figure below's pupils constricted sharply, and their face turned pale with horror. I concede. Without a hint of hesitation, they directly raised their hands and shouted loudly to concede. As these words fell, the golden fist apparition above the sky instantly vanished. Zhang Wang descended from the sky, flashed a grin at the person opposite, and clasped his fists to speak. Thank you for the match. Hearing Zhang Wang's words, the person's face showed an unnatural expression, gritting their teeth and rubbing their aching body. Thank you, thank you. With the conclusion of the last match, two beams of light descended from the sky, immediately lifting Zhang Wang and the others up. After leaving the battlefield, Zhang Wang instinctively looked at the four people who came out alongside him. A total of 5 men and 1 woman, these were the top 5 of this Immortal Palace Grand Competition. They were Ling Niao Peak, Zhang Clan's Zhang Wang. Luo Clan, Luo Xing. Smithing God Sect, Li Lingyin. Wind Spirit Sect, Yun Jiao. And Igu from 10,000 Poisons Mountain. The great sage Tongtian slowly stood up, his gaze quickly sweeping over these 5 people, then slowly spoke. You 4 have already become the top 5 of this Immortal Palace Grand Competition. Go back today and rest well, as tomorrow and the day after, you will decide upon the top 3 in the first place of this competition. We will obey the great sage's decree. The 5 of them clasped their fists in unison toward great sage Tongtian. Zhang Wang's gaze swept through the crowd and he spotted the breathtaking mysterious woman. Moreover, Zhang Wang was surprised to find that this woman was also looking at him at that moment. What a beautiful woman. Zhang Wang raised his eyebrow. This woman, whether in temperament or the subtly revealed stunning beauty, was the most captivating he had seen in years. But in just the blink of an eye, that stunning woman unexpectedly disappeared from her spot. This couldn't help but leave Zhang Wang puzzled. As he was about to leave, Zhang Wang suddenly spotted Luo Xing. At this moment, the latter was looking at him with a subtle smile that seemed a bit provocative. Zhang Wang sneered and ignored him, transforming into a beam of golden light to turn and leave. But soon, everyone saw Zhang Wang turn back around. Zhang Wang was smiling brightly, waving to the fans below who were holding up signs for him. He laughed and said, "Hello, everyone." Wow, Zhang Wang. Zhang Wang actually spoke to us, how down to earth. So cute, I want to touch him. Zhang Wang chuckled, thought for a moment, and then waved his sleeve. Countless spirit stones fell into the hands of these fans, and he spoke. You've worked hard, take these spirit stones and enjoy a good meal, I'm leaving. After saying this, Zhang Wang did not linger and turned to leave. Until his figure completely disappeared from this world, the many fans below were still caught up in a frenzy. I want to have a son series. If my boy is even as strong as Jiang Wang's fingernail, I would be willing to die right here. The remaining audience looked at Jiang Wang's actions, all unable to help but click their tongues, expressing their amazement. This Jiang Wang really knows how to handle people. Yes, although he's only 5 years old, his attitude towards opponents and fans is good. Even if his opponent loses, they respect him. Looking at it this way, that Luo Xing seems a bit harder to evaluate. These people were chatting loudly, and with Luo Xing's current strength, he clearly heard their discussions. His gaze swept across these people, filled with disdain, and when he looked at Jiang Wang's group of fans, a trace of mockery flashed across his face. Since you all think highly of Jiang Wang, just wait to see me step on him tomorrow. After saying this, Luo Xing also moved, transforming into a streak of starlight and flying away. Jiang Wang returned to the Qingshan villa and began his training. Because now there were only 5 people left, counting himself, not mentioning Luo Xing, just the other 3, each was a rare genius, the elite among the young generation of the Wilderness Valley Immortal Domain. However, that was considering the elimination of the other super sects and the young generation of the ancient families. But even so, the remaining people all had their skills and would not be easy to deal with. At the same time, Jiang Wang recalled the look Luo Xing had when he was watching him. I really want to beat him up. What he wanted most now was to give Luo Xing a good beating and not leave him for the finals. Although he thought this way, Jiang Wang did not underestimate him because he knew very well that Luo Xing definitely held a high position within the Luo clan. Also enjoying various precious resources, he definitely had many hidden cards. But these were not the most important things. In fact, Jiang Wang's guess was roughly similar to that of Zhou Shang. That is, what Luo Xing was showing now was definitely not everything. This guess came from a trace of breath he caught during their encounter. The source of this breath definitely did not come from the Luo clan's techniques he practiced, and Jiang Wang did not know what it was. That was a trace of ancient mysterious aura hidden within, which made Jiang Wang feel familiar. Good little brother, what kind of surprise can you give me? Chapter 77. As day and night will rotated, the blazing sun slowly rose from the eastern horizon, illuminating all things in the world. Jiang Wang, whose eyes had been tightly shut all night, slowly opened them with the first ray of sunlight. A golden light appeared in his eyes. He slowly sat up, stretching his limbs. Listening to the sounds of his bones cracking like firecrackers, Jiang Wang nodded in satisfaction. His gaze turned towards the direction of the Zongxian Square. Not counting today, there is only one last day left for this sluggish competition, finally it will end. After saying this, he directly transformed into a golden rush and shot up into the sky, heading towards the square. At this moment, Zongxian Square was crowded with many spectators. The atmosphere in the Immortal Palace was especially heated over these 2 days. Countless people were looking forward to the final showdown. And now, Jiang Wang's background was swirling among these spectators. Basically, no one didn't know that Jiang Wang actually came from the Luo clan. Several other ethnic groups and strong sects from different regions couldn't help but mock Luo Zhantian. The young clan leader of Zhantian, I really didn't expect your 2 children to be just like you, incredibly talented and powerful. Ha ha, yes, the ancient holy body, that's what I'm talking about, amazing. A pair of extraordinary talents, Zhantian's young clan leader truly makes others green with envy. Ha 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 ha. As they spoke, they didn't forget to give Luo Zhantian a thumbs up. However, at this moment, the latter sat on the Luo tribe's war chariot, watching the laughing group with a gloomy expression. He wasn't foolish, he could certainly hear their flattering but sarcastic remarks. But the saddest part was that these powerful clans were nearly equal to his Luo tribe in strength, making it impossible for him to explode in anger on the spot. He could only respond with silence, but the flickering lightning at his fingertips was enough to show his current mood. A dry hand patted Luo Zhantian's shoulder. When he turned to look, it was Luo Wanqiu. At this moment, the latter spoke. Zhantian, there's no need to pay attention to these matters. As long as Xinger can win first place in this grand competition, she will be able to obtain the true dragon source marrow, and naturally enter our secret vault. Upon hearing the word secret vault, Luo Zhantian's originally gloomy face brightened a bit. Luo Wanqiu was the same, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. Our Luo tribe's supreme imperial weapon might just be in the secret vault, or perhaps there are true inheritance techniques and divine powers of our Luo tribe. With these, our Luo tribe can restore its former glory, and at that time, these people will all be turned to dust under our Luo tribe's wrath. Luo Wanqiu spoke with a hint of madness in his tone. This also made a hint of fervor flash in Luo Zhantian's eyes as he nodded heavily and turned to look at Luo Xing behind him. Go, Xinger, give your best to face your enemies. I understand, father. After saying that, Luo Xing's figure moved and flew directly toward the center of Zongxian Square. A streak of golden light swept across the sky, drawing cheers from the crowd below. Jiang Wang is here. Brother Jiang Wang. The cheers echoed below, all from the fans Jiang Wang had accumulated over the days. But at that moment, cheers also erupted from another direction. Looking over, a team of about 100 people was quickly flying toward the starry sky while cheering. Luo Xing, crush the holy body. Crush them. Luo Xing is the strongest. What? Jiang Wang's fans expressed confusion at Luo Xing's supporters. One person couldn't help but shout back at them. Are you guys hired by the Luo clan with spirit stones? Upon hearing their doubts, each of Luo Xing's fans showed disdain. Stop talking nonsense, I haven't said you guys are hired by the Jiang clan. Alas, brother Lu, you're mistaken, how can the small Jiang clan provide so many spirit stones? Ah, that's right. Listening to these people mock Jiang Wang, they couldn't help but feel a bit furious. PFF, Luo Xing is ruthless, don't you support a good person? A Luo Xing fan snickered at these words. On the road of the strong, strength is revered. If you lose, what face do you have to blame others? Exactly, Luo Xing is powerful and comes from a prestigious family, his future achievements are limitless. Is it wrong for us to follow Luo Xing? Ha ha ha, well said. Unlike some people, who were thrown out with their mother. This remark completely threw Jiang Wang's fans into extreme anger. Shameless, are you resorting to personal attacks? So what? At this moment, the fans of both sides were glaring at each other, as if there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air, looking like they were about to erupt into a fight. Since there were many women on Jiang Wang's side, only a few male cultivators stepped up to defend. This only gave them more material to ridicule. If you can't take it, then let's bet. I'll wager a piece of Immortal Emperor's spiritual treasure. Bet on Jiang Wang as the winner. One of Jiang Wang's male fans shouted angrily at the other side. Seeing this, the other party immediately agreed. Come on, let's start the betting. You have a Celestial Emperor spirit treasure, right? I'll bet 5,000 spirit stones. Count mine too, I have a Celestial Emperor spirit treasure as well. Me too. I also have spirit stones. Like this, fans of Jiang Wang and Luo Xing respectively took out various precious spirit treasures or elixirs to cheer for their favorite individuals. As Jiang Wang and Luo Xing, along with 3 others, arrived at the scene, the 7 peak masters also appeared in this realm. The great sage Tongtian scanned the crowd, his gaze shifting between Jiang Wang and Luo Xing, before slowly speaking. Today, we'll decide the battle order through a live draw. One person will have a buy-in wait for tomorrow's fight. The 5 nodded, and at that moment, aside from Jiang Wang and Luo Xing, the other 3 couldn't help but look at the 2 in front. They could feel the change in the atmosphere today. They naturally had heard the rumors, but now they were actually watching the 2. Jiang Wang and Luo Xing were at that moment looking straight ahead, completely oblivious to the atmosphere around them. Or perhaps they just didn't care. Seeing this, the great sage Tongtian waved his sleeve, and 5 glowing orbs flew into the air. Choose now. As his voice fell, Jiang Wang and the other 4 instantly vanished from their spots. Jiang Wang reached for one of the glowing orbs, but suddenly frowned. Humph. With a cold snort, vast spiritual power surged from within him, and he slammed his palm backward. Bang! Jiang Wang's palm collided with another hand of similar size. The violent spiritual energy fluctuations spread out, making the void tremble. Wow! The crowd below gasped at this scene, the atmosphere instantly became heated. Chapter 78. Coldness gradually rose in Jiang Wang's eyes as he looked at the owner of the hand. Looking up from the hand, it was Luo Xing. At this moment, Luo Xing wore a strange smile, gazing at Jiang Wang as he slowly spoke. Hee, good brother, why get so worked up? I have my eye on this, so let it be for your little brother. Hearing Luo Xing's words, Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Good little brother, it seems your parents failed to teach you well, didn't they? Didn't they tell you to fight for the things you like? Why should others give it to you? Alright then, I'll just take it myself. As he said this, Luo Xing quickly withdrew his hand, and spiritual power erupted from within him, with lightning flickering in his palm. The fierce aura surged as he reached for the glowing orb in front of Jiang Wang. Don't be so hasty, little brother. Your big brother doesn't like giving his things to others. Jiang Wang scoffed coldly, then lifted his leg, kicking towards Luo Xing's head with a rushing wind. With Jiang Wang's strength, this kick could blast a giant rock into pieces. This forced Luo Xing to divert his palm aimed at the glowing orb, attacking the incoming leg. Bang! With another dull sound, Jiang Wang put all his strength into this strike, directly knocking Luo Xing back. Luo Xing's foot stepped on the void to steady himself. When he looked at Jiang Wang, his eyes were filled with coldness. With one strike successful, Jiang Wang grinned, then directly grabbed the glowing orb into his hand. As if showing off, he waved it at Luo Xing. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Jiang Wang is the strongest. Ah, you fools, are you stunned? Our brother Jiang Wang took down Luo Xing with just one move. This scene in the sky made Jiang Wang's fans boast and mock Luo Xing's fans mercilessly. While these Luoxing fans looked upset, they still forced themselves to shout back. What's there to be proud of? It's just a slight advantage, isn't it? Just wait, if I really draw Luoxing later, then Jiang Wang won't even have the right to cry on the battlefield. Who says otherwise? It's just the beginning, and already so smug. Just wait and see. Luoxing was kicked back by Jiang Wang, giving a cold snort without choosing to attack again, then reached out to grasp a nearby light orb, opting for one that was unoccupied. Seeing this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Then both of them crushed the light spheres in their hands at the same time, wanting to see who they would be fighting against this time. Meanwhile, the fans below were all fixated on this scene, eager to know if a grand battle would unfold today. As the light orbs were crushed, Jiang Wang saw the content inside, and his expression turned strange. He saw that it only displayed one word, empty. As Jiang Wang raised the jade tablet in his hand, so did Luoxing. However, the latter's jade tablet had a name written on it, Yunjiao. Sigh. What a pity, I thought today we could witness a battle between the two. Who says otherwise? Their battle would surely be spectacular. If we could see it, it would be worth the trip. This result left everyone feeling unsatisfied. Including Jiang Wang, it seemed that he was the one who got the bye. Well, I guess it's good to have some leisure. He comforted himself like this. Then, the heavenly sage saw that everyone had finished drawing lots and spoke to them. Since that's the case, let the battle begin. Luoxing turned to look at Jiang Wang, a cold glint in her eyes, then directly entered the Zongxian treasure mirror by following the guiding light. Having gotten a bye, Jiang Wang could only patiently watch from the outside, waiting to see how Luoxing would combat Yunjiao. So, Jiang Wang descended to the ground and was just about to find a place to sit when he saw a stunning figure. With a face veiled in thin silk, dressed in a plain skirt, her clear eyes sparkled like stars. It was the mysterious and beautiful woman Jiang Wang had seen yesterday. She was here again today. And most importantly, Jiang Wang was astonished to find that today, she had unexpectedly locked eyes with him again. This made him feel a bit confused. He stroked his chin, contemplating. Could it be that she intends to bring me misfortune, scouting around in advance? Hard to say. I should keep my distance, don't let being infatuated cost me my life. Saying this, he decided to abandon landing and simply sat cross-legged in the void, quietly watching the light screen where Luoxing was. Below, that stunning woman, upon seeing Jiang Wang's actions, her beautiful eyes rippled slightly, but it soon calmed down, as she also turned her gaze to the light screen above. At this moment in the Zongxian treasure mirror, on the battlefield, Luoxing and Yunjiao stood facing each other. The latter was a young girl in a short blue skirt, her long, delicate legs exposed, rounded and finely detailed, as if crafted by the best artisans. With light blue hair tied at the back of her head, her features were exquisite, and there was a hint of vigor between her brows. Facing Luoxing, her expression was serious, and her eyes were filled with wariness. Luoxing, I've watched your matches and must admit, you are very strong. Yunjiao spoke to Luoxing. Upon hearing this, Luoxing only let out a cold laugh, her tone indifferent as she replied. Then, how about you just withdraw from the match? That way, I can save my energy to deal with the stray dog my family kicked out. Though Luoxing's tone was calm, her eyes were filled with sarcasm and disdain. Yunjiao sighed upon hearing this, then calmly spoke. Luoxing, I know you are strong, but there's absolutely no way you can make me admit defeat. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. A hint of impatience flashed in Luoxing's eyes, and then his figure instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, rushing towards Yunjiao. The lightning in his hand flickered, carrying an incredibly violent spiritual power that struck down angrily. Swift wind steps. Yunjiao formed seals with both hands, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Luoxing only felt a blur in front of him, and then saw a swirling green hurricane rapidly approaching him. Humph. Luoxing let out a cold grunt, the violent thunderbolt in his hand suddenly appeared, colliding with the green hurricane. Boom! Boom! Spiritual powers collided, and waves of raging spiritual energy spread out, shaking the space. Luoxing exerted force abruptly, the lightning in his hand surged suddenly, directly crushing the green hurricane into countless points of spiritual light. Luoxing did not pause at all, his fingertips flashed with purple lightning, pointing behind him. Because he had already covered this world with his divine sense and located Yunjiao's position. Whoosh! However, Luoxing's strike still missed, and there was only a wisp of green wind left in the spot behind him. Chapter 79. Luoxing frowned, the lightning flickering in his eyes, and his figure flew towards the sky, shouting angrily. If you can only run, you will never win against me. After saying this, Luoxing began to slowly form seals with both hands, and at the same time, the spiritual energy in this world gradually became violent. All the spiritual power within him was drawn out, and the sky above began to be covered by dark clouds, with thunder rumbling within the clouds. Luoxing's robe billowed wildly, tears glistening in his eyes, his expression solemn as he loudly declared. This space is only this big, I want to see just how far you can escape. After saying this, Luo Xing abruptly changed his hand seal, and endless spiritual power spread out, making the spiritual energy in this world instantly become wild. Endless thunder began to gather from the dark clouds above. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, followed by countless bolts of lightning. It turned this area into a terrifying realm of thunder. The originally towering mountains were instantly flattened, strange rocks shattered, and flowers and grass wilted. Luo Xing stepped on the void, looking indifferently at the green light rushing wildly below him. Yun Jiyao reappeared, a serious expression on his face as he looked at the figure resembling a thunder god above him. The light in his eyes flickered, as if deep in thought. After a while, a glimmer of determination flashed in Yun Jiyao's eyes. Then he stomped the ground, leaping into the air, slowly forming seals with both hands. Luo Xing, this is my strongest card that I can use, give it a try. After saying this, a violent wind suddenly swept through this realm. Wherever the strong wind passed, countless trees were snapped in half. Yun Jiyao's hand seals changed rapidly, the enormous consumption of spiritual power made his complexion visibly pale. Great Wind Sutra Chaotic Killing. Yun Jiyao's hand seals abruptly changed, countless spiritual powers erupted from within him, forming hurricanes in the void. The hurricanes, accompanied by countless sharp green wind blades, sliced open the void, creating gaps. The sky full of wind blades rushed towards Luo Xing. Seeing this, Luo Xing felt the fierce sharpness of the countless wind blades. His expression also became slightly serious. He changed his hand seals again, and the lightning in this world began to converge, transforming behind Luo Xing into a fierce thunder dragon that roared towards the sky. Then it charged angrily towards Yun Jiyao on the opposite side. Boom! Countless wind blades collided with the thunder dragon, directly shaking the space of this realm into collapse. The wind blades were extremely sharp, cutting away the scales on the body of the thunder dragon. At the same time, with a wild sweep of the dragon's tail, countless wind blades were instantly obliterated. This realm was filled with thunder and hurricanes. Both sides were continuously infusing their spiritual powers madly into their respective divine abilities. At this moment, the spectators outside gasped in shock at the scene. So violent! I didn't expect Yun Jiyao to be this fierce. Indeed, although the battle between Egu and Li Lingyin is equally fierce, it is far from that of Luo Xing in the two. But Yun Jiyao is almost done for, his body is already shaking. Jiang Wang only glanced at the two before shifting his gaze away. Because he knew that no matter what, Yun Jiyao would lose this battle. It was better to watch Egu and Li Lingyin. Sure enough, at this moment, the two in the battlefield displayed different states. Luo Xing's expression was calm, and the spiritual power within him seemed endless, constantly replenishing the thunder dragon. But looking at Yun Jiyao, his once heroic face was now devoid of color. His body began to sway unsteadily, and the spiritual power within him had dried up at this moment. Luo Xing spoke indifferently. I really don't understand what your so-called perseverance means, they are just annoying bugs. Let me help you find relief. Saying this, Luo Xing extended one hand, and raging thunder gathered in his palm to form a thunder spear, with lightning patterns flickering and radiating a wave of destructive aura. Go! Luo Xing hurled the spear fiercely, and it sliced through the space, creating ripples. It pierced through layers of hurricanes and endless wind blades, crashing onto Yun Jiyao's body. Puff! Yun Jiyao's delicate body was directly sent flying, and bright red blood spewed from his mouth before he landed heavily on the ground. But fortunately, Yun Jiyao pulled out a blue jade token from his bosom, covered in cracks. It was clear that this was a defensive spiritual treasure, helping Yun Jiyao withstand this attack. Yet for some reason, a hint of joy flashed in Yun Jiyao's eyes. Luo Xing, seeing this, curled his lips into a cold smile, then changed his hand sign dramatically. Die! The thunder dragon let out a roar that echoed across the heavens and earth, then charged angrily towards Yun Jiyao below. Boom! The blinding thunder light and deafening thunder roared throughout this land. The onlookers outside were startled, their pupils shrinking. My god, Luo Xing is going to kill Yun Jiyao directly. Isn't it too much to not ban him for this? Exactly. Yun Jiyao clearly no longer has the ability to continue fighting, why still attack? Isn't this deliberately trying to kill him? Voices of condemnation began to rise, loudly directed at the seven saints in the heavens. This scene made Jiang Wang frown deeply. Good kid, you are becoming more and more deserving of death. Not only Jiang Wang, but the mysterious and stunning woman sitting below also slightly frowned. Listening to the heated debate below, the heavenly sage waved his hand slightly and spoke softly. Quiet, Yun Jiyao is not dead. Ah? Not dead? I can't think of any way to survive such an attack. Although filled with these questions, they still trusted the words of the heavenly sage. They redirected their gaze to the light screen. At this moment, the thunder light gradually dissipated. Luo Xing swept his eyes, revealing a bottomless giant pit below. His divine sense probed inside, but sensed no signs of life. Could it be that I turned him into ashes? Just then, Luo Xing's heart suddenly tightened, and an intense aura of death enveloped him in an instant. With no time to spare, Luo Xing's foot stomped into the void as he quickly retreated. But even so, he still felt a chill on his face. The thunder light flickered, and in an instant, Luo Xing's figure appeared 100 miles away. Luo Xing trembled and stretched out his hand, gently touching his cheek, then slowly looked down at his hand. A streak of bright red appeared on his fingers. On Luo Xing's charming, three-dimensional face appeared a glaring streak of blood, which was now flowing downward in drops of fresh crimson. Opposite Luo Xing stood Yun Jiyao, her face pale as a ghost. She didn't die. Chapter 80. Really didn't die. So amazing, how did she do it? Indeed, she actually survived under Luo Xing's attack. As Yun Jiyao's pale face reappeared on the screen, the audience and the entire square gasped in shock, their eyes wide open. They couldn't help but marvel at Yun Jiyao's abilities. Most things in the world are mutual. Luo Xing's attacks were fierce, extraordinarily powerful, with the ability to destroy everything. Conversely, those who could withstand such assaults for a long time and escape them were equally strong. At that moment, Luo Xing blankly stared at the blood in his hands, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Slowly, he raised his head to look at Yun Jiyao opposite him and asked. So it was like this? From the very beginning, you had no intention of competing with me in powers, but chose to confuse me and take advantage of your speed to fight for your life, right? That's right, everyone knows your Luo clan's Joshio Heavenly Thunder technique is extraordinarily tyrannical. I had no reason to compete with you. Yun Jiyao paused, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. It's just a pity. Pity you couldn't kill me, right? Luo Xing completed her sentence. Exactly. Yun Jiyao did not deny it either and nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Luo Xing attack mercilessly, she knew that even if she wasn't turned to dust, she would be turned into a blood mist. So she decided to take Luo Xing's life without hesitation. Although killing was strictly forbidden in the competition, it was Luo Xing who attacked first, so it couldn't be blamed on her. After hearing Yun Jiyao's words, Luo Xing suddenly laughed loudly. But that laughter made people feel very uncomfortable. At that moment, Luo Xing let out a laugh tinged with madness, and his body trembled continuously. Brilliant lightning flashed all over him, and even the space couldn't withstand such violent power. The dark clouds that had already dispersed began to gather again. However, at that moment, endless thunder began to coalesce in the sky filled with black clouds. The winds howled, and thunder roared, as if a world-destroying Azura was about to be born into the world. Yun Jiyao, as a reward for the injury you caused me, I'll send you to die. Luo Xing's spiritual energy erupted completely at that moment, the violent force bursting forth uncontrollably from the top of his head. The overwhelming and violent aura instantly spread across the heavens and the earth. What? Yun Jiyao's pupils shrank rapidly as she felt this overpowering aura. At the same time, the scene on the screen shocked the audience outside endlessly. Is this the aura of a peak celestial emperor? Of course, that 5-year-old Luo Xing is already a peak celestial emperor. So terrifying, how did they cultivate to this level? As Luo Xing's aura spread out without reservation, everyone gaped in disbelief. Even Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow in surprise. He didn't expect that his good little brother's spiritual power had actually reached this level. Only a thin line separated them now. Luo Xing let out a furious roar, unleashing boundless violent spiritual energy, and slammed it towards Yun Jiyao. This palm, the peak strength of a celestial emperor, showed no mercy, and was about to take Yun Jiyao's life. But at that moment, Yun Jiyao suddenly shouted, I forfeit. In the next moment, a beam of guiding light descended from the heavens, enveloping her within it. Luo Xing's fierce palm slammed directly into the light, the incredibly violent spiritual power causing cracks to form in it. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's hearts jumped to their throats, fearing that Luo Xing might strike and shatter that brightness with one angry palm. But fortunately, since this is inside the Zhang Xian treasure mirror, Luo Xing cannot act recklessly within it. So, the descending brilliance still took Yun Jiyao away from this battlefield. Only Luo Xing remained at the spot, watching coldly. After Yun Jiyao came out from the Zhang Xian treasure mirror, she immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Although Luo Xing's palm did not succeed, its overwhelming spiritual power still inflicted internal injuries on her. At that moment, someone from the Wind Spirit sect quickly came forward to take her away. Everything that happened below was fully observed by the 7 saints in the sky above. The Flame Sky Saint pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Although Luo Xing's actions were ruthless and merciless, her talent is indeed outstanding. If her temperament is well-tempered, she could become a great talent. But that little guy named Yun Jiyao is indeed impressive, courageous, and resourceful. After Luo Xing's strike, she must have been frightened, which is quite remarkable. The Qingtian saint gently waved the folding fan in his hand, looking at the direction Yin Jiyao had left, showing a satisfied expression in his eyes. As the battle between Luo Xing and the other two ended, the fight between Li Lingyin and Yi Gu also concluded. Compared to the former's one-sided crush, the fight between the other two could be called a visual feast, thrilling to watch, ending with Yi Gu's victory. Both were taken away by the brilliance. Li Lingyin's face was pale, lips purple, clearly showing signs of poisoning. He smiled helplessly and said, "Brothery, your poison skills are truly unpredictable and extremely domineering, I humbly acknowledge defeat." Hearing this, Yi Gu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cupped his hands toward the former without saying a word, and handed over a pill from his bosom. Clearly, this was the antidote to Yi Gu's poison. With today's battles finished, the Tongtian Great Saint slowly stood up and looked at the four, speaking. "You all performed well. You three should go back and rest well, waiting for tomorrow's finals." The Tongtian Great Saint looked toward the victorious Jiang Wang, Luo Xing, and Yi Gu. Tomorrow's battle would be a free-for-all, but as Jiang Wang left, he still glanced at Luo Xing. Naturally, the latter was also looking at him. Jiang Wang knew that tomorrow would be the time for him to settle accounts with Luo Xing. Ha! He let out a long breath, having waited so long since the start of the competition to finally vent some anger on his good younger brother. Saying this, he no longer lingered, transforming into a golden light rushing upward, flying toward Lingmiao Peak. Luo Xing looked up at the rapidly flying golden light in the skies, a trace of strange coldness flashed in her eyes. The night was deep, the night sky veiling the heavens. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged in the Qingshan courtyard, slowly opening his eyes. Then he gradually stood up, bowed to the empty space ahead, and spoke. "Master." With a light sound of acknowledgement, a graceful figure appeared in the courtyard before Jiang Wang. It was the beautiful saint dressed in a white dress. The beautiful saint looked at Jiang Wang, satisfaction filling her beautiful eyes, and slowly spoke. "I have to admit, little guy, you really are outstanding to have come this far." Jiang Wang shyly smiled. "This is all because of Master's good eyesight." Upon hearing this, the beautiful saint's lips curled into a smile so enchanting it could make the world fade. "With that mouth of yours, I really don't know how many young girls will be bewitched by you in the future." "He, who said that? I am the most pure and devoted." Hearing Jiang Wang's playful words, the beautiful saint smiled again, then straightened her expression. "Alright, let's talk about serious matters." When Jiang Wang heard that the beautiful saint was going to talk about serious matters, he also restrained the smile on his face. The two of them walked into a small pavilion inside the Qingshan courtyard. He waved his hand. A teapot and 2 teacups appeared on the stone table. The fragrant aroma of spirit tea wafted out from the teapot. The scent was so refreshing it brought peace to one's heart. He filled the 2 teacups with tea and quietly waited for the mysterious saint to speak. The saint stretched out 2 fingers, as delicate as jade, gently picked up a teacup, took a sip, and slowly began to speak. "In tomorrow's battle, you must not get emotional. If you feel something is wrong, admit defeat immediately. I can also see your efforts, even if you do not get first place, what I promised you will not be less." Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. "Alright, I need to get first place to be introduced to the saintess of the Creation Immortal Palace." As he thought of this, the image of that mysterious and stunning beauty suddenly surfaced in his mind. Actually, I would be fine even without the saintess, I think that one is pretty good too." Jiang Wang thought to himself. Yet he still spoke to the mysterious saint. "I understand, don't worry, master, I won't be overly ambitious." The mysterious saint nodded, then furrowed her delicate brows and continued. "Your strength is only slightly below that of Luo Xing. If it is a normal battle, you would have a greater chance of winning, but I sense that Luo Xing is not simple. Given his status in the Luo clan, he surely has hidden cards that we do not know about." The mysterious saint paused. "Moreover, the Luo clan was once an ancient family." Jiang Wang nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing his expression, the mysterious saint no longer spoke much, but then turned her hand. A delicate small mirror appeared in her hand, with radiance swirling around it and many strange symbols flickering. "Ha!" Jiang Wang was taken aback, that small mirror in the mysterious saint's hand. "Isn't it the Zhang Xian treasure mirror? Why did she bring the Zhang Xian treasure mirror? Is it because Master is afraid I will lose and plans to help me cheat? Master, if this is discovered by others, you are a saint king, so they probably won't make things hard for you, but will I lose my head?" Seeing Jiang Wang's shocked and fearful expression, the mysterious saint covered her mouth and laughed lightly, patting Jiang Wang's head and saying with a smile. "What are you thinking, little one? This is not the main body of the Zhang Xian treasure mirror, but it is also a holy king-grade treasure personally crafted by our palace master." "Oh." Hearing this, Jiang Wang nodded, feeling relieved. "Tomorrow is the final match. Your Jiang clan is far from the Creation Immortal Palace. I was worried you would miss your family, so I borrowed this mirror from the palace master." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang's eyes brightened. Could it be that this thing can connect me to my family? Of course. After saying this, the mysterious saint threw the small mirror into the air. Reveal. The mysterious saint made a gesture with one hand, and a beam of moonlight was directly guided down, illuminating the small mirror. Buzz. As the moonlight shone, the small mirror emitted a light buzzing sound, and then a giant light screen projected out. The void in front slowly twisted, and then buildings and flames gradually appeared within the light screen. Jiang Wang looked and immediately recognized that this was precisely the Jiang clan. Seeing those familiar buildings and a few familiar figures, Jiang Wang couldn't help but shout out loud. Jiang Yun. Ah! At this moment, thousands of miles away within the Jiang clan, Jiang Yun was startled, collapsing directly to the ground from the sudden shout. Then she looked around in fear. Ha ha ha, are you stunned? I'm here. This scene made Jiang Wang laugh out loud. After hearing the voice, Jiang Yun looked up and saw that a light screen had appeared in the sky, showing Jiang Wang's face filled with laughter. Wow, it's the young clan leader. A look of surprise instantly appeared on Jiang Yun's face, and she shouted out. What? Young clan leader, where? Over there, quickly look up. It really is the young clan leader, ancestral grandfather, come out quickly. In an instant, the Jiang clan was immersed in a wave of excitement. The distortion of space caused Jiang Tao's figure to appear within Jiang Wang's line of sight. Behind him followed Jiang Xixin and Jiang Jianming, along with other family members. Mother, ancestor, grandfather, and grandmother. Seeing his relatives after many days apart, Jiang Wang felt his throat choke up slightly. With a worried expression, Jiang Xixin approached under the light curtain, looking at Jiang Wang's lovely and delicate little face, unable to help but speak up. Child, why do you look so thin? How did the competition go? Hee, you don't know how strong I am, mother. Of course, I punched the young master of the ancient clan and kicked the holy son of the great sect. What? You don't believe me? Master, tell them. At this moment, a warm scene was unfolding in the Qingshan courtyard. However, at the same time, a deep night conversation was taking place in the hall of the Luo clan. Night seemed suitable for conversation. Luo Xing sat across from Luo Zhantian, listening to the latter speak. Xinger, tomorrow is the final. I only ask you, facing Jiang Wang, how confident are you? Hearing the question, Luo Xing lowered her eyes, pondering slightly, images of Jiang Wang fighting flashing in her mind. After a while, she slowly spoke. 70%. 70%. Luo Zhantian repeated Luo Xing's words and then looked at her, as if hesitating about something. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Xinger, my meaning is very simple. No matter what, I don't want to see the two of you in a life and death struggle. Luo Zhantian paused. After all, no matter what, Jiang Wang also has our Luo clan's blood running through him. He is a natural ancient saint body, a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. Losing either of you would be a loss, and... Father, you want to say that he is still my brother, right? Luo Xing completed Luo Zhantian's sentence. Yes, that's right. Luo Xing did not speak further. Sigh. Luo Zhantian's expression was complex, he sighed lightly and continued. Also, unless absolutely necessary, do not use the trump card. Chapter 82. The night sky was full of bright stars flickering, like the most dazzling jewels embedded in it. Luo Xing walked alone in the garden, not knowing what she was thinking. Strangely, tiny points of starlight fell from the sky, covering Luo Xing's body. Draped in brilliant starry robes, her hair sparkled under the starlight. It was as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Luo Xing's expression was indifferent, recalling what Luo Zhantian had said earlier, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Just a discarded child expelled from the Luo clan, talking about bloodlines, I see it's just an inability to forget the Jiang clan's lowly concubine. Luo Xing murmured softly. She slowly lowered her head, stretched out her palm, and then slowly clenched her fist. At this moment, something magical happened. The countless stars in the sky seemed to be drawn to her as if guided by something, rushing towards Luo Xing's palm. Feeling the vast spiritual power within her boiling, a strong force gathered in her hand. A smile appeared at the corner of Luo Xing's mouth. She slowly spoke. Since you care so much for that discarded child, let me personally end his life. The newborn sun rose like a long spear, violently tearing through the heavens, casting the scorching sunlight upon the earth. Today, the Zongxian Square was bustling with crowds. The number of spectators reached its peak. Because everyone knew that today was the most exciting part of the recent Transformation Immortal Palace competition. Now there were only 3 contestants left, but the rankings had not been determined. Everyone was eager to see who among the 3 could take first place in this competition. At Wandu Mountain, an old man in a green robe, with cloudy eyes, was looking at the elder Gu before him. This old man was the master of Wandu Mountain, Ouyangde. Ouyangde's gaze swept over Gu, and then he slowly began to speak. Agu, you have now entered the top 3. What are your thoughts on the upcoming battles? Agu pondered for a moment, and after a pause, he slowly replied. I will strive for first place. Ouyang slightly shook his head. When it comes to predicting fortune and misfortune, the heavenly path sect truly stands as the first in the world. But the principle of pursuing good and avoiding harm is quite easy to understand. Agu, I ask you now, what is good, and what is bad? Hearing Ouyang's question, Agu was slightly taken aback, instinctively turning his head to look at the already arrived Jiang Wang and Luo Xing. After thinking for a moment, hesitatingly, he spoke. Does the ancestor mean that competing with these two for first place is bad, while not competing is good? Listening to Agu's words, Ouyang nodded. The messy business between them will certainly reach a conclusion today. Although the rules say this final is a free-for-all, I believe it's better to let them fight it out without interference. Agu hesitated for a while, then nodded. I understand, ancestor. I will think it over before I make a move. Seeing Agu nod, Ouyang said no more and waved his hand toward him. I am going, ancestor. After speaking, Ouyang soared into the air, arriving before the vast azure mirror high above. As Agu arrived, Jiang Wang and Luo Xing both opened their eyes and stood up. They then looked up at the 7 holy kings in the skies above. The great sage of heaven also stood up and slowly spoke. Talking more is useless, whoever wins depends on their own ability. You 3, fight. After speaking, the great sage waved his robe, and rolling purple energy surged forth, causing the already enormous vast azure mirror to expand once more. It was as if it would directly cover the entire sky. The chaotic surface of the mirror gradually became clear, reflecting all the scenes below. At this moment, heaven and earth shared the same color, appearing both strange and magnificent. The great sage waved his robe again, and 3 beams of light descended, enveloping Jiang Wang and the others, drawing them up. Jiang Wang's vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange place. He scanned the heavens and earth and surprisingly discovered that this was an ancient battlefield. Countless broken spears and remnants of weapons were embedded in this unknown battlefield among the towering mountains. A fierce wind swept through, and yellow sand surged, faintly hinting at endless wronged souls crying out, recounting their grievances. Before Jiang Wang could carefully examine his surroundings, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Boom! In the next moment, a loud explosion echoed at the spot he had just occupied. From the vantage point above, one could see a gigantic palm print appearing in its place, sending countless yellow sands flying. Luo Xing stood in the void, looking coldly down below. The yellow sand roared, and a faint golden light appeared within. But instantly, this faint golden light exploded forth, becoming as dazzling as a blazing sun, extremely eye-catching. Good brother, why are you always so impatient? Jiang Wang's voice rang out from within, and then his figure slowly emerged, looking up at Luo Xing in the skies, revealing a cold smile. Then he turned to Agu beside him and said with a smile. Brother Agu, a fierce battle may take place soon, why don't you watch for a while, and after I deal with him, we can settle our own scores. Agu listened to Jiang Wang's words, pondering for a moment, the scene of his earlier conversation with Ouyang flashing in his mind. Then he directly nodded, taking 2 steps back to show his stance. Is the battle finally about to begin? This is exciting, these two are finally going head-to-head. A fateful battle, perhaps? Is yesterday's bet continuing, brothers? At this moment, a supporter of Luo Xing suddenly provoked Jiang Wang's fans. They could not bear this and were instantly furious. One by one, they pulled out their own spirit treasures from their universe bags again. Come on, put them on the table. Damn it, who is pressing whose son? The 2 groups of fans started a fierce verbal battle again. And in the battlefield, Jiang Wang heard the words. Luo Xing curled his lips in disdain. He spoke coldly. Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing too hard? Get lost. Before Luo Xing could finish his sentence, Jiang Wang transformed into a beam of golden light and instantly appeared in front of him, then heavily threw a punch, carrying endless golden light. With this punch, Jiang Wang used all his strength, and his somewhat juvenile fist directly collapsed the void, as if it could crush an entire mountain. Humph. Luo Xing's gaze turned cold, and he crossed his arms in front of him, while violent spirit power erupted at this moment. Lightning flashed, and countless runes intertwined, forming a thunder battle armor around Luo Xing. Thunder God Armor. Chapter 83. The thunder battle armor instantly wrapped around Luo Xing. The lightning coiled around it, looking incredibly solid. Bang! Jiang Wang's punch heavily hit Luo Xing's arms, unleashing endless thunder. Even the surrounding void began to collapse, exposing the pitch-black chaotic space inside. As Jiang Wang's fist struck against his arms, he immediately frowned. At this moment, he felt an incredibly powerful force transmitted through this thunder battle armor to his body. A dull sound was heard. Luo Xing's figure was directly smashed down from the sky by this punch. He crashed heavily to the ground. Wow! He was sent flying with one punch. Jiang Wang is mighty. Strong. As this scene appeared on the big screen, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted among the audience. In front, Jiang Wang's fans were even more excited. One by one, they turned red in the face, frantically waving their signs, cheering for Jiang Wang. Meanwhile, the supporters of Luo Xing turned red at this moment, not knowing how to retort. In the battlefield. From the deep pit caused by Jiang Wang's punch, Luo Xing flew out, his thunder battle armor covered with cracks. Luo Xing's face was gloomy, and then he shook his body. The armor on him instantly turned into countless bright dots of spirit power and scattered away. Luo Xing looked at Jiang Wang and slowly spoke. I didn't expect that you, coming from the Jiang clan, could cultivate to this extent. The ancient holy body is indeed well deserved. Of course, how else can I be your brother? Jiang Wang chuckled. Hearing this, Luo Xing suddenly revealed a smile, his tone softening as he spoke to him. We brothers haven't had a good chat yet, and we have to meet like this in battle. I haven't asked, how have you been all these years in that shabby little Jiang clan? Although Luo Xing's tone softened, the sarcasm in his words was unhidden. But Jiang Wang just smiled slightly. Not bad, our Jiang clan is indeed shabby compared to the noble clans. Jiang Wang paused for a moment, then his lips curled into a smile. And we are also very primitive compared to the nobility, each member has one wife, in a legitimate marriage. As soon as Jiang Wang's words fell, the smile on Luo Xing's face gradually disappeared. Jiang Wang directly made a mockery of Luo Xing's mother and him in front of everyone. According to the timeline, Jiang Xixin was the one who legitimately married Luo Zhantian's wife back to the clan, while Mo Yun was married back through inter-family alliances. Though it was also a legitimate marriage, being said like this by Jiang Wang reduced her status. Humph, that is still better than being kicked out as a worthless person. Luo Xing let out a cold snort, then slowly formed a seal with both hands, infinitely releasing spirit power. The light in his eyes was gradually filled with the flash of thunder. Jiang Wang's smile slowly faded, feeling the increasingly violent spiritual energy in the world. He let out a long breath, while his hands slowly formed seals. Poor Jiang Wang, today you will experience the unmatched skills of the Luo tribe that you can never practice. After saying this, he abruptly changed his hand seal. Suddenly, endless dark clouds covered the sky above. Within them, bolts of lightning appeared, swirling around like silver snakes. 9 Heavens Thunder Sutra Thunder God's Wrath. Luo Xing stood in the void, his hair dancing wildly, with a face full of solemnity and seriousness. It was as if the true Thunder God had descended to judge Jiang Wang before him. Thick bolts of lightning intertwined, flashes of thunder appearing suddenly. A dividing line slowly appeared in the dark clouds above, as if a divine axe had split the entire sky in half. A figure made entirely of thunder descended from the sky. His hair flew wildly, his eyes wide with fury. As this figure appeared in this realm, this ancient battlefield turned into a raging thunder domain, endless thunder crashing down, creating deep pits in the ground, releasing black smoke. My God, even from outside, I can feel the immense pressure. The Luo tribe's 9 Heavens Thunder Sutra is truly overwhelming. This is outrageous. Luo Xing's blow would surely be unbearable even for a saint. As expected of the Luo tribe's holy son. Voices of shock erupted, all feeling immensely astonished by Luo Xing's attack. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes at the thunder god figure in the sky, feeling a tingling sensation in his body at that moment. Thick bolts of lightning fell towards Jiang Wang. But when they reached about a foot away from Jiang Wang, they were blocked by a solid golden spiritual energy. Jiang Wang gazed at the descending thunder god figure and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the world seemed to fall completely silent. Endless golden light erupted from his body. It was as if the sun had risen in this realm of thunder. Buzz. A strange humming sound came out, and a round shape appeared behind Jiang Wang. Inside it, small fish in black and white suddenly emerged from the void, one diving into the round shape. This round shape was like a pool of water, allowing the black and white fish to swim freely. A dividing line slowly emerged, transforming directly behind Jiang Wang into a Taiji diagram. The yin-yang diagram floated in this realm, spreading a unique wave. It was as if it contained the most fundamental principles of existence. Life and death, yin and yang. Yin-yang life and death diagram. The holy body's phenomenon, today I actually witnessed it. But, isn't it said that the ancient holy body has many phenomena? It's coming, look. Jiang Wang's hand seal changed again. A majestic golden blood energy spouted out from the top of Jiang Wang's head. It transformed into an endless golden ocean. On it, golden lotus flowers bloomed, floating on the ocean. On the golden lotuses, mysterious runes flowed, with endless pathways surrounding them. Bitterness see growing golden lotus. It's so dazzling. Wait, you all look, it's not over. What? There's more? As the audience gasped one after another. Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes, which were now filled with endless golden light. His hand seal changed once more. A roll of emerald green scroll emerged from the void. As endless spiritual energy poured into it, the scroll slowly unfolded. Spiritual light burst forth from the scroll, with mountains, rivers, and creatures appearing within it, vivid as if they were about to jump out of the scroll. Beautiful rivers and mountains. Oh my god, how many phenomena does Jiang Wang have? Shu, be quiet, keep watching. As 3 different phenomena emerged, Luo Xing also squinted his eyes. He felt pressure from Jiang Wang as well. Luo Xing snorted coldly, his hand seal changing wildly. The inner spiritual energy burst forth completely. The peak strength of the immortal emperor was fully unleashed. At this moment, the shadow of the thunder god in the sky once again became solid. It charged angrily towards Jiang Wang. Be obliterated. Chapter 84. Jiang Wang looked at the furious shadow of the thunder emperor rushing towards him, and he was equally unwilling to show weakness. With 3 different phenomena surrounding him, he transformed directly into a streak of light heading towards the former. Jiang Wang shouted to the heavens, his golden hair flying wildly. The powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out, and his realm as an immortal emperor reached its peak, completely exploding at this moment. Spiritual light surged high, as if to suppress the entire universe. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion echoed through this world. At this moment, the thunder rumbled, the void collapsed, mountains crumbled, and the earth fractured. It was as if this world could not bear the collapse at this moment. Brilliant! Body against divine powers, Jiang Wang is strong. As the violent wave of spiritual energy spread out, the crowd outside had completely gone wild. They shouted the names of the 2 loudly. I didn't expect that little guy from the Jiang family could cultivate to this level, it's truly impressive. The heavenly saint remarked, watching with interest. The heavenly great sage beside him nodded, casting a complicated glance at the smiling Miao saint. The Jiang family absolutely cannot produce such a talent, this little guy's achievements today are inseparable from his own efforts. That's right. At this moment, the ancient battlefield had become a scene of devastation. Aga stood in a wide open area, his face full of bitterness, his robes covered in dust, looking extremely disheveled. He had just tried to dodge the rain of thunder, taking shelter inside a mountain. But who would have known, as he hid, the world outside suddenly fell silent. Just as Aga thought the battle was over and wanted to go out to take a look. The violently chaotic wave of spiritual energy erupted instantly, flattening the mountain he was in. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have been buried alive. As the dust settled, Luo Xing's figure reappeared in this realm. Buzz! Golden light shone, and Jiang Wang, enveloped in golden divine radiance, suddenly burst forth from the void. Angrily, he slapped down with a heavy hand. Humph! Luo Xing's eyes turned cold, and he immediately turned around, similarly striking out with a palm. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and both of them trembled. Jiang Wang raised his brow, then stomped hard on the void, rapidly retreating. Tilting his head, he looked with interest at the other's body and laughed, saying, "Good little brother, is this body of yours?" Luo Xing scoffed disdainfully, his body trembling. In that moment, the robe on him instantly turned to countless particles, drifting down from the sky. With the robe shed, a blue inner lining was revealed. The inner lining clung tightly to Luo Xing's body, perfectly outlining his exquisite muscle lines. At this moment, the dark clouds enveloping this world slowly began to disperse. Luo Xing had a cold smile on his face, and slowly formed seals with his hands. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from within him, as if something inside Luo Xing had shattered. Then, a unique wave emanated from his body. Stars of light began to fall from the heavens, affecting Luo Xing's body. Do you think you're the only one with extraordinary talent and a primordial holy body? At this moment, Luo Xing seemed to have completely transcended, his eyes filled with pride and indifference. This feeling was like a divine angel in the 9 heavens looking down upon ants on the ground. What is this overwhelming and unique aura? It feels a bit like star power. Star power, could it be? Yes, historically, very few methods or techniques can draw upon star power, a physique that can attract star power without any incantations or seals. It is the Zhou Tian star body. It really is the Zhou Tian star body. With Luo Xing's transformation. The audience outside erupted in excitement at that moment. Everyone was surprised to see the legendary Zhou Tian star body here. The mighty beings in the sky were also slightly astonished after witnessing this. To think it is the Zhou Tian star body, this Luo Xing from the Luo clan is truly extraordinary. It is said that the Zhou Tian star body can summon the power of the stars to enhance itself, whether in physical strength or spiritual power, it is top-notch. This is going to be exciting. The Qing Tian saint spoke with a smile. The dragon capturing saint clicked his tongue, feeling sentimental as he touched his bald head, and said, To be fair, no matter this kid's character, he really does have the strength to be respected by his peers. At this moment, the mysterious sage, who had not spoken until now, suddenly said, Jiang Wang has not yet fully unleashed the power of his sacred body. It's too early to say he is respected by his peers, just wait and see. At this time, Jiang Wang looked at Luo Xing, whose aura was elevated, and he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. So this is why you are so arrogant, you have such a trump card. Jiang Wang paused for a moment, then a strange smile crept on his face. However, if this is all you have, then today you might end up regretting it. After saying this, Jiang Wang's body trembled, and his hands quickly formed seals. A vast golden blood energy burst forth from the crown of his head, as if he had transformed into a blazing sun. Bang! He roared skyward, his figure shot up like a powerful cannonball, directly charging forward. With a mighty slap, he unleashed a golden handprint carrying endless blood energy, as if to cover the entire sky. You're seeking death. Seeing that Jiang Wang dared to strike back, Luo Xing bellowed, slapping forward with equal ferocity. A pitch-black handprint descended from above, 7 dazzling stars glowing atop it, surrounded by countless stars. Boom! In that moment, it was as if thunder struck from the air. The gold and black energies erupted violently, like waves washing over, rippling visibly. Crash! The overwhelming energy shockwave uprooted countless trees in this space, and the massive boulders standing on the mountain peaks also crumbled at this moment. The clash of their full-out erupted powers was utterly crushing. In this space, apart from the ancient battlefield below, nothing remained. The mountains originally surrounding the battlefield were now reduced to ruins. The Aogu was also looking worriedly, constantly dodging the giant stones flying around. My goodness, are these two really at the peak of the Immortal Emperor? Is it really like this in the Battle of the Saint Realm? Fortunately, we are inside the Zhangxian mirror, otherwise, wouldn't the plaza be destroyed by these two? The audience was amazed, swallowing hard as they were filled with wonder at the battle between the two. Buzz! Jiang Wang's eyes shone with golden brilliance, like 2 blazing suns in the sky. He slightly turned his upper body and then punched fiercely. That fist, wrapped in blood energy and golden spiritual power, looked like a divine flame burning, with endless divine light swirling around it, dazzling and blinding to the eyes. Humph! Seeing Jiang Wang attacking again, Luo Xing coldly snorted. Once more, he slammed down with a hand. The pitch-black handprint seemed to slice through from beyond the universe, dark as ink, terrifying, with an immense sense of oppression as if even the sky was trembling. Boom! The second clash between the two sent gold and black energies swirling across the sky, countless voids collapsing and shattering. It resembled a yin-yang storm, expanding from the center of the two of them. Jiang Wang and Luo Xing continued to collide back and forth, like 2 deities engaged in a fight to the death. These two are so monstrous even without using their full physical strength. Who will win in the end? The crowd watched with wide eyes, afraid to miss any thrilling moment. As the audience discussed, Jiang Wang and Luo Xing had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Both were silent, only throwing punches, now having turned into a brutal melee. Their cold eyes were locked on each other, searching for flaws in their movements. Jiang Wang's golden blood energy showed no signs of diminishing, his inner energy like an endless ocean, inexhaustible and boundless. Although Luo Xing had some energy depletion, the dazzling radiance surrounding him constantly drew in the power of the stars, replenishing his strength and energy quickly. Boom! Jiang Wang's fist smashed hard into Luo Xing's chest. Luo Xing let out a muffled grunt and kicked out with force, striking down hard on Jiang Wang's shoulder. The two separated. However, Jiang Wang had no intention of giving Luo Xing a moment to breathe, forming a peculiar seal with his hands. A gigantic golden peak suddenly solidified from his palm, complete with ancient woods, wild beasts, rivers, and mountains. I will suppress you! Jiang Wang shouted, dragging the golden peak down towards Luo Xing forcefully. What kind of divine ability is this? It's so powerful. Yeah, and it was casually created by Jiang Wang? The emergence of the golden peak shocked everyone present. The figure in the sky, Yan Tian Daoren, narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. It is said that the ancient saint body not only has many strange phenomena but also possesses a unique golden blood energy that is immensely remarkable. It not only avoids 100 evils but can also replace spiritual energy to form offensive techniques. Its blood energy seems as heavy as 10,000 pounds, possessing supreme power. Hearing Yan Tian Daoren's words, the other holy kings finally realized and nodded in understanding. Luo Xing looked at the golden peak descending upon him with his pupils trembling. Because the momentum Jiang Wang was generating was too overwhelming, the peak towering in the sky seemed like a true giant peak moved to him. Boom! The giant peak descended, collapsing the void, shattering the ground. This peak was simply too large, creating a shocking momentum that directly suppressed Luo Xing beneath it. At this moment, the crowd gasped, unable to hold back their exclamations. If this giant peak falls on me, I would definitely be dead. What else can you say? But what's going to happen to Luo Xing? Is he going to be crushed to death? Someone raised such a question. Just then, an angry roar resounded through the sky. Cracks began to appear on the golden peak, suddenly erupting. Jiang Wang's figure rushed into the sky, his face serious as he looked down at the bottomless pit. With brilliant starlight shining forth, Luo Xing roared to the heavens, with hair standing up, clothes tattered, and his face filled with rage. Hiss. Seeing the scene, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. They all marveled at Luo Xing's physical strength. What a guy, he actually took that hit head-on, truly fierce. Luo Xing frowned fiercely. With arms spread wide, a peculiar wave emanated from within him. He looked at Jiang Wang and coldly declared, "It should end now." After saying so, Luo Xing's hand seal changed violently, and powerful energy surged forth. It directly shrouded this space in a cloak of night. Amid the night, countless brilliant stars lit up, and huge stars suddenly emerged. But that wasn't all. As the stars appeared, a full moon also hung in the night sky. A deep blue light suddenly tilted out from the void. The sea and sky became one, reflecting on the heavens. Above the sea, a full moon rose, merging into one with the moon in the sky. The full moon slowly rotated. A wave of violent spiritual energy rippled out at this moment, showing its strength and mystery. Wow! At this moment, the audience burst into excitement. It's a phenomenon. Luo Xing has actually cultivated an anomaly. What kind of anomaly is this? You uncultured fool, never seen it before? I'll tell you, this is the famous king body anomaly, the bright moon rising over the sea, and stars shining in the sky. Damn, you call me an uncultured fool, do you have one? The one called an uncultured fool replied unhappily. The other party was immediately silenced by this question and rolled their eyes, saying, "No, I don't have it, but I've seen it before." Jiang Wan looked calmly at the powerful anomaly behind Luo Xing. Seeing the situation, Luo Xing mocked. "What's wrong? Am I scaring you, stupid? Or are you prepared to accept death calmly?" After hearing Luo Xing's words, Jiang Wang smiled slightly, then slowly spoke. "Since you are so confident, then today I will wipe that confidence out." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wang also formed hand seals, and a wave of strong fluctuations spread out. At this moment, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly became violent. Endless golden blood energy burst out from Jiang Wang's head, combining with his own spiritual energy to slowly condense a golden giant shadow behind him. This golden giant shadow stood tall in the ninth heaven, surrounded by mysterious yellow energy, overlooking the world, like an immortal king descending to the mortal realm. This is the immortal king descending from the ninth heaven. Countless people looked at the towering figure in the ninth heaven with wide eyes, their pupils trembling as if witnessing something incredible. The several holy kings in the sky also appeared shocked and opened their mouths. The Rianchan Taoist smacked his lips. It's actually the immortal king descending from the ninth heaven. This is one of the most terrifying anomalies of ancient times, and this little guy actually brought it forth. After saying this, he looked at the Miao Saint with envy in his eyes. The Miao Saint has such an exceptional disciple, it truly makes others envious. Alas! The other holy kings, especially the Dragon Capture Great Saint and the Tongtian Great Saint, all sighed at this moment. On the battlefield. As soon as the immortal king appeared, he displayed a force powerful enough to shatter heaven and earth, slowly reaching out his palm toward Luo Xing, as if to suppress the nine heavens and the universe. Chapter 86. The immortal king sat high in the ninth heaven, his treasure-like appearance solemn, his expression grave. That face, slightly blurred under the imperial crown, was actually Jiang Wang himself. At this moment, the immortal king's massive hand directly pressed down toward Luo Xing, the violent and powerful spiritual energy fluctuations causing the void to collapse. A fierce look flashed in Luo Xing's eyes, and his hand seals changed violently. The anomaly behind him also began to activate at this moment. The bright moon rotated, and an incredibly powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out, seemingly ready to crush all enemies in its path. The stars in the night sky also shone with an exceptionally brilliant light at this moment. They seemed to grow larger in everyone's eyes. What is that? Why are those stars getting so big? Below, many spectators looked at this scene with shaking pupils, filled with confusion. What is getting bigger? They are clearly coming down. What? As the spectators gasped in shock. In the night sky, enormous stars began to fall. Each star was burning with flames, carrying an overwhelming force as they fell fiercely toward Jiang Wang. Boom! As the anomalies clashed, both had serious expressions. An unparalleled wave of violent spiritual energy collided continuously. Countless rocks and debris on the battlefield turned to flying ash at this moment. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the sky trembled constantly. The most terrifying thing was that this world actually began to show cracks, emitting a buzzing sound, as if it could not withstand this violent force and was about to collapse. Agu's face turned pale, breathing heavily. Facing the countless fallen stars attacking, he was struggling to dodge. While dodging these stars, he also had to be careful of the strong spiritual power waves spreading from the Celestial King sitting high in the sky, and watch out for the collapsing chaotic space and the scarred ground. Now he finally understood what it meant to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. Originally, he had entered the top 3 positions and couldn't help but feel a bit proud. But now he finally realized. No matter if he faced Jiang Wang or Luo Xing, he would be ruthlessly crushed. A single casual blow from the latter could shatter his pitiful ounce of pride. Damn it, is the gap really this big? Just dodging the battle waves of these two monsters is exhausting me. Igu dodged a massive star, and just looking at the bottomless pit it created made cold sweat flow down his face. Just hang in there, if it really gets too much, I will admit defeat. Damn, 2 monsters. Igu looked up at the 2 figures in the sky, unable to help but grit his teeth and speak. At this moment, the outside world was filled with continuous gasps of surprise. Because above, the Zhongxian treasure mirror was emitting waves of vibrations. A torrent of violent spiritual power waves spread out, rippling towards the surroundings. Several nearby cultivators were flipped over by the force. Truly a worrying situation. The heavenly saint let out a deep sigh. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, infinite majestic purple energy swept out, forming a barrier from the Zhongxian treasure mirror. With another flick of his fingers, a beam of spiritual light shot from his fingertip into the treasure mirror. With this power from the heavenly saint, countless inscriptions on the treasure mirror began to glow brightly, stabilizing its form, no longer vibrating like before. My god, it's dangerous just to watch from outside. Fortunately, we have these several holy kings here. Exactly, thank goodness that Zhongxian Immortal Palace has this Zhongxian treasure mirror, otherwise, forget that Zhongxian Square, even this mountain would be flattened. Is this really a battle between 2 immortal emperors? What if it were 2 holy kings? The faces of the spectators were all tinged with varying degrees of fear as they searched for a safer spot. In the audience, the once mysterious and stunning woman appeared again at some point. Her gaze was fixed on the 2 figures colliding within the light curtain. Her autumn-like eyes shimmered with a different color, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Wang raised his hand and shattered a huge star with a punch, then, carrying the visions behind him, shouted loudly. With a reverse pinch, dozens of giant peaks appeared in his hand. He smashed them down toward Luo Xing fiercely. Boom! 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 These giant peaks directly covered the entire sky, leaving no place to dodge. Starry big handprint. Luo Xing's hair danced wildly, his expression fierce, as he struck out with his big hand. Several black giant palm prints appeared out of thin air, shattering the giant peaks completely. But Jiang Wang didn't give him a moment to breathe. He raised both hands high above his head, his whole body glowing with divine light, as endless golden blood energy surged forth, quickly condensing a flaming sun in his hands. Then, accompanied by the Celestial King behind him, he charged down to suppress Luo Xing. Boom! Luo Xing's eyes widened in shock, his whole body bursting with brilliant starlight, as if starlight flowed beneath his skin. He too raised his hands, forcefully clashing against the sun. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as Luo Xing's legs sank deeply, causing the ground beneath him to collapse. His whole body trembled, his expression twisted. Suppress him! Jiang Wang shouted angrily, and then his golden blood energy exploded to the extreme, directly pressing the sun down to suppress Luo Xing into the ground. At this moment, he was truly enraged, originally thinking of finding an opportunity to eliminate Luo Xing directly. Even if he didn't kill him, he would at least leave him with a lifelong disability. However, he did not expect that Luo Xing, whether in spiritual power or physical strength, was not weak, and even his combat skills and experience were not far behind his own. So Jiang Wang could only unleash all his power and quickly end the battle. Let's see how you turn the tables now? Jiang Wang thought to himself as he looked at the quiet abyss below, but soon he sensed something was wrong. He felt a sudden and overwhelming killing intent emerge. Chilling, sinister. As if it had appeared out of nowhere from the depths of the underworld, sending chills down his spine. Not good. Jiang Wang felt a sense of danger and quickly retreated. Boom! A 1,000-foot chasm appeared in this world, and endless dark purple spiritual energy erupted furiously. Luo Xing's figure slowly floated out from the abyss below. He looked up at Jiang Wang, his eyes full of coldness and killing intent. Do you have any cards left? Jiang Wang frowned slightly. Then, he formed a seal, and dozens of giant peaks appeared, pressing down towards Luo Xing. Get lost! Luo Xing's cold and hoarse voice echoed out. His palm extended, and a powerful purple-black spiritual energy erupted, directly crushing the dozens of giant peaks. Wow! What's happening? What has happened to Luo Xing's aura? Yeah, it's like he has become a different person. Chapter 87. Luo Xing's transformation puzzled many people. The several holy kings in the sky also couldn't help but frown at this moment. The black-clothed sword saint, who had been silent, finally spoke slowly. He cheated. This aura is that of a malevolent spirit. Malevolent spirit? Where did this malevolent spirit come from? On the battlefield, Luo Xing's eyes were filled with black mist, and his aura became evil and overpowering. The peak aura of a celestial emperor rapidly climbed at this moment. It broke through the sage realm, reaching the third heaven of the sage realm. Feeling the incredibly abundant power within him, Luo Xing couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He looked across at Jiang Wang, grinning with malice. Well, brother, what are you going to do this time? Jiang Wang's expression was calm as he looked at Luo Xing with a cold smile. You little brat, you really have the guts to cheat so openly, huh? Luo Xing pointed a finger and slowly shook his head. Cheat? Who told you that? I just used a weapon spirit. After saying this, Luo Xing flipped his palm, and a broken long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear had an ancient bronze color, with peculiar patterns engraved on it, emanating strange and eerie waves. This is. As soon as the broken long spear appeared, the holy kings in the sky instantly lost their composure. Yan Tiandao's eyes showed a hint of shock, tentatively speaking. It is rumored that the emperor of the Luo clan, Luo Xun, possessed an unparalleled weapon named the Great Wilderness Spear before he ascended to his throne. After he became emperor, he further refined it into an ultimate imperial weapon, sweeping across the 8 wildernesses and the 6 realms, subduing the heavens and the earth, causing the skies to cry and the earth to mourn. Everyone was taken aback by Yan Tiandao's words. Are you saying that Luo Xing has brought the ultimate imperial weapon? No, although the long spear in his hand has a strong aura, it is far from reaching the level of an ultimate imperial weapon. At most, it can be considered a peak sage king weapon. The black-clothed sword saint refuted. Then, the rest of the people looked at Yan Tiandao, their eyes filled with questioning intent. The latter nodded lightly and then slowly closed his eyes, forming a peculiar seal with his hands. At this moment, it felt as if the world had fallen silent. Yan Tiandao began to emanate boundless Dao essence, and behind him, a small world appeared, complete with mountains, rivers, flying birds, and running beasts, as well as peculiar stones and ancient pines, all bustling with life as the sun and moon cycled. Suddenly, Yan Tiandao opened his eyes. 2 beams of white light shot out from his eyes. The small world behind him seemed to have been pressed on the fast-forward button at that moment, the scenes changing rapidly. Spring passed and autumn came, flowers withered and bloomed, the longevity pine transformed from a seedling into a towering tree. But in the blink of an eye, there were tides rising and falling, the sea withered and stones decayed, the towering tree turned back into a withered vine and an old tree. After a while, the small world behind slowly dissipated, and the aura of the Yintian Taoist also vanished. A pale color unexpectedly appeared on the face of Yintian Taoist. He slowly opened his mouth and spoke. This is indeed not the so-called Great Wilderness Halberd, or rather, it is an incomplete Great Wilderness Halberd. It involves the ancient Great Emperor. I can only glimpse a corner of it. I know that the Great Wilderness Halberd was originally a weapon of ancient ferocity. After being refined into an emperor's weapon, it absorbed countless strong people's grievances and divine thoughts, and the emperor's spirit has been completely infected, transformed into an evil spirit. That Luoxing should be borrowing the power of that evil spirit at this moment. Wow! This kid is truly audacious, he dares to try anything. Upon hearing Yintian Daoist's words, everyone frowned and couldn't help but sigh. But at this moment, the black-clad sword saint spoke again. Even if it is the evil spirit of an emperor's weapon, it is absolutely something he cannot control. Not to mention him, even if the complete evil spirit of an emperor's weapon appears, we would not be able to deal with it. The surrounding people all nodded in agreement with the black-clad sword saint's words. The Tongtian great sage slowly spoke. It seems to be the remnant spirit among the remnants of the weapon. Exactly. This Jiang Wang kid is going to face some hardships. Returning to the battlefield, as the Great Wilderness Halberd appeared in Luoxing's hand, his aura rose once again. Jiang Wan looked at the weapon in his hand, which emanated endless killing intent, slightly raising an eyebrow. Oh, playing word games, huh? After saying this, Jiang Wang again formed a hand seal, summoning over a dozen giant peaks in his hand, throwing them towards Luoxing in a series. Don't be too naive, Jiang Wang. Luoxing shouted loudly, sweeping the Great Wilderness Halberd in his hand. The violent purple-black spirit power oscillated and directly exploded the dozen giant peaks that were suppressed. Then his figure moved and he instantly disappeared from the spot. Before Jiang Wang could react, holding the Great Wilderness Halberd, Luoxing with a killing intent appeared right in front of him. Then, he swung the Great Wilderness Halberd fiercely, smashing it down towards Jiang Wang. The Great Wilderness Halberd, carrying immense power, seemed to weigh millions of pounds, collapsing the void completely, directly smashing onto Jiang Wang's arm. Bang! Jiang Wang's figure was heavily smashed down towards the ground, like a cannonball, stirring up endless dust. Ah! We won! We are the champions! This scene appeared on the light screen, instantly causing Luoxing's fans to erupt. At this moment, they all stood up and shouted loudly, cheering for the victory. They didn't forget to taunt Jiang Wang's fans beside them. Is this it? How did your brother Jiang Wang get beaten? Ha, just a clown. The taunted fans of Jiang Wang had no mood to retort at that moment. Their faces were filled with tension and worry, eyes wide open, staring at the light screen. They were all worried for Jiang Wang. And in the battlefield, Luoxing was laughing madly, while his aura continued to grow. The great wilderness halberd in his hand seemed to have stored endless purple-black spirit power, continuously pouring into Luoxing's body. Seeing this scene, many people frowned, filled with doubt. No, isn't this cheating? Cheating openly? Why hasn't it been stopped yet? Hearing the questioning noise around, the mysterious extraordinary woman slightly furrowed her brows at this moment. The celestial sage high in the sky stood up at this moment and looked towards the Tongtian great sage, speaking. Luoxing cheated, that evil spirit counts as outside assistance. Why hasn't the competition been called off yet? Miao Xingren's words made Tongtian Dasheng slowly frown, and there seemed to be a flash of anxiety in his eyes. After a while, he slowly spoke. Summon the 12 pavilion masters and all levels of elders to decide together. Soon, the 12 pavilion masters and hundreds of elders from the Zhao Hua Immortal Palace gathered in the sky above. They began to discuss the issues regarding the competition. I believe that Luoxing's actions are cheating, and the competition should be stopped immediately, declaring Jiang Wang as the winner, the first place in this contest. Miao Shangren spoke frankly in front of everyone without any concealment. Agreed. That is how it should be. Many people also agreed with Miao Xingren's words, believing that Luoxing's actions were cheating. But some held opposing views. However, I think it's not appropriate. The evil spirit essentially belongs to the spirit of the weapon, existing within the weapon. That's right, the rules of the competition allow the use of weapons. I don't think Luoxing's actions count as cheating. Why isn't it cheating? If the evil spirit enhances itself, what's considered cheating? A heated discussion erupted in the sky above. Not only here. The spectators below were also discussing the events unfolding. Jiang Wang's fans stood up angrily, pointing at Luoxing's fans and cursing wildly. Cheating and still daring to boast, don't you have any shame? Don't joke. They have no face at all, just like Luoxing, simply shameless. That makes sense. The arguments among a few people in the sky grew increasingly intense, while Miao Shangren rebutted their viewpoints one after another. But just then, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed across the heavens and the earth. It also entered the ears of Jiang Wang and Luoxing within the Zhongxian treasure realm. The competition rules allow contestants to use weapon spirits, and Luoxing has not violated any rules. The competition continues. As the voice fell. Suddenly, dark clouds spread across the sky, and a thin, hunched figure slowly appeared, staggering its way from the edge of the horizon. Though it seemed to walk slowly, its speed was actually very fast, appearing above the Zhongxian square in the blink of an eye. Ha! Who is that? I don't know, looks so high class. Could it be the palace master? No way, the palace master's voice wouldn't be like this. The spectators looked at the thin figure in the sky, their faces showing confusion as they inquired among themselves. However, the expressions of several sacred kings in the sky changed when they saw this figure. Qilong Dasheng smiled upon seeing the figure and touched his bald head, laughingly saying, Isn't this the Grand Elder? You have exited your seclusion? The old man slowly nodded, his murky eyes looking at the battlefield within the Zhongxian treasure mirror. He sighed deeply and spoke. Let the competition continue, I will personally oversee this final. So it's the Grand Elder of the Zhao Hua Immortal Palace? Why haven't I heard about this before? Hey, bro, come tell us about it. A well-dressed cultivator flicked his fingers, and a high-quality spiritual stone flew out, landing in the hands of a white-clothed cultivator from the Zhao Hua Immortal Palace. The latter quickly scanned his surroundings, finding no one paying attention to him, and suddenly approached the group of people, slowly speaking. You guys probably don't know, this person is indeed our Grand Elder of the Zhao Hua Immortal Palace, named Jin Shan, also known as the Demon Heaven Dasheng. 4 to 500 years ago, he was a well-known powerful figure throughout the ancient immortal realm, but he has been in deep seclusion in the Zhao Hua Immortal Palace all these years. As he said this, a hint of confusion appeared on the cultivator's face. I also don't know why the Grand Elder has come out this time. Oh, so that's how it is. As Yun Shan's words fell, the spectators showed some surprise. Wait, what does that old guy mean by this? Isn't this favoritism towards Luoxing? Who says it isn't? Isn't this cheating? Not only were the spectators feeling some resentment, even the wise sage furrowed his brow. Elder, what do you mean by that? Yun Shan heard the wise sage's words and showed no reaction, merely sitting cross-legged in the void, gazing at the light curtain ahead. The wise sage frowned and wanted to speak again. But he was stopped by the heavenly sage, who gave him a meaningful look. Then he spoke up. Since the elder has come forward, there's nothing more to argue about. Let's continue with the match. Seeing the heavenly sage's look, the wise sage also frowned but said no more. However, a spiritual energy wave began to ripple around him, ready to forcefully intervene and save Jiang Wang at any moment. And in the arena. Boom! The sound of air bursting emerged, and Jiang Wang's figure appeared, brushing off the dust from his body. He had also heard Yun Shan's words, a cold smile involuntarily rising at the corners of his mouth. Who's the villain? I can hear it right away. He thought to himself, then slowly calmed his emotions and looked up at Luo Xing's mocking smile on the opposite side. At that moment, Luo Xing had a sneer on his lips, his realm already reaching the peak of the fourth layer of sage territory. He looked at Jiang Wang and slowly spoke. It seems that the Palace of Fortune will stand on the side of truth and justice. Hearing Luo Xing's words, Jiang Wang couldn't help but laugh aloud. What? Are you already speaking from the perspective of a winner? Do you really think you've got me? Of course not, you can still admit defeat, huh? Jiang Wang smirked and let out a long breath. It seems you really think you have me under control. However, I still advise you to admit defeat now, otherwise, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Seeing Jiang Wang's teasing expression, a vein couldn't help but pop out on Luo Xing's forehead. The corrupt energy not only elevated his spiritual power but was also a blend of endless kill intent and resentment. With his current strength, it was quite hard not to lose his mind completely. But his emotions had already become very chaotic. Now, seeing Jiang Wang's appearance, he immediately exploded in rage. He shouted angrily. Still shouting when death is near, I'll give you what you want. Luo Xing's roar was mixed with another voice. This voice seemed to contain endless resentment and killing intent. As the words fell, Luo Xing raised the great desolate halberd and violently smashed it down towards Jiang Wang, the purple-black spiritual power erupting, carrying boundless might. This strike seemed capable of shattering the very earth. Come on! Jiang Wang also shouted loudly, clenching his hands, golden blood energy coalesced in his palms, and a long spear appeared, crossing in front of him, meeting the aggressive great desolate halberd head-on. Bang! A dull collision sound resonated, and sound waves rippled outward visibly. The golden spear in Jiang Wang's hand was instantly shattered into countless golden specks. At this moment, his hair danced wildly, and endless golden spiritual power surged forth. Without a moment's pause, he bombarded with heavy punches like raindrops toward Luo Xing. The latter continuously swung the great desolate halberd in his hand, clashing repeatedly with Jiang Wang's iron fists. Clang! 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 Clearly, it was fists colliding with weapons, but it emitted a series of sounds like iron struck together. Jiang Wang's body was as if made of the toughest divine iron in the world, with eyes gleaming like blades, saying nothing but just throwing punches. Chapter 89. Luo Xing's expression was equally grim, the great desolate halberd in his hand swirling wildly, each swing collapsing a vast expanse of void. At this moment, a hint of impatience flashed in Luo Xing's eyes as he reversed his hand and struck out. Starry handprint. Endless purple-black spiritual power gushed forth. Like waves surging. A handprint condensed from deep purple radiated an incredibly strong fluctuation. It crashed heavily towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang was unafraid, his figure constantly flashing in the void. He formed seals with his hands, appearing as if he was holding up the sky. His entire body's spiritual power erupted, and a black radiant sun instantly appeared in Jiang Wang's hands, magnificent and imposing. In that moment, Jiang Wang held the black radiant sun, resembling a divine being descended to the world, making people unable to help but want to worship him. Black Sun Seal. Jiang Wang dragged the sun that covered the sky, resembling a god, and pressed down towards Luo Xing. Boom! Luo Xing roared to the sky, his great wilderness spear suddenly swung, trying to shatter the descending black radiant sun. But outside, many people had their mouths agape at this moment. Especially the cultivators and elders from Ling Miao Peak, all wide-eyed. Isn't this the Black Sun Seal from our Ling Miao Peak's 100 Seal technique? Isn't it? Jiang Wang just arrived at Ling Miao Peak a few days ago, and he's already mastered the 100 Seal technique to this extent? Truly a genius. Well done, Jiang Wang, crush him. Xinlinger shouted, rallying everyone from Ling Miao Peak to join Jiang Wang's fan club, cheering him on. Boom! Black flames surged across the sky, completely engulfing Luo Xing. Flames burned heavenward, and Luo Xing's figure tumbled out, his robe engulfed by terrifying black flames. His face was ashen, eyes wide with rage, seemingly burning with endless fury. I will definitely kill you today. Kill me? Maybe in your next life. Jiang Wang saw that his goal had been achieved. Luo Xing's emotions had been completely ignited by him. Now he was ready to unleash his true power. After saying this, Jiang Wang slowly closed his eyes, while his hands began to form seals rapidly. The spiritual power in this world began to become chaotic at that moment. At the same time, endless golden light suddenly gathered in front of his chest. Unmatched violent spiritual power spread out, making the void tremble. Golden blood energy surged into the sky, and behind Jiang Wang appeared a god king seated on the ninth heaven. Another phenomenon. How much spiritual power does this ancient holy body have? It feels like it never runs out. But compared to the phenomenon, I want to know what that shining thing on his chest is. I don't know, it's my first time seeing it. This scene in the light curtain confused the outside audience. However, the mysterious and absolutely beautiful woman raised her eyebrows at this moment, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes, as if she knew what Jiang Wang was doing, but the shock quickly faded, and she continued to watch the light curtain. On the battlefield, Luo Xing's expression slowly became grave. He could clearly feel a powerful aura gradually spreading, vaguely making him, or rather the evil spirit within him, feel an overwhelming dread. Luo Xing no longer dared to be arrogant, slowly forming seals with both hands. Star-plucking hand. At that moment, Luo Xing unleashed his most powerful technique. He reached out, brilliant starlight shining forth, slowly condensing into a colorful giant hand of stars, as if countless stars were operating atop it. It directly slammed down towards Jiang Wang in fury. Good brother, let me show you what true divine skills are. Heavenly Calamity Light Demon Extermination. In an instant, divine rays wove together, illuminating everything. At this moment, a blinding radiant sun seemed to appear on Jiang Wang's chest. The brilliant golden light illuminated the void, as if the nine heavens were trembling, causing the clouds above to almost shatter. This powerful and divine aura radiated out, causing everyone present, whether cultivators or talents from various factions, to feel horrified, involuntarily beginning to tremble. At this moment, after Jiang Wang unleashed this heavenly calamity light, it was as if a true war god had descended into the mortal realm. Wow! What kind of divine power is this? Even in preparation, it carries such might. Wait, this position on the chest, I feel like I've seen it in ancient texts. Quickly tell us, what exactly is this divine power? The person who spoke shook his head, astonished as he said. This is not just any divine power. No, it is a kind of divine power, but not everyone can learn it, or rather, only a very small portion of people in the world can wield it. Stop teasing us, what is this divine power? It is said that some exceptionally gifted individuals are born with a unique chest bone, and the power and mystery of this chest bone are endless. It naturally comes with a form of attacking divine art that, when used, sparkles with divine brilliance just like Jiang Wang. This unique chest bone is known as the Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone. That's outrageous. Are you saying Jiang Wang is not only a rare ancient saint body born once in a millennium but also possesses the unique Supreme Bone of the entire wilderness immortal domain? At present, it appears to be so. Oh my god, is there no justice in the world? As Jiang Wang's technique emerged, the audience instantly erupted in fervor. Some even began to feel a twinge of jealousy toward Jiang Wang. Up in the sky pillar saint clicked his tongue, his tone filled with admiration. I really can't help but admire him, this little guy truly has the love of the heavens with him. Having an invincible ancient saint body isn't enough, he was actually born with a supreme bone. As the sky pillar saint spoke these words, a hint of envy unexpectedly rose in his voice. The burning sky great saint also clicked his tongue in agreement. Isn't that what I'm saying? It really is unfair. If I had received such favor, how could I have stopped here? Sigh, I really regret not striving harder. The dragon captured great saint sighed and spoke. Only the wondrous sage maintained a calm expression, but could not help feeling a secret joy in his heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang had completed his preparation. Brilliant divine light burst forth from his chest, shattering the void in its path. The dazzling golden light seemed capable of piercing everything, ready to dispel all darkness that stood in its way. Buzz! The golden divine light collided with the giant starry hand. It was as if melting snow met the blazing sun. The giant starry hand began to melt at a visible speed, soaring toward Luo Xing amidst his horrified stare. How is this possible? Luo Xing's pupils shook violently, disbelief etched on his face. Zhou Tian star body, Zhou Tian star map. Luo Xing rapidly shifted his hand seals, an endless brilliance of starlight erupted from his body. A grand star map formed before him, filled with countless stars, the Big Dipper shining clearly upon it. Luo Xing pushed the Zhou Tian star body to its limits, trying to use it to block that seemingly world-destroying light. On the vast star map, endless starlight sparkled as if Luo Xing had ripped a corner off the entire universe. Yet, the divine light shooting from Jiang Wang's chest was like the sharpest arrow in the world, crashing against that star map. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and the immensely powerful heavenly calamity light directly melted the star map, heading straight for Luo Xing. Luo Xing's eyes narrowed, fear gripping his heart, as an intense sense of death instantly enveloped him. He knew clearly that if he could not evade this strike, he would surely be obliterated by that ultimate divine light. Veins of blood crawled across Luo Xing's eyes, his hand seals shifted. The celestial sage slowly began to speak. Your own foundation is still weak, yet you recklessly misuse evil power. In the end, it will harm both others and yourself. When the celestial sage spoke these words, his tone was filled with deep disappointment. The dragon-catching sage also shrugged inside while touching his head. Though your talent is excellent, it's a pity about your character. But Elder Yunshan, in contrast, sat quietly in the void, his expression neither happy nor sad. Even his eyelids kept drooping, as if he were about to close his eyes and enter eternal sleep at any moment. Not only the great sages felt this way, but even the spectators let out sighs of regret. If that's the case, can I let my great-grandfather's spirit come into me and fight them? Exactly, it's truly unfair that Luo Xing is almost at the 5th level of the sage realm. How can we fight? In the direction of the Luo clan. Mo Yun looked at the fierce-looking Luo Xing in the light screen. Worry flashed in her eyes as she hurriedly grabbed Luo Zhantian's arm and asked, "Zhantian, do you think Xinger will get into any trouble?" Luo Zhantian also frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the figure in the light screen. After a long moment, he shook his head. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, Xinger has an extraordinary physique and should be able to control it well. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun's heart did not feel relieved. Instead, tears began to glisten in her eyes. Whoa, my Xinger. Perhaps at this moment, Mo Yun regretted instilling hatred towards the Jiang clan in Luo Xing's mind regularly. On the battlefield, Jiang Wang's face turned slightly pale as he looked at the raging Luo Xing and helplessly shook his head. He spoke slowly. You are ultimately a ball of flames. If you're not careful, you will turn into ashes. Let me shatter your dreams of becoming strong, good brother. After saying this, Jiang Wang quickly changed his hand seal, and the brilliant divine light suddenly shook, vanishing into the void. The sense of death weighing on Luo Xing's heart grew more severe, his expression changing wildly. His hands spread again, and purple-black energy burst forth, as if a star map were about to appear again. But this time, Jiang Wang did not give him the chance. The brilliant divine light instantly appeared in front of him. In his eyes, filled with astonishment and fear, it expanded at a rapid pace. Impossible! Luo Xing shouted to the sky, flipping his hand, as the great wilderness halberd reappeared in his grasp, slashing down towards the quickly approaching brilliant divine light, as if trying to block it. Boom! A violent wave of energy surged from in front of Luo Xing. It flipped the entire battlefield upside down. The ground cracked completely, and countless yellow sands and dust swirled up, rendering the outside world unable to see the scene in the light screen. How is this possible? Luo Zhantian slammed the table, his eyes flashing with disbelief as he looked at the light screen, his pupils shaking violently. Xinger! Mo Yun let out a heart-wrenching scream upon seeing this scene, and then her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The people of the Luo clan quickly rushed forward to support her down. Luo Wanxiu also wore a look of terror, hastily turning to Luo Zhantian and speaking. Zhantian, something's wrong, quickly let Xinger come out. At this moment, Luo Zhantian no longer hesitated, who didn't know what was happening inside right now. He intended to fly ahead, personally enter the Tsangshuan treasure mirror, and rescue Luo Xing. But just then, the celestial sage slightly raised his hand, a purple spirit power swept into the Tsangshuan treasure mirror. A whirlwind suddenly appeared, sweeping across the entire ancient battlefield, blowing away the swirling yellow sand and dust. In the void stood Jiang Wang, dressed in white, with deep-set eyes, his expression calm. Before him lay a bottomless abyss. The void around the abyss shattered, countless spatial storms erupted from the broken void. I know you're not dead, come out, hiding is useless. Jiang Wang said this. As soon as his words fell, Luo Xing's figure flew out from that abyss. However, at this moment, Luo Xing looked extremely disheveled, his clothes torn, hair messy, and blood continuously spewing from his mouth, looking extremely miserable. In his eyes, there was nothing but horror and fear as he looked at Jiang Wang. It seemed he could not understand why Jiang Wang was so strong. Jiang Wang. Luo Xing's face was gloomy. At this moment, he had already suffered serious injuries, and was powerless to continue fighting, but he could not swallow this anger no matter what. So he clenched his hand, and the great wilderness halberd reappeared in his grasp. I don't believe you can unleash that kind of attack again. Even if you are an ancient sacred body, it's absolutely impossible. Today, I will kill you here even if it costs me my foundation. After saying this, Luo Xing let out a mad roar. Today, I will definitely slay you. A brilliant starlight erupted from Luo Xing's body, and his figure began to turn transparent. Stars began to emerge on his body, 7 comets arranged in the position of the Big Dipper, unleashing endless spiritual power. In his hand, the great wilderness halberd, under the infusion of this spiritual power, erupted with infinite purple-black spiritual energy, and strange symbols slowly appeared at that moment. A violent aura began to spread from it, faintly as if endless vengeful souls were attached to it. Great wilderness halberd, awaken. What? This kid actually wants to awaken the evil spirit inside. Even though it's a broken evil spirit, but after all, that great wilderness halberd used to be an imperial weapon. Can Luo Xing control it? Luo Xing's crazy actions left the onlookers dumbfounded. They couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamation. Chapter 91. On the opposite side, Jiang Wang saw this scene and was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he smiled slightly and slowly spoke to him. Good little brother, such a sinister thing you can't control, let brother handle it for you. After saying this, Jiang Wang quickly changed his hand seal. Two deep, dark circles slowly covered his entire eyes, and his aura began to slowly converge. Jiang Wang's expression turned solemn, and his whole demeanor suddenly changed. With a peculiar hand sign, an ancient and mysterious voice came from his mouth. Heaven swallower demon art swallow. Buzz. At this moment, heaven and earth buzzed, a mysterious black hole appeared before Jiang Wang. The black hole spun, as if even light could be swallowed. A powerful suction force erupted, and Luo Xing immediately felt a strong force crazily tearing at the great wilderness halberd in his hand. Seeing this, Luo Xing's face changed instantly, and endless starlight erupted from his body, with veins popping on his arms, resisting that mysterious, powerful force. Still too naive, good little brother. I told you, you definitely can't handle it, let brother take care of it. After saying this, Jiang Wang changed his hand seal again. The black hole in front of him increased its spinning speed, and a more violent swallowing force immediately erupted. The great wilderness halberd in Luo Xing's hand suddenly flew out, heading straight for the black hole before Jiang Wang. But at that moment, the great wilderness halberd stood still, its purple-black spiritual energy bursting forth, automatically countering Jiang Wang's swallowing power. Seeing this, a smile gradually appeared on Luo Xing's face. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, the evil spirit in the great wilderness halberd sensed the threat and self-awakened, let's see how you will deal with it. Just watch. After saying this, Jiang Wang directly waved his hand, and the black hole in front of him suddenly expanded, an endless swallowing force erupted, and the body of the great wilderness halberd shook violently at that moment. A shadow was directly pulled out from the halberd by this overpowering swallowing force, and then turned into a dark shadow swallowed into that black hole. G.A. Luo Xing's laughter suddenly stopped, her eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. At this moment, the outside world seemed to be pressed on mute. Everyone had their mouths agape, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before them. Hiss. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Jiang Wang actually summoned that black hole again, and even pulled out the evil spirit from inside to swallow it? That's too absurd, too absurd. What on earth is that black hole? Gasps of shock and cries of surprise erupted one after another. Even several holy kings in the sky were momentarily stunned. Even the great elder Yin Shan opened his murky eyes at this moment, frowning as he looked at the black hole. How strange, what exactly is that weird black hole? The great dragon sage had a curious look on his face, and couldn't help but ask the Yen Tian Taoist. The latter stared for a long time before slowly speaking. From its fluctuations, it doesn't seem like a divine ability, and its external evolutionary form is very similar to the sky demon sect's devouring magic, but it is far stronger than that demonic technique. Having said that, the Yen Tian Taoist pinched a strange seal, and countless rhythms appeared at this moment. Behind him, a small world opened up. But this time, the small world only contained a cloud of mist, with nothing else. Ah! The Yen Tian Taoist was slightly shocked, and with a wave of his hand, he dispersed the overwhelming rhythms. He spoke with a somewhat surprised tone. What a peculiar little fellow, with my power, I can't even discern what he has cast. Hearing the Yen Tian Taoist's words, the other holy kings were also somewhat surprised. I'm afraid only those old monsters from the Zhangyi Daoji sect who specialize in fate and omens could know. Listening to the Yen Tian Taoist's words, the few holy kings couldn't help but click their tongues, with a trace of emotion surfacing on their faces. Back on the battlefield. As the internal shattered evil spirit was absorbed by Jiang Wang, the great desolate halberd instantly lost all its brightness and heavily fell to the ground, like a broken farming hoe. Luo Xing stared blankly at the great desolate halberd below, and after a moment, endless bloodshot veins crawled up in her eyes. She shouted angrily at Jiang Wang. Return my imperial family's evil spirit. Luo Xing's voice was hoarse and frantic, and she charged toward Jiang Wang with lightning speed, intending to fight him to the death. But the latter merely smiled slightly, pinching out a seal, and a black sun appeared in his hand. The black sun seal carried endless divine flames, pressing down toward Luo Xing. Get lost. Boom. Luo Xing threw a punch, her entire arm turning transparent like crystal, stars swirling and starlight flickering on it. The powerful force exploded the massive black sun seal, and then it rushed toward Jiang Wang violently. Humph, too embarrassing, brother. Jiang Wang sneered disdainfully, then suddenly raised his leg and kicked out with a strong gust of wind. Bang! The speed was so fast that Luo Xing only felt a flash of golden light in front of her, and then a sharp pain hit her chest, sending her body flying hard to the ground. Puff! Another mouthful of bright red blood spurted out, Luo Xing's eyes filled with unwillingness, as if she wanted to struggle to get up. But before she could rise, a golden giant foot appeared in her sight, pressing down on her. Luo Xing's pupils dilated. If that foot came down, she would certainly be crushed to pieces. Ah! Luo Xing gritted her teeth, and the last bit of spiritual power within her was summoned to tear through space and escape from the spot. Boom! The golden giant foot slammed down heavily, kicking up a whirlwind of dust. A delicate, fair hand suddenly reached out from within, bursting forth with endless. He fell heavily to the ground. PFF. Blood spurted out, and Luo Xing's entire arm twisted at that moment, lying on the ground and letting out a wail. Xinger! Wow! With Luo Zhantian's worried shout, all the spectators gasped in surprise. The winner is decided. Damn it, Heizi, speak up. Yeah, why aren't Luo Xing's fans saying anything? Are they all mute? I still like your rebellious selves. Get ready, everyone. At this moment, the battle had already determined the victor. Jiang Wang's fans erupted into deafening cheers, mocking the Luo Xing fans whose faces were all flushed. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and tears glimmered before everyone's eyes. The next moment, Luo Zhantian appeared in front of the Zhongxian mirror and shouted loudly inside. Jiang Wang, he is your brother, you absolutely cannot kill him. Chapter 92. Inside the Zhongxian mirror, Jiang Wang naturally heard Luo Zhantian's words. Of course, this was also the first sentence his so-called father had ever said to him. Jiang Wang stood on Luo Xing's chest, looking into the empty space ahead, and slowly spoke. So now that you see me about to kill your Luo clan's saint son, are you finally willing to speak? Luo Xing attacked me with lethal moves, why didn't you step up back then? Outside, Luo Zhantian frowned, his expression complicated. After pondering for a long time, he still spoke. Before your duel, I had already cautioned Luo Xing, and if you two had swapped places, I would still step up. At this point, Luo Zhantian paused. You and your brother are both the pride of my Luo clan, Wanger, how about? Shut up! Before Luo Zhantian could finish, Jiang Wang felt a burst of anger and interrupted him directly. Who is your Luo clan's pride? I would rather not have this mixed bloodline. I still intend to kill your son today, keep your eyes peeled. After saying that, Jiang Wang let out a cold snort, grabbing Luo Xing beneath him, and threw him high into the air. Killing intent burst forth at this moment, his eyes filled with intense murderousness. Luo Xing, thrown into the air by Jiang Wang, was filled with fear. He could clearly feel the extreme killing intent radiating from Jiang Wang. He truly wants to kill me. This thought raced through Luo Xing's mind, and he immediately shouted. I admit. Seal. Jiang Wang was already prepared. Before Luo Xing could finish his sentence, he cast a strange spell. It directly sealed Luo Xing's mouth. With his words sealed, he could not fulfill the conditions for the Zhongxian mirror's connection, and despair replaced the shock in Luo Xing's eyes. Wow! Young master, hurry and take action. Upon seeing this, the Luo clan members became restless. They watched the scene in the light screen, their eyes wide with anxiety, fearing that Luo Xing would fall to Jiang Wang today. At this moment, Luo Zhantian's face also showed a hint of fear. His figure instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, rushing towards the Zhongxian mirror. Just as Luo Zhantian was about to enter the Zhongxian mirror, a cold snort came. Instantly, it sent Luo Zhantian's figure flying away. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked up at the sky. They saw a beautiful saint in a snow-white dress slowly descending, her jade feet lightly touching the air, her expression indifferent, her autumn water-like eyes reflecting a trace of coldness. Looking at Luo Zhantian, she slowly spoke. Luo Zhantian, young master, this is the palace of creation, please conduct yourself with respect. Saint, please be merciful, Xinger has shown signs of surrender, please release him. Luo Zhantian's brow furrowed deeply, seemingly ready to force his way in here. Buzz. At this moment, the terrifying pressure of the Holy King realm was fully unleashed around the wonderful saint. The coldness in her beautiful eyes became even more apparent. Today, I want to see who dares to be reckless inside the creation immortal palace. You. Seeing the wonderful saint unleash her pressure, Luo Zhantian couldn't help but change his expression, anxiously looking at the light curtain. At this moment, Jiang Wang released all his spiritual energy, and golden blood energy burst forth from his body. With his hands forming seals, a series of golden long swords with a cold gleam appeared in front of Jiang Wang. Sword technique, 98,000 swords. In an instant, countless long swords flew out, aiming to pierce Luo Xing directly to the core. At this moment, the world began to shake violently. In an instant, the space shattered, and a withered hand appeared in this world. With a gentle point, Jiang Wang's sharp attack was instantly dismantled. Then, it directly grabbed Luo Xing and took her away from this space. This scene shocked everyone present. Each person's face was filled with deep astonishment. Did you see that? Someone saved Luo Xing. I saw it. Who has the audacity to violate the rules of the Creation Immortal Palace? This Immortal Palace competition is truly worth it. It feels like witnessing something rare that happens once in 1,000 years. What an eye-opener, truly an eye-opener. The crowd looked in the direction of the surging spiritual energy and saw the great elder sitting cross-legged in the void, now with a figure beside him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Luo Xing. Ah, the one who just acted was this great elder. Why? Why did this great elder suddenly intervene? First, they said Luo Xing lured the evil spirit into her body without violating the rules, and then they broke the rules to save someone. Isn't this clearly targeting Jiang Wang? Yeah, why target Jiang Wang? Once the crowd saw who made the move, many felt indignant for Jiang Wang, each shouting loudly. However, the great elder had no intention of explaining, merely waving his hand slightly. Luo Xing was then directly sent back to Luo Zhantian's side. Seeing this scene, the wonderful saint immediately became furious. At this moment, the fierce wind blew, and flowers blossomed in the void, captivatingly beautiful yet hiding a killing intent. She glared at the great elder and said coldly, "Great elder, what do you mean by this?" The great elder Yushan looked at the wonderful saint with his murky eyes, a hint of disdain flashing in them, as he raised his hand and lightly tapped. The void collapsed inch by inch, and with just one strike, he shattered the powerful divine ability displayed by the wonderful saint. A hoarse voice slowly came from his mouth. "Wonderful saint, do not be angry. There are rules in the competition, no intentional harm to life, and Luo Xing indeed showed a willingness to surrender. I am also following the rules, since that holy body has already won the battle, don't go for the kill. Not to mention that the two are of the same root and origin, Luo Xing is also a heavenly talent of our Creation Immortal Palace. I do not wish for anything to happen to either of them." Of course, such shameless words from Yushan could not appease the anger of the crowd, and the uproar continued. Meanwhile, the wonderful saint's gaze remained icy, her elegant hand shimmering with flowing light. But at that moment, a light laugh echoed. What the great elder said is not without reason. Regardless of anything else, Jiang Wang and Luo Xing are indeed both young geniuses. Losing either would be a loss for our Creation Immortal Palace. Since the victory and defeat have already been decided, let's continue. With this light laugh, the world fell into silence. For everyone felt that with this laugh came an overwhelmingly powerful divine will, descending upon this world as if a celestial being from the highest heaven was looking down. This divine thought came from the master of the Creation Immortal Palace, Tsang Xian. Chapter 93. The wonderful sage slightly opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more, but he held it back. At this moment, the spiritual power around him gradually calmed down as he looked at Yunshan and snorted coldly. The latter, however, seemed indifferent, merely cupping his fists and bowing to the void. "Thank you, Palace Master. The Luo clan is grateful." Luo Zhantian also bowed to the void at this moment, then took the already unconscious Luo Xing back toward the Luo clan. However, as he was leaving, he cast a complex glance at the youthful figure in the light curtain. Sigh. With a slight sigh, he didn't know what else to say. In the light curtain, Jiang Wang coldly watched this scene, his gaze fixed on the now old and withered Yunshan, with a faint killing intent emerging in his eyes. "Old man, remember this." The Yunshan outside seemed to sense Jiang Wang's gaze and lifted his drooping eyelids to look at him. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes again and said nothing more. Jiang Wang let out a long breath, turning to the figure wrapped in a black robe behind him and smiling. "Brother Yi, you truly are a gentleman. If you cannot act, then you do not act." Yi Gu's lips quivered slightly, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. "Damn it, I really want to make a move, did you two give me this chance?" Jiang Wang smiled slightly, and then golden blood energy slowly spread out from his body. "Brother Yi, from just now, I felt the spiritual power in my body being tormented by a domineering poison, so now, do you think I have passed your test?" Without changing his expression, Jiang Wang's golden blood energy was vast and heavy, suppressing all evil spirits and harm, impervious to all methods. Seeing Jiang Wang like this, Yi Gu couldn't help but sigh, letting his hand sign slowly dissipate. In fact, the moment Luo Xing was rescued, he had unleashed his most powerful poison technique. Colorless and odorless, it could even mix into the spiritual energy of this world, allowing others to absorb it and be infected after refining it, extremely domineering. "I concede, I still couldn't escape being third." Yi Gu sighed, speaking helplessly. His words made Jiang Wang raise an eyebrow. "Why only third? He came out before you." Jiang Wang paused, then as if remembering something, slowly began to speak. "Since you have already become a disciple of the Creation Immortal Palace, there's naturally no need to fear that Luo Xing, if it really comes to it, I can help you beat him up." Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Yi Gu helplessly smiled and shook his head. "Forget it, I can weigh my own strengths, if it isn't mine, I don't want it." After saying this, Yi Gu raised a hand and spoke. "I admit defeat and voluntarily give up the second place." With Gu's words falling, two streams of spiritual light instantly descended, wrapping both him and Jiang Wang within. When Jiang Wang opened his eyes again, what met his sight was countless spectators' warm applause and cheers. Jiang Wang, Jiang Wang. Invincible, invincible. Facing these crazy shouts, Jiang Wang also smiled broadly and waved back at them warmly. At this moment, Yunshan spoke again, slowly saying, "This Immortal Palace competition has concluded. Since Gu voluntarily gives up second place, the ranking should rightfully drop, with Luo Xing taking his spot." As Yunshan's words fell, a whispering sound instantly filled the heavens and the earth. Even Jiang Wang couldn't help but glance at Yunshan at this time. Could this old fellow be Luo Xing's father? He thought to himself this way. Otherwise, he truly couldn't figure out why Yunshan would be so partial to Luo Xing. There's a saying, old people are cunning, old horses know the way. Now, Yunshan not only stood at the top of the pyramid in spiritual cultivation, but even his skin was unmatched by few. Facing those strange gazes and countless whispers, he seemed completely indifferent, as if he had heard nothing and seen nothing. As for the title of first place, the first place belongs to Jiang Wang. The voice of Master Zhang Xian reappeared, directly interrupting Yunshan's words. However, this time, it was not a powerful divine thought that followed, but a phantom figure slowly emerging in the void. Though this figure was not particularly tall, just standing there made it appear incredibly majestic and grand. Long hair draped behind its head, one hand resting behind its back, standing tall in the void. As if the moment this figure appeared, the spiritual power of the entire world began to cheer. We pay our respects to the master. Master Zhang Xian's figure emerged, and regardless of the many cultivators present or the dozens of powerful beings above the Saint Realm in the sky, even Elder Yunshan rose and bowed to that figure. You all need not be overly courteous. Master Zhang Xian slightly raised his head, and everyone felt a gentle breeze blow, soft spiritual power embracing them, lifting them up. As the elder has mentioned, the grand competition of the Immortal Palace has concluded, and all selected students may report to Yafeng, where there will be elders to receive you. Yes. As for the top 100, gather at Songxian Square tomorrow. The various sect leaders and peak masters will select you there. Yes. Luo Xing, Gu, your rewards will be delivered to you by elders. There is no need to rush. Yes. Gu respectfully clasped his fists toward Master Songxian, affirming his words. At this moment, the whole world seemed to fall into silence. Everyone's gaze turned towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang. Master Songxian's misty figure directed its face toward Jiang Wang. The latter also politely clasped his fists, waiting for him to continue. Jiang Wang of the Jiang clan not only possesses exceptional talent and a natural saint body, but your character and diligence are also among the best of your generation. Your reward will be personally distributed by me. You may bring your master, Miao Shangren, to meet me within 3 days. Wow! When Master Zhang Xian's words fell, everyone present showed expressions of great shock. Even Elder Yunshan, who had been in quiet meditation, opened his eyes at this moment, a glimmer of astonishment flashing through his murky gaze. He looked strangely at Jiang Wang. Not to mention others, even Jiang Wang himself felt a bit surprised. This master, only existing in legends, who was rarely seen, actually wants to meet me in person. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a bit flattered at this moment. Under the intense gaze of Miao Shangren, Jiang Wang quickly nodded. Thank you, master, for your favor. May you all be well, I take my leave. Master Zhang Xian's phantom nodded slightly, then turned into countless light spots and slowly dispersed. We bid farewell to Master Zhang Xian. As Master Zhang Xian departed, the other holy beings and holy kings also left one after another. Only Jiang Wang and others remained, surrounded by the crowd. Countless audience members and cultivators surrounded Jiang Wang. Many began to step forward to inquire. Truly a young hero, may I ask if young hero Jiang has a marriage match? I am the 13th-year-old saintess of the Yuan family from the northern area of the ancient wilderness immortal domain, also entering the creation immortal palace. I think you two are quite suitable. Shut up. Don't put gold bricks on your daughter's face. Where did you see a match? What do you mean? Not only Jiang Wang, but almost every young man and woman who entered the top 100 was surrounded by many people. This made Jiang Wang unable to help but shake his head and smile bitterly, and after politely declining, he fled the scene under the guise of feeling weak. He transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards the sky. Feeling the howling wind by his ears and the clouds rolling before his eyes, Jiang Wang let out a long sigh. Today's battle can be said to be the most significant since his emergence in the world. The most exhilarating battle ever. If it weren't for the supreme bone hidden in his body as a trump card, facing Luo Xing fused with the evil spirit today, he really would have had to pay a price. So satisfying. Jiang Wang stretched his whole body. At this moment, he felt that the spiritual power realm in his body, which had been stagnant for a long time, was finally loosening a little. Seems like, with the help of the Saint Breaking Pill, I can break through directly. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The rewards of this grand tournament were truly rich, not only the saint-breaking pill that could drive countless immortal emperors mad, but also the undying herb and the true dragon marrow. But what he looked forward to the most now was entering the Supreme Divine Hall inside the Creation Immortal Palace. His attack methods were still too simple. Entering the Supreme Divine Hall to choose top-tier divine powers was his biggest temptation. Just like that, Jiang Wang returned directly to Lingmiao Peak. At this moment, Lingmiao Peak was already covered with lanterns and streamers. Basically, both cultivators and servants were all gathered at the peak gate waiting for Jiang Wang's return. As a brilliant golden light streaked across the sky, excitement exploded below. Jiang Wang is back, look quickly. Jiang Wang. Such an honor. Jiang Wang slowly landed outside the peak gate, smiling and cupping his hands at the crowd. Then several elders rushed up directly, reaching out their palms to grope around Jiang Wang's chest, their eyes full of curiosity and heat. Incredible, incredible, I've never seen a supreme bone in my whole life, let this old man have a proper look. Don't squeeze, let this old man touch too. Jiang Wang felt the rough palms crawling around his chest and couldn't help but shiver in disgust. Just as he was about to lose it, Shenlinger hurriedly came to the rescue. Move aside, you shameless old men, Jiang Wang, let's go. After saying that, Shenlinger grabbed Jiang Wang's arm, and the two of them turned into two streaks of light and flew away swiftly. They went directly back to Jiang Wang's Qingshan courtyard. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Wang didn't sit down to cultivate as usual, but instead pushed open the room door and lay directly on the bed, letting out a sigh of emotion. So good. Totally worn out, huh, these past 2 days? Shenlinger sat by the table, smiling as she looked at Jiang Wang and spoke. Indeed, really need some rest and to settle things down. Alright then, you rest well, don't be too obsessed with cultivation. When you're done resting, let Sister Miao take you to Dao Comprehension Peak. When Jiang Wang heard this name, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked. Dao Comprehension Peak? Yes, besides the 7 main peaks, there's still Dao Comprehension Peak. That peak is where the Palace Master resides. Normally, only the 7 peak masters can enter. You really got lucky, even got a personal audience with the Palace Master. You have to know, I've been at Creation Immortal Palace for so many years and still haven't seen the Palace Master. Hearing this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but chuckle. Alright then, I'll get an autograph from the Palace Master for you. You, always joking. Look how pale your face is, hurry up and rest. Okay. At the same time, atop a towering, magnificent mountain that pierced the clouds. Countless ancient pines, strange stones, flying waterfalls, rare beasts, divine light and immortal mist covered it. Inside a simple yet grand divine hall, a graceful and slender figure stood quietly. As the view turned, it revealed a mysterious, stunningly beautiful woman with a veil on her face. At this moment, a slightly helpless voice echoed inside the grand hall. Sai, what should I do with you? You just had to choose this moment to ascend, not earlier, not later. Now that I can't produce anything, how can I explain myself to that little guy? The voice was quite strange, it faintly sounded like a very young man, but also like an elder who had lived countless ages. The peerlessly beautiful woman just rolled her eyes. In any case, I have already used it, you find a way, if it doesn't work, just use the source of spiritual power to enlighten him, the effect will be the same. Father feels so heartbroken. But, I still have a plan. What? Why not offer yourself to him? That little guy probably won't refuse. How inappropriate. Forget it, I'll personally go explain to that little guy. Back to Jiang Wang. He was chatting with Shenlinger for a few more moments, and then she left the Qingshan villa. After Shenlinger left, Jiang Wang lay on the bed and let out a long sigh, then slowly closed his eyes. The sun and moon rotated, the sun set and the moon rose. The bright moon hung above the night sky, not knowing when it had appeared. Jiang Wang was awakened by a beam of moonlight shining on him. After getting up, he came to the courtyard and stretched his body. After thinking it over, he jumped onto the stone platform to begin his cultivation. After all, the battle with Luo Xing had consumed quite a bit of his energy, he still needed to replenish the spiritual power in his body. Jiang Wang formed seals with his hands, and a mysterious black hole formed above his head, slowly spinning and emitting an aura of ancient mystery. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness immersed into the black hole. Inside the black hole, a sinister, terrifying aura was swirling, as if constantly searching for an exit. This was the evil spirit extracted from Luo Xing's great desolate halberd. But at this moment, Jiang Wang also felt that this evil spirit seemed to have no self-awareness, only some instincts. It's a very broken evil spirit, I really don't know how strong the complete form is? The aura of this evil spirit had already reached the late saint realm, and this was just a fragment of the complete evil spirit. If I completely refine this evil spirit, I estimate I won't even need a breaking saint pill to advance, right? Jiang Wang thought to himself like this. Then he changed the hand seal directly, and the power of refinement erupted instantly. Inside the black hole, waves of mysterious and strong power wrapped around that remnant of the evil spirit. The entire black hole had now turned into a huge furnace, beginning to extract pure spiritual power from the remnant of the evil spirit. Chapter 95. Feeling the pure spiritual power flowing through his limbs, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a wave of comfort. At that moment, the evil spirit sensed the threat and began to struggle wildly. Waves of purple-black spiritual power erupted, causing Jiang Wang's entire body to tremble violently. Do you still dare to stab here? Just as Jiang Wang was about to continue suppressing the evil spirit, he suddenly felt a strong wave of energy attacking him. Who? Jiang Wang instantly opened his eyes, his figure moving, transforming into a beam of golden light appearing in the sky above. Boom! In the next moment, the stone platform where Jiang Wang was sitting was instantly shattered. Get out! With a cold snort from Jiang Wang, he formed a hand seal, and a black solar seal appeared in his hand. Black Sun Seal. Divine fire ignited, suppressing down towards the direction where the energy wave came from. But at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Jiang Wang's eyes. A fair and slender hand reached out, catching that black solar seal with one hand, and then crushed it. Jiang Wang's spiritual energy spun rapidly, and a majestic golden blood energy surged forth as he coldly stared below. There, a young figure slowly walked out of the void. He looked at Jiang Wang with a smile. The figure appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a blue long robe, with long black hair cascading naturally behind his head, a handsome face, fair skin, and a hint of a smile on his face. Who are you? Jiang Wang looked coldly at the mysterious young man below and asked. The latter smiled slightly and spoke softly. If you beat me, I will tell you. After saying that, another shocking scene unfolded before Jiang Wang. He saw the mysterious young man forming a hand seal, and a black solar seal even larger than the one Jiang Wang had previously unleashed appeared in his hand. Then it was descending towards Jiang Wang with suppression. He actually knows the 100 Seals technique, could he be from Lingmiao Peak? Jiang Wang thought to himself, and then golden blood energy erupted from his whole body, his fist like the sun, directly smashing into that dark sun seal. Boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual power burst forth, breaking the trees within hundreds of miles of this land at the moment of collision. The battle between the two was immense, frighteningly so. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows and looked at the mysterious young man on the opposite side and said, I don't know who you are or what you want, but I advise you to quickly escape. Making such a big commotion might cause my master to arrive at any moment, and her temper isn't good. Ha ha ha, does Miao Hualing know you said that about her? In response to Jiang Wang's words, the mysterious young man simply laughed, showing no intention of leaving, but continued to look at Jiang Wang and said, Kid, let's talk, just show your abilities directly, otherwise you won't survive today. Jiang Wang snorted coldly, his whole body shimmering with golden light, his hair also turning golden. Hand seals changed, and a strong wave of spiritual power spread out. A figure sitting high in the ninth heaven appeared behind him. The celestial king descended from the ninth heaven, and a wonder appeared. The celestial king, surrounded by mysterious yellow energy, pressed down towards the mysterious young man. The latter smiled slightly, then formed a gesture with his hands. In an instant, a towering figure standing 10,000 zhang appeared behind him, golden light bursting forth, also surrounded by mysterious yellow energy, looking down on the world. Ah! Jiang Wang's pupils constricted, now it was truly his turn to be shocked. If he wasn't surprised by the other party also knowing the 100 Seals technique, then to see the same kind of celestial king descending from the ninth heaven was truly unbelievable. This was the manifestation of a holy body, right? Could it be that the other side also possessed the primeval holy body? That would be too coincidental. Boom! A terrifying pressure approached, directly shattering Jiang Wang's illusion behind him, and then he was slapped from the sky to the ground. Bang! Jiang Wang's figure crashed down like a burning meteor, heavily smashing into the Qingshan villa below. At this moment, the entire Qingshan villa was destroyed. Rubble and ruins directly buried Jiang Wang beneath. The mysterious young man smiled slightly upon seeing this scene, then turned around and left casually. Heavenly calamity light. Damn it, if you have the ability, copy this too. With a loud bang, Jiang Wang burst out from the ground like a demon, his hair dancing wildly, gathering golden light in front of his chest. However, once he emerged, he discovered that the mysterious young man had already disappeared without a trace. As the golden light in front of his chest slowly dissipated, Jiang Wang let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, as he had inexplicably taken a beating. Although he was uninjured, it felt suffocating. At the same time, Jiang Wang began to wonder why his master hadn't arrived yet, given such a big commotion was happening. Just as Jiang Wang was pondering this, a mysterious voice slowly reached his ears. Supreme searching for the Dragon and Phoenix, ancient secret transmission technique, obtaining this true scripture volume, looking down on the world. Ah! Hearing this peculiar and strange phrase, Jiang Wang couldn't help but frown. This voice was clearly that of the mysterious young man from before. But what did this sentence mean? Jiang Wang, Sister Miao. A crisp and cheerful voice came, and he saw Shinlinger and the Miao Sage arriving outside the Qingshan villa. But before Shinlinger could finish her words, she swallowed them back. Because what greeted her eyes was no longer the beautiful scenery of the Qingshan villa, but rather a ruin that couldn't even be called a shack. Shinlinger was in shock, looking up at the gloomy-faced Jiang Wang and said, "Have you gone crazy, Jiang Wang?" Jiang Wang landed helplessly, then told the two of his recent encounter. "Are you saying that a handsome guy appeared from nowhere and beat you up using your proud vision?" Hearing Shinlinger's question, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel his face flush, but he still nodded helplessly. Shinlinger looked at Jiang Wang with curiosity. "Are you sure you didn't refine some strange magical powers and go crazy? A strong person that young definitely cannot be from Lingmiao Peak. Outsiders need a token to enter our Lingmiao Peak, and there's a protective mountain formation that no one can break into." Seeing Shinlinger's expression, Jiang Wang knew she seemed a bit skeptical of him. Jiang Wang was feeling anxious now. Although it sounds strange when said out loud, the fact is just that. Just as Jiang Wang was about to explain again, the silent Miao Sage waved his hand. He told Jiang Wang to speak. "No need to dwell on it. He means no harm, otherwise, you wouldn't still be safe." Miao Sage spoke with a slight smile on his face. Jiang Wang was stunned and asked curiously, "Master, do you know who this person is?" Chapter 96. Miao Sage nodded. "You will find out. Didn't you say he left you with a message? Think it over carefully, it may be very revealing for you." After saying that, Miao Sage lightly waved his sleeve, and the space trembled, releasing gentle spiritual energy. The trees that had been broken by the spiritual energy began to grow sturdy trunks and dense branches and leaves once again. The collapsed houses started to rebuild, and the dry little pond was filled again, with lotus flowers blooming once more. In just a few breaths, the Qingshan court restored to its original appearance. Before Jiang Wang could express his thoughts, Miao Sage spoke again. "I'm here to remind you to rest well. Once you've recovered, I will take you to the Supreme Divine Hall, and later we will visit the Palace Master." "Okay." Jiang Wang nodded. Since his master Miao Sage personally said that the mysterious young man meant no harm, Jiang Wang no longer thought about it and just waited for the next day to come. After Miao Sage left, Jiang Wang sat back down on the stone platform, taking a careful look around. He was afraid that the mysterious young man might return to hit him again. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, Jiang Wang re-entered a state of cultivation, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next day. The rising sun tore through the endless night, casting sunlight over the earth once again. Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, and smiled knowingly. Standing up, he looked outside the Qingshan court. I can't wait any longer. I need to find Master to take me to the Supreme Divine Hall." With that, Jiang Wang transformed into a streak of golden light, flying towards the Lingmiao Hall within Lingmiao Peak. But halfway there, Jiang Wang stopped, gently landing in the square below. This was a square entirely made of white jade, surrounded by a riot of flowers and lush greenery. On the preaching platform sat a graceful figure. At this moment, she was wearing a white dress, her rosy lips continuously moving, telling the crowd below about her cultivation insights. Jiang Wang quietly blended into the crowd below, listening to the teachings. An elder beside him was about to speak when Jiang Wang interrupted him with a gesture, signaling him to be quiet. The elder nodded, realizing the current situation. Then he softly said to Jiang Wang, "Little Jiang Wang, thanks to you, the Miao Sage can teach here." Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, asking curiously, "Why? Doesn't my master usually teach?" The elder waved his hand. "Miao Sage is one of the most active sage kings among the peaks, but even so, it's only a few times a year. After all, when one reaches Miao Sage's level, the time for seclusion increases. But since you joined Lingmiao Peak, the master has been in high spirits. Today is already the third time this month for the transmission of teachings." Jiang Wang nodded, suddenly enlightened. Then he said no more and followed everyone to listen to the master's teachings and discussions. Time seemed to fly by, the master's ethereal and melodious voice seemed to possess a magical power that could make people forget time. He heard the master slowly say, "Let's stop here for today. Thank you, master." As the elders and practitioners of Lingmiao Peak left one after another, only one young figure remained in the white jade square. The master looked up and saw Jiang Wang standing in the square, watching him. The void slightly trembled, and the master's figure instantly appeared before Jiang Wang, saying, "Wanger, what are you doing here?" "Of course, I'm here to listen to you, master." Hearing this, the master smiled gently and patted Jiang Wang's small head, saying, "As my closed-door disciple, if you want to hear the teachings, you can directly come to Lingmiao Hall to find me." Jiang Wang smirked and did not dwell on this question but went straight to the point. His eyes flashed with anticipation. "Master, take me to the Supreme Temple today." Seeing Jiang Wang like this, the master showed a helpless smile. "Did you recover in just one night?" "MHM. The Supreme Temple is not all smooth sailing, otherwise, waiting until tomorrow wouldn't be late." Hearing this, Jiang Wang was taken aback. "What? Is there danger in the Supreme Temple?" After a moment of contemplation, the master spoke slowly. "It's not exactly dangerous, although there's an ancient killing formation personally arranged by the Taoist Yin Tian. It may not usually be activated, but it is exceptionally domineering." The master paused briefly before continuing. "General supernatural powers won't improve you much, and to obtain top-tier supernatural powers, you must go to the deepest part of the Supreme Temple, where the Taoist Yin Tian and many elders skilled in formations have arranged 81 killing formations. Even at the state of realm, the pressure inside is terrifying. So, if you want to gain something in the Supreme Temple, you still need to be in a 100% state." Upon hearing the master's words, Jiang Wang also pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Don't worry, master." Seeing Jiang Wang's confidence, the master could only nod helplessly. "Alright, keep this jade token. If you encounter danger, crush the jade token, and I will come to rescue you." Jiang Wang accepted the jade token and couldn't help but feel a bit touched. He knew clearly that the Taoist Yin Tian's formations were among the best on the entire continent. The killing formations he arranged are very dangerous even for a strong practitioner like the master. Even so, the master would still be willing to risk entering to save him. "Don't worry, master, your disciple is still quite strong." The master nodded lightly and then summoned a celestial crane, and the two stepped onto it. The celestial crane flapped its wide wings, creating a strong wind. Flying out of Lingmiao Peak, they arrived at a mountain called Supreme Peak. This place was crowded, with countless training grounds standing tall, where figures collided, and violent spiritual power continued to spread. Many practicing elders were instructing their disciples. This Supreme Peak is dedicated to disciples battling and training. Not only is the Supreme Temple here, but there is also the Law Hall. This place can be said to be safer than the 7 main peaks. The master explained to Jiang Wang. Looking along his line of sight, he saw 2 temples standing on the mountain peaks. At the top of the Supreme Peak stood a brilliant temple, radiating light, which was likely the Supreme Temple. The temple at the foot of the mountain was entirely pitch black. The atmosphere was cold and ancient, with figures in black clothing and stern expressions constantly moving within. Needless to say, this surely was the Hall of Criminal Law. "I cannot go down myself. If you encounter danger, you must crush the jade token." "Okay." Jiang Wang nodded, and then his figure flickered, transforming into a golden light that rushed down. Chapter 97. "Hey, isn't that Jiang Wang? Is it true? The one who ranked first in the recent Immortal Palace competition?" "That is Jiang Wang, but he is so young." "Is he really that strong?" "Of course, he has the innate ancient sacred body, which is quite powerful." "He actually has the ancient sacred body? What a pity, during the competition I was in closed-door cultivation and couldn't witness his glory." As Jiang Wang landed on the mountaintop, nearly everyone stopped what they were doing, looking him up and down. Most of those present were older students, and they looked at Jiang Wang with great curiosity. At this moment, a handsome young man approached Jiang Wang and said, "Junior Jiang, I've heard you have an innate sacred body. I wonder if you could do me a favor and spar a bit with your senior brother, just a friendly exchange." Jiang Wang turned to look. After thinking for a moment, he actually nodded directly. "Sure." The person opposite was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Wang to agree so readily. But he quickly smiled and said to him, "Great, that's a lucky chance. Please come up on stage." Saying this, the young man pointed to the nearby arena. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Wang shook his head and slowly said, "No need, everyone is quite busy. I'll just throw one punch. If senior brother can take it, then I will give you my first reward for entering the Hall of Supreme to choose anything." Jiang Wang's words, filled with a smile, made many people raise their eyebrows. Everyone present had strong cultivation and had entered the Creation Immortal Palace earlier than Jiang Wang. Naturally, they held some pride of being senior brothers. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, the young man's smile gradually faded. He slowly spoke. "Junior Jiang Wang, I know you have exceptional talent, but being too arrogant isn't good." Jiang Wang couldn't help but roll his eyes, his figure moving. Golden blood energy burst forth from the top of his head, like a golden divine flame wrapping around his fist, striking fiercely at the young man. "Come on." The young man's expression turned cold, his whole body's spiritual power erupted instantaneously, the aura of a peak immortal emperor spreading out. Boom! Great compassion, wind tear hand. A vast blue-green spiritual force swept out, and a deep green handprint howled, colliding with Jiang Wang's punch. The fist wrapped in golden blood energy pierced through the deep green handprint like the sharpest spear, striking straight at the young man's face. At this moment, the young man's expression changed wildly, his feet stomped hard on the ground, and he explosively retreated. But Jiang Wang's punch was like a parasite, carrying endless violent spiritual power aimed at his face. Wall of wind. With his hands spread wide, endless blue-green winds howled, forming a thick wind wall in front of him, trying to block Jiang Wang's punch. However, unsurprisingly, the wind wall collapsed instantly at the moment of contact between the two. It's over. At this moment, only these two words appeared in the young man's mind, as he watched the fist wrapped in golden divine flames grow larger, as if to suppress the world. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Wang's fist stopped less than half an inch from the young man's face, but the space behind him began to crack, as if affected by immense energy. Gusts of wind howled, and the young man swallowed hard, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his back was already soaked with cold sweat without him noticing. Jiang Wang smiled, withdrew his fist, and cupped his hands towards the young man. Thank you for your kindness. After saying this, having achieved the purpose of warning others, Jiang Wang did not waste any more time, and directly walked into the Supreme Temple. Once Jiang Wang left, the man immediately felt his legs weaken and collapsed to the ground. Glancing around, many female cultivators looked at him with strange gazes. In an instant, his face flushed red, and he awkwardly left with the help of others. As soon as Jiang Wang entered the Supreme Temple, he felt an immense, overwhelming aura locking onto him. This aura was ethereal and uncertain, as if it existed yet did not. I suppose this must be the ancient killing formation that protects the entire Supreme Temple. Though not as powerful as the Red Lotus formation given by the system, it is still quite formidable. As Jiang Wang's youthful figure entered the Supreme Temple, it attracted quite a few gazes. Immediately, a cultivator dressed in white came to Jiang Wang and smiled, saying, Junior brother Jiang Wang, the final match was truly exciting. You're too kind, senior brother. Could you please introduce me to the Supreme Temple? The cultivator nodded and began to explain to Jiang Wang. The Supreme Temple is divided into 9 levels, containing countless techniques and divine methods. Any path you can think of can be found here. The first level is what you see before you, containing over 180,000 techniques and divine powers. What level are you looking for? Jiang Wang couldn't help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Celestial Palace, then he pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. At least at the level of the legendary technique. The legendary techniques are recorded on the 7th level and above. You need to go to the 7th level. Alright, thank you. After bidding farewell to the cultivator of the Supreme Temple, Jiang Wang did not linger and walked up the stairs. Without stopping, he directly arrived at the 7th level. As soon as he stepped into the 7th level, Jiang Wang felt the previous vague killing intent becoming even stronger. The number of people on this 7th level was noticeably much less, with only a few individuals. Jiang Wang walked back and forth around the racks where the techniques and divine powers were placed, casually picking up a fiery red jade scroll to read. Divine Flame Technique, a low-level legendary technique, can absorb a certain divine flame from the heavens and earth into the body. This technique helps condense it into a fire seed within the body, continuously refining the spiritual energy in the meridians until the spiritual energy is completely transformed into unique spiritual energy. When cultivated to perfection, one can raise their hand to incinerate the heavens and evaporate the seas. Jiang Wang put down the scroll and continued to walk upward, but at that moment, his mind suddenly sparked like electricity. He recalled the words of the mysterious powerful being who had ambushed him earlier. Supreme Seek Dragon and Phoenix, ancient secret techniques, obtain this true scripture scroll, look down upon the world. Supreme Seek Dragon and Phoenix. Jiang Wang kept chewing on this phrase in his mouth, suddenly reminded of something, and began to look around. Is the so-called Supreme referring to the Supreme Temple? And do the words Dragon and Phoenix refer to techniques or divine powers? Upon thinking of this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but become more curious about that mysterious powerful being, beginning to speculate about their identity. By the way, why does this person feel so familiar? At this moment, Jiang Wang felt as if he had seen that mysterious powerful being somewhere before. So, Jiang Wang did not delay any longer and directly went to the 8th level. 8th level, there was no one there, as the pressure on this level had reached the peak of the Sage Realm. Jiang Wang's brows furrowed, and golden, majestic blood energy erupted from his body to resist the terrifying pressure. This level not only had few people, but even the techniques and divine powers recorded were only a few hundred. Jiang Wang contemplated for a moment, then his figure moved, appearing in the air, just as he was about to unleash his spiritual energy. But at that moment, the terrifying killing intent instantly locked onto him. It felt as if any fluctuation of spiritual energy would be met with ruthless annihilation.